The wandering dragon returns to the sea. If the sea does not welcome me, I shall come on my own accord. The falling leaves return to their roots. If the leaves do not welcome me, I will call upon the three immortals. The cloud crane returns to the heavens. If the heavens do not welcome me, I shall become a marvelous tree immortal. The fierce tiger returns to the mountains. If the mountains do not welcome me, I will still be a great hero. These resounding and bold lines encapsulate the life of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. He never waits for the world's recognition, nor does he follow worldly rules. If heaven and earth do not accept him, he will carve out his own space in his own way. He could be a wandering dragon, a falling leaf seeking its roots, a cloud crane soaring in the skies, and a boundless, fierce tiger. Everything in the world has its rules, but if the mountains do not welcome me, then I shall come anyway. This is the heroic way he has lived his life, a true freedom unbound by form or matter. Chapter 1. Jiraiya. The timeline of the original Naruto series is very messy, with various interpretations and many important characters' ages and event timelines lacking a definitive conclusion. That I have combined information from online sources and my own understanding to improve the overall plot, and there will be some changes in time and content. I hope everyone can understand. This is a storage place for thoughts. Finally, please enjoy everyone. Konoha Year 17. Ninja School. The afternoon sun slanted through the corridors of Konoha Ninja School, casting long shadows of the window frames. A roar filled with anger suddenly shattered the tranquility. Jiraiya, get out of here! Accompanied by the spittle flying from the teacher, Sarutobi Yuta, the classroom door was flung open with a bang. A small boy with the characteristic white spiky hair, still looking a bit dazed and sleepy, was roughly pushed out. Why yes, Yuta-sensei. The white-haired boy Jiraiya, or rather Shinzia, who had just a minute ago stayed up late finishing Naruto and lamenting the tragic ending of the original Jiraiya, instinctively replied as he stumbled out of the classroom. The door slammed heavily behind him, cutting off the oppressive classroom atmosphere and the dozens of sympathetic or gloating gazes. Jiraiya leaned against the cold, rough wall, taking a deep breath. The unique air of Konoha, a mix of forest freshness and the scent of smoke, filled his lungs, bringing a sense of vitality and novelty. Damn, am I really Jiraiya now? He silently grinned, feeling turmoil within. Just a second ago, he was lamenting the tragic ending of the wandering dragon returns to the sea. If the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya, and the next moment he had truly become a 4-year-old, white-haired kid, and because of his shocked exclamation of hometown marvel, he was punished and made to stand outside. This reincarnation was truly unexpected. He closed his eyes, trying to sort through the jumbled memories of the original owner. Ninja school at the bottom of the class, often punished to stand, having two friends named Tsunade and Orochimaru. Wait, Tsunade? Orochimaru? Jiraiya's eyes shot open, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his brown pupils. These two names instantly ignited the fire within him. He clenched his small fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, causing a slight sting, but it could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Jiraiya, since I have become you, I will never repeat the same mistakes. If they do not welcome me, nonsense. I want this whole continent to remember the name Jiraiya. At that moment, a cold and clear mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Strong will to change fate detected, binding conditions met. Host, Jiraiya, Shinzia, binding successful. Destiny system activated. Huh. Jiraiya's body stiffened, almost gasping in surprise. He quickly covered his mouth, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. A system? Damn, there really is a system? The overwhelming joy instantly engulfed him. He suppressed his excitement and urgently questioned in his heart. System, quickly tell me, what abilities do you have? Ding! This system is the Destiny system. Core function. Change the predetermined fate trajectory of the target character to obtain generous rewards. Change fate? How does that work? To what extent can it be changed? Jiraiya pressed on, finding the concept a bit vague. Ding! Character task list has been sent to the host consciousness space. Please check. Before Jiraiya's eyes, or rather, in his mind, a row of glowing text appeared. Destiny. Task list. Long-term, no punishment mechanism. Note. Task completion is considered successful when a key change occurs in the target's fate. Rewards will be given upon completion, and subsequent new Destiny tasks will be unlocked. 1. Protect Tsunade's smile. Be her boyfriend. How can such a cute girl be given to someone else? Keep her away from heartbreak and despair. 2. Save Naira Rin's life. How can such a kind girl die due to a conspiracy? Prevent her tragedy. 3. Restore the glory of the White Fang. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. How can a hero be defeated by rumors? Prevent his suicide. 4. Correct Uchiha Obito's future. Continue helping old ladies in Konoha. Don't let him fall into darkness. 5. Guide the genius Orochimaru. How can Orochimaru's research talent go astray? Correct his path. 6. Peaceful Master Yahiko. Yahiko, come to Konoha and enjoy the true dawn of peace. 7. Free the angel of origami. Conan, don't fold your wings for a false god. Come and fly freely. 8. Put a leash on the snake. Kabuto, put away your dangerous fangs. The four-eyed boy should obediently stay as an assistant. 9. Warm the lights of the orphanage. Yakushi Nanoyu, gentle people deserve gentle endings. Let her safely illuminate the children's future. 10. Hold on to the hope of the Senju family. Shoju, live well and witness your sister's happy wedding. As Jiraiya read through the list, his mouth opened wider and wider until it could almost fit an egg. Speechless, could hardly describe his feelings at this moment. What the hell? He almost couldn't control his volume, internally shouting at the system. You must be kidding me? Some of these tasks will take decades to even encounter. Shoju is in trouble. Rin is dead. White Fan commits suicide. Those are all events from 20 to 30 years later. I'm only 4 years old now. You want me to go complete them? Ding. Reiterating, tasks are long-term, with no time constraints. Success is counted when key points of fate are altered. No penalties for task failure. Please remain calm and take your time. The system's voice remained steady and unperturbed. Ha! Jiraiya took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. No penalties, no time limits. This is barely good news, but the pressure is still immense. He rubbed his face and suddenly remembered a key point. Right. What about the newbie gift package? You can't be that stingy, right? What about the benefits for reincarnators? Ding. Newbie gift package issued. Please check. 1. Extraordinary physique. Continuous enhancement. The host's physical quality will receive comprehensive and sustained improvement for 10 years. Future potential is immense. 2. Unique ninja technique inheritance. Accelerated version. Learn A-rank defensive ninjutsu needle earth tomb and its prerequisite foundational secret technique chaotic lion's mane. Technique complete cultivation methods and insights. No need to explore. Directly reach the mastery threshold. 3. Seal hand speed up plugin. Permanently enhance the host's hand nerve reaction speed and seal accuracy. 4. Mount Icewing White Tiger. Egg form the legendary Icewing White Tiger's egg. Hatching countdown. 52 hours. After hatching, it will be in juvenile form, loyalty binding, unlimited potential, no need for a summoning contract, and will accompany you forever. Chapter 2. A kiss seals the deal. Jiraiya gasped, instantly feeling a warm current surge from his heart, sweeping through his limbs. His bones seemed to emit a faint hum, and the lines of his muscles appeared to tighten subtly. At the same time, a flood of information rushed into his mind about how to precisely control each resilient hair strand, how to weave it into a defensive and offensive white-haired barrier, needle Kazashi, and a more fluid, quicker muscle memory for hand seals that he unconsciously moved his fingers, which danced like butterflies, incredibly agile. This feeling is amazing. When he saw the last item, Icewing White Tiger Egg, Jiraiya's eyes widened like copper bells. Mount? Icewing White Tiger? Can fly? Isn't my summoning beast a toad? Ding. Please note, host. The Mount Icewing White Tiger is a physical companion that does not conflict with the Mayaboka Mountain Summoning Beast contract system. Its advantages: no summoning time limit, permanent companionship, unwavering loyalty, excellent flying ability, and immense growth potential. The host can still contract with the Mayaboka Mountain Toads in the future. The system explained patiently. Wow, double the joy. Jiraiya almost laughed out loud as he envisioned himself riding the majestic, ice-wreathed flying tiger soaring through the skies, nearly drooling. He quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and composed himself. System, panel. He focused his thoughts. Host attribute panel. Name, Jiraiya. Age, for years. Strength rating, Reserve Genin, chakra level meets standard, but strength and ninjutsu mastery are lacking, bloodline limit. None chakra amount, 30 standard units, meets the basic line for ordinary Genin, chakra attributes, fire, earth, wind, water, yin, yang, incredible potential. Ninjutsu body, replacement technique, D rank, mastery, average, lion's main technique, / needle kazashi, not mastered, special, physique enhancement, ongoing, ice wing white tiger egg, hatching. Looking at this panel, he was pleased with his talent attributes, but being a reserve genin and having only the body replacement technique made him realize the long road ahead. At that moment, the crisp sound of the class bell rang, pulling him back to reality from his excited thoughts. The classroom door opened again, and Sarutobi Ueda walked out with a textbook in hand. Seeing Jiraiya leaning against the wall, his stern expression softened slightly. Jiraiya, go in. Remember, classroom order is important. Don't let it happen again next time. Yes. Teacher Ueda, I will definitely remember. Jiraiya quickly straightened up and respectfully bowed, his attitude unusually proper. Sarutobi Ueda looked at him in slight surprise, nodded, and turned to leave. Jiraiya took a deep breath and pushed the door open to enter the classroom. The noisy sounds rushed toward him. The just liberated ninja school students were like birds released from their cages, gathering in groups, excitedly chatting, exchanging snacks, or playfully mimicking ninja moves. Jiraiya ignored the curious or slightly mocking gazes and walked straight to his seat. His seat was by the window in the classroom, next to which sat his future legendary partners, Tsunade and Orochimaru. This was also the fixed iron triangle position for the three during their time at the ninja school. Hey Jiraiya! Tsunade propped her chin on her hands, her beautiful brown eyes glinting with mischief as she looked over. Were you invited out by Teacher Ueda to appreciate the scenery again? What was it this time? Shouting in class? Dreaming about a pretty little sister? Her clear voice carried a hint of teasing. Well, Jiraiya scratched his conspicuous white hair, a mix of helplessness and habitual smile on his face. Who knows, it's not the first time anyway. He pulled out a chair and sat down, feeling the vibrant energy within him surging more than ever, a preliminary effect of the physique enhancement. A cold, indifferent sound came from beside him. Orochimaru didn't even look up, his long, pale fingers leisurely putting books and scrolls into his bag. The golden snake pupils glanced at Jiraiya, and his thin lips slightly parted to spit out 3 precise words. Last place. These 3 words hit Jiraiya, or rather the original host, right on the mark. Conceited Orochimaru. You arrogant guy, do you want to fight? Huh. Jiraiya instantly exploded, spinning around and slamming his hands on Orochimaru's desk, leaning forward so that his flushed face nearly touched Orochimaru's exquisitely pale face. His hot breath blowing onto the other's face. Being first in the grade is impressive, huh? Always wearing that serious face, pretending to be deep. Orochimaru was startled by Jiraiya's sudden close-range attack, frowning as he instinctively leaned back, a flicker of displeasure and coldness passing through his golden pupils. Just as he was about to speak, "Shut up, you 2 idiots," accompanied by a crisp yet impatient scold. A seemingly small but powerful fist, carrying the sound of wind, accurately struck Jiraiya's back of the head with a thud. Whoa! The tremendous force made the unsuspecting Jiraiya stumble forward. The problem was his and Orochimaru's faces were already very close. The tragedy happened in an instant. Pop! A barely audible sound, but magnified infinitely in the ears of the two that time seemed to freeze. Jiraiya maintained his forward lunge, his lips firmly pressed against Orochimaru's slightly parted lips, both wide-eyed, their pupils reflecting each other's momentarily petrified expressions. The sensation was soft, carrying a faint chill from Orochimaru and a hint of sunshine from Jiraiya. But this was definitely not a pleasant contact. A second later, ugh! Jiraiya's face instantly turned from red to green, as if burned by hot iron. He sprang back, his stomach churning violently, a strong wave of nausea rushing to his throat. He covered his mouth, his features twisted together. Ugh! Orochimaru's reaction was even more intense. His eternally icy expression instantly drained of all color, followed by an extremely unhealthy shade of purple. He abruptly pushed Jiraiya away, hunched over the desk, his shoulders shaking violently, retching sounds escaping one after another, as if he were about to vomit out his insides. His golden pupils filled with unimaginable terror and extreme disgust. The usual calm and elegance vanished completely. Ugh. Cough cough. Idiot. Jiraiya. Orochimaru finally managed to catch his breath. Lifting his head, his gaze fierce enough to kill, his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth, trembling with anger. He stared daggers at Jiraiya. Jiraiya covered his mouth, also dry heaving, wanting to cry without tears. Ugh. I didn't want to either. So not at you. Chapter 3 Love and Hate. Jiraiya looked resentfully at the culprit. What the hell is this? The classic accidental kiss script between Prince Naruto and Princess Sasuke. How did it land on him and Orochimaru decades in advance? This first kiss experience, Tsunade was also stunned. Watching the two of them retching in pain and glaring at each other, her little face instantly replaced with shock and a hint of guilt. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Just then, the school bell rang like a life-saving horn, sounding again in urgency. Sarutobi Shuntai appeared at the classroom door on time, holding new textbooks. Orochimaru shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya, his icy gaze containing a silent threat of "you wait and see." He suppressed the urge to punch Jiraiya and quickly sat up straight, taking out his textbook and flipping it open, his movements even more meticulous than usual, though his pale knuckles trembled slightly from the effort. Jiraiya also took a deep breath, trying to calm the discomfort in his stomach and the anger in his heart. Sitting up properly and secretly vowing to pay attention in class this time to salvage some image. He absolutely couldn't be kicked out again. Sarutobi Shunai walked up to the podium and cleared his throat. Classmates, today we will continue to reinforce the techniques of the three body techniques. The transformation technique, the shadow clone technique, and the substitution technique. Although they are basic, they are very useful for us, especially for certain students. His sharp gaze subtly swept over Jiraiya's position. The three body techniques might be the only life-saving skills you can master right now. Everyone get energized. Jiraiya, my former self was indeed a true underachiever. I can barely manage the substitution technique, and the things I transform with the shadow clone technique are pitiful, while the transformation technique is hit or miss. He concentrated fully, trying to understand the key points of chakra flow and hand seals explained by the teacher. However, perhaps it was the influence of his former self, or perhaps he was still too emotionally affected, or maybe the teacher's rhythmic voice had a kind of hypnotic magic. As he listened, Jiraiya's eyelids grew heavier. The words before him and the teacher's figure began to blur and spin. He struggled to stay awake, but his head uncontrollably drooped, and finally, with a soft thud, his forehead rested on the open textbook, and he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, there seemed to be a majestic, giant white tiger with icy wings roaring at him. Orochimaru glanced at the softly snoring Jiraiya out of the corner of his eye. A hint of disdain and the familiar helplessness passing through his golden snake-like pupils, whispering in an almost inaudible voice, "Idiot underachiever." Standing on the podium, Sarutobi Shuntai, an experienced Chunin, naturally took all of this in. He shook his head, not calling out and scolding like usual. Jiraiya wasn't the only one sleeping. As long as the snoring wasn't too loud and didn't affect the lesson, he was happy to turn a blind eye. After all, letting these overly energetic kids sleep quietly was better than causing trouble in class. The sunset bathed the ninja school in a warm orange hue, and the school bell finally rang melodiously. Jiraiya, hey, wake up. School's out. Tsunade had already packed her exquisite little backpack adorned with the Senju clan emblem, and was pushing the soundly sleeping boy, whose mouth even had a hint of suspicious drool. Is it time to eat? Jiraiya groggily lifted his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes and looking around at the classmates who were packing their bags, finally realizing, oh, school's out. He hurriedly swept the scattered stationery and books on the desk chaotically into his somewhat worn backpack. Humph. A familiar cold snort came from beside him. Orochimaru had already packed up, the straps of his backpack neatly hanging on his shoulder, his movements clean and swift. He didn't even look at Jiraiya. Still speaking in his flat tone, "Idiot." Orochimaru, with a mix of morning grumpiness and the earlier kiss grudge, Jiraiya's voice instantly rose. "Are you itching for a fight?" He rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to pounce. But then he remembered Orochimaru's top-ranking strength and his own embarrassing reality of only being able to perform the substitution technique, causing his momentum to weaken a bit, and he could only grit his teeth and threaten, "You wait. One day, I'll make you know who the real boss is." Underachiever. Orochimaru's retort was still concise and precise, not very damaging, but highly insulting. He ignored Jiraiya and was the first to stand up and walk out of the classroom. Jiraiya angrily threw his backpack on, quickly chasing after him. Tsunade watched the two of them in their usual love-hate mode, shrugging helplessly, and followed out of the classroom. The three of them walked in silence to the school gate. At the entrance of the ninja school, the recently released students scattered like returning sparrows, chattering away. The Senju clan, where Tsunade's family resided, was located in the central area of the village. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Tsunade stopped, her face lifting into a bright smile as she waved her little hand vigorously at the two. "I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Orochimaru's tone remained flat, but he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Bye, Tsunade. See you tomorrow." Jiraiya grinned, showing his signature bright smile. Waving energetically at the back of the little princess of the Senju clan, his voice loud enough to seem like it could penetrate the entire block. Tsunade's small golden ponytail bounced in the sunset, not looking back, just casually waving her hand before quickly disappearing into the bustling crowd. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the little partner beside him, who had already turned away, leaving a cool silhouette. "Hey, arrogant Orochimaru, wait for me." Jiraiya laughed heartily, showing no displeasure at Orochimaru's coldness, but rather a familiar, vibrant sense of closeness. Orochimaru's pace didn't slow down at all. He simply let out a reluctant humph from his nostrils. Self-righteous idiot. The voice was like autumn wind blowing through dry leaves, carrying the usual aloofness. Jiraiya, completely unbothered, took 2 quick steps and easily caught up to Orochimaru's somewhat slender figure. He casually stretched out his arm, naturally resting it on Orochimaru's slightly thin shoulder. Trying to bring him a bit closer. "Why walk so fast? Let us walk together." Orochimaru's body instantly tensed up, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He abruptly halted, his delicate brows knitting into a small frown, a clear discomfort and rejection flashing across his pale face. "Let go," he coldly articulated, his voice carrying an icy edge. "I'm not used to it." Chapter 4, a special book. Haha, what is the big deal? Jiraiya's arm not only didn't loosen, but instead tightened a bit more, as if he hadn't sensed the resistance at all. "You'll get used to it. Isn't this how friends are?" His tone was light, carrying an undeniable intimacy. In this time of war that had not yet ceased, but was still warm and peaceful, Jiraiya felt an indescribable cherish in his heart. As an orphan, the noisy times at the ninja school and the moments spent with these two distinctly different yet fated companions were among the few fragments in his memory that shone with pure light. This bond might have begun with fate's arrangement, but he, Jiraiya, or rather, the current Shinzai, was willing to embrace and protect it with the greatest passion. Shinzai will not appear again. Orochimaru's brows remained tightly knit, but his originally stiff body relaxed slightly. He ultimately did not forcefully break free, but instead silently quickened his pace, as if wanting to rid himself of this irritating physical contact as soon as possible. Of course, this was limited to Jiraiya. If it were any other ignorant guy daring to overstep, he would make them deeply understand the gap brought about by being the top of the grade. On the way home, Jiraiya's mouth seemed to be wound up, endlessly chattering about trivial funny stories from school, occasionally mixed with his grand visions for the future, like inventing a ninjutsu that could automatically do homework or opening a popular shop. Orochimaru was like a moving iceberg, occasionally responding with a cold "oh," or simply indecisively ending the topic with boring or idiot. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two behind them, one bouncing and chattering incessantly, the other silent and steady in his steps. This strange combination formed a harmonious silhouette as they wound their way through the alleys of Konoha. Soon, they arrived at Orochimaru's home. A small but clean and tidy 2-story house appeared before them. At the door, a man dressed in a nin vest, with a gentle demeanor, was already waiting there. He was Orochimaru's father, Dong Sawang. "Father." Orochimaru stopped a few steps away from his father, nodded slightly, and his shoulders subtly relaxed, finally freeing himself from Jiraiya's constraints. Jiraiya immediately stood up straight, a sunny smile on his face, and politely bowed. "Uncle Dong Suang, hello?" Good. Dong Suang looked at the scene before him, his smile as radiant and warm as the evening glow. His son had a cold and aloof personality, with very few friends. To see him playing with a lively and cheerful child like Jiraiya was one of his greatest comforts as a father. "It's little Jiraiya. Everything is fine at school, right?" His gaze lingered on Jiraiya for a moment, his tone filled with sincere encouragement. "Little Jiraiya, come to play with Orochimaru more often in the future." "Absolutely," Jiraiya readily promised, nodding vigorously. "Then I'll head home now. Goodbye, Uncle. Orochimaru, see you tomorrow." He waved at the two and turned to run towards his home, his back filled with youthful energy. Watching Orochimaru follow his father through the door bathed in warm light, a trace of barely noticeable envy flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. That is home, a home where parents wait. Even if it was just a small house, it carried invaluable familial bonds. In contrast, his own home. More than 10 minutes later, Jiraiya stopped in front of a single-story house on the edge of the village. A small courtyard surrounded the house, with a somewhat dilapidated wall and overgrown weeds. This place, far from the bustling center of the village, appeared exceptionally quiet. Taking out his keys to unlock the door, Jiraiya habitually called out to the empty house, "I'm back." His voice echoed in the somewhat empty room, eventually dissipating. The simple living room came into view. The only furniture that could be called such was a shiny old sofa and a low coffee table. Aside from that, it was completely bare. Inside were 3 doors: the bedroom, the bathroom, and the kitchen. Jiraiya headed straight for the bedroom. Pushing the door open, a mixed smell of sweat and dust hit him. The sight before him made this slightly obsessive-compulsive traveler gasp in shock. Clothes were strewn across the floor as if they had been caught in a storm, some hanging on the back of a chair, others piled in a corner, and books were carelessly tossed aside. This was simply a disaster zone. Sighing helplessly, Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves and began to clean up. He roughly sorted the dirty clothes by color, neatly stacked the books on the table, and swept the floor clean. After more than 10 minutes of effort, the bedroom barely returned to a sense of order. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he opened the kitchen door. A stronger wave of stale oil, smoke, and dust rushed at his nose. The stove and kitchen utensils were covered in thick dust and grease, as if they hadn't been used in a long time. Holding on to the last bit of hope, he opened the fridge and, sure enough, it was empty, with only a few sad instant noodle boxes and a few bottles of milk huddled in the corner. This guy must have treated the kitchen as a decoration. Another heavy sigh escaped him. Jiraiya resigned himself to standing on a small stool and diving back into battle. This time, the battle was even more arduous. Greasy stove, yellowed cabinets, and dusty pots and pans. Half an hour later, as Jiraiya straightened up, supporting his sore back, he looked at the finally refreshed kitchen, and a sense of accomplishment welled up inside him. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Man is iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you'll feel anxious, Jiraiya muttered as he walked toward the bedroom. He opened the drawer of the desk, where a flashy book and a small stack of crumpled bills lay quietly. The title of the book made his eyelids twitch. Secrets That Must Not Be Told. Reading such a book at 4 years old, Jiraiya's mouth twitched as images of his original self peeking at the girl's bathhouse and writing about heaven of intimacy flashed through his mind. He flipped through a couple of pages. The content coarse and explicit, the writing terribly poor. What is this garbage? He grimaced just as he was about to toss the book into the trash can. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, write a book? That's right. Since I will be engaged in literary creation in the future, why can't I start early? I can copy. No, borrow from the classics of my past life. It will definitely sweep through the entire ninja world. Fame and fortune. Chapter 5. Hand seals. This idea ignited a fuse, making Jiraiya's eyes shine like searchlights. He seemed to see countless little coins waving at him. He suppressed his excitement, picked up the stack of money, and counted carefully over 300 Rio. This was all he had for the month. Fortunately, as a war orphan, he received a pension of 1,000 Rio each month before graduation, barely enough to live on. After putting away the bills, Jiraiya rushed out of the house and headed toward the relatively bustling commercial street of Konoha village. The sunset bathed the street in a golden hue, and the shops on both sides lit up with lights. The sounds of vendors calling out and haggling filled the air. The scent of fresh fruits and vegetables mingled with the aroma of grilled fish and the faint fishy smell from the meat stalls. Among the pedestrians, lower-ranked ninjas wearing forehead protectors, Ch Nin in light green vests, and J Nin in dark green vests were everywhere, forming a unique landscape. Jiraiya even caught sight of two Umbu members wearing animal masks darting across the rooftops like ghosts. He stopped and slipped into a stall that had a sign for affordable fruits and vegetables. The colorful vegetables exuded the smell of earth. "Boss, please." Jiraiya's voice was crisp as he carefully selected 3 plump red tomatoes, 6 fresh eggs, and a few handfuls of vibrant green leafy vegetables. The bald shopkeeper looked at the small boy buying vegetables alone and smiled kindly. "Little friend, you're quite capable. I'll give you all of these for 20 Rio." "Thank you, Uncle." Jiraiya politely paid and headed to the next stall where the scent of meat wafted. On the counter, fresh ribs were neatly arranged. "Uncle, how much for the ribs?" "Oh, little friend buying ribs? 11 Rio per pound. I'll give you a discount, 10 Rio." The generous butcher waved his hand. "Thank you, Uncle. Please cut me 3 pounds." Jiraiya quickly counted out 30 Rio and handed it over. The uncle swiftly chopped the ribs with clean, decisive movements and soon wrapped them in oil paper. Handing them over. "Here you go. Take care. Delicious. Come again next time." "I definitely will." Jiraiya smiled as he received the heavy package of ribs. Next, he dived into a grocery store, purposefully selecting a stack of decent-sized white paper, 2 smoothly writing pencils, a cartoon-patterned thermos to prepare for tomorrow's lunch, and some spices. At checkout, it came to 48 Rio. Finally, he picked up a small bag of 10 pounds of rice at the rice shop, spending 80 Rio. Looking at his thinning wallet, Jiraiya clicked his tongue in pain. The total spending for the shopping trip was 178 Rio. However, thinking about the delicious meals and his writing plans for the next few days, he felt the money was well spent. The rice would last for more than half a month, and the vegetables and meat would last for 2 or 3 days. Loaded with supplies, Jiraiya almost ran back to the small house, dropped off his things, and dove back into the freshly cleaned kitchen, still carrying the scent of soap powder. Standing on the small stool, a showdown with the ingredients was about to unfold. The stove fire happily licked the bottom of the pot, the oil sizzling as it heated up, and the ribs gradually took on an enticing caramel color under the influence of soy sauce and spices. The egg mixture poured into the hot oil expanded rapidly, colliding with the bright red tomatoes to create a rich aroma of sweet and sour. The vegetables maintained their jade-like color under the high heat of quick frying. Half an hour later, the battle in the kitchen came to an end. On the small coffee table in the living room, there were steaming, fragrant dishes, the richly flavored, tender and falling off the bone braised ribs, the golden and bright red tomato, scrambled eggs with a rich sauce, the vibrant green, crisp stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of plump rice emitting the fragrance of freshly cooked grains. This familiar home-cooked flavor instantly awakened Jiraiya's taste buds, making him drool uncontrollably. He unceremoniously filled himself a large bowl of rice and began to wolf it down. The culinary preferences in the Naruto world leaned towards barbecued, steamed, and sweet snacks, making such hearty home-cooked stir-fried dishes quite rare. As Jiraiya enjoyed the long-lost flavors, he happily contemplated, once he saved enough money, he would definitely open a stir-fry restaurant in Konoha. With this skill, he would surely surpass Ichiraka Ramen and become the new culinary landmark. After finishing 3 bowls of rice, he let out a satisfied burp. He carefully packed the extra food into a thermal lunchbox and placed it in the refrigerator for tomorrow's lunch. After washing the pots, bowls, and utensils and cleaning up the battlefield, Jiraiya rested for about 20 minutes, allowing his full stomach to ease. Pushing open the courtyard door, he stood in the cool night breeze and took a deep breath. He was acutely aware of his current shortcomings. Aside from a moderately skilled, life-saving substitution technique, he was essentially a blank slate in physical and ninja techniques. The urgent task was to build a solid foundation. Without flashy moves, only the most basic and clumsy repetitions. Jiraiya stood in the center of the courtyard, legs slightly apart, sinking his waist into a horse stance, throwing punches forward, followed by hooks and swings. After retracting his fists, he began practicing kicks, front kicks, and side kicks. Sweat quickly soaked through his thin clothing, and his muscles silently screamed in agony. He aimed for precision with every punch and kick, synchronizing each breath with the rhythm of his movements. He knew that every drop of sweat he shed now was an investment in his survival on future battlefields. After an hour of monotonous practice, Jiraiya felt as if he had just been pulled out of the water, completely drenched. He could no longer hold on and plopped down onto the cold, muddy ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, his limbs crying out in exhaustion. After resting for about 10 minutes, he managed to regain some strength and staggered back inside, grabbing a water cup and gulping it down in one go. After resting for another half an hour, once he had recovered most of his energy, Jiraiya prepared to practice hand seals. In his previous life, he had taken this seriously, as his mind was occupied with bathhouse fantasies and adult magazines. But now, he needed to pick it back up. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the cold floor of his humble living room, hands pressed together in front of his chest, fingertips touching, eyes closed in concentration. In his mind, the 12 mysterious seals that formed the foundation of ninja power in the Naruto world vividly appeared. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, boar. He silently contemplated the mysteries of these seals. Hand seals, in essence, are a precise and fixed combination of finger movements that guide the chakra flowing within the body, enabling the transformation and manipulation of different elemental energies. Like drawing complex energy circuits, each seal corresponds to a key node in the flow of chakra. This is not only the key to releasing jutsu, but also the intricate art of a ninja controlling power. Chapter 6. Food must not be wasted when proficiency reaches its peak, Jiraiya thought to himself. The cumbersome steps can be simplified. The same jutsu that requires 5 seals for others can be activated with just 2 for him. Moreover, some can even perform hand seals with 1 hand or even without seals. As for the Jiraiya from the original story, he could even use his feet to perform hand seals and release jutsu later on, which was true mastery. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anticipation and desire for challenges in the future. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and began to move his hands. His fingers danced as he started with the rat seal, changing successively, fingertips overlapping, separating, intertwining, pressing down. Although the movements were not as fast as lightning, they were exceptionally smooth and stable. Completing a full set of 12 seals took about 10 seconds. For a 4-year-old child practicing without any system guidance, this level of fluidity was quite an achievement, though there was certainly some benefit from the system. He exhaled a breath of stale air and stopped practicing. Sweat had slightly dampened his forehead. Half an hour of focused practice was enough. He knew his body was still developing, and the principle of moderation applied here. A solid foundation is important, but forcing growth would only lead to adverse effects. Without a master to guide him, he could only rely on his knowledge from his previous life and his perception of his body, carefully exploring his limits. After finishing his hand seal practice, Jiraiya walked over to the desk in his bedroom. Under the dim yellow light, he opened a sheet of white paper and picked up a pen. What to write? A thought flashed through his mind. Young Dong Dong, the classic plots from his past life, processed with his own local flavor, would definitely create a stir in this entertainment-deprived ninja world. The pen glided across the paper, making a rustling sound. He immersed himself in the excitement of creation, bringing the characters to life with vivid descriptions and intricate plots that were deeply engaging. As he reached an exciting part, he unconsciously grinned and let out a few low chuckles that were a bit lewd yet triumphant. More than an hour passed unknowingly, and 7 or 8 pages of dense writing had filled the paper. It was already 10:40 at night. Catching sight of the old alarm clock on the table, Jiraiya was startled. In a ninja world, where early to bed and early to rise was the norm, this definitely counted as staying up late. He quickly dropped the pen, dashed to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth, and then collapsed onto his freshly made bed. Refining chakra? Not needed. After the first successful refinement upon enrollment, The amount of chakra would naturally increase with the growth of his body and spirit. As for cases like Might Guy and Lee, it wasn't that they lacked chakra. Their extraordinary talents were simply focused entirely on physical techniques. Chakra is, after all, the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. Perhaps it was the soul overlay from his crossing that caused his spiritual power to surge. Jiraiya closed his eyes, feeling the power flowing within him. Coupled with the system's continuous physical enhancement over the past 10 years, the effect was immediate. When he first crossed over, his chakra amount had suddenly doubled, directly reaching the level of a genin. In the future, he would definitely have much more chakra than his original self. With a sense of satisfaction, he fell into a deep sleep. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp, piercing sound of the alarm clock shattered the morning tranquility like a dagger. Jiraiya jolted up from bed as if electrocuted, groggily fumbling to turn off the noisy metal contraption. It was only 6:30, and he groaned in pain, rubbing his messy white hair. Although he cherished his time at school, this damn early rising was torture. He dragged his heavy feet, stumbling like a sleepwalker into the bathroom. After more than 20 minutes, Jiraiya, barely finished with his morning routine, grabbed the cartoon thermal lunchbox containing his warm lunch and rushed out the door like a gust of wind. Oh no, he was going to be late. He sprinted down the slightly quiet streets of the morning. His destination was not the school, but Orochimaru's house. The two had agreed to meet every morning at 7 in front of Orochimaru's home. When he finally arrived, panting and sweating, the clock had already quietly passed 7:03. Orochimaru was already waiting there, holding that iconic purple lunchbox bag. In the morning light, his slender figure appeared somewhat frail, his pale face expressionless, and his golden snake-like eyes scanned the disheveled Jiraiya. A calm, unruffled voice broke the silence. "You're late." Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, trying to cover it with a hearty laugh. "I was just a bit late. Last night, I got too into brainstorming new jutsu." His gaze fell on the lunchbox in Orochimaru's hand, and he immediately raised his own thermos like a treasure. "Look, I made this myself. I practiced for a long time. You must try it at lunch. I guarantee it's delicious." As he spoke, he habitually extended his arm, wanting to drape it over Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru's body tensed up instantly, his brows slightly furrowing, his voice carrying an icy edge. "No need. I brought my own lunch. And your hand." Okay, I got it," Jiraiya replied, but his arms stubbornly remained draped over Orochimaru's shoulder, acting as if they were the best of friends. Orochimaru silently glanced at the annoying hand, but ultimately didn't force it away, just took a step forward. The sunlight stretched the two figures shoulder to shoulder long. When they entered the classroom, Tsunade was already seated, flipping through a notebook. Upon seeing them, she looked up, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, her smile bright like the rising sun outside. "Good morning, Jiraiya." "Good morning, Orochimaru." "Good morning, Tsunade." Orochimaru replied flatly, walking to his seat to put down his backpack and lunchbox. "Good morning, Tsunade." Jiraiya immediately released Orochimaru, exaggeratedly greeting her with a goofy smile. "It feels like you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you." "Huh." Tsunade clearly didn't expect Jiraiya to suddenly say that, her small face instantly flushing with 2 spots of red, looking a bit flustered. She quickly changed the subject, her gaze falling on Jiraiya's thermos with curiosity. "Huh? Jiraiya, you brought a bento today? I've never seen you bring one before." She remembered that this guy usually just munched on bread or casually grabbed something outside. That's right." Jiraiya proudly patted his lunchbox. "This chef has been working hard for days and finally achieved greatness. At lunch, I'll let you and Orochimaru taste my skills. I guarantee you'll be amazed. One bite, and you won't forget it." He looked smug, as if he could already see the two of them being conquered by his culinary skills. "Really? Is it that good?" Tsunade's attention was indeed drawn to the food, her eyes sparkling. Then it settled. "I want to try it at lunch." "No problem. Leave it to me." Jiraiya patted his chest in assurance. Chapter 7. Long-term meal ticket. While they chatted, Sarutobi Asuma walked into the classroom. The class began, still filled with dull theories and basic exercises. Jiraiya quietly glanced at the hatching progress bar of the silver-white tiger egg in his consciousness space. It It was steadily moving, still needing more than a day. Thinking of the majestic scene of riding the ice-wing white tiger soaring through the sky in the future, he couldn't help but feel excited. His thoughts drifted, combined with the fatigue from staying up late writing last night. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, under the teacher's steady narration, his head nodded, and then, with a thud, he knocked on the desk, sweetly falling asleep. A suspicious glimmer forming at the corner of his mouth, releasing little bubbles with his breath. Jiraiya, Jiraiya. A voice filled with anger exploded like thunder in his ears. Jiraiya jolted awake, almost jumping out of his seat, dazed as he wiped his mouth. Huh? What's wrong? Is it time to eat? Enemy attack. What greeted his eyes was Tsunade, hands on her hips, her hair standing on end in anger. Her beautiful brows were furrowed, and a visible big cross was pulsating on her forehead. Idiot! Jiraiya, mealtime is here. You promised to let me try your bento? She yelled angrily. Clearly her patience for the anticipated food had long run out. Beside her, Orochimaru had already opened his own lunchbox, leisurely eating, and without looking up, he added dryly, hopeless. His tone was as flat as stating a fact. Oh, right, lunch. Jiraiya finally fully woke up, hurriedly opening his thermos lid. Just as the lid was lifted, a rich and indescribable aroma of meat, combined with the richness of soy sauce, the sweetness of sugar, and the complex fragrance of spices released from cooking, suddenly swept through the entire back of the classroom like a tangible wave. The scent was overpowering and enticing, completely different from the monotonous flavors of rice balls, grilled fish, and miso soup commonly found in ninja schools, filled with warmth and a hint of aggression. Wow, it smells amazing. Tsunade instantly forgot her anger, her small nose sniffing vigorously, her gaze completely captivated by the glistening, juicy brown pieces of meat in the lunchbox. What is this? Ribs? She had never seen such color and form of rib dishes, filled with curiosity and anticipation. She cautiously picked up a piece and tentatively took a small bite. In an instant, the rich soy flavor, soft and tender texture, and perfectly balanced sweet and salty taste burst on her tongue. Tsunade's eyes widened as if stars were sparkling inside them. Wow, this is so delicious. She could no longer hold back her restraint, taking a big bite, her cheeks puffed out, chewing happily and letting out satisfied hums. Orochimaru, who seemed focused on eating, had actually kept an eye on Tsunade's reaction from the corner of his eye. Seeing her exaggerated expression of being conquered by the food, he understood. He calmly reached for his chopsticks, also picking up a piece of braised ribs, elegantly bringing it to his mouth. The next moment, the usual icy expression on his face suddenly shifted, his golden pupils contracting slightly, a hint of undeniable surprise crossing his features. His chewing speed noticeably quickened, his gaze fixated on the braised ribs in the lunchbox, as if engaged in a subtle exploration of flavors. The carefully maintained elegance in his eating rhythm was quietly disrupted by this unexpected deliciousness. Tsunade finally swallowed the delicious food reluctantly, even forgetting to wipe away the bit of sauce at the corner of her mouth, eagerly asking, Jiraiya, this rib is so good. What is it called? How do you make it? I've never had ribs like this. It's indeed very delicious. Orochimaru, after swallowing the food in his mouth, rarely took the initiative to comment. His voice still flat, but the acknowledgement was undeniable. His gaze fell on Jiraiya's lunchbox, carrying a hint of subtle inquiry. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya laughed proudly, puffing out his chest. This is braised ribs. My genius secret recipe. How about it? I didn't lie to you, right? ISNT, it's so good you want to swallow your tongue? He shamelessly attributed it to his own talent. Tsunade nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, her eyes sparkling. Delicious. Super delicious. I want another piece. Before she finished speaking, her chopsticks had already darted out like lightning, accurately targeting the remaining ribs in the lunchbox. Orochimaru's movements were surprisingly not slow either, almost simultaneously reaching for his chopsticks, also aiming for the few remaining ribs in the lunchbox. Wait, leave me some. Jiraiya panicked at the sight, forgetting his earlier pride, and quickly joined the food battle. In an instant, 3 pairs of chopsticks were darting above the small lunchbox. The previously harmonious lunch sharing instantly transforming into an intense competition for the braised ribs. Half an hour later, the three sat side by side at the edge of the teaching building's rooftop, leaning against the warm wall. The afternoon sun was just right, lazily spilling over them. The sky was clear, and the clouds floated leisurely. Tsunade rubbed her slightly bulging little belly with satisfaction, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, Jiraiya, that braised rib you made was amazing. Tomorrow, can you make that again tomorrow? She turned her head, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Jiraiya. Beside her, Orochimaru slightly turned his head as well, his golden pupils quietly gazing at Jiraiya. That silent inquiry was more powerful than any words. Jiraiya's proud expression froze for a moment. Then a hint of embarrassment appeared. Well, Tsunade, Orochimaru, you both know my situation, my living expenses this month. He nervously rubbed his fingers together, his cheeks slightly reddening. As a war orphan, he had to budget his meager allowance carefully to get by. And supporting such gourmet meals for a long time was indeed a bit of a stretch. Tsunade was taken aback. Being a princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had been well-fed since childhood and had never truly worried about money. She suddenly realized, and with a burst of enthusiasm, her small hand reached into her pocket, pulling out a thick stack of cash without even looking, shoving it into Jiraiya's hand. Here, this is my meal money. If it's not enough, just tell me. The thickness was at least 4,000 to 5,000 ryo, enough for an ordinary ninja family to live for several months. Orochimaru said nothing, but silently pulled out a few bills from his neat wallet, probably around 500 or 600 ryo, which was likely all or most of his pocket money, and handed it over simply. Mine. Chapter 8. Shopping. Jiraiya looked at the two heavy stacks of trust in his palm, and a warm current surged in his heart. He scratched his head and broke into a big, genuine smile. Don't worry. I've got this. Starting tomorrow, I'll make sure you eat delicious food every day, with something different at every meal. With this angel investment, he could finally unleash his creativity. Happy times always pass quickly. The school bell rang, and the sunset once again gilded Konoha with a golden edge. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Jiraiya strode confidently towards the bustling commercial district. Shopping. A major shopping spree was a must. He wanted to give those two picky stomachs a real treat. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Jiraiya's small courtyard. Hey, little Jiraiya, this is the right place, right? Two sturdy middle-aged uncles, each carrying a bulging sack, asked breathlessly. Jiraiya, with both hands full of large and small bags, was almost overwhelmed by various ingredients. Yes, this is the place. Thank you, uncles. Just put in the yard. Jiraiya quickly directed them. All right, little Jiraiya. We'll be off then. You're welcome to visit us again. The two uncles dropped the sacks, wiped their sweat, and left with smiles. Jiraiya struggled to move the things in his hands into the house, and it took him a great effort to drag the two large sacks from the yard inside. This time he really splurged. Chicken wings, chicken legs, ribs, pork legs, pork tenderloin, and various meats filled the sacks. Also flour, noodles, and other staple foods. The bags he was carrying contained fresh vegetables, tender tofu, and various seasonings. The entire refrigerator was stuffed to the brim, leaving no gaps. After spending more than half an hour categorizing and organizing the ingredients, Jiraiya collapsed on the sofa, panting. After resting for more than 20 minutes, he struggled to get up and prepare dinner. Still braised ribs, this time in ample quantity, plus a new dish of braised chicken wings and spicy tofu. He intentionally made a bit extra, reserving portions for Tsunade and Orochimaru for tomorrow, before finally enjoying his own dinner. After a moment of digestion post-meal, Jiraiya stepped back into the small courtyard. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the focused figure of the young boy. Practicing martial arts, horse stance punches, bow stance hooks, kicking and stepping. Every movement was executed to perfection, and soon his clothes were soaked with sweat. Next was the hand seal practice, his fingers flying and changing in the moonlight. His focused expression a stark contrast to the daytime. This was the unyielding training regimen he had set for himself. Only by building a strong foundation could he hope to achieve great things in the future. After finishing his training, although his body was exhausted, his spirit was exceptionally high. Back in his room, he spread out the draft paper and dipped his pen in ink. Under the dim light, the pen tip danced across the pristine paper, continuing to write that thrilling story, Young Dong Dong. The plot deepened, and the descriptions became bolder and more delicate. An ear-piercing yawn broke the morning's tranquility. Jiraiya, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, stumbled into the bathroom. The boy in the mirror looked haggard, with deep-eye bags, as if all his vitality had been drained. Last night, inspiration struck, and he wrote until 2 in the morning. The first volume of Young Dong Dong. A full 50 pages of a pocket-sized treasure, just the right size to fit into a ninja tool pouch, was freshly out. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, grinned, and a sly glimmer sparkled in his eyes. When I have time, I'll take it to the bookstore to test the waters. If the response is good, wealth and prosperity will be right in front of me. He rinsed his mouth, splashed cold water on his face, trying to wake himself up. A new day, filled with culinary temptations and possible drowsiness, was beginning. Konoha Ninja School. The morning air was slightly cool with dew. Jiraiya, with a stuffed backpack, tightly clutched a cartoon-patterned thermos as he breezed down the quiet street in front of Orochimaru's house. Whoosh! Setchoklocky Sharpie. He came to a sudden stop at the door, panting slightly, and looked with a hint of pride at the familiar figure at the door. Orochimaru was already standing there, holding his meticulously prepared purple lunch bag. Seeing Jiraiya, who was out of breath yet punctual, a rare, almost invisible curve appeared at the corners of his eternally icy face, and a flicker of satisfaction passed through his golden pupils. Still the same in different tone, let's go. The two walked side by side to school. Jiraiya noticed Orochimaru's gaze subtly sweeping over the thermos in his hand, and he immediately grinned, revealing his small white teeth. Today is the main event. Nun. Classroom. Sunshine, just right as soon as they stepped into the classroom, a blazing gaze immediately fixed on the thermos in Jiraiya's hand. Tsunade looked like a little deer waiting to be fed, her beautiful brown eyes sparkling with unabashed anticipation. Jiraiya, she whispered excitedly, but still bursting with eagerness. What delicious food did you bring today? Is it that red, soft, and sticky braised ribs from yesterday? Although Tsunade lowered her voice, her urgency and desire were crystal clear. Beside her, Orochimaru seemed to be organizing his books, but his ears twitched slightly, clearly also holding his breath, waiting for the answer. Jiraiya slammed the thermos down on the table, hands on his hips, pride overflowing. What a question. Of course there's more. And not just that. Today, there are new surprises guaranteed to make you want to swallow your tongues. He deliberately teased, laughing heartily at Tsunade's almost ready-to-pounce cute demeanor. Really? That's amazing. Tsunade's cheer seemed ready to burst from her throat. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang just in time, and Sarutobi Asuma walked in with textbooks in hand. Tsunade and Orochimaru had to temporarily suppress their cravings for delicious food and return to their seats. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, under the teacher's rhythmic lecturing, tilted his head familiarly and quickly fell into a sweet dream, a satisfied smile on his lips, perhaps dreaming of money, or maybe of delicious food. Time quickly passed to noon. The rooftop during lunch break was still warm. A pile of braised ribs, enticingly colored braised chicken wings, and spicy tofu lay in Jiraiya's thermos, exuding a soul-stirring aroma. Tsunade and Orochimaru could no longer hold back. The moment the food entered their mouths, happiness and satisfaction once again overwhelmed them. Chapter 9, War O. This is the taste. Delicious. Tsunade squinted her eyes in satisfaction. This chicken wing, crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. Really good, Orochimaru savored it carefully, giving a rare specific evaluation. The three leaned against the wall at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the gigantic statue of the first Hokage in the distance, enjoying a moment of brief tranquility. I wish it could always be like this, carefree, Jiraiya said, resting his hands behind his head, looking at the blue sky and white clouds. Who wouldn't want that? Tsunade pouted, her smile fading a bit. I heard from my great-granduncle and grandmother that it seems like a war is coming. Her voice lowered. Jiraiya's heart suddenly sank. That's right, the First Shinobi World War. It was incredibly brutal in the original work, with the leaders of various ninja villages almost changing places and countless powerful figures falling. More critically, if you remember correctly. Orochimaru's parents, the East and West Maru couple, perished in this war. That tragedy was one of the key turning points that led to Orochimaru's change in character and his descent into darkness. But what power does the current me, a 4-year-old student at the Ninja Academy, have to stop the fate of my 2ch parents who are about to go to the battlefield? Is war coming? Orochimaru's voice trembled slightly, and his usually calm golden snake eyes were now filled with confusion and deep concern for the future. Will my parents go to the battlefield? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Orochimaru. Jiraiya suddenly snapped back to reality, forcefully hugging Orochimaru's shoulders, trying to dispel the gloom with his loudest voice. Uncle Tsunade will definitely come back safely. He's still waiting to see you become a powerful ninja, right? He laughed especially loudly and exaggeratedly. Idiot! Orochimaru glared at him disdainfully, trying to break free from that overly enthusiastic embrace, but his tightly furrowed brows seemed to relax just a bit. Afternoon, playground, shuriken throwing test. The sun scorched the dust-filled playground. The first-grade class students lined up, the atmosphere tense yet expectant. Sarutobi Yutaka stood next to the throwing area, holding a record book with a serious expression. Uchiha Squid, a boy dressed in clothes embroidered with the Fan Clan emblem, walked over to the throwing area with an indifferent stride, hands in his pockets. He glanced at the target not far away and let out a light snort. Piece of cake. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed 6 shurikens from the table, barely bothering to aim, casually flicking his wrist. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 cold lights sliced through the air, perfectly hitting the bullseye. The movement was smooth and fluid. He didn't even look at the result, putting his hands back in his pockets and coolly turning to walk back to the line. Wow, a perfect score. No wonder he's from the Uchiha clan. Squid-kun is so cool. Whispers of amazement and admiration spread instantly through the line. A hint of approval flashed in Sarutobi Yutaka's eyes as he wrote heavily in the record book. Uchiha Squid, perfect score. Next, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, go for it. Jiraiya rubbed his sleepy eyes and immediately clenched his fists to cheer for Orochimaru. Hee. Orochimaru, show them what you're capable of. Tsunade also waved her little fist. Orochimaru nodded slightly at them, his face showing a hint of confident calm. He walked to the table, not choosing the flashy technique of the Uchiha. He steadily picked up 3 shurikens at once, flicking his wrist lightly, and 3 dark projectiles shot out. Then, he turned sideways, his arm whipping like a whip, and 3 more shurikens followed closely behind. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 sharp sounds of impact almost connected in a line. The 6 shurikens also embedded perfectly into the red circle of the bullseye. Beautiful. I knew you could do it. Orochimaru. Jiraiya was so excited he jumped up and down, more thrilled than if he had gotten a perfect score himself. Tsunade also showed a radiant smile, giving Orochimaru a thumbs up. Sarutobi Yutaka nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru, perfect score. Next, Tsunade. Watch me. Tsunade confidently ran forward. Her movements were standard and smooth, throwing 1 shuriken after another. Although her speed was not as fast as the previous 2, each one hit the bullseye steadily, also earning a perfect score. The test continued, with Yamanaka Tenma and Hyuga Aoun scores varying, but no one else achieved a perfect score. The atmosphere gradually became a bit subdued. Kobayashi Ki, 9 points. Next, Sarutobi Yutaka's gaze fell on a familiar name at the end of the list, his mouth twitching slightly. Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Go for it. Steady. Tsunade immediately clenched her fists, cheering for him. Don't embarrass yourself again. Orochimaru's voice remained flat, but his slightly squinted golden snake eyes seemed to hide a barely perceptible reminder. Well, don't worry. Watch this. Jiraiya confidently tossed his signature white hair and strode toward the throwing area. He had observed for a while. The target was only about 10 meters away, and with his current, self-proclaimed physical strength and hand-eye coordination, passing was definitely not a problem. He took a deep breath, trying to look cool, and grabbed 2 shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh. With a stylish flick of his right hand, the 2 shurikens arced through the air. He didn't even look at the result, grabbing 2 more and flicking them again. The last 2 also flew out. The whole process was seamless, showcasing a bit of a master-esque demeanor. However, the entire playground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the front of the throwing area. Jiraiya looked proudly toward the target, but his smile froze instantly as he nearly popped his eyes out. What the hell? What is going on? Sarutobi Utaka was currently standing not far away from the throwing area in a safe position. However, his originally serious face had turned a deep shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burned with fury. Between his legs on the ground to the left and right were 3 shurikens each, forming an extremely precise and dangerous triangle, deeply embedded in the dirt. The landing points of the 6 shurikens perfectly avoided all the targets, yet aimed precisely at another target. If those 6 shurikens had landed even a fraction closer, or if he hadn't subconsciously stepped back those few steps, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiraiya. Sarutobi Utaka's roar was like thunder, echoing across the playground and startling the birds from the treetops. He pointed at the empty space in the middle of the playground, his finger trembling with anger. 0 points. 0 points. Go stand in the middle of the playground. Don't move without my command. Chapter 10. Little white Jiraiya felt like a wilted eggplant, drooping his head as he walked toward the center of the playground to stand in punishment. Under the watchful eyes of classmates who were stifling laughs, feeling sympathy, or relishing in schadenfreude. He couldn't understand. It couldn't be. Was my parabolic calculation wrong? Did the laws of physics fail in the ninja world? After the shuriken test mishap, Jiraiya stood like a scarecrow in the center of the playground. The afternoon sun made him drowsy, and coupled with the dark circles from staying up late writing last night, he felt he could fall asleep while standing. Hey, idiot Jiraiya. Tsunade's crisp voice carried concern. What did you do last night? Those dark circles are so heavy. Did you stay up late to cook for us? You don't have to make so many dishes next time. She and Orochimaru had somehow slipped over, standing beside him to serve their punishment, one on each side. Orochimaru, while flipping through a book, said without looking up, "You can control the trajectory of 1 shuriken, but the weight distribution and flight trajectory of 2 shurikens affect each other. The force application and angle need to be adjusted. Do you think you're throwing stones, idiot?" His calm tone carried a hint of disappointment. Jiraiya's eyelids drooped, mumbling vaguely. I know, I'll practice." Before he could finish, his head uncontrollably leaned to the side, resting heavily on Orochimaru's slightly thin yet surprisingly sturdy shoulder. Instantly falling into a deep sleep, Orochimaru's body stiffened slightly first, glancing at the fluffy white head on his shoulder, his brows furrowing, then relaxing. Ultimately, just letting out a helpless sigh and continuing to immerse himself in his books. Tsunade worked hard on her hand seals beside them, occasionally glancing at the peacefully sleeping Jiraiya, a warm yet resigned smile curving her lips. The two silently acted as human shields, blocking Jiraiya from the teacher's line of sight. The afterglow of the setting sun completely vanished below the horizon. Jiraiya rushed toward his little house on the edge of the village, as if flying. Bang! The door was slammed shut violently. He didn't even have time to set down his backpack before rushing into the bedroom, eagerly calling in his heart. System, Ice-Wing White Tiger Egg. Time's up. Hurry and tell me how to get it out. Beep. Please concentrate your thoughts. Take out the Ice-Wing White Tiger Egg from your consciousness space, and then drop a drop of blood on the eggshell to complete the blood contract ceremony. The system's cold prompt sounded just in time. Concentrate and take out the Ice-Wing White Tiger Egg. Jiraiya took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused entirely. With a soft, muffled sound, accompanied by the sensation of the bed sinking, Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes. On his modest single bed, there lay an enormous egg. The eggshell was as white as jade, about the size of a basin, covered in intricate and mysterious silver frost patterns. The chilly aura wafting from it seemed to lower the temperature of the bedroom. Jiraiya's heart raced as he dashed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and carefully made a small cut on his finger. A drop of bright red blood immediately oozed out. He hurried back to the bedroom, held his breath, and gently let the blood drop onto the frosty eggshell. The moment the blood touched the eggshell, it seemed to come alive, emitting a faint hissing sound, and was quickly absorbed, leaving only a fleeting pink mark. Just as Jiraiya began to doubt if he had dripped enough blood, a crackling sound suddenly pierced the silence. A fine crack appeared on the smooth surface of the eggshell. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound grew denser and more urgent. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread, instantly covering the entire eggshell. With a crisp explosion, the top of the eggshell was broken open by a force from within. A fuzzy, wet little head suddenly poked out. It was a small beast the size of a kitten, with soft, fluffy, pure white short fur, now slightly damp against its body. The most striking feature was its eyes, which resembled the purest sapphires, sparkling and full of newborn innocence and curiosity about the world. The little creature shook its head, water droplets splashing, and then turned its big blue eyes to look around instinctively. When its pure blue gaze met Jiraiya's astonished eyes, its expression changed instantly. It seemed to have found the warmest harbor. Its eyes were filled with pure, unreserved dependence and closeness. Meow, meow, meow. It let out a soft, delicate cry like a kitten asking for affection, a bit milky, as if calling out. Then, the little one seemed to remember something, bowed its head, and began to nibble on the eggshell that had wrapped around it. Crunch, crunch. It ate eagerly, moving swiftly and focused. The basin-sized eggshell was disappearing at a visibly fast rate under its incessantly opening and closing mouth. Jiraiya watched in astonishment, his brain momentarily malfunctioning. This little creature has quite an appetite, right? And aside from the three faint, crown-like black golden vertical stripes on its forehead and its slightly deeper and more powerful meow than an ordinary kitten, it looked just like a beautiful, adorable white kitten. While Jiraiya was lost in thought, the little one had already swallowed the last piece of the eggshell. It contentedly licked its pink little nose, slightly exerted its limbs, and lightly jumped into Jiraiya's arms. Jiraiya instinctively opened his arms to catch it. As soon as the little one landed in his embrace, it immediately found the most comfortable spot on his chest, affectionately nudging its little head against him, producing a satisfied purring sound, then curled up into a warm white fur ball, as if it had found its eternal home. Feeling the warm, soft little life in his arms, emanating the breath of new life, and looking at the unique black golden vertical stripe on its forehead, Jiraiya was filled with an indescribable sense of emotion and responsibility. He carefully used his fingers to comb through the little one's soft fur, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Welcome to this world, little one. From now on, we will be the closest partners. Looking at your snow-white fur, he tilted his head, and a simple yet slightly mischievous name slipped from his lips. From now on, you shall be called Little White. Chapter 11. The Birth of the Feeding Hand. Meow. A tender call filled with endless dependence came from his arms, as Little White's sapphire-like blue eyes gazed up at Jiraiya. Haha, Little White, it seems you really like this name. Jiraiya laughed proudly, gently scratching the little one's soft chin. Little White immediately squinted its eyes in comfort, producing a delighted purring sound. As he laughed, Jiraiya suddenly hit a snag. He looked down at this fluffy little life in his arms, and a practical question hit him. He had never raised a pet before. In his past life, he had only fed the stray cats downstairs. System, how do I take care of this little white tiger? Milk? Meat? It can't eat like me, right? He quickly sought help in his mind. Ding. The host need not worry. Initial feeding plan. For the first month, only milk or meat soup is required. After 1 month, apart from soldier food pills, the host's daily diet can be shared directly with it. The system's cold reply carried a hint of helplessness. Wow, what a good deal. It even comes with a training manual, and it's energy-saving and environmentally friendly. Jiraiya felt relieved and then noticed a new flashing branch icon on the system panel. He focused his mind and clicked it open. Name, Little White. Age, Young. Strength, Lower Ninja Bloodline Limit. Ice Release Awakening, Chakra, 40, Lower Ninja Level, Chakra Attributes, Earth Wind, Water, Master Ninjutsu, Water Wave Bullet, Earth Spirit Shield, Hurricane Gasp. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his eyes wide open, looking at the soft, harmless little one rolling around and being affectionate in his palm. It was stronger than him. He looked down at Little White, who was happily rolling in his hand. Feeling his worldview was shaken. Wait a minute, system. Didn't you say it was called the Ice Wing White Tiger Egg? Where are the wings? Where are the flying wings? He squeezed Little White's soft back, feeling nothing but fur. Ding! The wings of the ice-wing white tiger are energy condensates and will only awaken and manifest once it becomes stronger. The system explained concisely. Energy condensate? Jiraiya pondered. Which means the wings don't grow on its body but can be summoned like chakra, and can also be retracted. They can change size too? Ding! Correct. Shape-shifting is an inherent talent of the Ice-Wing White Tiger clan. The system confirmed Jiraiya's speculation. Got it. All right. Jiraiya instantly felt invigorated and carried Little White out of the bedroom. He opened the fridge, where a large bottle of milk lay lonely. Thankfully, there was still stock. He took out a clean bowl and carefully poured in more than half a bowl of fresh milk. Upon smelling the rich scent of milk, Little White immediately stirred in Jiraiya's arms, eagerly pawing at his clothes, thrusting its little head out, making meow meow sounds asking for food. Its sapphire-like eyes fixed on the milk bowl. Ha, little greedy cat, what's the rush? Take your time drinking. Jiraiya laughed as he gently placed it by the bowl. Little White immediately lowered its head, elegantly curling its pink tongue around the milk, sipping it in small mouthfuls, creating soft and satisfied slurping sounds. The bowl of milk soon reached the bottom. The little creature, still wanting more, licked the edge of the bowl and then pawed at Jiraiya's pant leg, looking up with its little head, sending out a wet-eyed plea for a cuddle. Meow meow. Ha, what a little clingy one. Jiraiya's heart melted, and he bent down to scoop it back into his arms, playfully teasing its pink little pads with his fingers. Little White extended its soft, prickly little tongue, curiously licking his fingertips. After playing for a while, Jiraiya placed Little White on the sofa, gently poking its little nose. Little White, I'm going to cook now. You stay here and don't run around causing trouble, okay? Meow. Little White sat upright, as if understanding the command, responding with a sound, but its big, lively eyes kept following Jiraiya's figure. In the kitchen, the symphony of pots and pans quickly began. Today was a rare weekend off, and Jiraiya prepared a simple stir-fried meat and vegetable for himself, along with a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles. He returned to the living room holding a bowl, and just as he took a bite, he noticed that Little Bai had somehow climbed to the edge of the coffee table, staring eagerly at the piece of meat on his chopsticks, his little nose twitching, nearly drooling. Ah, Little Bai, Jiraiya said with a mix of helplessness and amusement. You can't eat this yet. Just hang in there. In a month, there will be plenty of delicious food. He rubbed Little Bai's fluffy head, earning a pitiful meow from the little guy. After filling his stomach and tidying up the dishes, Jiraiya played with the energetic little creature in the narrow living room, chasing after a ball of cloth, a simple toy made from old clothes, for a while. 20 minutes later, looking at Little Bai, who was panting but still excited, Jiraiya clapped his hands. Little Bai, I'm going to train now. You can play by yourself or take a rest. He carried Little Bai to the small yard bathed in the evening sun. Jiraiya took his stance and began the tedious but extremely important basic physical training. Punches, side kicks, uppercuts, and front kicks, with sweat quickly soaking his clothes. Meanwhile, Little Bai seemed to have discovered a new world, curiously darting around the small yard, pouncing at invisible flying insects, chasing his own shadow, and having a great time. After finishing a set of exercises, Jiraiya was panting and felt his whole body was sore. At that moment, a small white figure dashed to his feet like lightning, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg and meowing with its little face upturned. What a clingy little thing. Jiraiya laughed and bent down to scoop him up. Perhaps playing had exhausted too much energy. Little Bai curled up in his warm arms and soon fell into a deep sleep, emitting a soft and even purring sound. Jiraiya carefully placed the sleeping Little Bai on the bed, then sat cross-legged on the floor, starting his daily hand seal practice. His fingers flew, striving for precision and fluidity with each change. It was only when night fell that he dragged his tired body to wash up and gently lay down beside Little Bai. The sleeping little guy seemed to sense the warmth and instinctively shifted his body, finally sprawling out on Jiraiya's chest, his fluffy little belly rising and falling with each breath. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Jiraiya yawned as he crawled out of bed. Little Bai was already awake, pawing at his hair. After a simple wash-up, he had some bread for breakfast. Watching Little Bai drink a bowl of milk again, Jiraiya checked the milk inventory in the fridge and realized it was running low. It seemed he needed to do a big shopping spree. With this little guy around, expenses had skyrocketed, and he had to work harder to earn money. He felt the sweet burden. Chapter 12. The three-body technique. He carefully stored the thick stack of manuscripts for young Dong Dong, then tucked the still sleepy little boy into his arms, leaving only a small head sticking out, curiously looking around, and then walked out of the house. The streets of Konoha were still bustling, but the atmosphere was noticeably different from usual. The middle and lower ninjas who usually wore headbands were almost nowhere to be seen, and occasionally, one could catch sight of a hurried J, Nin, or Umbu, their faces grave. The shops on either side of the street also seemed a bit deserted. It seemed that the Great War had truly begun, and Jiraiya's mood grew heavier. The ninjas had all been mobilized to the front lines. He shook his head vigorously, temporarily pushing these worries aside. What he could do now was to resolve his own financial crisis. With a clear goal, he headed straight for a sizable bookstore in the village center. The store owner was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and round glasses, idly organizing the bookshelves. "Hey there, kid. What kind of books are you looking for?" "The comics are over there." The owner greeted Jiraiya warmly upon seeing him. "Boss, I'm not here to buy books," Jiraiya replied as he stepped up to the counter and slammed the thick stack of manuscripts down with a thud, his little face serious. "I'm here to publish a book." "Publish a book?" Okamoto Aikir was taken aback, looking at the half-grown child in front of him. Then couldn't he help but burst into laughter, his glasses sliding down to the bridge of his nose. "Ha ha! You have quite the ambition, little guy. But publishing a book is a grown-up's job. Come back when you graduate from ninja school." He obviously thought of Jiraiya as just a child dreaming of becoming a writer. Jiraiya had anticipated the disbelief and was not discouraged. He pushed the manuscript forward. "Uncle, why don't you take a look at the content before making a judgment?" "Oh." Okamoto Aikir looked at Jiraiya's determined eyes, hesitantly picked up the manuscript, adjusted his glasses, and began to flip through it casually. At first, his expression was indifferent, but after just a short while, his eyes widened in shock. His face transformed dramatically, first in surprise, then in focused disbelief, followed by a smile he couldn't suppress. His eyes glued to the words on the paper, his breathing becoming heavy, even unconsciously swallowing hard, his atoms apple-bobbing. This description is simply a masterpiece," he murmured, even beads of sweat forming on his nose. Half an hour later, Okamoto Aikir finally lifted his head from the manuscript with difficulty, gulping down a large mouthful of water, looking at Jiraiya with an entirely changed expression, filled with the fervor of discovering treasure. "Little guy, little brother. E.M. Akamato Ichiv. This book is a monumental work. May I ask what you're called? Is there more content to follow?" He rubbed his hands together, his tone excited yet slightly flattering. "My name is Jiraiya. More to follow? Of course, this is just the first part." Jiraiya flashed a knowing smile. "Yiron-yakun." Okamoto Aikir clearly still found it hard to believe that the book was written by this child. He tentatively asked, "Is this book really your work?" "Absolutely." Jiraiya patted his chest in assurance. "Ha, great, great. Heroes come from youth." Okamoto Aikir no longer hesitated, regardless of who wrote it. What mattered was that it could bring in wealth. He immediately switched to a shrewd businessman's demeanor and said seriously, "Jiraiya-kun, regarding the publication of this book, my proposal is I will handle the printing, distribution, and sales channels. You only need to provide the subsequent exciting content on time. As for the profit sharing," he paused, extending 5 fingers. "The industry standard is a 60-40 split, with the publisher taking the larger share. But I see that although you are young, you have great potential. I'll make an exception. We'll split it 50-50. After deducting printing costs, the net profit will be divided equally. What do you think?" He stared at Jiraiya, afraid he might change his mind. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes lit up instantly. "Deal. Thank you, Uncle Okamoto. This condition is much better than I expected." The subsequent process went extremely smoothly. Okamoto Aikir quickly drafted a clear contract, and after Jiraiya carefully reviewed it with no issues, he solemnly signed his name. They agreed on a schedule for submitting manuscripts and settling the payment, and this transaction that would change Jiraiya's financial situation was thus finalized. Stepping out of the bookstore, Jiraiya felt his steps were much lighter. He waved Little Bai, who had fallen asleep again in his arms, and turned towards the brightly lit large supermarket not far away. For Little Bai's meals, Jiraiya resolutely bought a bunch of milk, goat milk, deer milk, and various high-nutrition dairy products, filling a large shopping bag. He almost used all his strength to drag the heavy bag of supplies back home. "I'm so exhausted." Jiraiya collapsed at the door, panting, and carefully took out Little Bai, who was still sweetly asleep, placing him gently on the sofa. "You little guy, you sleep so soundly." Looking at Little Bai's carefree sleeping face, his fatigue seemed to diminish significantly. He sorted the dairy products he had bought and neatly packed them into the fridge to ensure Little Bai would have no worries about food for a while. During the remaining time in the morning, Jiraiya continued to practice his basic physical techniques in the yard, while Little Bai happily chased butterflies and played with the sunspots. At lunchtime, Jiraiya cooked a pot of fragrant rib soup. He specifically ladled out a large bowl of milky white soup, skimmed off the floating oil, and let it cool before placing it in front of Little Bai. Little Bai immediately leaned forward, slurping it up with gusto, getting his whiskers all covered in soup. In the afternoon, it was time for ninjutsu practice. Jiraiya's current ninjutsu library is limited to the 3-body technique taught in school. First is the substitution technique, seal. With a soft sound, Jiraiya instantly disappears from the center of the yard, leaving only a piece of deadwood in his place, while his real body appears 3 steps away. The feel is getting smoother. Jiraiya nods in satisfaction, practicing repeatedly to ensure his activation speed and displacement distance are becoming more skillful. Next is the transformation technique, seal. Transformation technique. He forms the hand signs, and chakra surges, but nothing happens. Why is there no reaction? Jiraiya scratches his white hair, concentrating to recall the teacher's key points from class. Chakra needs to be finely controlled. Imagine the form you want to change into. Transformation technique. Puff. After a puff of smoke, Jiraiya is still Jiraiya, but his hair seems to be even more disheveled. Again, transformation technique. Chapter 13, The First Ninja World War. Puff. This time he transforms into a twisted, indistinct figure resembling nothing in particular. The little white creature lying at the entrance, watching, tilts its head in confusion, yawns widely, seemingly asking, what strange bubble game is the master playing? I won't give up. Transformation technique. Jiraiya grits his teeth, concentrating all his energy. Bang! As the smoke clears, a stern-faced figure with sharp eyes, black long hair, and dressed in dark clothes, Orochimaru, suddenly appears in the yard. Although the details are still a bit stiff, the overall shape is quite similar. I did it. Jiraiya, in Orochimaru form, happily pumps his fist, immediately breaking that stern vibe. He practices repeatedly until he can fairly stably transform into Orochimaru and Tsunade's appearances. Finally, the most difficult, the shadow clone technique, seal. Shadow clone technique. Puff. Chakra is chaotic. It puffs out some smoke and then disappears. Again, shadow clone technique. Puff. A vague, indistinct blob appears at his feet, barely maintaining form for half a second before turning into smoke. Puff. Jiraiya looks at his early Naruto-like creation, and his mouth twitches uncontrollably. Shadow clone technique. This time it's better, resembling a poorly formed humanoid doe. Shadow clone technique. The chakra output seems to be a bit less. Shadow clone technique. The chakra surged a bit. Shadow clone technique. Bang! With a light sound, an image almost identical to Jiraiya appears beside him. Its eyes are slightly dull, lacking spirit, resembling a finely crafted wax figure, but as long as it's not touched, it can almost pass for real. Finally succeeded. Jiraiya excitedly walks around the clone twice and pats his shoulder in delight. After checking his nearly exhausted chakra, Jiraiya decisively stops practicing. That's enough for today. With a solid foundation, there will be plenty of time to refine it later. He picks up the quietly observing little white creature and feels a sense of satisfaction from the dual exhaustion of body and spirit. The road ahead is long, but every day he is taking solid steps toward his goal. The 2 days of the weekend passed like quicksand slipping through his fingers. During these 2 days, Jiraiya stayed at home, living a routine almost to the point of monotony. In the early morning, as the sky began to brighten, he was already sweating in his small courtyard, practicing the most basic physical techniques: punches, kicks, and dodges, striving for perfection in every movement. His sweat soaking through his coarse clothing. In the afternoon, he focused on the 3 body techniques taught at the ninja school: substitution, transformation, and shadow clones. As for the kunai, throwing, Jiraiya painfully bought a new one and practiced over and over in the yard. But the results were frustrating. Both the distance and accuracy were terrible. He had to admit that his talent in this area was likely pitifully low. After a brief setback, he decisively shifted his focus to close combat techniques with the kunai: stabbing, slashing, and hooking, executing simple yet fierce movements, repeatedly honing his arm's strength and speed. The morning sunlight, carrying a hint of coolness, streamed through the window. Jiraiya quickly stuffed the prepared lunchbox into his backpack, then squatted down to gently comfort the white ball of fluff on the sofa that looked so pitiful. "Little White, be good," Jiraiya softly rubbed the little one's soft head. The little guy's sapphire eyes filled with attachment and reluctance. "Stay at home and wait for me, okay? If you're hungry, go drink the milk in the bowl. Don't run around, got it?" The morning tug-of-war lasted for half an hour before he finally managed to calm down the little white tiger that insisted on following him to school. Jiraiya knew that in Konoha village, having a ninja beast requires registration, usually those that have been friendly with families for generations or those specially bred by the village. Creatures like Little White, of unknown origin, have registration processes and potential risks that are still unknown. He secretly decided he needed to find an opportunity to ask Tsunade and Orochimaru. At exactly 7 in the morning, Jiraiya appeared punctually in front of Orochimaru's house. Orochimaru was already waiting there, his figure appearing somewhat thin in the morning light. He was slightly lowering his head, and a rare gloom and worry lingered in his golden snake-like eyes. "What's wrong, Orochimaru?" Jiraiya instinctively reached out and put his arm around Orochimaru's somewhat thin shoulders. "Dad and Mom received an emergency order last night and have already headed to the front lines." Orochimaru's voice was low, tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Jiraiya's heart tightened. In the original story, the parents of Orochimaru die in the First Ninja World War, around the time of Orochimaru's graduation. Now that the war has broken out and they have been dispatched to the battlefield, maybe there is still a chance? Jiraiya suppressed his chaotic thoughts, patting Orochimaru's back firmly, deliberately amplifying his voice with his characteristic rough optimism. "Hey, don't worry. Uncle and Aunt are so strong, and Aunt May is so careful. They will definitely come back safe. Maybe they can even achieve great feats." Orochimaru did not refute, only silently nodded. And a heaviness filled the air that was difficult for the young man to shake off. On the way to school, Jiraiya used all his efforts, joking and telling clumsy jokes he had heard from who knows where, trying to break the gloom. It wasn't until they reached the school gate that the tightly furrowed brows of Orochimaru relaxed a little. "Hello, Tsunade. How was your weekend?" As soon as he entered the classroom, Jiraiya's iconic loud voice rang out, his face beaming with a bright smile as he greeted Tsunade. "Good morning, Jiraiya." Tsunade was organizing her textbooks, looking up with a bright smile. "Not bad, how about you?" "Huh, Orochimaru?" She keenly noticed her friend's unusual demeanor and looked curiously at the pale-faced Orochimaru. Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru, lowering his voice a bit. Orochimaru's parents were urgently dispatched to the front lines yesterday. Tsunade's smile instantly froze, and a flicker of worry crossed her bright eyes. She thought of her grandfather, who was known as the god of ninjas, and her second grandfather, who was currently shouldering enormous pressure leading the village against powerful enemies, as well as her parents, who cared for her meticulously. Taking a deep breath, she walked to Orochimaru's seat, firmly patted his shoulder with her small hand, her tone carrying an undeniable firmness. "Orochimaru, don't worry. Uncle and Aunt are so strong. They will be fine. My second grandfather is the strongest Hokage. He will definitely drive away the bad guys." "Exactly." Jiraiya immediately agreed, nodding vigorously. "Tsunade is right. Lord Senju Tobarama is one of the strongest shadows in the ninja world. With him around, there will definitely be no problem." Chapter 14, A Small Gathering. Feeling the genuine concern from his two friends, The chill in Orochimaru's heart seemed to be dispelled somewhat. He looked at the two faces in front of him, filled with care and trust, his golden snake-like eyes flickering slightly as he solemnly nodded. Yeah, thank you, Jiraiya. Thank you, Tsunade. Why say this between good friends? Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly, acting as if it were only natural. Exactly. Tsunade also nodded vigorously, raising her small fist in agreement. When the lunch bell rang, the three of them, as usual, brought their lunchboxes to the familiar rooftop. The warm sunlight poured down on them as they leaned against the rough cement railing, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility. By the way, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya swallowed his food and casually asked, I've adopted a little ninja beast named by these past few days. Do you know what the registration process is in the village? Ninja beast. Bye. Tsunade immediately became interested, her beautiful eyes widening with curiosity. What kind of ninja beast? Is it cute? Tell me more. It's a little white tiger. Jiraiya gestured. I found it unexpectedly in the forest on the outskirts of the village and brought it back. It's quite clingy, to make by S appearance seem more natural. Jiraiya did indeed make a trip to the outskirts forest alone and stayed inside for an hour before coming out. I see. Tsunade bit her chopsticks and thought for a moment. It seems like it needs to be registered, right? After all, it's of unknown origin. Orochimaru put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment, giving a more professional answer. Yes. According to the Konoha village summoning beast management regulations, any ninja who personally owns a non-hereditary summoning beast or ninja beast, especially one with certain combat capabilities, must register it for identification at the management office directly under the Hokage and leave a chakra imprint for record keeping to ensure safety and control, as well as clarify ownership. I see. Jiraiya nodded, understanding. So where do I register? The specific department. Orochimaru frowned slightly. It should be at the office next to the Hokage building. I'm not very sure about the exact location. Isn't that simple? Tsunade waved her hand confidently when the time comes. I'll take you to the Hokage building to find my great-grandfather. He'll help you with the registration. This little matter, my great-grandfather can handle it with just a word. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This was the most convenient way. He quickly invited, that's great. Tsunade, thank you. Let's do it tonight. You and Orochimaru come to my house for dinner. I'll show you my cooking skills and let you formally meet my new partner, Bai. Wow, really? Is there good food? And I can see Bai? Tsunade exclaimed and almost jumped up with excitement. Okay. It's settled. Just thinking about Jiraiya's amazing cooking skills made Tsunade's mouth water. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment. His home was empty and eerily quiet. Looking at Jiraiya's sincere eyes and Tsunade's excited demeanor, he gently nodded. All right. Maybe a little liveliness isn't so bad. The school bell rang like a horn of liberation. The three of them walked out of the school gate together. Tsunade grabbed a girl who was heading home on the same path and asked her to tell Granny Uzumaki that she would be having dinner at a classmate's house and would return later. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Jiraiya and Tsunade chattered about school anecdotes, while Orochimaru quietly walked beside them, occasionally responding with a few words. And the corners of his lips rarely curled into a faint smile. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the village, in front of Jiraiya's somewhat old and lonely little house. Bye. I'm back. Did you miss me? Jiraiya pushed the door open and called out loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a small white flash darted out from inside. Meow, meow. Bai affectionately pawed at Jiraiya's pants, tilting its little head with sapphire-like eyes full of joy at their reunion. Ha ha ha, little guy, you must have missed me. Jiraiya bent down and scooped up Bai, rubbing his cheek against its fluffy little head. Bai also stretched out its soft, little tongue and happily licked his chin. Wow, Jiraiya, is this Bai? So cute. Oh my gosh, its fur is so white and beautiful. Its eyes are like jewels. Tsunade's girlish heart was instantly melted, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars, wishing she could immediately hug this fluffy ball and snuggle it. Orochimaru also showed a hint of curiosity and exploration. He could clearly sense a strong chakra fluctuation flowing within Bai, and its level of refinement had already reached the standard of a lower ninja. This seemingly harmless little beast had extraordinary potential. Orochimaru thought to himself. Bye, come, say hello. Jiraiya held by and turned it towards Tsunade and Orochimaru. This is Sister Tsunade, and this is Brother Orochimaru. They're both my best buddies, my best friends. Bye, hello. Tsunade immediately leaned in, smiling as she waved it by. Bye, hello. Orochimaru also rarely softened his tone, gently nodding towards Bai. Meow, meow. Bai seemed to understand, lifting one little white paw and gently waving at the two, looking adorably cute. Jiraiya, quickly let me hold it. I want to hug Bai. Tsunade could no longer contain herself and excitedly reached out her hands. Here, be careful when you hold it. Jiraiya smiled as he handed Bai over. Tsunade cherished Bai as if it were a treasure, tightly holding it in her arms, rubbing her cheek against its soft, fluffy fur, continuously sighing in satisfaction. So cute. So soft and warm. You're such a good Bai. Make yourselves a home, just like it's your own place. I'll go prepare dinner. Jiraiya called out, tying on an apron and diving into the slightly cramped kitchen. An hour later, the rich aroma of the dishes filled the entire small living room. Orochimaru silently got up to help serve the dishes Jiraiya had prepared onto the low coffee table. There weren't many dishes, but each one was a delicacy. The rich, red-braised ribs glistened with an enticing sheen. A whole sweet and sour carp wrapped in amber sauce lay in the plate, exuding a fragrant aroma. The colorful stir-fried meat looked appetizing, and there was a pot of creamy, steaming chicken soup, plus a plate of fresh seasonal vegetables and a pot of crystal clear, perfectly cooked white rice. Chapter 15. Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Kushina. This combination of color, fragrance, and taste left Tsunade and Orochimaru wide-eyed. And the heavy mood they had was lightened considerably by this earthly warmth. Even Bai, who was being held by Tsunade, struggled to peek out, sniffing the air with its little nose, meowing, clearly tempted by the delicious smell. Bai, do you want to eat too? Here, try this. Tsunade picked up a small piece of fish and pretended to feed it. Tsunade. Jiraiya walked over with a large bowl of chicken soup, having skimmed off the grease. I can't eat these yet. I can only drink some soup, no meat or vegetables for now. He handed the soup to Tsunade. Be careful, it's hot. Let it cool down a bit before giving it to him. Oh, I see. Tsunade carefully took the bowl of chicken soup, blew on it gently for a while, tested the temperature with the back of her hand, and confirmed it was warm and not too hot before placing it in front of Bai on a small plate. Come on, Bai, drink your soup. Slurp, slurp. Bai immediately began to happily lick it, its little tail wagging joyfully. Jiraiya took out a few bottles of orange soda from the fridge and poured a glass for each of them. Cheers, for friendship and for the future. Jiraiya raised his cup. For friendship. Tsunade also raised her cup high. Orochimaru silently raised his cup. Cheers. The three cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. The cold soda, with its slightly sweet bubbles, slid down their throats as dinner continued in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. More than an hour later, Tsunade patted her round little belly, reluctantly returning Bai, whom she had held for a long time, back to Jiraiya. It was so delicious, and Bai is so cute. Thank you for the hospitality, Jiraiya. I have to go back now. Thank you for the hospitality, Jiraiya. Orochimaru also stood up, his eyes showing sincere gratitude. It's so late. I'll walk you back with Orochimaru. Jiraiya quickly stacked the empty bowls together, temporarily placing them in the kitchen sink, grabbed his coat, and said, Really? That's great. Tsunade immediately perked up. Then I can hold Bai for a little while longer. Orochimaru also nodded and smiled. No problem. Let's go. Tsunade took Shiro again, holding him gently in her arms. The three of them walked out of the small house under the moonlight. The night was deep, and Konoha village was immersed in tranquility, with only a few distant lights and the faint footsteps of patrolling ninjas. Tsunade's home was located in the most central area of Konoha village, the Senju clan's territory. When they arrived at the imposing and deep courtyard gate of the Senju clan, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Two figures were already waiting there. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido. Tsunade's late return made the two of them uneasy. Great uncle, Grandma Mido. Tsunade happily ran over, cradling Shiro like a little bird returning home. Hee little Tsunade. A rare gentle smile appeared on Senju Tobarama's face as his sharp gaze swept over Tsunade and the two boys behind her, finally resting on Shiro. Did you have fun playing tonight? Hee Tsunade, these two must be your friends, right? Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly, like the most caring elder, her soft gaze falling on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She wore a deep red kimono with trim, exuding an air of elegance without any pretentiousness. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Greetings, Mito-sama. Jiraiya and Orochimaru quickly bowed in respect. Hee, no need for such formality, little ones. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly. Just call me Grandma Mito, kids. No need to be so formal. Uzumaki Mito's voice was warm and gentle, making one feel like they were basking in spring's breeze. Great uncle, grandma, they're my best friends. This is Orochimaru, and this is Jiraiya, Tsunade introduced proudly. Then she remembered the important matter, raising Shiro a little higher. Great uncle, this is Shiro. He is a ninja beast that Jiraiya found in the forest, so well-behaved and smart. Jiraiya wants to ask you to help register him. Oh, Jiraiya found him? Senju Tobarama's deep gaze landed on Shiro, who he had already noticed was a spirited little white tiger. A powerful yet gentle chakra spread from him, carrying an examining intent. Shiro noticeably shrank in Tsunade's arms, instinctively feeling the immense pressure and threat, letting out a low mule and curling closer to Tsunade. Yes, Hokage-sama, Mito-sama. Jiraiya stepped forward and said honestly, I encountered Shiro by chance in the forest on the outskirts of the village. He was very close to me, so I brought him home to raise him. I want to formally register him as my partner. Ha! Senju Tobarama suddenly burst into hearty laughter, a glint of appreciation passing through his sharp eyes. Little Jiraiya, you have quite the fortune. He extended his hand, fingers calloused yet steady, gently stroking Shiro's furry head. Shiro felt the gentle kindness beneath that powerful chakra and gradually relaxed his tense body. This little guy is spirited and has a pure, gentle aura. He is a good ninja beast. I approve. Tomorrow, Jiraiya, bring him to the Hokage building office to find me, and I will personally help you with the registration. Really? That's great. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Thank you, Mito-sama. Jiraiya exclaimed in delight, bowing deeply again. Hee, little one, it's just a small favor. No need for such formality. Senju Tobarama waved his hand. It's getting late, Uzumaki Mito said gently, her smile particularly warm in the moonlight. Little Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the two of you have quite a journey back. Why not stay here for the night? The guest rooms are all ready. Thank you very much, Mito-sama. But I don't want to disturb Hokage-sama and Mito-sama's rest. Jiraiya was startled and quickly waved his hand to decline. I still have to take care of Shiro. Produce. I need to prepare lunch early tomorrow. Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. Mito-sama. Orochimaru also bowed respectfully. I need to go home and tidy up some things as well. Uzumaki Mito looked at the two sensible children, her eyes filled with affection. In that case, be careful on your way back and pay attention to safety. Shiro, I'll come find you to play tomorrow. Tsunade reluctantly handed Shiro back to Jiraiya, her small hand lingering as she patted Shiro's head. Mew. Shiro seemed a bit reluctant as well, raising a small paw and lightly waving in Tsunade's direction, as if to say goodbye. Jiraiya and Orochimaru once again solemnly bid farewell to the two respected elders and, cradling Shiro, turned and walked into the deep night. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, illuminating the slightly tired yet satisfied return journey of the boys. Shiro lay on Jiraiya's shoulder, his blue eyes sparkling like two little stars in the night, quietly gazing in Tsunade's direction until the grand gate of the Senju clan disappeared from sight. Chapter 16. Night Talk. Senju clan residents. Little Tsunade, go wash up and sleep. It's getting late. Uzumaki Mito gently ruffled Tsunade's little head as they passed through the quiet corridor into the brightly lit living room, her face full of affection. I know, Grandma. I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open. Tsunade yawned lazily, rubbing her eyes. Great uncle, Grandma, I'm going to wash up and sleep. She waved her hand and skipped toward her bedroom, her small figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. Once Tsunade's footsteps faded away, Senju Tobarama slowly turned around. His sharp, eagle-like gaze directed at his sister-in-law. His voice was deep and penetrating. "Sister-in-law, what did you think of that little white tiger just now?" His keen gaze seemed capable of penetrating walls as he re-examined the unusual little beast. Uzumaki Mido stood quietly by the window, looking at the swaying shadows of the bamboo in the courtyard. The vast chakra of the nine tails within her made her perception of living beings exceptionally sharp. After pondering for a moment, a hint of seriousness crossed her brow. From its size and life aura, it should have just been born not long ago. But what is most surprising is the pure chakra flowing within it, which has already reached the level of a genin, and its original aura is exceptionally strong, with immeasurable potential. She turned to meet Senju Tobarama's gaze, affirming, if it grows smoothly, its future strength could easily reach the level of a Kage, or even rival some relatively powerful tailed beasts. Senju Tobarama frowned slightly, unconsciously tapping his fingertips on the window frame, producing a clear sound in the quiet living room. Incredible potential, indeed rare. But whether this power is a blessing or a curse for Konoha remains to be seen. He sighed softly, then relaxed his brow. However, from my observation, that little guy's eyes are clear and pure, full of spirit, and the affection he shows towards Tsunade and little Jiraiya doesn't seem feigned. He doesn't carry the violent and fierce aura of a tailed beast. His nature is gentle, and he should mean no harm to Konoha. It was precisely for this reason that I didn't stop it and agreed to help them with the registration. I think so too. Uzumaki Mido's lips curled into a gentle smile, like a spring breeze brushing across a lake. From a close contact earlier, whether it's little Jiraiya's pure kindness or the peaceful aura emitted by the little white tiger, neither made the one within me feel any agitation or rejection. They are both pure-hearted good children. She paused, her eyes revealing hope for the future. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are both exceptionally gifted. Their chakra levels far exceed their peers. Given time, they will surely become strong pillars supporting Konoha's future. Senju Tobarama let out a rare light chuckle, a hint of barely perceptible appreciation flashing in his sharp eyes. Just as I thought, these little brats are indeed worth looking forward to. Let's wait and see. The dim streetlights resembled the sleepy eyes of a person, casting long, swaying shadows on the quiet street. Jiraiya, holding the already asleep Shiro in his arms, walked side by side with Orochimaru on the way home. The night's chill seeped through their clothes, with only the faint sound of footsteps echoing in the empty street. The moonlight was cold, stretching their shadows long and thin. Soon, Orochimaru's small house, which appeared particularly lonely in the night, came into view. The dim yellow lantern at the entrance casts light on the tightly closed door, silently telling the story of the owner's loneliness in their absence. Orochimaru's footsteps instinctively paused as he looked towards the door, a fleeting sense of indescribable emptiness passing through his golden snake eyes. "Well, Orochimaru," Jiraiya's voice broke the silence. Tightening his grip around the little white creature, his tone resolute and unyielding, "You should stay at my place for a while." This thought had been swirling in his mind, as he didn't want to see his friend facing this empty house alone, especially on the night when his parents had just gone to the battlefield. "I'll wait." Orochimaru frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to refuse that sympathy and intrusion. "Wait for what? It's settled." Jiraiya completely cut him off, freeing one hand to firmly yet affectionately wrap around Orochimaru's shoulder, half dragging him forward towards his own little house. "No, Orochimaru tried to break free, but Jiraiya's grip was quite strong. "What do you mean I? You're living with me, and I'll cook you big meals every day. Braised ribs to your heart's content. Sweet and sour fish whenever you want." Jiraiya unleashed the ultimate temptation. "Idiot!" Orochimaru growled impatiently, but his struggles weakened a bit. "What I meant to say is, I didn't bring my pajamas." "Oh, that's a small problem." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "You can wear mine. Don't worry, I just bought several new sets. Absolutely clean and tidy. I promise I won't mind." "You idiot. It's me who minds." Orochimaru's voice was filled with helplessness, but he found himself somewhat powerless against Jiraiya's unreasonable enthusiasm. especially with the emptiness that surged in his heart when his parents weren't around. It seemed he really needed a place to temporarily fill that void. Complaining is useless. Accept your fate, Orochimaru. Jiraiya grinned, showing his signature white teeth, which sparkled in the moonlight, tightening his grip around Orochimaru's shoulder even more. The night passed in silence, at least for Shiro and Jiraiya. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiraiya energetically got up. Orochimaru, in a humiliating turn of events, ended up wearing a brand new, soft, and comfortable light gray cotton pajama set provided by Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya's old pajamas with funny toad patterns, they had long been packed by Orochimaru and shoved deep into the trash can, citing concerns for mental health. Jiraiya, yawning, walked toward the narrow washroom to freshen up, the sound of running water breaking the morning's tranquility. Orochimaru sat up with faint dark circles under his eyes, helplessly watching Shiro, who was sprawled across his chest, sleeping soundly. The little guy had snuck over at some point last night, insisting on sleeping close to him, with warm, milky breath blowing against his neck, making it difficult for him, someone used to sleeping alone and being highly alert, to get a good night's sleep. He carefully lifted Shiro's warm, soft little body and gently placed him in the soft indentation on the inner side of the bed. "Shiro, you keep sleeping. I need to change clothes," he softly said, his tone carrying an unrecognized gentleness. Chapter 17. Ninja Beast Registration. 20 minutes later, both were ready. Jiraiya picked up the prepared double-layer lunchbox and a thermos of warm milk, carefully cradling the still drowsy Shiro from the bed and gently placing him into the soft little pocket he had sewn into the inside of his old coat. Shiro's fluffy little head poked out from Jiraiya's chest, his big blue eyes curiously surveying the outside world. Then the trio stepped out into the rising sun. Today, he could proudly take Shiro to school. The Hokage's promise was their pass. They just needed to take some time at noon to visit the Hokage building and obtain the official registration documents. Jiraiya and Orochimaru walked briskly, quickly reaching the ninja school. As they entered Class 1A and made their way to their seats, the sharp-eyed Tsunade immediately spotted the little white head peeking out from Jiraiya's pocket. "Oh, Shiro." Tsunade's delighted exclamation instantly shattered the morning's tranquility in the classroom. "You're here, for school too. Come here, let me hold you." Like a gust of wind, she rushed over, eagerly pulling the still-dazed Shiro from Jiraiya's pocket and hugging him tightly, her cheek affectionately rubbing against Shiro's soft, fluffy fur. Rest assured, at this moment, Tsunade was open-hearted and unbothered. Tsunade's shout instantly attracted the attention of the entire class. All eyes focused on the snowy white figure in Tsunade's arms. "Wow, that cat is so beautiful." The girl's eyes instantly transformed into starry-eyed admiration, letting out envious gasps. "So fluffy and cute. I want to pet it. Oh my gosh. Its eyes are blue, like a gemstone. I want to hug it." The boys feigned indifference, scoffing, "Humph, it's just a cat. What is so great about it? It has no presence at all." Yet their eyes betrayed their inner longing. "TC, I don't care about it." Whispering, "What should I do if I actually want one?" Jiraiya was completely unfazed. In this class, apart from Tsunade and Orochimaru, he had little interaction with the others. As for Shiro, it was clear he was not interested in anyone else besides Jiraiya and the two others. He lazily nestled in Tsunade's embrace, ignoring the curious and envious gazes directed at him, only occasionally sticking out his pink little tongue to lick Tsunade's palm. Don't be fooled by how docile Shiro usually is in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. He possessed an innate pride that belonged to the Icewing White Tiger. Without Jiraiya's approval or someone he acknowledged, no one could easily approach him, let alone hold him. In his pure blue eyes, there would occasionally flash a hint of detachment and pride that was not befitting of his small stature. Soon, the class bell rang. Sarutobi Asuma entered, clutching his lesson plans, and his gaze swept across the classroom, immediately catching sight of the striking white figure on Tsunade's desk. He habitually frowned. "Tsunade, the school has rules against bringing pets." Tsunade immediately raised Shiro, explaining in a crisp voice, "Teacher Asuma, Shiro is not a pet. He is Jiraiya's official ninja beast partner. My great-grandfather personally approved his registration yesterday, and we're going to handle the paperwork at noon." upon hearing that the Hokage himself had approved it. Sarutobi Asuma quickly swallowed the reprimand that was about to escape his lips. He carefully examined Shiro, a flicker of understanding and caution crossing his eyes, and he decided not to say more. Ahem, understood. Everyone sit down. Class is starting. He opened his lesson plan, redirecting the students' attention back to the lesson. Time flew by during the explanation and practice of ninjutsu. As soon as the lunch bell rang, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru quickly finished their lunch, and of course, Shiro's as well, and they rushed towards the grand building of the Hokage, which symbolized the highest authority in Konoha. As they stepped into the solemn and majestic hall, a figure dressed in a tight black outfit and wearing an animal mask appeared silently before them like a ghost, blocking their path. A cold voice came from behind the mask, devoid of any emotion. This is the Hokage's territory. No one may enter freely. We're here to register a ninja beast with my great-grandfather, Tsunade said fearlessly, stepping forward and proudly raising Shiro in her arms. Ninja beast registration? The Umbu ninja's eyes behind the mask showed a hint of confusion. This level of registration was usually handled by the lower ninja beast management department, without needing to disturb the Hokage himself. However, this individual was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Please wait here for a moment. Before the Umbu finished speaking, with a whoosh, he vanished into thin air. Just a few minutes later, the Umbu reappeared in the same spot, nodding slightly to the three. The Hokage is requesting you. Please follow me. The trio followed the Umbu through a dimly lit, heavily guarded corridor, taking a private elevator to the top floor. The Umbu stopped in front of a thick wooden door intricately carved with flame patterns and knocked on it. Kumein, the iconic, deep, and authoritative voice of the second Hokage resonated from within the room. The Umbu stepped aside, gesturing for the three to enter, and then swiftly vanished into the shadows. Tsunade eagerly pushed open the heavy wooden door and rushed inside, her cheerful voice breaking the solemnity of the office. Hee, Grandpa. We're here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed closely behind, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Hokage-sama. Senju Tobirama was bent over a mountain of documents at his desk. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up, a hint of warmth crossing his serious face. Oh, it's little Tsunade, little Jiraiya, and this little one and Orochimaru. His gaze fell on the little white creature in Tsunade's arms. You're here to get this little one an identity card, right? Yes. Grandpa, hurry and stamp it for Little Bai. Tsunade grinned as she lifted Little Bai higher. All right. Senju Tobirama looked at his granddaughter's unabashed affection for Little Bai, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. This little white tiger had extraordinary potential and was close to his granddaughter. Perhaps it could become a great support for her in the future. He wasted no time and took a special scroll, dipped a brush in specially made ink, and wrote a series of strong, vigorous characters, finally stamping it with the diamond seal representing the authority of the Hokage. Here you go, little Tsunade. Senju Tobirama handed the rolled-up beast parchment to Tsunade. Take this to the summoning beast management office next door and give it to the person in charge there. That's great. Thank you, Grandpa. Tsunade happily accepted the document and carefully tucked it away. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya and Orochimaru bowed again in gratitude. Go on, be careful on the way. Senju Tobirama waved with a smile, his gaze returning to the pile of documents, though the smile at the corner of his mouth had yet to fade. Hee, such lively little ones. Tsunade was very familiar with the area and quickly led the two to the building marked with the summoning beast management office sign. Upon entering the office, Tsunade directly handed the beast parchment bearing the Hokage's seal to a middle-aged chunin on duty. The chunin took the document, unfolded it, and when his eyes landed on the bright red Hokage seal and Senju Tobirama's signature, his eyes instantly widened in shock, and his hands involuntarily trembled. The Hokage himself issued this? He suddenly stood up, his attitude becoming exceedingly respectful. Please take a seat. I'll handle this right away. He didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly began to prepare the materials. The registration process was standard. Information input provided by Jiraiya and a photo taken for documentation. When it was time for the photo, The staff member intended to pick up Little Bai, but the little tiger nimbly jumped onto the table. Curiously staring at the strange box, camera pointed at it, its blue eyes filled with wariness and curiosity. With Jiraiya's reassurance, it finally managed to sit still for a cute and somewhat bewildered ID photo. Thanks to the dual support of the Hokage's document and Tsunade's identity, the entire process was astonishingly quick. What would normally take 3 to 5 business days for review was completed in just half an hour in a formal Konoha official stamped summoning beast registration certificate was handed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya unfolded the special parchment certificate, which clearly stated, Konoha Hidden Village Summoning Beast Registration Document Holder, Jiraiya Registered Summoning Beast. Little Bai Registration Number. Konoha Summoning Beast No. 101 Remarks. Specially approved and certified by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Konoha Hidden Village Summoning Beast Management Department. Seal. Date. March 1st, Year 17 of Konoha. Looking at the heavy certificate in his hands, a genuine smile spread across Jiraiya's face. He carefully tucked the certificate close to him, gently stroking Little Bai's fluffy head. From this moment on, Little Bai, the ice-winged white tiger from another world, officially became a recognized member of Konoha Hidden Village, obtaining a legal identity to survive in this ninja world. Their bond was also witnessed and blessed by the entire village. Time flew by, and a month passed quietly. Ding, clang, bang, thud. The crisp and hurried sounds of metal clashing echoed in the small courtyard of Jiraiya's home. Two figures were swiftly intertwining, colliding, and separating. The blades of shurikens carving dangerous arcs in the sunlight. It was Jiraiya and Orochimaru engaged in a practical sparring session. In this month, Jiraiya's progress was nothing short of remarkable. Under the guidance of Orochimaru, who was both strict and precise, his taijutsu advanced rapidly. His once clumsy movements became agile and powerful, and he was now more precise in timing his dodges, blocks, and counterattacks. Although his strength and speed still needed refinement, overall, he had already reached the level of a qualified genin. After another intense exchange, both paused simultaneously, creating distance between them. Orochimaru breathed lightly, a hint of approval in his golden, snake-like eyes. Let's take a break here. He sheathed his shuriken and wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Jiraiya, now let us try your wind release. Great breakthrough. I want to see the results of this month. Hee, all right. Watch me. Jiraiya's face beamed with confidence, excitement shimmering in his eyes. The wind release. Great breakthrough was one of his biggest achievements this month. This ninjutsu was a practical wind technique taught to him by Orochimaru's father, and considering Jiraiya had not yet mastered any ninjutsu and had a wind chakra nature, Orochimaru decided to teach it to him. Jiraiya took a deep breath, quickly crossed his hands in front of his chest, and his fingers danced like butterflies. Z, Si, Mu, Su. A month of intense practice had brought his hand seal speed to a qualified rate of 2 seals per second. The initial improvements were always significant and encouraging. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With the final Su seal completed, a massive amount of chakra instantly condensed and compressed, and Jiraiya opened his mouth wide to release it. A visible small whirlwind roared out, swirling up dust and fallen leaves from the ground, shooting straight towards the courtyard wall. Bang! With a muffled sound, the whirlwind crashed violently against the earthen and wooden wall, dust cascading down. Jiraiya nervously leaned forward to take a look, and upon seeing that the wall had only shaken off some dust and was otherwise intact, he let out a long sigh of relief, patting his chest. Thank goodness. That scared me. If the wall had collapsed, I might have to pay for it. Looks like I need to be extra careful practicing ninjutsu at home in the future. He silently resolved. Orochimaru carefully observed the whirlwind speed, power, and impact effects, nodding slightly. The timing of chakra condensation and release is well grasped, and the power is within expectations. Next, you need to continue practicing to enhance the wind pressure and range. As a beginner, this is a decent outcome. Receiving such a favorable evaluation from Orochimaru was a clear indication of Jiraiya's hard work. In fact, Jiraiya's talent for ninjutsu was quite remarkable. He had mastered the basic form of wind release, great breakthrough, a moderately difficult ninjutsu, in just one day, and had become quite proficient after a month. After the training session, Jiraiya dove into the kitchen to prepare lunch, and Orochimaru naturally followed to help. Although Orochimaru could cook some simple dishes, he had to admit that Jiraiya's culinary skills were indeed excellent when it came to flavor and presentation. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Lunch consisted of a rich and fragrant spare rib soup, tender and bouncy stir-fried shrimp, and plump white rice. Just as Jiraiya placed the dishes on the low table in the living room, a white figure eagerly tugged at his pant leg, making urgent and expectant mewing sounds. Ha ha ha. Little Bai, don't worry, I won't forget you. Jiraiya crouched down and affectionately rubbed Little Bai's fluffy head. Today was an important day. Little Bai had turned 1 month old. This meant the little one could finally say goodbye to the sole diet of milk and nutrient soup and could taste a variety of delicious foods. Jiraiya had specially prepared a big bowl of warm meat soup, filled to the brim with meat for Little Bai, accompanied by a small bowl of rice soaked in the essence of the soup and a few plump shrimp. Chapter 18. The hero Jiraiya Ow Ow. Bai immediately buried his head in his meal, eating with such delight and satisfaction that his fluffy tail wagged joyfully behind him like a small windmill, fully expressing his inner joy. Watching Bai enjoy his meal, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, his eyes softening. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed the scene, and for once, a clear arc of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, warmth flickering in his cold golden eyes. The warmth at this small dining table temporarily dispelled the gloom brought by war. After the meal, Jiraiya picked up Bai, who was comfortably licking his paws, and took the second draft of his novel that he had already prepared. Orochimaru, let us go. Accompany me to Uncle Okamoto's bookstore. Orochimaru glanced at the manuscript in Jiraiya's hand, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he sighed in resignation. Fine. God knows how shocked he was half a month ago when he found out that Jiraiya was writing a book and that the first one had already been published. With expectations for his friend's literary talent, he solemnly opened the novel titled Young Dong Dong, but after just a few pages, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his worldview shattered like never before. This is simply a juvenile romance novel. Orochimaru felt that his noble and aloof academic spirit had been sullied. He abruptly threw the manuscript back onto the table as if he had been burned, his pale face turning red as he roared at Jiraiya. Idiot Jiraiya, how could you write such vulgar and immoral novels? Is your brain smeared with oil? Soon, Tsunade also learned about this incident. The consequences were predictable. Jiraiya was sent flying by one of Tsunade's powerful punches, leaving a human-shaped dent in the wall. Tsunade then snatched Bai and hugged him tightly, speaking to the bewildered little white tiger with a pained expression. Bye-bye. You must not learn from that big pervert Jiraiya. Do you see this? This is a negative example. Absolutely stay away from the filthy things he writes. It was as if she feared Bai would be poisoned by those words at any moment. In the end, after Jiraiya swore and tearfully explained that he was only writing to support his family, and that Bai's appetite was growing, and Orochimaru was also living off him, and with the pressure of life weighing down on him, Tsunade and Orochimaru reluctantly accepted this fact, pinching their noses as if to say, for Bai's brotherly friendship, we'll tolerate this. However, every time they talked about it, they still cast scornful and helpless glances. Orochimaru held Bai and walked into the familiar bookstore with Jiraiya. Uncle Okamoto Ichiro was lounging in a recliner, humming a little tune with his legs crossed. Uncle Okamoto, I'm here, Jiraiya greeted with a smile. Hey, little Jiraiya, finally, you've come. Okamoto Ichiro's eyes lit up, instantly sitting up straight like he had seen the god of wealth. So how is it? Is the second masterpiece finished? He rubbed his hands together, his gaze burning as he stared at the manuscript in Jiraiya's hands. Here, it's done. Fresh out of the oven. Jiraiya handed over the thick manuscript. Okamoto Ichiro eagerly accepted it, immediately immersing himself in it. His expression changed continuously with the content of the text. Sometimes he chuckled lewdly. Sometimes he excitedly slapped his leg, and sometimes he gasped in amazement, making Orochimaru's eyes twitch as he instinctively moved away from Bai, as if fearing contamination. Jiraiya, on the other hand, awkwardly scratched his nose and looked upwards, After a full 40 minutes, Okamoto finally raised his head, his face flushed, excitement spilling over. Haha, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Little Jiraiya, this second part is simply a stroke of genius. The plot is more twisted, the details are more, more engaging. It's definitely going to be even more popular than the first one. It will definitely sell big. How can not be good? The essence is all in the back. Jiraiya thought to himself, but could only awkwardly chuckle. Hee hee, Uncle Okamoto, you flatter me. Then I'll leave it to you. Haha, don't worry. Leave it to me. Uncle Okamoto patted his chest with a guarantee, carefully putting away the manuscript. Then turned around to take out an account book from the counter. Little Jiraiya, I have good news for you. The sales of your first book this month have been very good. At this rate, it won't be long before it becomes a big hit. Let me show you the accounts. He flipped to a page, pointing at the numbers, his face beaming with smiles. Jiraiya leaned over to take a look, his eyes instantly widening like copper bells. Wow, goodness. He couldn't help but exclaim. The clear numbers in the account book showed that the sales for the first month had reached an astonishing 40,000 plus tales. This greatly exceeded his expectations. It seems that no matter which world it is, the demand for entertainment is equally strong, Jiraiya thought to himself, feeling genuinely pleased for his wallet. Okamoto Ichiro added cheerfully, This is just the first month. Little Jiraiya, your title of Hero Jiraiya has already started gaining some fame in certain circles of the Land of Fire. Trust me, it will only get hotter from here. With your second part being even more exciting, it will definitely push things further. By the way, you need to work on the third part quickly. Strike while the iron is hot. Once you truly become famous, you could just sit back and count the money. It was as if he could already see a scene of wealth rolling in. I also have to thank you, Uncle Okamoto, for your efforts in promoting it. Jiraiya sincerely thanked him. Haha, mutual benefit, mutual benefit. Following little Jiraiya, we'll make money together. Uncle Okamoto laughed happily, picking up an abacus and clicking it rapidly. After deducting printing costs, transportation, labor, shop rent, miscellaneous fees, etc., the net profit is more than 28,400 taels. He counted out a thick stack of banknotes and handed it to Jiraiya. Here, according to our agreement of a 50-50 split, this is 14,258 taels. Little Jiraiya, please check it. Jiraiya took the heavy stack of banknotes, glanced at its thickness and denomination, and happily stuffed it into his wallet. No problem. Thank you. Uncle Okamoto, it's a pleasure working together. We'll take our leave now. As they exited the bookstore, I had already returned to Jiraiya's arms. While Orochimaru had a thick stack of books in his arms, all about basic science, physics, chemistry, and cutting-edge research, exactly the knowledge areas Orochimaru was most eager to explore. Some of the books were quite expensive, but Jiraiya paid for them without hesitation. Chapter 19. Orochimaru's Science. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru intently flipping through the books, not saying much. He deeply understood Orochimaru's almost obsessive passion for exploring the unknown and pursuing truth, science, as well as his innate talent. He had never thought of suppressing this talent. Why should he? Orochimaru was a researcher with profound wisdom, a rigorous attitude, and remarkable execution. What he needed was perhaps just the right guidance at critical moments in the future. With this in mind, Jiraiya spoke up. Orochimaru, do you really enjoy researching these things? Orochimaru looked up from his book, his eyes sparkling with the light of knowledge. Why not? Jiraiya, don't you think the laws of material composition, the mysteries of energy transformation, and the forms of life existence are all filled with indescribable charm? They reveal the underlying logic of the world. Oh, that sounds quite profound. But I'm not really interested in figuring it out for now. Jiraiya scratched his iconic white hair, grinning, hee, but I am interested in turning them into money. Orochimaru, once I save up enough capital, I plan to start a chain of stores, and we'll need some exclusive and useful new products, like better communication methods or more convenient daily necessities. You'll have to help me research then. I'll cover the research funding. Orochimaru's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Really? He rarely showed such an obvious expression of anticipation. Jiraiya threw an arm around Orochimaru's shoulders and shook him vigorously. It must be true. Together, we're unstoppable. You do the research and invention, and I'll handle selling and making money. Perfect. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. I look forward to it, Jiraiya. He carefully hugged the book in his arms tighter, as if holding the key to the door of his ideals. The three of them, along with the beast, carried several large bags of living supplies and ingredients purchased from the supermarket, stuffing the refrigerator to the brim. Among these supplies were higher energy meat prepared for Shiro, some basic experimental materials that Orochimaru might need, more seasonings, and food for the three of them. In the afternoon, Jiraiya continued to practice his ninjutsu and taijutsu in the yard. When his chakra was exhausted, he honed his physical skills. When his body was tired, he sat cross-legged to meditate and recover. Shiro lay lazily in the shadow under the eaves, squinting its gem-like blue eyes at Jiraiya, who was sweating profusely, its tail occasionally swaying contentedly. The golden sunlight cast a warm halo over its snow-white fur. Watching the little guy's relaxed demeanor, Jiraiya thought, once Shiro grows a bit bigger and stronger, I'll take it along for training. The ice-release bloodline limit can't be wasted. As the sun set, it dyed the hidden leaf village in a warm orange hue. However, this warmth couldn't cover the heaviness that lingered in the air. Walking down the street, Jiraiya could clearly feel the village's immense changes. Once bustling and vibrant commercial streets were now sparsely populated, with many shops closing down early. The once ubiquitous figures of ninjas patrolling or executing missions had nearly vanished. A sense of inexplicable desolation and tension enveloped the entire village. Just a week ago, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, personally led the last batch of urgently dispatched reinforcements to the front lines. Jiraiya stood at his doorstep, gazing at the elongated, empty street bathed in the sunset, feeling a heavy weight on his heart. It seemed that even the Hokage himself had stepped in, indicating that the situation at the front lines was worse than imagined. The clouds of war had never felt so real and oppressive on everyone's hearts as they did at this moment. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. It was now the 18th year of the Hidden Leaf. The once somewhat naive trio had now stepped into the threshold of 5 years old, with their strength making remarkable progress. Jiraiya's chakra had steadily reached the level of an elite Chunin, and his overall strength had risen to the Chunin level. Orochimaru had outdone him, having entered the ranks of elite Chunin a month ago. It was also at that time that he moved back to his home after his parents finished their rotation at the front lines and returned to the Hidden Leaf, though they would soon embark on a battlefield filled with uncertainty again. Tsunade was also making rapid progress, balancing strength and technique, firmly stepping into the Chunin threshold. Especially inheriting the essence of the Senju clan's taijutsu, the explosive power contained in her small fists was astonishing, of course, in terms of physique. She remained as unabashed as ever, which made Jiraiya chuckle to himself privately. On the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, at training ground number 99, the vegetation was lush, and a gentle breeze swept through the treetops. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. On one side was Jiraiya with his inseparable partner, Shiro. On the other side was Orochimaru, expressionless, with a somewhat deep gaze. This 2-on-1 spar was initiated by Jiraiya. 3 hours ago, Orochimaru had just seen his parents' figures disappear into the departing reinforcements heading to the front lines. Jiraiya keenly picked up on the worry and a hint of imperceptible fear that his close friend was desperately trying to hide. He invited Tsunade to challenge Orochimaru. One reason was to test the level of combat cooperation between himself and Shiro after a year, and the other was to hope that a vigorous battle would allow Orochimaru to vent his tense emotions. Shiro had grown remarkably over the year. Now, at the elite Chunin level, and if it returned to its true form, it would be 7 to 8 meters tall, with a shoulder height exceeding 3 meters, though it was still in its juvenile phase. However, for the sake of agility in battle and space limitations, it currently maintained the size of an ordinary tiger, about 1 meter long and half a meter tall, its snow-white fur shimmering in the sunlight, its blue eyes sharply fixed on the opponent. Shiro, right flank, Jiraiya whispered, quickly forming hand seals. After a year of fighting side by side, the tacit understanding between man and tiger was deeply ingrained. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling. and opened his mouth to unleash a sharp whirlwind. The whirlwind expanded the moment it left his mouth, roaring as it picked up dust and grass from the ground, charging toward Orochimaru like a roaring wind python. Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. This seemingly ordinary wind release technique had far exceeded the power and speed of an average ninja. He moved like a ghost, swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding the direct impact of the wind pressure. However, just as he completed his evasive maneuver, a white shadow darted in like a flash of lightning. Shiro's sharp claws, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, accurately targeted the back of Orochimaru's heart. Thud! Under the sharp claws, Orochimaru's figure transformed into a wooden substitute, rolling down into the dust. Chapter 20. Sparring Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. A cold voice came from behind. Orochimaru's true form had somehow circled around to Shiro's flank, launching a wind release counterattack. The compressed airflow surged violently toward Shiro, who had just landed. Shiro's blue pupils showed no signs of panic. "Awoo!" It growled, its chakra instantly coalescing as a shield made of pure earth-style chakra, glowing faintly yellow, appeared in front of it. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades struck the earth shield, producing a dull sound. The shield trembled slightly, but firmly protected Shiro. The counterattack followed. "Awoo!" Shiro opened its mouth, launching a highly compressed, deep blue water ball filled with significant impact force toward Orochimaru, who had just finished releasing his ninjutsu. Orochimaru reacted extremely quickly, his hands moving like butterflies. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall rose in response, blocking in front of him. Thud! The water ball smashed into the earth wall, sending splashes everywhere, and the wall cracked open in several places. Just as the earth wall rose, blocking Orochimaru's line of sight, two kunai shot through the air like venomous snakes from different angles. Timing perfectly grasped, it was the crucial moment when Orochimaru's old power had just diminished, and new power had yet to arise, while his view was obstructed by the earth wall. One of the kunai seemed to have a slightly off angle, thudding into the ground not far behind Orochimaru. However, the other struck with pinpoint accuracy right at Orochimaru's chest. Puff! The hit Orochimaru turned into a wooden substitute, landing heavily in the dust. His true figure suddenly appeared 3 meters away. However, before he could stabilize his footing, he felt a cold metallic sensation at his neck. Hee. Orochimaru, looks like you lost this time, Jiraiya declared with his signature triumphant smile, appearing like a ghost behind him, a kunai firmly pressed against his neck. No, it's you who lost, Jiraiya. A cold voice, laced with mockery, came from behind Jiraiya. Another kunai was simultaneously pressed against the back of Jiraiya's neck. The Orochimaru being held at kunai's point in front of him dissipated like a bubble. That may not be the case. A hearty laugh echoed again. Jiraiya's figure appeared for the third time, this time standing firmly behind Orochimaru's true form, once again locking the kunai at his throat. The Jiraiya being held hostage in front of him also vanished in a puff of white smoke. Orochimaru's body stiffened slightly, feeling the cold metallic touch at his neck. Did he actually lose? Lost to Jiraiya? This realization left him momentarily stunned. He had never tasted the flavor of defeat, especially not to this idiot he often teased as a fool. However, this shock was soon replaced by a more complex emotion. Jiraiya's efforts and growth over the past year were clear to him. He recalled the key points of the battle, and his golden snake-like pupils suddenly sharpened. The first kunai that missed was intentional. Your true self transformed into that off-target kunai. You figured it out, Orochimaru. Jiraiya retracted the kunai, scratching his iconic white hair sheepishly, a smug smile on his face, proud of his cleverness. He took advantage of his usual carefree demeanor, which made him seem like he lacked a refined fighting style, and his clumsy kunai, throwing skills, successfully deceiving Orochimaru's keen eyes. That kunai, which seemed like a mistake, was actually the real body he transformed with the transformation technique. Wow, Jiraiya, you're amazing. You actually defeated Orochimaru. Tsunade, who had been watching from the sidelines, excitedly clapped her hands and ran into the arena, her small face beaming with amazement. What an exciting match. So, Who will practice with me next? She cracked her knuckles, the joints making a crisp sound, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya froze in perfect sync, exchanging glances. The terrifying memories of being dominated by Tsunade's unreasonable punches surged back to their minds, and they almost shouted in unison, "No, no." Tsunade's forehead instantly erupted with 3 clear black lines, her smile turning sinister, and an invisible killing intent seemed to pervade the air, leaving no room for objections. Before her words fell, her petite figure shot toward Jiraiya like a cannonball, her fists, like the wind, slammed brutally into his chest. Jiraiya was caught off guard. Taking the full force of the punch, his body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a tree trunk several meters away. Shaking the leaves down. "Hey, Orochimaru, it's your turn." Tsunade didn't stop, her figure flickering as she closed in on Orochimaru, delivering another powerful straight punch. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, still embedded in the tree, his throat bobbing with difficulty, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Without a second thought, he immediately formed hand seals, body replacement technique. A wooden stump remained in his place as his real body flashed several meters away. "Orochimaru, don't run. Stand still." Tsunade shouted angrily, stepping forward in relentless pursuit. Orochimaru awkwardly fled around the training ground, eventually running back near Jiraiya, who was still stuck in the tree. Tsunade followed closely behind, her eyes burning with determination. Take another punch from me." She leaped high, her powerful fist shooting down like a meteor, aimed directly at the two on the ground. Jiraiya, who was still pretending to be dead, sensed the terrifying wind from the punch approaching and could no longer remain calm. He sprang up like a carp, his voice pitchy. "Orochimaru, you bastard, don't lead her over here." He had no time to complain and dashed in the opposite direction. Jiraiya, you really were pretending to be dead. Stand still for me." Tsunade turned her target, striding forward with unstoppable momentum toward Jiraiya, her small figure bursting with astonishing speed. For a moment, the training ground was in chaos, a fierce chase unfolding. After more than half an hour of sparring, the 3 were finally exhausted, panting heavily as they collapsed onto the soft grass. Gazing up at the vast sky dyed golden red by the sunset and the slowly drifting white clouds, their chests heaving, a gentle breeze brushed their cheeks, bringing the fragrance of grass and a hint of coolness. Tsunade rested her arms behind her head, looking at the magnificent sunset, her small mouth pouting slightly, her voice tinged with disappointment. "I wonder when Grandpa and Dad will come back. I haven't seen them for a year." Chapter 21. The Akimichi family's barbecue. Tsunade. Jiraiya turned his head, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a casual tone. "The Hokage is so powerful. Don't worry. Once we drive away all those bad guys, they'll definitely return triumphant." Yet, a hint of bitterness rose in his heart. As a time traveler, he knew the course of history. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, would probably meet his tragic end next year. But right now, he was just a 5-year-old student and facing the major tragedy that was about to happen. He felt utterly powerless. "You're right," Jiraiya's voice came, calm yet carrying an almost unnoticeable resonance. "The Hokage can use the Flying Thunder God technique. He will be safe." He was also thinking about his parents, who had just left, but the comfort of reuniting with them for a month slightly dulled that worry. "Well," Jiraiya suddenly sat up, brushing off the grass from his clothes, and flashed a big smile, trying to dispel the faint melancholy in the air. "To celebrate, celebrate that I accidentally beat the top student Orochimaru, and also to celebrate that Shiro has successfully reached its 1-year birthday. My treat. Let's go eat barbecue." "Wow. Yay. Barbecue." The Akimichi family. Tsunade instantly perked up, cheering and jumping in excitement. Her small hands excitedly clenched into fists and waved in the air. The term Akihiko family was something she learned from Jiraiya, and it fit perfectly in this context. Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly, deeply understanding what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, Tsunade wasn't he wrong. At just 5 years old, he had indeed saved up an impressive fortune of over 1 million ryo from the royalties of those popular novels that appealed to both refined and popular tastes. Although it wasn't too much in a ninja world where expensive ninja tools and explosive tags were commonplace, it was a staggering amount for a child. This wealth mainly came from the hot sales in the capital of the land of fire and the wealthy districts of various countries. In contrast, his fame in Konoha, where most ninjas had gone to the front lines, seemed rather ordinary. Orochimaru nodded knowingly, understanding Jiraiya's intention to change the subject, and stood up. All right, let's go eat barbecue. Meow meow. Shiro had already snuggled up to Tsunade, affectionately rubbing its head against her hand, its sapphire-like eyes filled with anticipation. The three little figures, along with an excited little white tiger, walked towards the village in the glow of the setting sun. Shiro comfortably nestled in Tsunade's warm embrace, and Tsunade ran home to greet Granny Mito along the way, or else her little bottom might be at risk. Their destination was Konoha Village's most famous barbecue restaurant, run by the Akimichi clan, known for its portion sizes and delicious food. The prices were high, but the flavor was worthy of its golden sign. Welcome, little friends. Here, to taste the barbecue? Please come in. The maid at the Akimichi house greeted them with a warm smile, enthusiastically leading them inside. The restaurant was filled with the enticing aroma of meat and the smell of charcoal, the atmosphere warm and lively. They were not looked down upon because of their age. In the ninja world, strength and spending power were the passport. Led by the server to their seats, Jiraiya generously handed the menu to Tsunade. Here you go. Tsunade, today you are the star. You order. Huh, then I won't hold back. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as her small hands pointed at the menu. This top-grade beef tenderloin. This selected pork belly. This Akimichi family's secret ribs. And this, before long, the menu was filled with marks. Orochimaru modestly added only a vegetable platter. Jiraiya, on the other hand, ordered many hearty meat dishes, and Shiro's appetite could only be described as shocking, also requesting 4 cans of freshly squeezed juice. The three of them actually couldn't eat much. The main force was Shiro. The efficiency of the Akimichi clan was well-deserved. Soon, the grill was filled with a dazzling array of ingredients. Beautifully marbled beef tenderloin slices, pork belly with distinct layers of fat and lean meat, ribs coated in a secret sauce, and fresh green vegetables. An irresistible aroma wafted up, instantly stimulating everyone's appetite. Come on, let us toast. Then dig in. Jiraiya laughed, raising his juice cup, not forgetting to pour a small dish of juice for Shiro. Cheers! The 3 cups clinked together crisply, reflecting the smiles on the faces of the young boys and girls who momentarily set aside their worries. Meow. Shiro happily licked the juice. Let the barbecue begin. Jiraiya was the first to pick up a slice of beef tenderloin and place it on the scorching grill. The moment the fat met the high temperature, it emitted a delightful sizzle, and the aroma filled the air. The first slice of meat quickly turned golden and fragrant. Tsunade carefully picked it up, blew on it a few times, and then reverently placed it in front of Shiro's plate. Shiro, today you are the star. This first piece is for you. Meow. Shiro wasted no time, biting into the hot piece of meat, puffing out hot air, but unwilling to let go. Its greedy yet stubborn appearance made the 3 burst into laughter. The following time was all about enjoying the delicious food. The secret sauce from the Akimichi family truly lives up to its reputation, with a salty and slightly sweet flavor complemented by a unique spiciness that perfectly highlights the natural taste of the ingredients. The only downside is that the price is indeed painful. Everyone is grilling and eating, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. After more than an hour, Tsunade, unable to eat anymore, leans back in her chair, contentedly rubbing her round belly, looking completely satisfied. Orochimaru elegantly, if you ignore his slightly slumped posture, finishes the last sip of juice, letting out a long sigh. I've reached my limit too. Jiraiya finishes the last piece of grilled meat on his plate, patting his belly in satisfaction. Not bad, just in time to finish. The Akimichi family's cooking is indeed impressive. The little white cat, Meow, is sprawled on the chair next to Tsunade, purring contentedly. It is undoubtedly the main force of the evening, having consumed more than half of the meat. The 3 humans and 1 tiger slouch in their chairs, digesting while chatting casually about various topics, enjoying this rare moment of leisure, until the night deepens outside The pedestrians on the street grow increasingly sparse. And the wall clock points to nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. They reluctantly get up to settle the bill and leave. The bustling streets of Konoha, with their dim lights, highlight the preciousness of this fleeting joy. The shadow of war ultimately looms over everyone's hearts. At the counter, the Akimichi family's staff quickly calculates the bill and announces a figure, 300 ryo. Jiraiya doesn't even blink, readily counting out the corresponding bills from his bulging wallet. The royalties from his best-selling books over the past year have already placed him among the wealthy. Chapter 22. Jonin Shiro appears this level of expense doesn't bother him at all. However, he knows that for ninjas, wealth is relative. A typical family might only spend 3,000 to 4,000 ryo a month, while for ninjas, a decent kunai costs over 1,000 ryo. And the expensive explosive tags and sealing scrolls for storing ninjutsu are even pricier. Not to mention that all this equipment is consumable. A single mistake on the battlefield could render it useless, and one could even lose their life. Earning money is fast, but spending it is even faster. This is the cruel law of the ninja world. Tsunade, let us take you home first, Jiraiya says, resting his hands behind his head, facing the cool evening breeze with a relaxed tone. Ah, okay, Tsunade nods, looking a bit lazy after eating and drinking her fill. Orochimaru naturally has no objections, treating it as a post-meal walk to aid digestion. A deeper reason is that he cherishes every moment of peaceful time spent with his companions. Tsunade's home is located in the core area of Konoha, very close to the bustling main street. After more than 10 minutes, the three arrive at the familiar, quaint residence. As expected, the iconic fiery red hair and gentle demeanor of Uzumaki Mito stand quietly at the door, waiting under the soft glow of the lantern. Her smile is like a spring breeze, bringing a comforting warmth. Good to see you, Lady Mito. Jiraiya and Orochimaru bow in unison, their attitudes respectful. Hee. It's little Jiraiya and little Orochimaru. Mito's smile deepens. Thank you for taking Tsunade out for dinner and bringing her back. You must be tired. Come in and sit for a while, and try the snacks I just made. She warmly invites. Ah, thank you, Lady Mito, for your kindness. Jiraiya quickly waves his hand. Bowing again, it's getting late. We really shouldn't trouble you any longer. Thank you for your concern, Lady Mito. Orochimaru follows suit, his voice cool, but respectful. I should be heading back too. I'll definitely come to visit next time. Haha. All right, you considerate children. Mito continues to smile, not insisting. Be careful on the way, and come play often. Sure. Tsunade carefully cradles the sleeping little white cat in her arms, gently handing it to Jiraiya. This is for you. Be gentle, it's in a deep sleep. Jiraiya nods, carefully taking the warm white fur ball and gently placing it into the specially made pocket inside his clothing. The little white cat seems to sense the familiar scent, nudges its little head, and emits a faint purring sound, adjusting to a more comfortable position and continuing to sink into dreamland. Tsunade, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Jiraiya and Orochimaru wave goodbye to Tsunade and turn to merge into the night. After walking a few steps, Jiraiya naturally stretches out his arm and wraps it around Orochimaru's slightly thin shoulders, grinning as he says, Hey Orochimaru, why not come to my place to sleep tonight? Orochimaru slightly pauses, glances at Jiraiya, then nods, a hint of relaxation in his voice. Okay. Hee, that is more like it. Let us go. Jiraiya gives a hearty pat on his friend's shoulder, and their figures gradually stretch under the dim streetlights. Time flies, and it has already been 19 years in Konoha. The flames of the First Shinobi World War have burned to their most intense stage. The main forces of the fire, earth, and lightning nations are entangled on the vast battlefield, engaging in fierce battles, with countless small nations also being drawn into the whirlpool, stirring restlessly. The clouds of war weigh heavily on the hearts of every Konoha villager. However, all this noise and smoke is temporarily isolated from the small courtyard of Jiraiya's home. In the courtyard, Jiraiya's figure swiftly weaves between wooden posts, throwing punches and kicking, sweat soaking his training clothes. Each punch, he throws cuts through the air, and his footwork has become much steadier and quicker than a year ago. Meanwhile, The large figure of the little white cat, now partially returned to its original size, nearly 3 meters long, practices rapid pounces and fierce claw strikes in the open space, its snow-white fur glistening with a powerful sheen in the sunlight. And each swipe of its paw seems to tear through the air, leaving a faint chill. In the corner of the living room, Orochimaru is immersed in his own world, focused on manipulating several small precision instruments and plant samples in petri dishes. Those 3 small experimental devices were purchased by Jiraiya 6 months ago for over 2 million ryo. After much hesitation, since acquiring them, Orochimaru's enthusiasm for exploring the unknown has surged, almost to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Of course, due to age and safety considerations, his current research is mainly focused on relatively safe plant fields. Occasionally, when Jiraiya comes up with ideas from his vague memories of his past life, like hybrid vigor or soilless cultivation, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes light up, eagerly asking for details, leaving Jiraiya scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. Well, I'm just guessing. But he secretly rejoices that the science videos he watched in his past life were not in vain. After an hour of intense taijutsu training, Jiraiya feels sore all over and decides to embrace the large tiger head of the little white cat, collapsing unceremoniously onto the soft grass. The warm sunlight bathes him, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of grass across his face. A year's time has allowed the trio's strengths to rise once again. Orochimaru still leads by half a step. Firmly rooted at the peak of elite Chunin by plot standards, he has already reached the threshold of special Jonin. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade have also stepped into the ranks of elite Chunin. The most noteworthy transformation belongs to the little white cat. Now, it possesses Jonin-level strength. This ice-winged white tiger from another world is growing at an astonishing speed. A power panel appears in my mind. Name: Jiraiya. Age: 6 years. Strength: elite Chunin bloodline limit. None chakra amount: 120. Elite Chunin level. Chakra attributes: fire, earth, wind, water. Yin Yang ninjutsu mastered. Basic transformation technique: earth release, earth flow wall, water release, water formation wall, wind release. Great breakthrough, wild lion's main technique. Needle Jizo name: Xiaobai race. Icewing white tiger age stage. Growth phase strength: Jonin bloodline limit. Ice release awakened. Chakra amount: 210. Jonin level. Chakra attributes: earth, wind, water. In ninjutsu mastered. Water wave bullets, multiple high-speed water bullet attacks. Earth spirit holy shield, enhanced earth release defensive shield. Hurricane's fury, powerful area wind release. Ice sealing, create an ice seal on a target. Ice claw, attach sharp ice crystals to claws for attack. Profound ice roar, powerful shockwave containing ice release chakra. Ice and snow world, super secret technique. Ice release, chapter 23. Scientist Orochimaru. The biggest change undoubtedly belongs to Xiaobai. Its strength has soared to Jonin, marking its official entry into the growth phase. The core ice release bloodline limit has also awakened, and its usage has become increasingly proficient. Of course, this astonishing growth is currently known only to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Mido. After all, Xiaobai stayed at Tsunade's house for a whole week last month. It was impossible to hide from that highly perceptive Uzumaki Mido. Of course, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, might also know a little. Jiraiya lay on the grass, his chest rising and falling with each breath, lazily stroking Xiaobai's smooth and thick fur. Xiaobai, what do you want to eat for lunch? Xiaobai lazily opened its ice-blue eyes, its huge tiger head rubbing against Jiraiya's chest, and then a crisp, soft, slightly spoiled girl's voice clearly rang out. Master, I want to drink the pork rib soup you made, okay? The tone was full of anticipation. That's right. Ever since its strength broke through to Jonin, Xiaobai has gained the ability to speak. When it first spoke, the shy daddy almost petrified Jiraiya on the spot, and he hurriedly explained for a long time, repeatedly assuring that he would never abandon it, before convincing Xiaobai to call him master instead. This soft and cute voice, combined with its huge and mighty, also cute in its smaller form, appearance, forms a huge contrast that makes Tsunade, who already liked it, even more enamored. The last time she borrowed it for a whole week is clear evidence. Of course, no problem, Xiaobai. Jiraiya smiled and patted its head, struggling to sit up, then laboriously carried, or rather dragged, Xiaobai's massive body towards the house. Xiaobai, you can play in the living room for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. Okay, master. Xiaobai obediently replied, its smaller body lightly jumping down from Jiraiya's arms, its huge body landing almost silently. Jiraiya walked straight to the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began to get busy. In the corner of the living room, Orochimaru was intently staring at the slice under the microscope. Xiaobai walked over with elegant steps, exerted strength in its hind legs, easily leaped, and precisely landed on the backrest of the chair where Orochimaru was sitting, curiously leaning towards the various bottles and jars. Orochimaru, are you doing these boring experiments again? Xiaobai asked with its soft voice, its tail tip lazily swaying. Orochimaru was not startled by its sudden appearance, not even looking up, but a mysterious smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Xiaobai, you don't understand. The end of ninjutsu is the Hall of Science. Xiaobai tilted its head in confusion, clearly uninterested in this profound topic. Okay, but it really looks boring. It yawned widely, revealing its sharp fangs. Orochimaru laughed and shook his head, putting down the tweezers. Turning around, his golden snake eyes looking at Xiaobai with a hint of research and request. Xiaobai, can you help me with one more small favor? Xiaobai blinked its pure blue eyes. Do you still want my blood, Orochimaru? There was no reluctance in its tone. Hee. Orochimaru rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, well, the little blood sample you generously provided last time has been used up. He looked at Xiaobai with an exploratory gleam in his eyes. The unique bloodline of this extraordinary beast, its powerful self-healing ability, astonishing growth rate, and fully awakened ice-release bloodline were all irresistibly attractive to Orochimaru. But he regarded Xiaobai as an important partner and would never harm it in the slightest. Every time he requested fur or blood, he strictly controlled the amount to a minimum and always obtained Xiaobai's consent beforehand. He was extremely worried that excessive requests would affect Xiaobai's healthy growth. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru only mentioned it once when he was purchasing instruments, and Jiraiya's response was exceptionally clear. As long as Xiaobai agrees, and there is absolutely no harm to its body, you could discuss the rest with Xiaobai. Sure, Orochimaru. Xiaobai readily agreed, even leaning in a little closer. Actually, you could take a little more. It's really no problem for me. Its tone was sincere and caring. Xiaobai. Orochimaru felt warmth in his heart, unable to resist reaching out to rub its fluffy forehead. The essence of research lies in quality. Too much can lead to waste. Saying this, he carefully picked up the smallest blood collection needle, gently piercing into a nearly invisible spot on Xiaobai's hind leg, extracting less than a milliliter of bright red blood before swiftly withdrawing it. He immediately pressed a disinfectant cotton ball against the puncture site. However, just a few seconds later, when he removed the cotton ball, the barely noticeable little red that had completely disappeared and the skin returned to normal as if it had never been pierced. This abnormal self-healing ability once again made Orochimaru secretly amazed. Thank you, Xiaobai. Orochimaru solemnly placed the precious blood sample into a temperature-controlled storage box, then picked up a specially designed wide-toothed comb to show my gratitude. Let me help you groom your fur? Sure. Xiaobai happily jumped down from the chair back and obediently lay on the soft mat at Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru sat beside it, gently and patiently grooming its fluffy white fur, his fingers occasionally brushing against the cool, smooth texture. Xiaobai was so comfortable that it squinted its eyes, producing a low purring sound like a small drumbeat. More than 10 minutes later, after finishing the grooming, Xiaobai had once again fallen asleep in this comfortable service. Orochimaru carefully collected the naturally shed white fur and placed it into a specially designed sterile bag. He never had the heart to pluck Xiaobai's fur. Being able to obtain research materials in such a gentle way was already satisfying for him, although his research during this time was limited by his knowledge base, and the mysteries contained in Xiaobai's blood and fur were still at a preliminary exploration and speculation stage, far from reaching the core. The feeling of constantly discovering, verifying, and getting closer to the unknown filled Orochimaru's heart with indescribable excitement and satisfaction. Orochimaru, Xiaobai, lunch is ready. Let's eat. Jiraiya's loud and warm voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat wafting out. Orochimaru gently patted Xiaobai's back. Xiaobai, wake up, it's time to eat. Xiaobai groggily opened its sapphire-like eyes, sniffed the delicious scent in the air, and instantly became much more awake, happily standing up and following Orochimaru towards the fragrant dining room. Chapter 24. Unexpected visitor lunch was exceptionally lavish. Jiraiya had clearly fulfilled his promise to Xiaobai. On the stove was a pot of fragrant, creamy pork rib soup, enough for Xiaobai to have another hearty meal in the evening. The dining table was filled with mouth-watering dishes, shiny and enticing braised pork ribs piled into a small mountain, richly sauced braised chicken wings neatly arranged, a large plate of chicken that made one drool, stir-fried meat embellished with green and red peppers wafting a fragrant aroma, and a bowl of refreshing tomato and egg soup. The staple food is steaming hot, individual grains of white rice. This colorful and fragrant lunch is a rare moment of warmth and peace for the two of them during a time of war, serving as their refuge. The crisp and abrupt sound of the doorbell broke the tranquility before lunch. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback. At this time, Tsunade would usually either be at home eating or at Granny Mito's, rarely coming directly over. As for others, his social circle was quite simple. Someone is knocking. Let me see who it is. Jiraiya gently placed the bowl of rice and chopsticks on a coffee table, saying, Orochimaru, Shiro, you guys eat first. Don't wait for me. With that, he got up and walked toward the entrance. All right, go ahead. Orochimaru responded, but did not move his chopsticks. He first picked up the large bowl designated for Shiro and skillfully scooped a large portion of various dishes, such as braised pork ribs, chicken wings, and stir-fried meat into it, then added a hefty spoonful of rice, pressing it down firmly, and finally drizzled 2 spoons of steaming, aromatic rib soup over the rice and dishes, making it look very appetizing. Shiro had the right to be at the table, sitting directly on a specially elevated chair. As Jiraiya quickly crossed the small courtyard, he wondered to himself, who could it be? Could it be that Tsunade suddenly decided to come by? He reached the courtyard door, pulled open the wooden latch, and was truly stunned when he saw the 2 people standing outside. Standing outside were Orochimaru's parents, East and West Maru, and Aunt May. They looked travel-worn, with signs of fatigue from their long journey on their faces, but their eyes were bright and they were smiling at him. Jiraiya quickly bent slightly, his tone filled with genuine surprise. Uncle East Maru, Aunt May, you're back from the battlefield? He noticed that they still carried the lingering scent of gunpowder and dust. Ha, little Jiraiya. Long time no see. You've grown quite a bit. East Maru laughed heartily, habitually scratching his somewhat messy black hair, his eyes revealing a caring concern of an elder. Little Jiraiya, it really has been a while since we last saw you. Aunt May wore a gentle and serene smile, her voice soft and pleasant like a spring breeze. Haha, Uncle East Maru. Aunt May, you can't find Orochimaru, right? Jiraiya asked with a smile, quickly stepping aside to let them in. Yes, East Maru nodded, a hint of apology in his tone. We just returned to the village this morning with the medical team escorting the injured. When we got home and found Orochimaru missing, we guessed he must be here with you. He paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, and added, this child always troubles you for care. I really feel sorry about that. Little Jiraiya. Uncle, you're too polite. Jiraiya quickly waved his hand, warmly inviting them. I just made lunch and was about to eat with Orochimaru. You two came at the perfect time. Please come in and have a meal with us, and then take Orochimaru back. He could see the fatigue on their faces, and a warm meal would make them feel better. East Maru and Aunt May exchanged glances, hesitating a bit about whether to intrude, seeing the sincerity in Jiraiya's eyes. Aunt May gently nodded. Then we'll trouble you, little Jiraiya. Orochimaru always praises how delicious your cooking is. We won't be polite and we'll enjoy a meal. No problem at all. The more the merrier. And there's plenty of food. Jiraiya beamed, stepping aside to welcome them into the courtyard, then quickly walked ahead to lead them to the living room. As soon as he opened the living room door, Jiraiya raised his voice, unable to contain his excitement, and shouted, Orochimaru, come see who's here. He wanted to surprise his best friend. Orochimaru, who had been sitting still and not moving his chopsticks, adhering to the etiquette of waiting for the host to dine together, stood up when he heard Jiraiya's call, thinking it was Tsunade who had suddenly visited, and prepared to greet her with his usual faint smile. However, when he clearly saw the two familiar faces following Jiraiya into the living room, time seemed to freeze instantly. His golden, snake-like eyes widened in shock, clearly reflecting the figures of his parents. An indescribable surge of warmth rushed to his eyes, and the long-suppressed feelings of longing and worry burst forth in an instant, hot tears streaming down his pale cheeks without warning. His lips parted slightly, his throat choked, and he could only emit an almost soundless whisper, "Mom, Dad." Aunt May's gaze met her son's tear-filled eyes, and her heart felt like it had been tightly gripped, her eyes instantly reddening as well. Almost instinctively, she crouched down, opened her arms, and called out with a trembling but incredibly gentle voice, "Orochimaru." This call seemed to open the floodgates of emotion. Orochimaru could no longer hold back. Like a fledgling bird that had been away from the nest for too long, finally returning home, he dashed into his mother's warm embrace. The suppressed cries finally bursting forth, filled with deep grievance and longing. "Mom, Mom, woo." Meanwhile, Ismaru also immediately crouched down, opening his strong arms to tightly and deeply embrace his wife and son. The three of them held each other tightly in the center of the living room, as if trying to merge all the separation and worry of the past year into this embrace. Ismaru's broad palm repeatedly stroked his son's trembling back, while Aunt May continuously kissed Orochimaru's hair, softly comforting him. The joy of reunion and deep love filled the small space. This scene was so warm and touching. Jiraiya stood to the side, feeling a strong sense of envy and deep emotion swell within him. He watched as Orochimaru released his emotions in his parents' embrace, and saw the unabashed love in Ismaru and Aunt May's eyes. With such parents and such a warm family, if this could continue, would the Orochimaru from the original story, who went to extremes in pursuit of eternity and lost himself, still be born? Absolutely not. As an orphan, Jiraiya understood too well the deep loneliness and pain that comes from losing loved ones. No, absolutely not. It felt as if a voice in his heart was shouting, "I must find a way to prevent that tragedy from happening. I must save Uncle Ismaru and Aunt May." Chapter 25. Gathering together, Shiro was crouching on its high stool, its ice-blue eyes curiously blinking as it watched the three humans tightly embracing each other. Its little head could not fully comprehend this profound, emotional bond known as family affection. In its pure worldview, Jiraiya, who gave it life, accompanied it, cared for it, and made it feel warmth and safety, was its everything, while Orochimaru and Tsunade were its important friends. This touching reunion lasted for more than 10 minutes before their excited emotions gradually calmed down. Ismaru was the first to release his embrace, looking at the smiling Jiraiya standing aside, his face showing the openness of an elder and a hint of an unnoticeable embarrassment. "Ah, Jiraiya, I'm really sorry for showing you such a scene. We got a bit carried away." Orochimaru also slightly withdrew from his mother's embrace, traces of tears still on his pale cheeks, and for once showed a bit of shyness typical of his age, feeling a bit embarrassed that Jiraiya had seen him break down in tears. "Ha, not at all, Uncle Ismaru," Jiraiya said sincerely, his eyes filled with warmth. "I'm just so happy to see your family reunited. I really envy you all." He pointed to the coffee table filled with dishes. "Please sit down, Uncle, Aunt Orochimaru. The food is getting cold." "Orochimaru, you help your uncle and aunt sit down," Jiraiya said as he turned and walked toward the kitchen. "I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks." Orochimaru regained his usual calmness, but his eyes still sparkled with bright joy. He took his parents' hands and guided them to sit on the soft tatami cushions. "Dad, Mom, sit here." Then he got up and walked to the fridge. "I'll get the drinks." Ismaru and Aunt May sat down somewhat awkwardly, their gazes quickly drawn to the pure, white cat sitting quietly on its specially designed high stool, elegantly licking its paws. "Orochimaru," Ismaru curiously pointed at Shiro and asked, "Who is this?" Orochimaru returned with a can of drink, and upon hearing this, he showed a gentle smile and gently rubbed Shiro's head. "Dad, Mom, this is Shiro, Jiraiya's ninja beast partner, and also a very important friend of mine." His tone carried a sense of pride. On Ninja Beast? Both Dong Shimaru and Aunt May revealed a mix of surprise and envy. Having a spirit beast partner is something that seems almost unattainable for ordinary Chunin families like theirs. Dong Shimaru immediately waved his hand at Xiaobai with a friendly smile, saying, "Hi Xiaobai, how are you?" Aunt May, however, was completely captivated by Xiaobai's silky white fur. Ice blue pure eyes and lazy, elegant posture, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Hello Xiaobai," she said, her voice unintentionally becoming softer. Xiaobai's ice blue eyes curiously scanned between Orochimaru and the unfamiliar couple, as if assessing something. Then it slightly opened its mouth, and a clear, soft, and slightly sticky female voice rang out, "Hello there." The sound was particularly clear in the quiet living room. "Huh? A talking spirit beast?" Dong Shimaru was genuinely shocked this time, unable to suppress a low exclamation. In his understanding, spirit beasts that could speak were usually extremely powerful or had ancient noble bloodlines, typically found only in those deep-rooted ninja clans. Jiraiya really was becoming more and more unpredictable. Aunt May's focus was completely different. She was thoroughly enchanted by Xiaobai's melodious voice and lively demeanor, her affection overflowing. Unable to help herself, she looked at her son with a hint of pleading. "Orochimaru, can I hug Xiaobai? It's just so cute." Orochimaru paused for a moment, a troubled expression crossing his face. He knew Xiaobai's temperament too well. Aside from Jiraiya, Tsunade, and himself, Xiaobai rarely allowed others to touch it, let alone hug it. He looked at Xiaobai and said in a negotiating tone, with a hint of barely noticeable pleading, "Xiaobai, this is my mom. She really likes you. Can you let her hug you? Just for a little while?" Xiaobai tilted its head, ice blue eyes staring intently at Orochimaru's serious face, then glanced at the pure and eager affection in Aunt May's eyes. It seemed to think for a few seconds before saying in its soft, adorable voice, "All right, for your sake, Orochimaru, just for a little while, okay?" It deliberately emphasized just for a little while. "Great. Thank you, Xiaobai." Aunt May was overjoyed, almost eagerly extending her hands to gently lift Xiaobai from the stool. She cradled Xiaobai's soft body as if holding a rare treasure, feeling the warmth and subtle tremors beneath its smooth fur, her face radiating a satisfied and gentle smile. Her fingers gently combing through the fluff at the back of Xiaobai's neck. Seeing his mother so happy, Orochimaru relaxed his tense expression, a smile of relief curling at the corners of his mouth. "All right, dinner's ready." Jiraiya entered at just the right moment, holding bowls and a pot of rib soup. Breaking the warm scene, "Uncle Dong Shimaru, Aunt May, come try the rib soup I made. Be careful, it's hot." He placed bowls of steaming, milky white rib soup in front of everyone. Noticing this, Xiaobai nimbly jumped out of Aunt May's arms and lightly landed back on its high stool, continuing to enjoy its aromatic lunch. "I'm going to dig in." The five of them, plus one tiger, said in unison, the warm atmosphere mixed with the aroma of food. After taking a sip of soup and a piece of braised rib, Dong Shimaru's eyes instantly lit up. "Little Jiraiya, your cooking is amazing. It's so delicious." He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising endlessly. "Yes." Aunt May also tried a piece of chicken wing and genuinely exclaimed, "The meat is tender, the sauce is rich, and the seasoning is just right. No wonder Orochimaru always praises your cooking in front of us. If there's a chance next time, I'd really like to learn a few tricks from you to make something that Orochimaru loves." Her gaze towards Jiraiya was filled with admiration. No problem, Aunt May. You're always welcome to come over, and I'll definitely teach you everything." Jiraiya happily agreed, looking at the relaxed smiles on Dong Shimaru and his wife's faces. He felt a stir in his heart and casually asked, "Uncle Dong Shimaru, Aunt May, now that you're back, you won't have to go back to the front lines, right? You can stay home and spend time with Orochimaru?" This question was like a stone thrown into a compound. Orochimaru's hand froze mid-motion, abruptly looking up, his golden eyes fixed intently on his parents' faces, filled with an almost pleading strong hope. He desperately wished to hear a positive answer from them. However, the smile on Dong Shimaru's face slightly faltered, and a deep sense of reluctance and guilt flashed in his eyes. Avoiding his son's intense gaze, he lowered his voice, this time We are mainly escorting a group of severely injured soldiers and medical supplies back to the village to rest. The situation at the front is still tense. Tomorrow, we will follow the supply convoy and head back to the front lines again. Aunt May also put down her chopsticks, looking at her son with complicated emotions. Filled with reluctance and apology, silently nodding. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became much heavier. The light in Orochimaru's eyes dimmed little by little, ultimately falling into silence. He lowered his head, staring at the rice in his bowl, silent for a few seconds. When he lifted his head again, he had forced a smile onto his face. Though it was somewhat stiff, his voice striving to remain steady. "Okay, Mom and Dad, you must be careful at the front lines. I will wait for you to come back at home." Each word was spoken with utmost clarity, like making a solemn promise. "Good boy." Dong Shimaru felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, suppressing the surging emotions, and reached out to ruffle Orochimaru's soft short hair. His tone firm. "Your mother and I promise you, we will definitely come back safely." Aunt May also reached out, tightly holding onto Orochimaru's small hand resting on his knee, nodding vigorously in response, conveying a silent promise and strength. The atmosphere during the remaining meal became somewhat dull, although the food remained delicious. The warmth and joy seemed to be overshadowed by an invisible gloom. Everyone ate in silence, and when they occasionally spoke, they carefully avoided topics about the battlefield. The meal quickly came to an end. Dong Shimaru and his wife helped Jiraiya tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. "Haha, little Jiraiya, thank you so much for your hospitality today." Dong Shimaru and Aunt May stood at the gate with Orochimaru, sincerely expressing their gratitude once more. "You're welcome to come visit again, Uncle and Aunt." Jiraiya responded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Orochimaru, his tone filled with undeniable concern and determination. "Orochimaru, after Uncle and Aunt leave tomorrow, you still come to my house to stay. There will always be a place for you at my home." He knew that this home was too empty for Orochimaru, who was alone. Orochimaru nodded silently, not rejecting this warmth. Dong Shimaru and Aunt May cast grateful looks at Jiraiya, then took their son's hand and turned to walk home. The sunset's afterglow stretched the shadows of the three figures long. Jiraiya stood at the gate, watching the tightly linked three figures until they disappeared at the alley's end. He took a deep breath of the cool evening air, slowly closed his eyes, and unconsciously clenched his fists, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. A complex and heavy emotion surged within his chest. He knew the trajectory of history this time. Uncle Dong Shimaru and Aunt May would step into that meat grinder-like battlefield and would never return. This was their last meeting with Orochimaru. After a long time, Jiraiya suddenly opened his eyes wide, his dark pupils glinting with unprecedented determination and a sense of desperation. A decision formed clearly and firmly in his heart, at all costs. Save Orochimaru's parents. He was well aware of his current limits. Merely a 6-year-old elite Chunin who had yet to graduate from the ninja school. Not to mention saving people in that chaotic and brutal battlefield. Even self-preservation would likely be a problem, and his strength might even be inferior to the battle-hardened Uncle Dong Shimaru and Aunt May. He couldn't do it, but he wasn't without leverage. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the little white creature inside the house. The ice-wing white tiger, Xiaobai, who possessed the strength of a Jonin, awakened a powerful ice-release bloodline, and had an incredibly fierce combat instinct. Yes, only Xiaobai had the capability to go to the battlefield. Jiraiya was well aware of Xiaobai's potential. During their usual sparring sessions, even Orochimaru, who had reached the peak of elite Chunin strength, began to feel pressured when facing Xiaobai. Moreover, Xiaobai had never unleashed its full power in actual combat. Only Jiraiya understood how terrifying Xiaobai truly was when it removed all restrictions and reverted to its fearsome white tiger form. Measuring over 20 meters in length and standing more than 17 or 18 meters tall, when its massive ice wings, imbued with the power of frost and cold, fully spread open, the imposing presence was enough to terrify ordinary ninjas. Although its chakra level remained stable at the Jonin level, with its robust physique, innate racial talents, and bizarre ice release abilities, unless it encountered a Kaga level or exceptionally powerful elite Jonin, like the later Konoha White Fang. It was not impossible for it to protect itself or even complete rescue missions. However, the weight of this decision nearly suffocated him. Xiaobai was still so small. It was just a child in its growth phase. The thought of pushing it into that brutal and perilous battlefield filled Jiraiya's heart with a tearing pain and reluctance. It should have grown up carefree in the relatively safe Konoha. But, thinking of Orochimaru's eyes, which might lose their luster and fall into a dark abyss upon learning of his parents' death, imagining that once warm home forever devoid of laughter, recalling that lonely, cold soul who would tread the wrong path in the original story, Jiraiya felt as if his heart was tightly gripped by a cold hand. The internal scale was violently swaying, and ultimately, the concern for his dear friend's fate and the fear of tragedy overshadowed his worries about the risks. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning incredibly resolute. It had to be tried, but the premise was that Xiaobai's own will must be respected. If it was unwilling, Jiraiya would rather abandon the plan and seek other methods. He would never force it. This bottom line he would not cross. He turned around, with heavy yet determined steps, and pushed open the door to the living room. Xiaobai was lying on its comfortable cushion, looking at him with crystal-clear, ice-blue eyes. The light in the living room was warm and tranquil. Jiraiya meticulously cleaned the dishes, his movements carrying a barely perceptible weight. He sat down beside the sofa and gently held Xiaobai in his arms. The little creature seemed to sense his unease, extending its warm tongue to lick his hand, producing soft, purring sounds as if silently comforting him. Chapter 27. Explosive tags and space scrolls. Jiraiya felt a warmth in his heart, temporarily casting aside that heavy choice. He lowered his head and smiled, playfully teasing Xiaobai's fluffy chin and small ears, engaging in playful antics for a while, until Xiaobai comfortably curled up in his arms, its ice-blue eyes half closed. He gradually restrained his smile, and the room fell silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects coming from outside the window. Xiaobai. Jiraiya's voice deepened, carrying an unprecedented seriousness as he cradled Xiaobai's fluffy cheeks, making its clear ice-blue eyes meet his. Do you want to go to the battlefield? The battlefield? Xiaobai perked up immediately, its ears standing alert, confusion and a hint of worry filling its ice-blue eyes. Master, are you going to the battlefield? Xiaobai wants to go with Master. It expressed its determination to follow without hesitation, its voice still soft but undeniably firm. Jiraiya's heart felt as if it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. He took a deep breath, as if trying to draw in the hesitation and weight in his chest. Xiaobai, it's not that I want to go to the battlefield. It's Orochimaru's parents. He looked into Xiaobai's pure eyes, struggling to find the right words. They are returning to the front lines tomorrow. I'm very worried that they might die there like I know they might and never come back. His hand unconsciously stroked Xiaobai's smooth, soft fur repeatedly, his gaze drifting into the void as if he could see the figure of his dear friend, who might completely fall into despair upon hearing the bad news. Xiaobai, Orochimaru is my most important friend. I don't want to see his parents die. I don't want to see him become all alone. He withdrew his gaze and deeply stared at his companion in his arms, his eyes filled with conflicting love and pain. So I want to ask you, please, go with them to the front lines. At the most dangerous and critical moments, protect them, save their lives. His voice trembled slightly, laden with reluctance, but Xiaobai, you're still so small. He knew Xiaobai's power, but this understanding couldn't offset the emotional pain. The battlefield is too cruel, filled with death. I can't bear to push you into that kind of place. So, I want to hear your thoughts. Do you want to go? Xiaobai quietly snuggled in Jiraiya's warm embrace, its ice-blue eyes resembling two pure gems, intently reflecting its master's complex face. It seemed to understand his struggle and pain, gently rubbing its small head against Jiraiya's chin, its soft voice carrying a comforting power. Master, if you let Xiaobai go, Xiaobai will go. It paused, a glimmer of mischievousness flashing in its eyes. Since Master doesn't want Orochimaru's parents to die, then Xiaobai will protect them well. It puffed out its small chest, its tone filled with an almost naive confidence. And don't worry, Master. Xiaobai is not afraid of the battlefield. Xiaobai is very strong, very strong. It wiggled its little paws, as if to emphasize its strength. Jiraiya's heart was deeply touched by the little one's unreserved trust and bravery. He held Xiao Bai tightly, pressing his cheek against its fluffy head, remaining silent for a long time. In the living room, only their breaths and heartbeats could be heard. After a while, he finally raised his head, his gaze sharp and serious, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Xiao Bai, remember, on the battlefield, danger lurks everywhere. You must never act recklessly. Only when you see Uncle Dongwon and Aunt Mei, Orochimaru as parents, are truly in life-threatening danger. At a critical moment, can you take action? Understand? Otherwise, try to hide yourself. He solemnly conveyed the core of the tactics, emphasizing decisiveness when acting. If you can swiftly eliminate the enemy, do it cleanly and decisively. If the enemy is too strong or the situation too chaotic, and you judge that you cannot resolve it immediately, he added with increased gravity, then don't worry about anything. Immediately use your fastest speed to take Uncle Dongwon and Aunt Mei away from the battlefield and fly back to Konoha. Safety first. Bringing them back is the biggest victory. Xiao Bai perked up its ears, its ice-blue eyes sparkling with understanding, and it nodded vigorously. Its voice serious like a little warrior. Xiao Bai understands, Master. Wait for the right time and rescue people. If I can't win, I'll take them back to Konoha. Good child. Jiraiya's heart settled a bit, but his worry never dissipated. He stood up holding Xiao Bai, his gaze becoming resolute and full of determination. Let us go. I'll prepare something for you. As night deepened, Konoha's commercial street was still brightly lit. Jiraiya, carrying Xiao Bai, walked purposefully towards a relatively large and traditionally signboard ninja tool supply store. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the wind chimes rang out with a crisp sound. Inside the store was spacious and bright, with various ninja tools neatly displayed on rows of shelves. Shurikens, kunai, wire scrolls, and armor, filling the air with a faint metallic scent and the smell of paper and ink. Welcome. A young female clerk with a bun hairstyle and a sweet smile approached, her face radiating professional warmth. Seeing Jiraiya was young, her tone softened even more. Oh, hello. Xiao. What would you like? You can tell me. My name is Xiao, and I'm very happy to help you. Ah, hello, Sister Xiao. Jiraiya's gaze swept over the dazzling array of shelves, and he directly said, I want a scroll. A scroll? Xiao blinked in surprise that the child would directly ask for this. Was it a sealing scroll or a space scroll? She cautiously asked, after all. Space scrolls were quite expensive. Space scroll, Jiraiya confirmed. A space scroll, huh? Xiao confirmed, immediately displaying her professionalism. Sister has different grades here. The ordinary type has about 1 square meter of storage space and costs 50,000 Rio. The low-level one has 3 square meters for 100,000 Rio. The medium one has 5 square meters for 200,000 Rio. And the high-level one has a maximum of 10 square meters for 400,000 Rio. Which one do you need, little friend? She explained in detail, not dismissing or underestimating him because of his young age. Jiraiya nodded to indicate he understood, then asked, Xiao sister, what about the price of kunai and explosive tags? Xiao was slightly taken aback, thinking he was scared off by the price of the space scroll and wanted to switch to something cheaper. Still smiling, she enthusiastically introduced, for kunai, the ordinary iron ones are 1,000 Rio each, and we have specially made high-grade ones from alloy that are sharper and more durable for 5,000 Rio each. As for explosive tags, the standard ones with stable power are 5,000 Rio each. Chapter 28. Chakra conducting weapon. Jiraiya seemed not to notice her thoughts and immediately asked a more weighty question. Xiao sister, do you accept custom weapons here? Like chakra conducting weapons? His eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiao was genuinely surprised this time. She carefully looked Jiraiya and the quiet little Bai in his arms up and down, her smile showing more curiosity and interest. Little brother, you really came to the right place. Our boutique weapon store has one of the best forging skills in Konoha, and we can indeed create chakra conducting weapons. She paused. However, the special metals that can perfectly conduct chakra are very rare, and we have very little in stock. Sometimes it can take years to gather enough materials to forge one. You're in luck, she said with a mysterious smile. I just finished an order recently and have a bit of precious scrap left. But this amount won't be enough to make a long sword or katana. We can only forge shorter weapons, like daggers or short swords. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. Haha, that's great, Xiao sister. I just happen to want a short weapon. I want to forge a trident dagger, he said without hesitation, expressing his idea. A trident dagger? Xiao frowned slightly, showing a look of confusion. The mainstream weapons in the ninja world are samurai swords, kunai, and shuriken. She had never heard of such a uniquely shaped weapon. However, she quickly reacted and reminded him, little friend, chakra-conducting weapons are already very expensive, and custom ones are even pricier. For a special weapon like the one you want, the material and craftsmanship requirements are higher. Let me be clear with you, it will start at least at 1-800-000 Rio. This number made Jiraiya click his tongue in secret. Fortunately, he had confidence. Over the past 2 years, he had transformed into the great writer Jiraiya, tirelessly writing. The 6 volumes of Young Dong Dong had already been completed and received quite a response. The subsequent Madame Yaya Z was even more popular, and his latest work, My Teacher Mimi Z, was also selling well. The royalties from these 3 best-selling novels had accumulated him a fortune of over 10 million Rio. And this number was continuing to grow. Although no one knew that the pen name was actually a 6-year-old child, this money gave him the capital to splurge at this moment. No problem, Xiao sister, Jiraiya said with a hearty laugh, displaying a generosity that did not match his age. For the space scroll, I want the high-level one. I'll take 10 explosive tags. I want the ordinary kunai. 10 of those. And the chakra-conducting weapon, let us go with what I just said for customization. Please give me paper and pen. I'll draw a design for you. Huh? You really wanna? Xiao was genuinely surprised this time. The ordinary-looking child in front of her was surprisingly extravagant. She instantly categorized him as a low-key heir from a wealthy family and became even more polite and cautious. All right, just a moment, little friend. She quickly found paper and pen and handed them over. Jiraiya took them, pondered for a moment, and then skillfully began to sketch on the paper. The lines were simple and powerful, clearly depicting a dagger with sharp edges, full of a killing aura, with a sharp tip and unique blood groove design, all presented. He handed it to Xiao. Xiao sister, look, this is roughly what it looks like. Xiao took the drawing, examined it carefully, and her eyes gradually revealed surprise and admiration. It is indeed longer than an ordinary dagger and more suitable for stabbing. This trident structure with a blood groove, wow, she gasped, realizing the terrifying nature of this design. This weapon would have a very terrifying lethality. Little friend, your design idea is truly unique. She sincerely praised him. After pondering for a moment and calculating the cost and difficulty of the craftsmanship, she looked up and said, how about this, little friend? This chakra-conducting trident dagger requires high-quality materials and craftsmanship. I'll give you a practical price of 2,000,000 Rio. The high-level space scroll is 400,000 Rio. As for the 10 explosive tags and 10 kunai, she revealed a sincere smile. Let's consider them a welcome gift from sister to you. No need to calculate the money. The scroll is 400,000 Rio as a full payment. For the custom weapon, according to the rules, I'll charge you a deposit of 1,000,000 Rio, and you can come back in a month with the receipt to pick up the goods and pay the remaining amount. The total is 1,400,000 Rio. How does that sound? Great. It's a deal, Xiao sister. Jiraiya was very satisfied with this result, especially since the gifts were just what he wanted. He reached into his specially made vest, which had multiple large-capacity inner pockets sewn inside, and fished out a thick stack of large denomination bills. At that moment, little Bai in Jiraiya's arms seemed to be awakened by the bright lights and some noise in the shop. It lazily yawned, opened its ice-blue eyes in a daze, and curiously poked its little head out to look around. Jiraiya smiled and gently scratched its chin with his finger. Ah! Xiao's attention was instantly drawn to little Bai, letting out a surprised scream, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars. What a cute cat! Little brother, is this your pet? She asked excitedly, her voice slightly changing. Haha, Xiao sister, its name is Bai, And it's not an ordinary cat. It's a rare white tiger and my ninja beast partner. Jiraiya proudly introduced. Ninja beast? Bai? Oh my god, it's so cute. Xiao Xiao was completely melted by little Bai's cuteness and couldn't help but take a couple of steps forward, cautiously yet eagerly asking, little brother, can I touch it? Just for a moment? Her eyes were filled with pleading. Haha, of course, Jiraiya said generously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's face broke into a huge surprise smile, and she immediately leaned forward, extending her slightly trembling fingers, gently placing them on little Bai's fluffy head and giving it a light rub. Little Bai was a bit confused by this sudden attack, blinking its ice blue big eyes and looking at the unfamiliar human, radiating excitement. It seemed unaccustomed to it, pulling its little head back and quickly burrowing back into Jiraiya's warm embrace, leaving only a bit of white fur sticking out, and continued to close its eyes to feign sleep. Ah, Xiao Xiao's hand froze in midair, feeling a bit embarrassed. But then she was as happy as a child who just got candy. I just touched it. So soft. So comfortable. Its fur is as smooth as the finest silk. She reminisced about the feeling from earlier, extremely excited. Chapter 29. Farewell, Jiraiya counted out the enormous sum of 2,400,000 Rio and neatly handed it to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's sister. Next time, I'll let you have a good touch of Bai. He decided to pay in full this time. He trusted Xiao Xiao's sister and the reputation of the boutique weapon store for the custom weapons and scrolls. Xiao Xiao's eyes instantly lit up as she took the heavy cash, her face filled with seriousness. Little brother, you can rest assured. I'll personally oversee it. A month later, you will definitely receive the chakra trident dagger, which will be incredibly sharp and have perfect conductivity. I'll also pick the best space scroll for you. Thank you for your trust. She quickly prepared a detailed receipt and custom order and handed it to Jiraiya. All right, then it's hard work for you, Sister Xiao Xiao. Jiraiya took the receipt, carefully stored it, and said goodbye while holding the little white creature, leaving the shop. After leaving the boutique weapon store, Jiraiya didn't stop his pace and headed straight to the dairy shop he often visited, buying 4 large bags of fresh milk in one go. After returning home, he immediately got to work. First, he carefully packed 10 powerful explosive tags and 10 shining steel kunai, placing them separately into a sturdy, durable custom ninja tool bag. This was his extra battle support prepared for the Tsukio and Mei couple. He knew the supplies allocated by the village were limited, and the consumption on the battlefield was enormous. Over the past 2 years, they had likely saved very little to support their family and their son's expenses. He hoped this gesture would help them have a better chance in a critical moment. As for the expensive high-grade space scroll, it was a mobile pantry specially prepared for the little white creature. Jiraiya had already made a large quantity of high-energy, storable special beef jerky in advance. At this moment, he neatly arranged all the sealed beef jerky he had stored at home, along with the 4 large bags of milk he had just bought and some small packages of nutritional supplements, beside the unfolded space scroll. He took a deep breath, skillfully formed hand seals, channeled a bit of chakra, and a faint light gathered at his fingertips as he pointed it at the sealing technique on the scroll. Quieti, tunting, sel. A flash of light appeared, and the mountain of food piled on the ground instantly vanished, perfectly sealed into the scroll. Jiraiya picked up the now smaller scroll, which still emitted spatial fluctuations, and carefully rolled it up, solemnly looking at the little white creature squatting on the coffee table. Curiously watching him, little white, Jiraiya squatted down, looking into the pure ice-blue eyes of the little creature, and earnestly reminded, "This scroll is filled with your favorite beef jerky and fresh milk. Remember, when you want to eat, tell Uncle Tsukio or Aunt May, and let them help you unlock the seal to take it out. Don't starve yourself while outside." Okay, master." Little White hugged the scroll, which was not much bigger than its paws, happily rubbed its head against Jiraiya's cheek, and exclaimed, "Master is the best." Little White likes Master the most. It lightly leaped back onto Jiraiya's broad shoulder, affectionately licking his ear, the cool touch filled with endless trust and intimacy. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and Kanahagakure was immersed in a cool and quiet gray-blue tone. In the small courtyard of Orochimaru's house, a strong sense of parting lingered. Tsukio and Mei had donned their ninja attire and headbands, standing at the door, their gazes like thick honey, lingering on their son, unwilling to move away, even slightly. Mei crouched down, tightly embracing Orochimaru, as if to imprint his warmth and presence into her very bones. Her cheek pressed against Orochimaru's soft black hair, her shoulders trembled silently, and hot tears fell like loose beads, one by one, landing on her son's shoulder and soaking his thin clothing. After a long time, it seemed she had exhausted all her strength, holding back tears that were nearly overflowing, slowly standing up with her lips turning pale. Tsukio took a deep breath of the cool morning air and suppressed the heaviness in his heart. He crouched in front of Orochimaru, carefully took out a not-so-thick cloth bag from his chest, and opened it to reveal a neatly organized stack of cash, about 30,000 ryo. He solemnly placed this money in Orochimaru's small palm, which normally held kunai with such strength, but now trembled slightly. Orochimaru, Tsukio's voice was low and gentle. Trying to force a smile, after your father and mother leave, go stay at little Jiraiya's house, and keep each other company. Take this money, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of admonishment and concern. Buy some necessities and fresh vegetables. Even though you're at Jiraiya's house, you can't let them bear everything, understand? This money is the last savings they painstakingly saved, pinching from their meals, just as Jiraiya expected, to support the supplies and Orochimaru's expenses. Their savings had long been critically low during this return to the village for rest. They were even in such dire straits that they couldn't afford to purchase even the most basic battle supplies, especially the expensive explosive tags. This last bit of money, they unhesitatingly left for their son. I understand, Dad. Orochimaru's voice was thick with nasal tones. Tears silently slid down his pale cheeks, falling onto his father's calloused hands. Tsukio heavily patted his son's shoulder, as if to transfer all his strength, then stood up, looking towards the eastern sky, which was beginning to brighten. He exchanged a glance with Mei that required no words, understanding that it was time. Orochimaru, take care of yourself at home. Listen to Jiraiya's words. Mei's voice choked, struggling to hold back emotions that were nearly breaking, and finally looked deeply at her son, saying, Dad and Mom are leaving. Dad, Mom. Watching his parents turn and leave, Orochimaru could no longer contain himself and shouted out loud. His small hands tightly grasped the cold doorframe, his knuckles turning white from the force, and tears burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. A wave of immense, suffocating panic gripped his heart, as if the most precious thing in his life was being ruthlessly pulled away, about to disappear down the road leading to the unknown battlefield. Tsukio and Mei stopped in their tracks upon hearing his voice, turning back one last time, deeply and greedily gazing at the small, tear-streaked figure standing by the doorframe. 1,000 words choked in their throats, ultimately transforming into a heavy wave goodbye. They resolutely turned and walked quickly towards the village gate, their steps carrying the determination of going to battle and an unspoken sorrow. Chapter 30. Little White is about to reach the battlefield. On the road to the village entrance, there were few pedestrians, only the cool morning breeze blowing past. Mei finally couldn't hold back, softly sobbing, her voice filled with worry. I don't know if we can make it back this time. The battlefield changes in an instant, and we have no supplies left. Especially the explosive tags. If it weren't for the last few tags we used to forcibly break out of the encirclement 3 months ago, She couldn't bring herself to continue. The terrifying scene still vividly replayed in her mind. Tsukio's heart was equally heavy. A sense of foreboding overshadowed his thoughts like dark clouds. But he straightened his back, his tone firm and unwavering. Aunt, don't be afraid. Trust me, we will definitely come back alive. You must come back alive. Little Orochimaru needs you. He didn't say the latter part out loud, but it echoed in his heart. Even if it costs my life, I will ensure you return safely to your son. However, the couple, immersed in heavy emotions, completely failed to notice that a small figure, like a ghost, was lurking in the shadows of the eaves and morning mist, watching their departing figures with fear. It was Orochimaru, who had secretly followed them. The intense premonition of losing his loved ones coiled around his heart like a cold snake. Clever as he was, he had long seen through his parents' difficult situation, but he was unwilling and dared not accept that cruel possibility. At this moment, looking at his parents' somewhat lonely and solitary figures in the cool morning light. He felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, almost unable to breathe. The massive gate of Konohagakure was already in sight. In a small square at the village entrance, the Konoha ninja team responsible for escorting supplies to the front lines had begun to assemble, gathering about 20 to 30 people. And the air was filled with a silent atmosphere of slaughter and parting. Tsukio and Mei quickened their pace. In the shadow of the last civilian house at the edge of the square, Jiraiya yawned widely, his eyes showing prominent dark circles. He was worried that the Dongsawin couple would set off early, so he waited here with Xiaobai in his arms before dawn. Xiaobai lay quietly in his embrace, its ice-blue eyes curiously surveying the gathering, unfamiliar faces. Dongsawin uncle, Aunt Mei, over here. Seeing the familiar figures appear, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly lowered his voice to call out. Little Jiraiya? Dongsawin and Aunt Mei, who were about to head to the square, turned back in surprise at the sound. When they saw Jiraiya and Xiaobai in the corner, their faces were filled with astonishment, and they quickly walked over. What are you doing here? It's so early. Dongsawin scratched his head awkwardly. Did you come to see us off? You've really troubled yourself, little Jiraiya. Yes, little Jiraiya, it's too early for you. It's not good for children to lack sleep, Aunt Mei said, looking at the dark circles under Jiraiya's eyes with concern, reaching out to ruffle his hair. None of the three noticed that just behind them, in a recessed wall just a short distance away, a small figure suddenly held its breath. Pressing its body tightly against the cold stone wall, ears perked up, catching every sound. I was just worried about Uncle and Aunt Mei. Jiraiya tried to make his smile look relaxed and natural. You child. Aunt Mei was about to say a few more words of concern. Dongsawin uncle, Aunt Mei. Jiraiya quickly interrupted her, his expression turning unusually serious. And his speech quickened. There's not much time left. The team is about to set off. Listen to me. I came because I have something important to say. Seeing Jiraiya's unprecedented serious expression, Dongsawin and Aunt Mei immediately withdrew their smiles, their expressions becoming focused. Jiraiya took a deep breath, looking directly at the two. Uncle, Aunt Mei, I guess you don't have any extra savings left to buy battle supplies, right? Especially explosive tags and spare kunai? Did you leave your last bit of money for Orochimaru? His tone carried certainty and a hint of unnoticeable pain. Dongsawin and Aunt Mei were instantly speechless, their faces flashing with embarrassment and helplessness at being seen through, unsure of how to respond. Behind the wall, Orochimaru's body trembled violently, his small hand clutching the stack of bills tighter, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He had certainly thought about his parents' predicament, but what could he do? Here. Jiraiya unhesitatingly pulled out a bulging special ninja tool pouch from his bosom and stuffed it into Dongsawin's hands. There are 10 brand new kunai in here, along with 10 stable explosive tags. Uncle, take them and use them. He smiled shyly. After you left yesterday, I felt uneasy and couldn't sleep, thinking about it over and over. I guess I was worried about your safety on the battlefield. This is all I could prepare. Then, Jiraiya's tone became even more serious. He rubbed Xiaobai's head in his arms, lifting it slightly. Uncle, Aunt Mei, please take Xiaobai with you. He looked at their astonished expressions and added earnestly, don't underestimate it. Xiaobai has real Nin-level combat power. It could be a great help at critical moments. Dongsawin stared in shock at the seemingly gentle and cute little cat. 8J Nin-level ninja beast? This is unbelievable. No, Jiraiya, this is too precious. We are already incredibly grateful to accept the supplies. How can we take your ninja beast? Xiaobai is your partner. Aunt Mei quickly shook her head in refusal. Jiraiya's clear gaze swept over the two, his voice carrying a sincerity beyond his years and a hint of heaviness. Uncle, Aunt Mei, please don't refuse me. I've been an orphan since I was young. I know what it's like for an orphan to lose their parents and how hard life can be. No one understands how important you are to Orochimaru better than I do. He can't be without you. If something happens to you on the front line, I can't imagine what he would become. Jiraiya's voice choked up a bit, taking a deep breath. So please accept these supplies and take Xiaobai with you. Let it protect you at your most dangerous moments, on my and Orochimaru's behalf. Please trust in its strength. He raised his head, his eyes filled with sincere friendship. Orochimaru, is my most important friend. Helping you is helping him. Chapter 31. Friends, every word struck at the softest and most vulnerable parts of the couple's hearts. Their love and concern for Orochimaru that they could not let go of. Aunt May's eyes instantly turned red, and she looked at her husband. Her gaze filled with wavering and hope. Dongsewin's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his face written with struggle, ultimately transforming into a heavy sigh of decision. He bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Almost bending down, Jiraiya, Orochimaru is lucky to have a friend like you in his life. Aunt May quickly followed her husband, solemnly bowing to the young boy in thanks. "Ha, don't do that, Dongsewin uncle, Aunt May." Jiraiya hurriedly helped them up. "Having Orochimaru as a friend is also my fortune." He firmly stuffed the ninja tool pouch into Dongsewin's hands, then gently lifted Xiaobai, offering it to Aunt May. Aunt May looked at Dongsewin, and seeing her husband's determined nod, she carefully took Xiaobai, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. Xiaobai seemed to understand its mission at this moment, nuzzling against Aunt May's arm. "Jiraiya, thank you for this kindness. We will remember it," Aunt May said gratefully. "When we return safely this time, I will definitely make a big meal for you and Xiaobai, though it might not be as good as what you make." She tried to use a light tone to dispel the heavy atmosphere of parting. "Huh, then I will remember that, Aunt May. I'm looking forward to your signature dishes," Jiraiya replied with a smile, then became serious again, reminding them, "By the way, Uncle, Aunt May, there's also a space scroll in the ninja tool pouch. I prepared a lot of secret beef jerky and fresh milk that Xiaobai loves. Xiaobai has a big appetite. It needs to eat 4 meals a day, so please help take it out to feed it." Dongsewin was once again shocked by the boy's thoroughness. "You even thought about Xiaobai's food for us. We really don't know what to say." "Jiraiya, don't worry. We will definitely feed it on time. We won't let it go hungry." Aunt May quickly nodded in assurance. Dongsewin, Aunt May, gather, prepare to depart. A ninja wearing a Janin forehead protector shouted loudly in the square, the voice echoing clearly in the morning air. He was the captain of the couple's team and had already noticed their farewell, giving them a little time, but now the time was up. "Uncle, Aunt May, hurry up," Jiraiya urged, not forgetting to remind Xiaobai carefully. "Xiaobai, be good and listen. Eat well. Protect Uncle and Aunt May. Remember what I told you last night." His eyes were filled with trust and reluctance. "Little Jiraiya, we're leaving. Thank you. We will repay this kindness when we return." Dongsewin and Aunt May deeply bowed to Jiraiya once more, then holding Xiaobai, turned and hurried toward the assembled team. Xiaobai poked its little head out from Aunt May's arms, its ice blue eyes lingeringly looking back at Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood in place, watching them merge into the flow of the team, his eyes finally unable to hold back the moisture. The morning breeze, carrying a chill, brushed across his cheek, failing to disperse the heavy worry in his heart. He believed in Xiaobai's strength, but the battlefield was a meat grinder that devoured lives, and any accident could happen. The team lined up in several rows, led by the captain, moving like a silent dragon, slowly walking out of the enormous gate of Konoha village, disappearing into the distance at the end of the road, shrouded in morning mist. Sighing deeply, Jiraiya finally let out a long, lonely breath. His chest felt as if a piece was hollow. The warmth brought by the connection of souls with Xiaobai felt forcibly stripped away, leaving him with an unprecedented discomfort and sadness. "I wonder if the little guy can adapt," he murmured softly, his heart filled with concern. Suddenly, he thought of something and subconsciously called out in his heart, System, little white will be okay, right?" He needed a bit of reassurance, even if it was just a little comfort. In his mind, the usually cold System voice was rare to be silent for a moment before responding in a tone closer to an explanation rather than a mechanical answer. "Ding. Host, you seriously underestimate the potential of the Ice-Wing White Tiger, even if it is not a direct descendant of the mythical sacred beast. The purity of its bloodline has already granted it top-tier combat instincts. The battlefield is precisely the best place for this ancient combat bloodline to awaken and break through. A harsh environment will only make it grow faster." The System rarely spoke so much, explaining in such detail, although its tone remained flat. The confidence in Little White's strength that seeped through its words felt like a warm current flowing into Jiraiya's heart, dispelling a lot of gloom. He rubbed his slightly sore eye sockets vigorously, raised his head, and looked at the sunrise in the east, which had already risen and dyed the clouds golden. He stretched out in a big, lazy stretch, trying to dispel his fatigue and unease. I should head back, he muttered to himself, turning to walk in the direction of home, his steps carrying a hint of fatigue and confusion. He didn't even know if Orochimaru was up yet. What should he say when he finds out Little White is gone? This is giving me a headache, he mumbled softly as he walked, completely unaware that not far behind him, in the shadow of the wall he had just leaned against, a small figure was silently sliding down, collapsing to the ground. Orochimaru leaned against the cold wall, his face already covered in intersecting tear stains, tears flowing silently. He watched Jiraiya's gradually receding figure, his golden eyes swirling with extremely complex emotions, shock, gratitude, shame, and a warmth that seemed to melt his heart. His lips moved slightly, and finally, all the swirling emotions turned into an almost inaudible whisper, gently drifting away in the empty morning light. Is he a friend? After a long, long time, when the entrance of the village had completely returned to calm, with only a few guards remaining, Orochimaru slowly raised his hand and wiped away the tear stains on his face with his sleeve. He propped himself up against the wall, looked in the direction where Jiraiya had disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly, little by little, lifted up, sketching out an unprecedented, warm, and sincere smile. Softly murmuring, "Foolish Jiraiya." After saying that, he turned around and gently but firmly stepped in the direction of Jiraiya's home. The sun finally completely leaped out of the horizon, and the golden morning light spread all over Konoha, gently enveloping that small figure walking towards friendship and hope. Chapter 32. The Bond of the Three Sannin, Part 1. The morning sunlight lazily streamed through the window, spilling onto the slightly messy living room floor. Jiraiya laid back with his hands behind his head, dragging his still somewhat tired body back home, casually closing the door. He glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand lazily pointed to just past 7. Well, let's make some breakfast around 7. What should I eat? He scratched his messy white hair, yawning while pondering the contents of the fridge, and his stomach appropriately grumbled. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized it should be Orochimaru at this time, right? He shuffled in his slippers to the entrance and opened the door. Sure enough, it was Orochimaru. He stood quietly outside the door, holding 2 paper bags that emanated the aroma of food. Well, Orochimaru, you're early. Oh, you even brought breakfast? I was just about to cook. This saves me some trouble. A big smile immediately blossomed on Jiraiya's face as he stepped aside to let Orochimaru in. Habitually, he raised his hand to pat Orochimaru's shoulder, but suddenly remembered something and froze. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of sadness and a deliberately concealed longing. Come in. By the way, there is something I need to tell you. You might not see Little White for a while. Little White, has gone back to visit its own clan and will be away for some time. He tried to make his voice sound casual and relaxed as he turned to walk to the living room. However, after taking a few steps, he didn't hear the familiar footsteps behind him. Jiraiya turned back in surprise, only to see Orochimaru still standing in the shadow of the entrance, unmoving, just gently placing the breakfast paper bags on the nearby low cabinet. What's wrong? Orochimaru, why aren't you coming in? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Orochimaru looked up, his golden vertical pupils appearing particularly deep in the dim light of the entrance. He stared at Jiraiya, his voice calm yet clear. I saw you. Huh? Saw what? Jiraiya was completely bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. I said. Orochimaru took a small step forward, his gaze unwavering. I saw you this morning at the entrance of Konoha village. He paused, each word like stones thrown into calm water. I also heard your conversation. Jiraiya. This Jiraiya instantly froze, his mind racing but coming up blank, his face filled with the embarrassment and surprise of being caught off guard. He never anticipated being followed. He could only subconsciously scratch his head, his gaze wandering, his smile frozen on his face, like a child caught doing something wrong. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps suddenly rang out. Just as Jiraiya was still in a daze, completely unprepared, Orochimaru charged at him, Jiraiya only felt a blur in front of him, a force crashing heavily into his embrace. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but his hands were frozen in midair with nowhere to place them. Orochimaru is hugging him. Immediately, the usually calm and almost indifferent voice now carried a trace of barely detectable trembling and intense gratitude, clearly rang in his ear. Jiraiya, thank you. Thank you for helping my mom and dad so much. His arms tightened even more as if to embed this heavy gratitude directly into the other's bones. Jiraiya's body slowly relaxed from its initial stiffness, the embarrassment in his heart replaced by a warm current. He was momentarily stunned, then reached out his hands to gently, reassuringly pat Orochimaru's slightly tense back, his voice becoming warm and sincere. No need to thank me, Orochimaru. We are friends, right? Helping each other is what friends do. Isn't it? Yeah, we are. Orochimaru's voice came out muffled. He took a deep breath, as if to push all the swirling emotions back down. Then he slowly, almost stiffly loosened his arms and stepped back. The slight fluctuation on his face instantly disappeared, returning to his usual indifferent and calm expression as if the emotional embrace had never happened. He casually bent down to pick up the breakfast paper bags from the low cabinet, his tone calm and unruffled. Let us eat, Jiraiya. Only the slightly reddened ears silently betrayed the emotions he had just displayed. Oh, okay, fine. Jiraiya was still a bit taken aback, instinctively accepting the paper bag that Orochimaru handed over, still warm. The two of them walked in sync to the dining table and sat down. I'm starting, Jiraiya and Orochimaru said in unison, breaking the last bit of subtle awkwardness in the air. Inside the paper bag were 2 bowls of fragrant seafood ramen with rich broth, thick char siu, and a variety of toppings. Jiraiya's stomach immediately protested louder. He buried his head and slurped the noodles noisily, his cheeks stuffed to the brim. He had waited foolishly at the village entrance since 5 in the morning, enduring hunger and cold for over an hour. This bowl of noodles was simply a delicacy. Orochimaru ate his noodles in a much more refined manner. He put down his chopsticks, watching the white-haired youth across from him devouring his food. A hint of curiosity and barely detectable worry in his golden eyes. Is little white really okay? The term battlefield felt too heavy, rolling around on his tongue before he ultimately swallowed it back down. Don't worry, Orochimaru. Jiraiya raised his head, a bit of soup still clinging to the corner of his mouth, but his eyes shone brightly with immense confidence. There was absolutely no problem with Shiro. You know its strength. This conviction was not blind. The system's explanation about the potential of the Ice-Wing White Tiger bloodline was like a shot of adrenaline, greatly increasing his confidence in Shiro's survival and rescue abilities. What troubled him now was more the discomfort and deep longing that came from the sudden separation after getting used to Shiro swirling around him, accustomed to that soul connection. Orochimaru responded softly, lowering his head and fiddling with the fish cake in his bowl with chopsticks. He certainly knew that Shiro was strong. During their usual sparring in the woods, neither he nor Jiraiya had ever truly forced the Ice-Wing White Tiger to unleash its full power. Similarly, he had never used any dangerous ninjutsu during their sparring. This trust was more based on his confidence in Jiraiya's judgment as a friend. Shiro would be fine. It possessed Nin-level strength, and even in a real battlefield, it had the ability to protect itself. He seemed to be convincing himself while affirming it at the same time. Chapter 33. The Bonds of the Three Ninja, Part 2. Jiraiya leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. Shiro is not just at Nin level. I'll tell you, unless it encounters a monster on the brink of becoming a Kaga level or a true Kaga level powerhouse personally intervening to stop it. No one can stop it. He wore a proud and boastful expression. What? Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, his golden pupils contracting sharply, his face revealing unmasked shock for the first time. Shiro was actually stronger than he had estimated, Elite Genin, even approaching Kaga-level deterrence. He knew that Jiraiya would never exaggerate in matters like this. As Shiro's owner, his judgment was beyond doubt. After the huge surprise, a strong sense of relief surged in his heart, and the taut corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but curl up into a clear arc, filled with genuine joy and relaxation. So Shiro was this strong. He looked at Jiraiya, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. Breakfast ended in a much lighter atmosphere. Orochimaru quickly tidied up the bowls and chopsticks and tossed them into the trash can. Jiraiya, satisfied, patted his belly, and a big yawn uncontrollably escaped him. 2 drops of physiological tears squeezing out from the corners of his eyes. Yawning, waking up too early in the morning, I can't take it anymore. I need to catch up on some sleep. I'm so tired. Jiraiya stretched lazily, feeling like his eyelids were fighting each other. Orochimaru, do you want to take a nap too? No need. Orochimaru had already walked over to the corner of the living room, which he designated as his exclusive area for the experimental base, occupying nearly a third of the living room space, filled with various bottles, jars, books, scrolls, and some strange plant specimens. He spoke without turning around, his voice returning to the calm focus of his research. I need to continue my experiments. You go ahead, Jiraiya. He had already picked up a test tube containing some strange green solution and was examining it carefully against the light. All right then, I'll go sleep. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes and staggered toward his bedroom, almost flopping onto the bed. No sooner had his face buried into the pillow than a faint snore began to sound. In the afternoon, at a secluded training ground on the back mountain of Konoha, huff, huff, the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the field. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had just finished high-intensity training, now sprawled on the grass, drenched in sweat, with dirt mixed with grass clippings sticking to their training clothes. This was naturally the result of Jiraiya's forced organization. After waking up, he was full of energy and, without saying a word, charged into the living room, ignoring Orochimaru's protests about the critical stage of his experiment, and directly yanked him away from the microscope. Then he ran to Tsunade's house, using the excuse of a coupon from a newly opened barbecue restaurant, saying it would expire if she didn't hurry, which was, of course, a lie, successfully tricking the future slug princess, who was hiding under the covers sleeping in, to come out. Thus, the trio reassembled and sweated it out in the training ground for the whole afternoon. Such collective training, under Jiraiya's coercion and inducement, had to take place at least 3 to 4 times a week. Even if Orochimaru was engrossed in experiments, and Tsunade was clamoring to go shopping, Jiraiya always found a way to get them into training gear and present here. As for the reason, Jiraiya was well aware of the historical trajectory in the original work. In the 37th year of Konoha, during the Second Shinobi World War, the 3 ninjas of Konoha faced the peak Hanzo with semi-Kiga strength, ultimately suffering a regrettable defeat, bearing a title that felt both like disgrace and honor. In his view, there were many reasons for the failure. Their strength had not yet reached its peak, their combat experience was lacking compared to Hanzo, who had faced countless battles. And more importantly, the 3 of them had not yet formed their own mature, unique, and perfectly complementary combat styles. Therefore, he was determined to start applying pressure from now on, not only to enhance their hard power, but also to guide them to explore and establish their own fighting paths. Orochimaru's mysterious and changeable nature combined with the potential of snake ninjutsu, and Tsunade's unmatched strength combined with medical ninjutsu. Just a bit of guidance would help them avoid some detours. By the time the Second Shinobi World War truly broke out, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Hanzo? By then, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. So Tsunade lay sprawled on the grass, her unremarkable chest rising and falling violently with her heavy breathing. She turned her head slightly. Sweat ran down her smooth forehead, and her brown eyes looked at Jiraiya, filled with surprise. Shiro's strength was actually at the elite Jonin level. It had really gone to the battlefield with Orochimaru's parents this morning. She was digesting this news she had just learned during training break. Well, isn't that so? Jiraiya said, holding a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, his hands resting behind his head, gazing at the white clouds drifting across the sky, his tone tinged with helplessness and longing. The little guy went on its first trip far away, and to such a dangerous place, Tsunade suddenly let out a cry of despair. Rolling on the grass like a fish out of water, her voice thick with disappointment and a hint of a pout. Life without Shiro to cuddle is really so boring. I can't even get into training. She looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru with a pitiful expression. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, seeing familiar helplessness in each other's eyes. Orochimaru turned his gaze away expressionlessly, as if studying the texture of the grass leaves. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, already experienced in dealing with Tsunade's boredom. His eyes turned, and an idea came to mind. With a tempting tone, he suggested, "Tsunade, you've worked hard in training. How about we go eat barbecue?" The new Akimichi secret recipe uses top-grade meat from the Land of Lightning, the kind that sizzles with oil. Barbecue. The previously listless Tsunade instantly seemed to have a vitality switch flipped. She jumped up from the ground, her eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance, and saliva seemed to be about to flow from the corner of her mouth. "Let's go. Right now. Immediately. To eat barbecue." She excitedly waved her fists, then seemed to think of something, proudly putting her hands on her hips. "Shiro's portion. I must help it eat well. Leave us to go play." That confident posture of helping others eat diluted the slight gloom brought about by Shiro's departure. On the grass, Jiraiya's hearty laughter and Orochimaru's barely audible chuckle rang out. Chapter 34. The Attack, Part 1. On the border of the Land of Fire. In the dense forest path, the dappled shadows cast by towering ancient trees danced along the forest road as a Konoha team, escorting urgently needed supplies to the front line, was moving quickly. At the forefront of the team, the elite Jonin Senju Hiragi and Sarutobi Daiteki cast vigilant glances at the dark, deep forest on either side of the road, which seemed capable of swallowing light. The air was filled with the damp scent of grass and trees, yet there was a hint of unusual oppression. "Hey, Hiragi-kun, we will reach the main camp in the Land of Water in another hour." Sarutobi Daishin's tense nerves slightly relaxed, revealing a hint of a weary smile. There had been no movement since arriving here. It seemed this time was relatively smooth. However, before he could finish his thought, Senju Hikari's expression changed drastically, his pupils suddenly constricting to the size of pinpricks as he roared like thunder. "Enemy attack. All defenses. Quick!" Sarutobi Daishin's senses instantly captured that deadly killing intent, reacting swiftly as he gripped his sharpened kunai tightly in hand. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing through the air shattered the brief tranquility. Dozens of cold kunai, like bloodthirsty venomous bees, shot out from the shadows of the dense forest on both sides, carrying a sharp edge. What made it even more horrifying was that amidst the kunai, several explosive tags with fuses hissing and burning were mixed in. Boom, boom, boom! The earth-shattering explosions erupted. Fiery fireballs shot into the sky, and violent shockwaves, carrying dirt, rubble, wood chips, and chunks of flesh, rampaged in all directions. Transport vehicles were overturned. Precious supplies scattered everywhere. Caught off guard, the Konoha team instantly fell into chaos. Screams and gasps filled the air. Several Nin, slower to react, were ripped apart or heavily injured by the shockwaves of the explosions, the strong smell of blood immediately overwhelming the scent of gunpowder. "Kill them all. Leave none alive. Destroy the supplies." A thunderous roar echoed deafeningly. A muscular giant with dark skin and bulging muscles like an iron tower burst out from the smoke. It was the elite Jonin Reiku from Kumobikure. Behind him, a dense, murderous crowd of Cloud Ninja surged forth from the forest like a black flood, numbering no less than 50. Senju Hikari's eyes flashed with cold light. Locking onto Reiku at the forefront, he snorted coldly, his voice piercingly icy. "I was wondering who was causing trouble. Turns out it's Reiku. Quite bold, daring to set an ambush right under my Konoha camp. Do you really think Konoha has no one and you want to be wrapped up and annihilated?" "Ha ha ha!" Reiku let out a wild laugh, his eyes glinting with cruelty and greed. "As long as I can slaughter you and destroy this cart of supplies, this little risk is nothing. Senju Hikari, your head is mine." "Head, just you?" Senju Hikari's mouth curled into a disdainful arc, chakra surging instantly. "What if I add to that?" A cold, arrogant voice rang out. A man with a purple spiky hairstyle and sharp eyes like a hawk stepped out slowly, holding a narrow ninja blade that reflected a chilling cold light. It was the elite Jonin Daraj. "Heh, count me in." Another figure appeared silently, as if merging with the shadows. This was an extremely ordinary middle-aged man. unremarkable among the crowd, but his eyes, devoid of ripples like stagnant water, made Senju Hikari's heart race. It was the elite Jonin, the Shadow. Reiku, Daraj, the Shadow. Senju Hikari's heart sank to the bottom, his expression becoming extremely grave. Reiku and the Shadow were notorious figures, their strength nearly at the half-shadow level. He and Dishin might be able to entangle the two, but the other one could easily slaughter his team in an instant. In a life-and-death moment, he suddenly turned to the young ninja behind him and whispered urgently, "Xin Xiao, break through immediately. Return to the camp as fast as possible and seek help from Lord Hokage. Tell them we are ambushed by 3 elite Jonin from Kumogakure and are in imminent danger. Hurry, Lord Hikari." But look at the terrifying enemy formation. Shinko's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Follow the order. Get going." Senju Hikari interrupted sharply, leaving no room for doubt. He then glared at Reiku, unleashing powerful chakra as he roared. "Reiku, your opponent is me." Before he could finish speaking, he turned into a gust of wind, charging fiercely at Reiku. The two collided violently, the sounds of fists and feet striking and ninjutsu roaring deafeningly. Sarutobi Dishin took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, his gaze locking onto the knife-wielding Daraj, a trace of resolute fighting spirit appearing on his face. Then Daraj, your opponent is me. He had made up his mind to fight to the death, hoping that the one with the coldest aura, the Shadow, could be held off by his team. Daraj shrugged indifferently, casually twirling his long knife, his tone flippant. "It's all the same. They're all dead anyway." He then signaled the Shadow, "Shadow, clean up those miscellaneous fish." Rest assured." The Shadow's voice was calm and without waves, as if simply going to handle a trivial task. He blurred for a moment, vanishing like a ghost, and the next second appeared behind a Konoha Nin, his hand, wrapped in eerie blue lightning, silently pressed against the back of the opponent's heart. The Nin's body convulsed violently and died instantly. No one noticed that Xin Xiao, using the cover of the explosion smoke and chaotic battlefield, slipped away like a slippery fish, increasing his speed to the limit, desperately rushing towards the direction of the Land of Waters camp. The Jonin and Nin of Konoha were already entangled in a bloody battle with the rushing elite Cloud Ninja. The sounds of battle shook the heavens. The flashes of ninjutsu erupted in succession, and the crisp sounds of weapons clashing echoed endlessly. However, Konoha's side suffered heavy losses, their defense precariously on the brink. With only 4 ordinary Jonin left, each leading their remaining subordinates to form small teams, struggling back-to-back against the fierce assaults of the Cloud Ninja. Wind style, great vacuum wave. Konoha Jonin Kiryu seized a fleeting gap, rapidly forming hand seals with both hands, a violent wind chakra gathering in his mouth, and suddenly spewing forth. A gigantic, rotating wind blade howled out, instantly shredding a charging Cloud Jonin into pieces. He wiped the blood splattered on his face and shouted hoarsely, "Brothers, hold the line. Let those brutes from Kumogakure know the might of Konoha Ninja." However, before his roar could finish, a chilling blue lightning suddenly flashed beside him. Lightning Flash Strike. Chapter 35. Attack, Part 2. Like teleportation, the Shadow was enveloped in dazzling blue-white lightning, moving so fast it surpassed the limits of visual capture. 1 second he was over 10 meters away, and the next second he appeared in front of Kiryu with a piercing scream that tore through the air. That hand wrapped in destructive lightning chakra swung down towards Kiryu's neck like a demonic claw reaching from hell. Crap! Kiryu felt a bone-chilling coldness seize his entire body in an instant, his eyes bulging with extreme terror. It was too fast. There was no time to form seals or evade. Thud! The muted sound of a blade slicing through flesh and blood sent chills down the spine. The hand wrapped in lightning cut through Kiryu's entire right shoulder like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, without any obstruction. Blood mixed with charred flesh spurted out like a fountain. Ugh! Kiryu's body shook violently, a large amount of blood mixed with internal organs surging from his mouth. The light in his eyes rapidly dimming as he roared with endless unwillingness before crashing to the ground. The shadow didn't even glance at the fallen prey, his cold gaze locking onto the next target, Konoha Jonin Dodo Aikir, who was commanding his team to resist with all their might. On the battlefield's chaotic corner, Higashimura and Mei Ai were back-to-back, struggling to hold on. Mei Ai had a deep wound on her left arm, blood soaking through the bandage. Higashimura's situation was worse. His right hand, which he used to grip the kunai, hung limply, the flesh and blood at his forearm a mess, the white bone exposed. Intense pain contorting his face, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down continuously. He could only use his left hand to tightly grip his injured right arm, trying to slow the blood loss and excruciating pain. If it weren't for the 10 explosive tags that Jiraiya had gifted him, which had forced back powerful enemies several times in critical moments, the two of them would likely have already fallen. "Captain, watch out from behind." A shout filled with horror and urgency suddenly exploded. It was Higashimura. He had been nervously watching the battlefield, witnessing Kiryu-tan's tragic death with his own eyes. When he saw that deadly blue lightning flash again, darting towards Captain Dodo Aikir, his heart nearly stopped, and he used all his strength to issue a warning. Dodo Aikir heard this shout, his honed battle instincts causing him to instinctively form hand seals with lightning speed. Crack! The terrifying lightning arm slashed through like a shadow. The body of Dodo Aikir, left in place, was instantly torn apart. Beneath the splattered fragments, there was a charred and smoking wooden stake scorched by lightning. 3 meters away, the real Dodo Aikir staggered into view, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat rolling down his forehead like rain, gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, he had brushed past death. He looked gratefully towards the source of the voice and saw the equally pale Tsugumi Maru, clutching his bloodied arm, nodding solemnly. The shadow's brows furrowed for the first time, its cold gaze shifting towards Tsugumi Maru, who had disrupted its guaranteed kill. Seeking death, it whispered, and in an instant, its hands formed several complex hand signs. Powerful lightning chakra wildly compressed and gathered in its palms, producing a heart-pounding, crackling sound. Lightning release, false darkness. Zing, a spear of lightning, refined to perfection and radiating piercing deep blue light, shot forth with a shriek that tore through the air, aiming directly at the just stabilized Dodo Aikir. Earth release, earth flow wall. Dodo Aikir's soul nearly fled his body as he squeezed every last bit of chakra from within, his hands forming seals at such speed that they left afterimages. The ground trembled, and 3 thick earthen walls rose from the ground like city walls. Layered in front of him, crack, crack, the sound of teeth-gritting friction and shattering echoed in succession. The false darkness spear crashed violently against the first earthen wall, and within less than half a second, the violent power of lightning tore through it. Next was the second wall, which was likewise easily pierced and shattered like paper. Finally, when it struck the third wall, the power of false darkness was nearly exhausted, dissipating into curling electric snakes. The surface of the third earthen wall was covered in spiderweb-like cracks on the verge of collapse. Dodo Aikir panted heavily, his chakra nearly depleted, and just as a glimmer of survival flickered in his heart crack, like the tolling of a death knell, that arm, entwined with ghostly blue lightning, appeared for the third time, ruthlessly shattering the last cracked earthen wall. The shadow's figure suddenly materialized amid the swirling dust, its cold eyes locking onto Dodo Aikir, who was now within arm's reach. Lightning flash strike. The shadow's low shout bore the coldness of a verdict, as that arm, symbolizing death, struck down with lethal intent towards Dodo Aikir's chest. Earth release, earth flow wall. Tsugumi Maru struggled to form seals, blocking the shadow for just a moment. In that fleeting instant, Dodo Aikir quickly dodged and created some distance. The shadow's brow furrowed tightly, its cold, murderous intent locking onto Tsugumi Maru, who had disrupted its actions. It was this injured Nin. Time and again, a nuisance. You meddlesome fool. The shadow's voice was like shattering ice. Daring to ruin this lord's good deed? Then you shall be the first to pay the price. Before the words had even left its mouth, that lethal lightning figure, while rushing towards Dodo Aikir, suddenly executed an inconceivable and physically impossible sharp turn. The target switched instantly, with a shriek that tore through the air. It lunged straight at Tsugumi Maru. A cruel and twisted smile spread across the Shadow's face, as it seemed to anticipate the feeling of its hand tearing flesh and crushing a heart. Not good. I can't dodge it. Tsugumi Maru's mind screamed in alarm, but his injured arm and the opponent's terrifying speed left him no room to evade. The arm entwined with destructive energy rapidly enlarged in his golden eyes, the shadow of death enveloping him. Endless regret and guilt drowned him in an instant. "Aunt Orochimaru, I'm sorry." At this critical moment, Maru, a piercing cry rang out. A petite yet resolute figure, like a moth to a flame, suddenly blocked in front of Tsugumi Maru. It was Mei. She faced the deadly strike with her own chest. There was no fear in her eyes, only endless affection and reluctance for her husband and distant child. "No, Aunt, don't." Tsugumi Maru's eyes widened in despair, bloodshot and filled with anguish, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. The entire world seemed to collapse before him. Chapter 36. Attack 3. Konoha, Year 19. Month 2 in the center of the Konoha camp in the Land of Soup, a massive strategic map was laid out on the central table. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, donned layered dark blue armor, his silver hair framing a face as cold as ice, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table, producing a dull, thudding sound as if calculating the balance of war. The atmosphere in the tent was so tense it felt like it could drip water, with elite shadow guards standing like statues, core high-ranking members and elite Jonin, including Sarutobi Hisashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Gate, and others, lined up on either side. The air thick with the impending slaughter of battle. How is the situation on the grass country front? Senju Tobirama did not raise his head, his voice deep like rolling thunder. Nara Shikaku stepped forward, his speech steady and clear. "Hokage-sama, the situation on the grass country front is equally dire. The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, leads 4,000 elite rock shinobi, poised to attack the border. Our defensive troops are under immense pressure, and the front line could be breached at any moment. We are stretched thin in resources and manpower with 2 fronts to fight on." His words carried a hint of deep concern. Senju Tobirama's brow furrowed into a river shape, his decree-like frown deepening. Being attacked on 2 fronts was the last thing Konoha wanted to see. After a moment of silence, his sharp gaze fixed on the map of the Land of Soup, decisively stating, "The battle line in the Land of Soup must be resolved quickly. We can't delay any longer. 3 days from now, gather the main forces and launch a full-scale attack on the cloud-hidden stronghold. We will crush the Raikage in one fell swoop." Nara Shikaku sighed, his wise eyes scanning the gathered individuals, analyzing. "Hokage-sama, this strategy aims to break the deadlock. But the cloud-hidden side is powerful. Raikage A is exceptionally strong, and under him are the Gold and Silver Brothers, shadow-level strongmen with Nine-Tails chakra, fearsome to the extreme. Additionally, intelligence indicates that the enemy has at least 4 semi-shadow-level top-tier experts in reserve, while our number of strongmen is not lacking. If we want to quickly open a breakthrough in the full-scale attack and secure victory," he paused, emphasizing, "we must strike with the force of a thunderbolt and instantly carve a breach in the enemy's defenses. Swiftly kill or severely injure a core strongman on their side to shake their morale and disrupt their overall deployment." Senju Tobirama remained silent, the frequency of his fingertip taps on the table increasing, revealing his internal deliberation and pressure. What Narashikaku said was spot on, but to take down a top-tier enemy was incredibly difficult. A slight misstep could lead to the loss of a core strongman and shake morale. "Teacher," at that moment, Sarutobi Hisashi suddenly stepped forward, his young face filled with determination and resolve, declaring loudly, "If someone must take on this heavy responsibility, I am willing to go. Please allow me to face either Kin and I or Jin and I. I will do my utmost to hold them off, creating an opportunity for my comrades to strike down the enemy leader." A stable and powerful semi-shadow aura emanated from him as he fixed his burning gaze on his teacher. Senju Tobirama looked up, his deep gaze landing on his valued disciple. This young apprentice was also one of the candidates for the third Hokage, and a hint of unnoticeable appreciation and relief flashed in his eyes. At just over 19 years of age, he had already stepped into the semi-shadow realm, his talent and perseverance being top-notch. He spoke slowly, his voice deep but carrying a hint of warmth. "Monkey, I am pleased with your rapid progress and strength. However, you are still not a match for Kin and Jin and I." Upon hearing this, the battle intent that had just ignited in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a sense of unwillingness and urgency. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, secretly resenting, "My strength, it's still not enough. I don't even have the qualifications to share the burden of such powerful enemies with my teacher." Just then, Senju Tobarama suddenly thought of the crucial frontline supplies, his sharp gaze turning to Narashikaku. "The urgently needed materials for the front lines, by my calculations, should have arrived by now, right?" Narashika's furrowed brows were tightly locked, quickly calculating the distance and time in his mind. As an ominous premonition silently crept up, Lord Hokage should have reached the perimeter of the camp by now. His worry was evident even without words. As if to confirm his suspicion, whoosh, a figure carrying the essence of wind and dust rushed into the command tent like a gale, kneeling heavily on one knee. Voice urgent and hoarse. "Lord Hokage, emergency military situation. The supply convoy was ambushed by the elite of the Cloud-Hidden Village 50 miles from the main camp. The losses are severe. Captain Senju Hikari ordered his subordinates to break through to seek assistance. The patrol team has already set off." It was Senju Shinkusa. Senju Tobarama's eyes suddenly turned sharp, like two cold blades. 50 miles. This position cleverly lay just outside the edge of the regular patrol points of Konoha, the most easily overlooked weak link in the defense chain. Damn Cloud Ninja! Such a vicious scheme. A wave of icy anger instantly engulfed him. Who? Before his words fell, Senju Tobarama's tall figure had vanished from his seat, leaving behind a visible ripple in the air. The speed was astonishing. "Danzo, Kagami, Matoi, Koharu, follow me. Emergency assistance for Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was swift, almost roaring out the command. He understood that for his teacher to be so flustered, the situation must be extremely critical. Yes, the core elite Jonin showed no hesitation, instantly transforming into several afterimages, following Sarutobi Hiruzen like arrows shot from a bow. Racing toward the battlefield at full speed, time seemed to stretch. Aunt May's petite yet resolute figure stood firmly in front of Dongsawin, facing the shadow's arm that carried the lethal lightning of death, striking down with a grimace of cruel pleasure, as if he could already smell the scent of burnt flesh. "Aunt, no!" Dongsawin's eyes were bloodshot, his golden irises instantly filled with crimson as he let out a heart-wrenching, soul-shattering cry of despair. His injured arm struggled weakly, trying to push Aunt May away, but it was futile, just as the destructive lightning was about to engulf Aunt May's chest. Dongsawin's world was on the brink of total collapse. A voice of authority and fury, as if from an ancient ice field, roared like thunder from the heavens, suddenly exploding. A small, fluffy white figure, like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly shot out from Aunt May's embrace. Chapter 37. Little White's outburst at the moment it detached from Aunt May. Its size swelled against the wind. Its snow-white fur bristled, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. And in the blink of an eye, its form expanded to the size of a calf, imposing and powerful. Most astonishingly, its right forepaw, which should have been soft, was now covered with a layer of massive ice crystal claws, carved from millennia-old glacial ice, shimmering with the brilliance of absolute zero. Wherever the claw tip passed, the air seemed to freeze and tear apart. Little White, this claw strike was timed perfectly with an incredibly cunning angle. Rather than it pouncing on the shadow, it was more accurate to say that the shadow willingly slammed his chest into that poised, soul-freezing ice claw with maximum force and the most perfect angle. Thud! A sound that made one's scalp tingle, like a heavy hammer smashing through decayed wood, erupted. The cruel grin on the Shadow's face instantly froze, transforming into utmost bewilderment and horror. He didn't even feel pain. He only sensed a terrifying force, mixed with bone-chilling cold, crashing against his chest like a collapsing mountain. The clear, teeth-gritting sound of ribs fracturing resounded intensely. Following that was the horror of his insides being crushed, torn, and ground to pieces by this immense force. The colossal power did not cease, propelling his body like a cannonball. Boom! The Shadow's body flew backward at several times the speed it had come, crashing heavily into the trunk of an ancient giant tree several dozen meters away. The trunk emitted a groaning sound of being unable to bear the weight, creating a deep dent, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. The Shadow's body slid down the trunk as if its bones had been removed. A terrible claw mark deeply dented his chest, with surrounding skin and clothing covered in a rapidly spreading eerie white frost. His eyes widened, pupils dilated, as thick blood mixed with pieces of internal organs and ice shards poured from his mouth, his throat making a wheezing sound like a broken windbag. Filled with incomprehensible horror. This is impossible. Ultimately, the light in his eyes extinguished completely, his body rapidly covered in frost, dying with eyes wide open. Little White elegantly retracted its ice-clad claws, its ice-blue eyes sweeping over the shocked Dongsewin and Aunt May, flashing with a human-like gentleness and concern. You too, please be sure to stay safe. Its voice remained soft, yet carried a reassuring strength. I will deal with their leader. Its gaze then turned to the stunned Jonin Dodoikoro nearby, who had survived the ordeal. Hey, that Jonin over there. Protect those two. The rest is up to me. Huh? Yes. Yes. Lord. I guarantee to complete the task. Dodoikoro, as if waking from a dream, straightened his body and responded loudly, his heart shaken beyond measure. However, before he finished speaking, that white figure had already transformed into a blur of light, instantly disappearing from sight. On the other side, Senju Hikari and Reikage clashed again before separating. Senju Hikari was breathing heavily, sweat mixed with blood flowing from his forehead, with several deep wounds visible to the bone. Chakra consumed greatly, and his breath clearly weakened. Not far away, Sarutobi Daisuke and Darage battle was equally fierce, both sporting injuries. But Darage had the upper hand due to his sharp swordsmanship. Reikage looked at the battered Senju Hikari, a sinister smile of assured victory appearing on his face. The Shadow should have already dealt with Konoha's miscellaneous fish, tipping the scales of victory completely in their favor. Senju Hikari was already at the end of his rope. He was preparing to send the opponent on their way with his strongest lightning technique. Senju Hikari, your time of death has come. Lightning release, lightning bomb. Reikage roared, his entire body erupting with blinding lightning, as if he had transformed into a human-shaped thunderbomb, charging towards Senju Hikari in a destructive manner, shrieking as it tore through the air. Damn, can't hold on anymore. Senju Hikari's pupils contracted, shadows of death looming over his heart. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of chakra in his body, preparing to desperately defend against this lethal strike. Just at that moment, a white flash, like a meteor streaking across the sky, with speed far exceeding visual capture limits, suddenly cut into the battlefield. Precisely, it slammed into Reikage's side with tremendous force. Bam! Like two iron mountains colliding. A sound so dull it made one's heart stop exploded. Reikage's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. The cruel smile on his face was instantly replaced by shock and pain, his body spinning uncontrollably, flying backward like a kite with a severed string. A deep claw mark was clearly visible on his chest, blood gushing wildly. Even the violent lightning armor was forcibly torn apart. He barely steadied himself, incredulously looking at the unexpected roadblock, a strange white tiger the size of a calf. Exuding a Shirinoha. It was Little White. Around its body, a layer of transparent energy shield, white tiger shield, slowly dissipated. Little White's ice-blue eyes coldly locked onto the horrified Reikage in mid-air, devoid of any emotion. It slightly opened its mouth, gathering a terrifying cold current capable of freezing space, causing the temperature around to plummet. A condensed, shining deep blue ice roar, carrying the aura of freezing everything, instantly crossed the space and shot toward Raikage. Raikage's soul was chilled to the bone. That ice blue beam rapidly magnified in his vision, the icy breath of death freezing his spirit. There was no way to escape. Absolutely no way to escape. He could only roar in despair, frantically gathering the remaining lightning release chakra in front of him, trying to withstand it. Sizzle. A piercing sound of annihilation erupted. The lightning shield, which Shi Hua had gathered with all his strength, melted away in an instant upon contact with the roar of Xian Bing, like ice and snow under sunlight. The deep blue beam of light swallowed him without any obstruction. Crack. Boom. The light flashed and disappeared. In midair, only a human-shaped ice block remained, maintaining a horrified expression. In the next second, the ice block exploded with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of ice crystal fragments, scattering with the wind. Not even a trace of blood was left. As strong as Shi Hua, an existence close to a half-shadow, was completely obliterated by Xiao Bai's 2 strikes. In just 1 minute, Xiao Bai had already killed 2 elite Jonin, Ying and Shi Hua. Not far away, Dalaji witnessed the entire process of Shi Hua being killed in an instant, and a bone-chilling coldness surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold python. How could he dare to continue fighting? He feigned a slash to force Sarutobi Hizen back and turned to flee without hesitation. Chapter 38. Reinforcements arrive, however. Just as he turned around, a cold aura, like an ancient glacier, suddenly descended. A figure dressed in blue-black layered armor, with silver short hair and a stern face, quietly blocked his path, as if teleporting. It was none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The second. Dalaji's eyes bulged in shock. The shadow of death had never been so clear. A flash of cold light. A long sword, entirely white and seemingly forged from ice, Tobarama's sword, pierced through Dalaji's chest effortlessly, as if cutting through thin paper. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. Dalaji's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked down at the cold blade tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief, before finally collapsing weakly to the ground, his life extinguished. Senju Tobarama expressionlessly retracted the long sword, his gaze quickly shifting to Senju Kagaya not far away, seeing that although he was injured, his life was not in danger. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell, and he let out a long sigh of relief. If this child of Mito, Tsunade's father, truly fell here, he really wouldn't know how to face the mother and daughter. In fact, in the cruel trajectory of the original work, it was witnessing Senju Kagaya's death that ignited his wrath and led to the massacre of the Cloud Ninja. Fortunately, history had deviated at this moment. His gaze then turned to the imposing white tiger, filled with curiosity and admiration. He had actually arrived quietly at the edge of the battlefield a minute ago, just in time to witness Xiao Bai kill Ying and Shi Hua with a thunderous force. That precision, speed, and domineering power, along with the rare ice-release bloodline, stirred up waves in his heart. Could this really be the little ninja beast that Jiraiya brought back to Konoha a year ago and that he personally registered? The growth speed was simply astonishing. At the same time, a bold and crucial strategic plan instantly formed in his mind after seeing Xiao Bai's strength. Swish, swish, swish. The urgent sound of breaking wind echoed as Sarutobi Hizen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kinzuya, Nara Shikaku, and other reinforcements finally arrived. Hokage-sama, we are late. Sarutobi Hizen called urgently. Quickly clear the battlefield. Kill all remaining Cloud Ninja without mercy. Leave no one behind. Senju Tobarama said without looking back, his voice cold as iron, containing terrifying killing intent. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their figures dispersing in an instant, pouncing on the remaining Cloud Ninja like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Senju Tobarama then strode toward Xiao Bai, revealing a rare, gentle smile. Xiao Bai's body flashed with white light, returning to its palm-sized, harmless furry form. It lightly jumped and landed steadily on Senju Tobarama's broad shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against his cold armor, its voice still sweet. "Second Hokage-sama, we meet again." Senju Tobarama turned his head to look at the little creature on his shoulder, not rejecting it, but instead chuckling heartily. "Xiao Bai, it's thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." He paused, with a hint of inquiry, "But how did you end up on the front lines?" Xiao Bai comfortably lay on his shoulder, its ice-blue eyes looking towards Dongsawin and Mei, confirming they were safe before lazily responding. The master was worried that Orochimaru's parents might encounter danger on the battlefield, so he specially sent me to follow and protect them. "I see." Senju Tobarama nodded in understanding, a hint of sentiment flashing in his eyes. This bond of friendship is truly enviable. He then retracted his smile and said solemnly, "Xiao Bai, I saw the battle just now very clearly. The technique you used is an extremely rare ice release bloodline limit?" "Yes." Xiao Bai proudly lifted its little head, its ice-blue eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Carrying a hint of pride, "It's a power I awaken myself." Hee, impressive, right? Hee, not just impressive, it's simply astonishing. Senju Tobarama sincerely praised, then changed the subject. Looking intently at Xiao Bai, his tone carrying a negotiating weight. "Xiao Bai, I need to discuss a matter that concerns the future battle situation of Konoha with you. What do you think?" "Huh? What matter?" Xiao Bai blinked its big eyes, curiously asking. Senju Tobarama lowered his voice, his gaze sharp as an eagle surveying the battlefield. "Our forces have been in a standoff with the Cloud Ninja at the front line in the Land of Water for over 3 months. The prolonged stalemate has led to enormous financial strain, and if the situation drags on, it will become very dangerous. I plan to launch a general offensive within 3 days to break the deadlock. However, the enemy's high-end combat forces, including the Raikage, the Gold and Silverhorn brothers, and several other semi-shadow level experts, are very strong. Our forces lack a key point that can instantly open a breakthrough and secure victory. I am looking directly into your ice-blue eyes. Your strength, especially this ice release power capable of instantly killing elite Jonin, is exactly the spear we need to break the deadlock. I want to ask for your cooperation with our top combat forces to jointly launch a surprise attack, ensuring that we swiftly kill or severely injure one core expert from the enemy at the start of the battle. As long as we tear open a gap, the scale of victory will surely tilt towards Konoha." Xiao Bai tilted its head, showing a hesitant expression. The master's command was to protect Orochimaru's parents, and it had no objections to helping Konoha fight, but the master's task was always the highest priority. "Huh." Senju Tobarama laughed loudly upon hearing this, confidently saying, "That's easy. I will immediately order Dongsawin and Mei to be transferred from the frontline combat unit to the rear base medical team. That is the safest place in the entire camp. They only need to assist in treating the wounded and will not step onto the battlefield again. This way, there will be absolutely no problem." His gaze was bright. Losing 2 Chunin on the battlefield would not affect the overall situation. But if he could obtain your powerful strength that could change the battlefield, victory in this battle would be promising. I observed your previous attack. Your strength has likely reached the semi-shadow realm, hasn't it? His words were filled with anticipation and affirmation. Xiao Bai pondered for a moment, feeling Senju Tobarama's sincerity and respect for the master's orders, finally nodding its little head. "Okay, as long as I can complete the task the master assigned, I'm willing to help." "Huh, great, that's wonderful." Senju Tobarama couldn't help but laugh heartily, as if the gloomy mood of recent days had been dispelled by this roar. At this time, with the strong support of the Konoha reinforcements led by Sarutobi Hizen and others, the remaining Cloud Ninja had been completely annihilated. Although some supplies were slightly damaged, most were intact. Chapter 39. Preparing for the final battle, the surviving Konoha Ninja, carrying exhaustion and pain, but also the relief of having survived the disaster and the awe for that miraculous white tiger, began to silently collect the remains of their comrades, organize supplies, and prepare to return to the main camp. The smell of blood and gunpowder on the battlefield had not yet dissipated. But the dawn of hope seemed to quietly appear along with the hearty laughter of the second Hokage. The smoke had not yet cleared, and the smell of blood was still pungent. Dong Suwon and Mei Yi, dragging their exhausted and injured bodies, anxiously looked around the battlefield filled with scorched earth and debris. Xiaobai, Jiraiya-sama, entrusted them with a serious task, bringing them back from the brink of death. No matter what, they must not let anything happen to it. Maru, look over there. Mei's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous excitement, as she pointed with trembling fingers at the imposing figure not far away. Dongshi Maru followed her gaze, and the heavy stone in his heart fell as he saw the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with a familiar, fluffy white figure resting comfortably on his shoulder. Who else could it be but Shiro? It even let out a little yawn in contentment. Great, Shiro is fine. Dongshi Maru breathed a long sigh of relief, slowly loosening his tightly clenched fist, his palms covered in cold sweat. He steadied himself, pulled Mei along, and, enduring the intense pain from his wounds, staggered through the battlefield, clearing ninjas to stand before Senju Tobarama, respectfully bowing. Hokage-sama. Mei quickly followed suit with a bow, though her gaze remained worriedly fixed on Shiro. Senju Tobarama turned around, a hint of gentle smile on his face, as if dispelling the lingering gloom of the battlefield. You came to find Shiro, right? His voice was steady and perceptive. He is fine, just a bit tired. I have temporarily transferred him to the main camp. I will explain to Jiraiya. So the rest no need to worry. His gaze swept over the evident injuries on the two. As for you, your injuries are serious. Effective immediately, you will be relieved from frontline combat duties and assigned to the medical team to rest and recover. After your injuries heal, you can stay with the medical team to help out. Dongshi Maru and Mei were taken aback, and then a wave of warmth and gratitude surged in their hearts. This was undoubtedly the Hokage's extra care for their lives. To receive such protection in the midst of a brutal war was an immense stroke of luck. Yes, thank you. Hokage-sama. The two responded in unison, their voices filled with genuine respect. Dongshi Maru hesitated for a moment, then took out a space scroll from his pocket and offered it with both hands. Hokage-sama, this is food supplies for Shiro, entrusted to me by Jiraiya. Oh, that kid is quite thoughtful. A knowing smile flashed in Senju Tobarama's eyes as he accepted it. I will take good care of Shiro. He weighed the scroll in his hand, feeling a few more points of appreciation for Jiraiya's attentiveness. In the main camp of the Land of Soup, the core tent was brightly lit. The heavy atmosphere was shattered by a thunderous declaration from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. At 3/4 past the hour of the rabbit tomorrow, the entire army will launch an assault, a total attack on the Cloud Village position. This battle must decisively defeat the Raikage's main forces and end the war in the Land of Soup. What? Tomorrow? Hokage-sama, isn't that too rushed? Yes. The Cloud Village is powerful, and a total assault carries significant risks. The tent was instantly filled with suppressed exclamations and discussions. Even a shadow guard and high-ranking jonin struggled to hide their astonishment. The plan from 3 days ago was suddenly moved up to tomorrow. This change was indeed too drastic. Naruto furrowed his brows, his mind racing as he suppressed his shock and stood up to ask calmly, Hokage-sama, there must be a deep meaning behind the advance of the plan. What is the specific strategy for the total assault tomorrow? How should we cooperate? As Konoha's strategist, he knew that the Hokage was not an impulsive person. Senju Tobarama's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and he spoke in a deep voice. The general strategy remains unchanged. But we have gained an extra trump card. He paused for a moment, decisively assigning tasks. I will personally deal with the Raikage. Uchiha Kagami, Naruto, Mito Kage, and Inazuka Kiba. You will work together to hold off the brothers Kin and Jin. The other 4 half-shadows will still be restrained by Naruto, Naruto, Tanaka, and Kageyama. He shifted the topic, his eyes gleaming. The real decisive factor lies with the monkey. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Sarutobi Raisin. Monkey, your task is to cooperate with Shiro and focus your strength to swiftly ambush and eliminate the Raikage's bodyguard, the Shadow. Shiro? Who is that? A murmur of confusion filled the tent once more. Naruto and Sarutobi Raisin exchanged glances, both surprised to see a name that had never appeared in previous strategic discussions. Naruto keenly inquired, Hokage-sama, who is this Shiro? Is their combat power sufficient for a critical assassination at the half-shadow level? Sarutobi Raisin could not contain his curiosity either. Yes, sensei, just how strong is Shiro? What level of coordination and strength is needed to cooperate in assassinating the shadow? Senju Tobarama's lips curled slightly, a hint of barely perceptible pride in his expression. As he gently presented a small creature from his wide sleeves, it was none other than Shiro, curled up and soundly asleep. Here it is. Senju Tobarama's voice held an undeniable certainty. Shiro, Jiraiya's ninja beast. Seeing the instant look of shock on everyone's faces, he added loudly, don't be deceived by its appearance. This little guy possesses genuine half-shadow level strength. In the battle where the supply team was ambushed, the elite Jonin of the Cloud Village and the near half-shadow level, Shurho, both perished under its claws. He briefly described how Shiro used its size and timing for perfect camouflage, instantly killing the shadow with a fierce ice release, Ice Claw, and reducing Shurho to ice fragments with absolute power, Mystic Ice Roar. Especially when mentioning the rare ice release bloodline limit, gasps of disbelief filled the tent. Shiro seemed disturbed by the gazes and discussions, groggily rubbing its sleepy eyes with its paw, its icy blue pupils slowly focusing. It raised its head, seeing a circle of shocked high-ranking humans staring at it, and without a hint of shyness, it naturally lifted a small paw, lazily shaking it. Its voice still carrying the drowsiness of just waking up. Hello, everyone. Chapter 40. The final battle begins. The half-shadow level ice release instantly killed Shurho and Shadow. Everyone looked at the palm-sized, adorably fluffy little white tiger before them, and when they thought of the two fearsome enemies' fates described by the Hokage, the stark contrast delivered a tremendous shock to their worldview. But no one doubted its authenticity. The Hokage's authority was indisputable, and the results on the battlefield were irrefutable. Naruto mind operated like a finely tuned machine, instantly integrating all the information. Shiro's existence is an absolute secret against the Cloud Village. The ambush team was wiped out, and its ice releases concealment and explosiveness, combined with Sarutobi Raisin's strength and battle wisdom for an ambush, sparked a brilliant light in his eyes. He slammed the table, though very lightly, excitedly exclaiming, Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Hokage-sama, this plan is feasible, if coordinated properly. The success rate of instantly killing the shadow is extremely high. Once this gap is torn open, the situation will surely reverse. Sarutobi Raisin looked at Shiro, his eyes ignited with strong battle spirit and curiosity. He stood up, his posture tall and straight as a pine tree, his voice brimming with confidence. Sensei, rest assured, I will do my utmost to create an opportunity for Shiro to strike with certainty. I guarantee to complete the mission. He turned to Shiro, revealing a bright smile. Shiro, it's our first collaboration. Please take care of me. I will do my best to hold off the shadow and provide you with the perfect timing to strike. Shiro stood in the Hokage's palm, tilting its little head to examine the young man named Monkey. Its icy blue eyes blinked, and with its signature soft voice, it earnestly replied, Okay, Monkey, leave it to me. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Raisin was caught off guard and choked on his saliva, coughing repeatedly with his face turning red. He was both amused and helpless, saying, Shiro, just call me Raisin and I. But Shiro, with an innocent expression, nodded without hesitation. Okay, Monkey. Ha 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 ha. The tent erupted with laughter. The war clouds that had been hanging over everyone's hearts for days seemed to have been largely dispersed by this unexpectedly cute tiger-monkey duo. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Raisin, who was awkwardly scratching his head in resignation to this new title, and then at the innocent little Shiro in his palm. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly relaxed and filled with hope. Sarutobi Raisin could only awkwardly touch his nose, but he couldn't help but smile slightly. This partner might just be very interesting. At the other end of the land of soup, the scale of the Union main camp is equally grand, filled with the fierce aura unique to the land of thunder. In the largest tent, the second-generation Raikage, AI, stands like a silent iron tower, intently examining the strategic map on the table. Beside him stands a similarly burly young man, muscles bulging and eyes sharp like an eagle. His son, the future third Raikage. The young man reports in a loud voice. Father, the Konoha camp has been unusually quiet in recent days, showing no signs of large-scale mobilization. Additionally, the elite team sent to intercept Konoha supplies has yet to return any news. We do not know if the mission was successful or if we need to send someone to investigate. The second Raikage's gaze remains fixed on the map, his expression calm and undisturbed, as if everything is under control. The war with Konoha is essentially a long-term war of attrition, and victory or defeat will be hard to determine in a short time. There is no need to rush. His steady voice echoes in the tent. As for Shihua and the others, after completing their mission, they will certainly take the treacherous mountain roads to return to avoid Konoha's patrols. We just need to wait patiently. By tomorrow at the latest, we will have news. He has absolute confidence in the elite team he dispatched. Yes, Father. The young man responds solemnly, his eyes reflecting unwavering faith in his father's judgment. He is about to leave when the Raikage adds, as soon as there is news from Shihua and the others, report to me immediately. Understood. After bowing, the young man strides out of the tent. The heavy tent curtain falls, isolating the outside world from the faint sounds of ninja calls. The second Raikage's deep gaze remains on the area representing the Konoha camp, and his brow slightly furrows. That unusual calmness feels like the eerie silence before a storm, subtly stirring a sense of unease within him, yet he cannot grasp its source. He can only suppress this hidden worry and continue to simulate the future battle situation. As the first rays of dawn pierce the horizon, Konoha's main camp is already adorned with flags, the air filled with a murderous atmosphere. Thousands of ninja soldiers are arrayed in formation, like a silent torrent of steel, marching under the leadership of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, towards the Union camp. Stepping on the morning dew, the countless footsteps converge into a dull drumbeat, striking the vast plains of the land of soup, heralding the arrival of the final showdown. Almost simultaneously with the mobilization of the Konoha army in the central command tent of the Union camp. Report. An Umbu figure, enveloped in dust and urgency, suddenly appears, kneeling on one knee, his voice taut and barely noticeable. Raikage-sama, urgent military situation. The Konoha ninja army has mobilized and is rapidly advancing towards our camp, like an iron tower standing before the map. The second Raikage, AI, suddenly freezes. He slowly turns around, his rugged brow deeply furrowed, a sense of impending pressure filling the air. The army has mobilized? How many people did Senju Tobarama bring? Reporting to Raikage-sama, the Umbu's voice is resolute. Scouts confirm it is the entire force of Konoha on the front lines of the land of soup. They've come out in full force. AI's pupils constrict sharply, like an enraged beast, and he lets out a low, thunderous laugh filled with wrath. What is Senju Tobarama? Attempting to finish everything in one go, wanting a decisive battle. Then so be it. His broad palm slams down on the table, producing a heavy thud as he issues the order. All troops assemble. Prepare to face the enemy. Also, immediately summon the brothers Kin and Jin to see me. Understood. The Umbu figure vanishes instantly, leaving behind the heavy atmosphere in the command tent and the burning battle intent in the Raikage's eyes. The vast plains of the land of soup once again become the battleground for the fates of the two great ninja villages. There are no tests, no pleasantries. When the two torrents of steel collide, the earth-shattering cries of battle tear apart the morning's tranquility. The brilliance of ninjutsu erupts like festive fireworks. The crisp sounds of weapons clashing and the sharp whistles of ninja tools intertwining to create a deadly symphony, shaking the ground amidst countless footsteps and explosions. At the heart of the battlefield, the clash of two shadow-level powerhouses ignites the climax. Senju Tobarama. Is Konoha in such a hurry to seek death? The second Raikage, AI, is enveloped in violent blue lightning, each punch and kick emitting a piercing shriek and destructive power. This is the Raikage's proud lightning release chakra mode. The outcome is not yet decided. Don't speak too soon. Senju Tobarama's figure moves like a ghost, silver hair flying. The radiant white, long sword accurately deflecting each lethal lightning strike, using the flying thunder god technique to flicker and dodge at close range, calmly countering the Raikage's furious attacks. Each collision between the two releases blinding chakra light and terrifying shockwaves, forcing nearby battling ninjas back dozens of meters. Stubborn guy. Lightning release. Chidori dance. Airoas. His speed surging again, transforming into a twisting, leaping deep blue lightning bolt, carrying the momentum to cut through anything, and in an instant, he crosses dozens of meters to strike at Senju Tobarama's vital points. Nice try. Senju Tobarama's eyes flash with brilliance. He does not dodge or evade. His weapon also enveloped in powerful chakra, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! Like thunder crashing, a massive shockwave sweeps outward from the two. Across the battlefield, both sides' high-end combat forces have locked onto their respective opponents, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. The brothers Kin and Jin are like two crazed beasts, wielding their enormous banana fan and seven-star sword, with terrifying tailed beast chakra and wind, fire, and lightning release wreaking havoc, turning the surroundings into scorched earth. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Nara Shikaku, Mito Gate, and the tightly coordinated Ino Shikicho trio form a solid battle array, like a strong dam, firmly resisting the overwhelming ferocity of Kin and Jin, trapping them in place and preventing their escape. On the other side, Sarutobi Hizashi faces the Raikage's personal guard captain, codenamed Shadow, a peak half-shadow level powerhouse. Shadow is clad in black combat gear, a mask covering his face, revealing only a single eye that glimmers with the cold. Snake-like light, his figure is elusive, and his lightning release ninjutsu is fierce and cunning, constantly probing for weaknesses in Sarutobi Hizashi's defenses. Najutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's hands form seals as fast as lightning. In an instant, countless shining shurikens swarm like locusts, raining down on Shadow. Child's play. Lightning release. Ripping Thunder Snake. Shadow snorts coldly, his hands bursting with lightning, as a massive lightning snake composed of raging electricity roars forth, instantly devouring and shattering the multitude of shurikens. The remaining momentum rushes towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Nice try. Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hizashi's battle intense surges, instantly splitting into 4 physical shadow clones. 5 nature transformation. Great barrage technique. The 4 shadow clones, along with the main body, simultaneously take a deep breath. The overwhelming chakra erupts instantly. Earth release, earth flow river. A torrent of mud and stones tears through the earth. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A fierce flame dragon roars, ripping through the air. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon raises towering waves. Wind release, hurricane. A violent hurricane pushes all ninjutsu to their limits. Lightning release, lightning snake. Sarutobi Hizashi himself releases lightning release ninjutsu. The 5 nature transformation ninjutsu, under Sarutobi Hizashi's exquisite control, do not cancel each other out. Instead, propelled by the wind release and enhanced by the other ninjutsu attributes, they form a cataclysmic torrent of composite ninjutsu, instantly crashing through the lightning snake, sweeping towards Shadow with unstoppable force, leaving deep furrows on the ground. Finally getting serious. Just as I wanted. Facing this terrifying attack capable of altering the landscape, Shadow shows no fear. Instead, his eyes burn with bloodthirsty excitement. His entire body surges with lightning, emitting a piercing hum. Lightning release, armor. Deep blue lightning envelopes him like tangible armor. Lightning release, Chidori dance. He transforms into a human-shaped lightning bolt, recklessly charging against the cataclysmic torrent of composite ninjutsu, aiming straight for the main body of Sarutobi Hizashi behind the torrent. Now's the time. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes shine with brilliance, instantly biting his thumb and slapping his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom! White smoke erupts. A gigantic, muscular, sharp-eyed monkey, the Monkey King, appears. Hizashi, the battlefield? Do you want me to turn into the Rui Jingu Bang? The monkey demon glanced around and instantly understood the situation. Please, monkey demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was grave. Leave it to me, without hesitation. The monkey demon transformed with a bang into a heavy giant rod, both ends bound with a golden hoop, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed the transformed monkey demon, the Rui Jingu Bang, feeling the heavy and resilient connection of their bloodline. Huh! He roared, advancing instead of retreating, actively that shadow charging like lightning. Clang! Boom! Boom! The golden rod collided violently with the arm enveloped in destructive lightning. The piercing sound of metal clashing, accompanied by the thunderous explosions, echoed across the battlefield. The violent lightning chakra surged wildly into the golden rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms tensed, veins bulging, his body shaking violently, and the ground beneath him cracked inch by inch. But he gritted his teeth. Relying on the solidity of the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from the monkey demon, and his own immense strength, he held firm against this blow that could split mountains. Ha 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 ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen, you dare to take my thunder torture Chiyo head-on? Seeking death. The shadow laughed maniacally, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. And the lightning around him surged again, attempting to shatter Sarutobi Hiruzen along with the golden rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face appeared somewhat grim under the illumination of the lightning, yet the corners of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc, growling in a voice only he could hear. Xiao Bai. Make your move. Roar. A majestic and furious roar suddenly erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Immediately after, a fluffy, white little head suddenly popped out. It was Xiao Bai, and its ice-blue eyes burned a cold, killing intent. And the moment its little mouth opened, a deep blue energy beam, condensed to perfection and only the thickness of a finger, roared forth like a death god's ice spear, effortlessly piercing through the shadow's violent lightning armor on its chest. Passing through in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The shadow's laughing expression froze on his face. His eyes filled only with extreme confusion and disbelief. A fist-sized blood hole, smooth-edged, and emanating a chilling aura, was clearly visible at the position of his heart, and the wound was instantly sealed, without a drop of blood splattering. Chapter 42 Xiao Bai's strength. The tremendous impact sent the shadow's body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into Akumo J-Nin, who was about to come forward to assist. That J-Nin didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded under the terrifying kinetic energy and residual ice release power, turning into a rain of blood and ice shards. The shadow, pierced through the heart, fell heavily to the ground, convulsed a few times, and his gaze completely lost all life. Lord Shadow, Captain, no! Despairing and shrill screams erupted from the Kumo ranks. This sudden turn of events struck the hearts of all the Kumo ninjas like a bolt from the blue. The entire noisy battlefield seemed to have been momentarily muted, and everyone, whether it was the Reikage, the frenzied brothers Kin and Jin, or the ordinary Kumo ninjas, looked in disbelief at the fallen figure, their minds blank. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The second Reikage, it was the first to snap back from the shock and fury, letting out a roar like an injured beast. The violent lightning chakra exploded uncontrollably, completely disregarding defense, charging frantically towards the position of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Xiao Bai. Hey, your opponent is me. Senju Tobarama's cold voice echoed like a specter, his figure intercepting in an instant, flying thunder god slash. A deadly cold light pierced directly at the Reikage's vital points, forcing him to turn and block. Watching A's eyes turn red and completely go mad, Senju Tobarama was also shocked by Xiao Bai's precise and ruthless cooperation, but his face remained cold and in control. All Konoha, listen up. The enemy's half-shadow is dead. All-out attack. Kill. The morale of the Konoha ninjas ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, instantly boiling. The long-suppressed fighting spirit transformed into earth-shattering roars and an even fiercer offensive. The light of ninjutsu shone more densely, and the originally stalemated front line began to push fiercely towards the Kyumo side. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Xiaobai. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. The soreness from taking the previous hit seemed to vanish. He swung the golden rod in his hand, pointing towards the chaotic Kyumo ninja ranks, pressing the attack. Hee, don't worry, monkey. Xiaobai's voice remained soft, but the ice-blue eyes burned with cold fighting spirit. It jumped up from Hiruzen's arms. Its form elongated in the air against the wind. In a flash of white light, a majestic and imposing giant tiger appeared. It sprouted a pair of massive wings covered in ice crystals, and with a gentle flap, soared into the high sky of the battlefield. This was the true form of the ice-winged white tiger. Xiaobai let out a roar that shook the heavens. The terrifying ice attribute chakra surged towards it like a tide, condensing into a dazzling, deep blue energy vortex in its mouth. The temperature of the world suddenly plummeted, as if the air itself was about to freeze. A destructive aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Not good. Stop it. Quickly stop that white tiger. The second Reikage A's heart was torn, and he shouted hoarsely. The Kin and Jin brothers also sensed the terrifying energy that could threaten them, desperately trying to break through the blockade of Danzo, Kakashi, and others. But the Konoha people understood the critical moment and held on at the cost of their injuries. You won't get past. Senju Tobarama used the Flying Thunder God technique to its utmost, sticking to the frenzied Reikage like a maggot on a bone. Spread out. Everyone, get away from that white tiger. Quickly spread out. A's anxious roar echoed across the battlefield, filled with desperate hoarseness. However, it was too late. Xiaobai's ice wings suddenly shook, and its massive form transformed into a white meteor, instantly diving above the most densely packed area of Kyumo ninjas. It opened its huge mouth, and the condensed, icy energy erupted like a burst dam. Ice Release Secret Technique. Ice Heaven and Snow Earth. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Like the sigh of death. A deep, nearly pitch-black realm of profound ice suddenly descended, centered around Xiaobai. An extreme cold instantly spread. The earth groaned under the unbearable burden, instantly freezing into a hard ice cover. The air crystallized into tiny ice shards that fell. Within 100 meters, regardless of the panicked fleeing Kyumo ninjas, the snarling summoned beasts, or the scattered ninja tools and burning flames, everything was frozen in an instant into vivid yet lifeless ice sculptures. Hundreds of elite Kyumo ninjas, not even able to scream, were engulfed by eternal cold. The breath of life was erased in an instant. Lightning Release. Hellspike 3-pointer. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, the second Reikage A went completely mad. He abandoned all defenses, concentrating all his chakra and extreme anger into 3 fingers, transforming into a black-purple lightning that tore apart everything, stabbing towards Senju Tobarama's heart with a resolve to perish together. Senju Tobarama was also deeply shocked by Xiaobai's world-destroying strike, followed by a surge of immense joy. This battle, the overall situation was decided. Facing A's desperate strike, he narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure disappearing from a spot, leaving only a spatial mark behind. Boom! A's deadly stab pierced through Senju Tobarama's shadow, and the violent energy blasted a massive deep pit into the ground. Retreat! All troops retreat! All troops retreat! After the strike missed, A's rationality finally returned a bit. His eyes were blood red as he looked at the shocking ice sculpture forest in the center of the battlefield. Watching his morale crushed, retreating subordinates, his heart twisted in pain. He let out a mournful howl like a wounded lone wolf. Kin and Jin, cover the retreat. He turned into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the edge of the crumbling defense line, where he met up with the golden and silver horns that had also shaken off some of their entanglements. The 3 of them unleashed their final ferocity, desperately resisting the relentless pursuit of Konoha, buying a sliver of hope for the remaining Cloud Ninja. The figure of Senju Tobarama appeared not far away, watching the frenzied retreat of Reikage and the golden and silver horns, glancing at the silent frozen hell on the battlefield and the fleeing Cloud Ninja. He raised his hand to stop the Konoha ninjas who were still pursuing. Stop the chase. Let them go. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Danzo, and other high-ranking officials quickly gathered around, looking at the hellish scene before them with a hint of awe towards the small white beast that was slowly retracting its icy wings and returning to its small beast form, landing back on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder. Chapter 43. Defeat of the Cloud Ninja. Senju Tobarama's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but was also filled with a sense of relief and finality. This battle is over. The hidden cloud village has been defeated. The war in the land of hot water is concluded. He gazed at the vast yet scarred plain, his eyes deep, quickly ordering the cleanup of the battlefield and the treatment of the wounded. Rest for 3 days, and we will depart for the land of grass. The threat from Wagakure must also be resolved as soon as possible. The smoke of war had not yet dissipated, but on the plains of the land of hot water, the victory horn belonging to Konoha had already sounded. Little White lay quietly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder, licking its claws. Its ice-blue eyes reflected the rising sun, pure and untainted by bloodshed. In the center of Konoha's temporary camp, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. On a large military map table, Little White lay listlessly, its originally fluffy fur appearing somewhat dull, its ice-blue eyes half closed, its tail lazily sweeping across the table. Clearly, the overwhelming icy battlefield had drained it significantly. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, wore a rare, gentle smile as he personally pushed 2 heavy bowls in front of Little White. One bowl was filled with enticing, aromatic beef jerky, while the other contained warm, steaming fresh milk. Little White, you've worked hard. Tobarama's voice was warm and serious. This battle ended so quickly because of your contributions. Gome, replenish your strength. These are high-quality supplies prepared for you by Jiraiya in advance. Ha ha. The teacher is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen chimed in, his face beaming with joy after the victory. He reached out as if to pat Little White's head, but hesitated, fearing to disturb its rest. In the end, he just laughed heartily. That last move of yours really scared everyone. Eat more, regain your strength. You are now our great hero of Konoha. Izumi Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Kazan, and Akimichi Torafu also gathered around the table, their eyes filled with a complex mix of shock, curiosity, and awe as they looked at the seemingly harmless little beast. They had witnessed the silent frozen hell firsthand, a destructive power that far surpassed forbidden techniques. Who would have thought that the source of this power was currently like a tired little kitten eagerly eyeing its food? Hee, Hokage-sama. Little White lifted its small head, trying to blink its big eyes. Although it looked listless, there was still a hint of mischief in its soft voice. Regarding my contributions, it chewed on the delicious beef jerky with an eager expression, making satisfied munching sounds. Since I achieved merit, isn't there a reward? Its appearance was simply too cute, prompting Senju Tobarama to reach out and gently rub its fluffy head, chuckling, of course there is. So, little one, what do you want? As long as Konoha can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others also curiously awaited its answer. Little White tilted its small head, its mouth full of food, thinking seriously yet indistinctly. After a moment, it swallowed the delicious morsel and looked at Senju Tobarama with its clear ice-blue eyes, speaking in its uniquely gentle tone. Well, I don't seem to want anything special. How about this, Hokage-sama? You give my reward to my master, Jiraiya. I achieved merit. So, doesn't that mean my master achieved merit too? That would be the fairest, right? The tent fell silent for a moment. No one expected Little White to make such a pure and heartfelt request. Senju Tobarama was visibly taken aback, followed by a deep sense of emotion and appreciation flashing in his eyes. He looked into Little White's pure eyes, his smile broadening with warmth. What a loyal and unforgetting ninja beast. All right, no problem. When we return to Konoha, I will definitely reward little Jiraiya well, and I will convey your heartfelt intention to him. At this moment, the hidden cloud camp, however, was another hellish scene. The wind carried the stench of blood and the moans of the wounded, swirling ominously above the desolate camp. Mixed with dark red bloodstains, makeshift medical tents were everywhere, packed with pained and moaning injured soldiers. Severed limbs and corpses were shocking to behold, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of herbs and disinfectants, failing to mask the heavy despair and sorrow. In the command tent of the second Reikage, AI, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a block of solid lead. AI was like an injured and furious lion, his eyes bloodshot, staring intensely at the logistics minister responsible for reporting the battle losses. Reikage Sama, the logistics minister's voice trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, yet he steeled himself to read the bloody report once again. Our ninja suffered heavy casualties in this battle. 307 killed, 428 seriously injured and unable to fight, and 655 lightly wounded. Currently, we have only 789 combat-ready ninjas left. With each number he reported, he could feel the violent fluctuations of lightning chakra emanating from AI intensifying. Bang! AI's fist struck the solid wooden table like lightning, wrapped in furious lightning, smashing it into splinters. He stood up abruptly, his towering body seeming ready to burst through the tent, his chest heaving violently, a suppressed growl escaping from deep within his throat. Say the casualty numbers again. Say them again. He was unwilling to believe or accept this brutal figure. Yet the cold reality pierced his heart like an ice pick. AI clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, bringing a minuscule pain as he tried to suppress the overwhelming urge for destruction that was nearly bursting forth. He took several deep breaths of the cold air, the chill slightly cooling his boiling blood. The cold mockery of Senju Tobarama seemed to echo in his ears. This war was indeed instigated by the hidden cloud. This bitter fruit must be swallowed with grit and blood. No matter how reluctant he felt, at this moment, he could find no excuse to retaliate against Konoha. He wearily closed his eyes, feeling as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, his once formidable presence now diminished. After a long silence, long enough for the logistics minister to nearly suffocate, he finally spoke in an unprecedented heavy and hoarse voice. Each word squeezed out as if from under a 1,000-pound boulder. Order the entire army to retreat to the hidden cloud village. In my name, arrange a meeting with the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, 3 months from now at the border of the land of hot water to sign a ceasefire and alliance agreement. We have lost this war. The moment he spoke the last word, it felt as if all the strength in AI's body had been drained away. Chapter 44. The End of War. What? Retreat. Alliance. Reikage. Silverhorn jumped up like a mad dog with its tail stepped on, his face twisted with rage and unwillingness. We haven't lost. The hidden cloud village still has thousands of ninjas. Mobilize the rear forces. We can still fight. Charge back into the land of hot water. Bloodbath Konoha. He waved his fists, spitting as he spoke. Goldenhorn also stood up with a gloomy face. His voice cold. Silverhorn is right. Reikage, admitting defeat and signing an alliance now, is a great shame. The hidden cloud village does not have the words admit defeat in its dictionary. Continue fighting. Fight until Konoha begs for mercy. AI raised his bloodshot eyes, looking at these two brothers who had been blinded by the desire for war, feeling a deep exhaustion and annoyance rise within him. He suppressed his anger and tried to explain with his last bit of patience. Jin Jiao, Yin Jiao, look at the scene outside the tent. The shadows have already fallen in battle. The elite forces have suffered over half of their losses. If we continue fighting, Yin Village's resources will be exhausted. We need time to recuperate and wait for a more favorable opportunity. His voice carried an undeniable weight. Opportunity? Yin Jiao scoffed, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Lord Lang, are you afraid? Are you scared to death by that damned white tiger? Enough. AI's patience finally reached its limit. The suppressed lightning release chakra erupted like an uncontrollable volcano. Deep blue arcs of electricity crackled, instantly enveloping his body, the violent momentum causing items inside the tent to rattle. He stared fiercely at Jin and Yin Jiao, his voice as cold as the ice of the underworld. Yin Jiao, listen clearly. I am the second Reikage of Yin Village. The future of Yin Village will be determined by me. I command a retreat. Form an alliance. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor. His thunderous roar echoed inside the tent, carrying the absolute authority of a shadow and a chilling murderous intent. Jin Jiao's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed hold of the still-raging Yin Jiao, shaking his head seriously at him. Seeing the rare seriousness and warning in his brother's eyes, Yin Jiao shot a fierce glare at AI, who was like a thunder god, and finally let out a reluctant beast-like growl, shaking off his hand and crashing out of the large tent with Jin Jiao, filled with hostility and not looking back. The news of Yun Yin's retreat and the invitation to form an alliance dispersed the last trace of gloom over the Konoha camp like warm sunlight. The ninjas, tired of endless fighting, erupted in thunderous cheers. The war is over. The voices rose and fell. Joy for surviving the ordeal and a longing for peace radiating from everyone's faces. Receiving the news, Senju Tobarama stood at the entrance of the main camp. Looking out at the distant plains, his tense nerves finally relaxing after months, letting out a long, thorough sigh. However, it seemed that the good news did not end there. Report to Lord Hokage. An Umbu appeared like a shadow behind Tobarama, kneeling on one knee, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. Emergency report from the front line of the Land of Grass. IWA shinobi have retreated, and in a hurry, they abandoned a large amount of supplies, as if they encountered some extremely urgent situation. What? Senju Tobarama turned sharply, his sharp gaze locking onto the Umbu like a hawk. IWA shinobi have retreated? Confirm this. This sudden news was even more surprising than Yun Yin's retreat. Absolutely true. Lord Hokage, our scouts have entered their abandoned camp and confirmed that the main forces of IWA shinobi have completely retreated towards the land of Earth. The Umbu's tone was assertive. A glimmer of light flashed in Tobarama's eyes. Investigate the reasons for Iwa's hasty retreat with all due urgency. Report any clues immediately, he ordered in a deep voice, his keen political instincts making him realize that something significant must have happened behind this. Yes, the Umbu vanished instantly. Senju Tobarama stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the north where IWA was, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in an uncontrollable smile. If IWA was also pulling back, then the first great ninja war that swept through the ninja world could finally be officially declared over. Konoha was finally welcoming the long-awaited dawn of peace. A few days later, the mystery of IWA shinobi's hurried retreat was finally revealed. Senju Tobarama held the report verified through multiple channels, the ink seeming to carry the scent of battle smoke, and remained silent for a long time. Deep shock flickered in his weathered eyes, mixed with complexity, finally transforming into a long sigh, carrying a sense of relief as the dust settled. He summoned the core leadership and his disciples to the command tent, raising the battle report in his hand, his voice booming with the ease and emotion of having lifted a heavy burden. Everyone, the war is over. Immediately relay orders to the whole army to account for supplies and equipment. Break camp. We set off tomorrow, back home. Back to Konoha. Lord Hokage, is there indeed confirmed news from the land of Earth? Nara Shikaku, acting as the strategist, immediately caught on to the key point and asked steadily, his eyes filled with anticipation. Haha, that's right. Senju Tobarama laughed heartily, his laughter carrying a sense of historical weight. Iwa's hasty retreat is precisely because their rear was attacked. Those greedy folks from Kirigakure took advantage of our major nations fighting in the land of hot water and the land of grass, sending elite forces to land at the weak points along the long coastline of the land of Earth, launching a large-scale plunder. The second Tsuchikage, upon receiving this news, naturally flew into a rage, and without caring to entangle with us, immediately led the main forces to assist. He paused, taking a deep breath, announcing the shocking news. They intercepted the Kirigakure army, laden with plunder, as they prepared to retreat along the coastal area of the land of Earth. The two sides engaged in a fierce final battle on the beach. It was a cataclysmic fight, darkening the sky and Earth, extremely brutal. In the end, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage both perished in a bloodbath. The second Tsuchikage and the Mizukage perished together. Is that really how it went? My God! The tent fell into a dead silence, followed by a surge of exclamations. Even those like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who were steadfast in spirit, were left speechless by the epic news of the dual fall of the Kage, marking the end of an era. This news was like a thunderclap, officially bringing the chaotic First Great Ninja War to a close in an unexpectedly tragic manner. Thus, Senju Tobarama's voice broke the silence, carrying an undeniable determination. The war is completely over. Act immediately. We depart tomorrow. After regrouping with the forces from the Land of Grass, we return to Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. The voices of the ninjas responding were unprecedentedly uniform and loud, filled with the joy of returning home and longing for their homeland. Epilogue note: Sunagakure remained relatively low-key during the First Great War, focusing on plundering resources from surrounding small countries and did not deeply participate in the large-scale conflicts of the major nations. At this moment, Sunagakure was like a lurking scorpion, silently licking its wounds in the barren sands, accumulating strength, and burying dangerous seeds for the distant future Second Great Ninja War through bloody ninjutsu and bloodline limit research. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled like burning molten gold over the neatly arranged rooftops and lush trees of Konoha Village. On the towering Hokage Rock, three small figures sat side by side, overlooking their home bathed in golden light. The air was filled with the evening's tranquility, yet mingled with a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Sighing heavily, Jiraiya, with his spiky white hair, frowned deeply, his usually vibrant face now clouded with worry. He hugged his knees, resting his chin on his arms, his gaze unfocused as it swept over the bustling and peaceful village below. I wonder how Shiro is doing. He's still so small, just the size of my palm. How'd he end up on the battlefield? I haven't seen him for half a month, and worry is wrapping around my heart like vines. Beside him, Orochimaru gently nudged Jiraiya's shoulder, a rare, calm smile on his pale face. Didn't I show you the letter from my parents a few days ago? It clearly said that Shiro is doing well and is very safe. He even earned a merit and is being kept close by Lord Hokage. Mentioning the news of his parents being safe with the medical team, the last trace of gloom in Orochimaru's eyes dissipated somewhat. I know what the letter said, Jiraiya said irritably, running his fingers through his hair, his voice muffled. But that's a battlefield. Blades are everywhere. Ninjutsu is flying wildly. I haven't been able to sleep well these past few nights. As soon as I close my eyes, I think of Shiro being so small. Could he get hurt by a stray arrow? Could he be targeted by a strong enemy? That deep-seated concern fermented and grew more intense during this waiting time. Tsunade clenched her small fist tightly, as if to encourage herself and her companions, her golden twin ponytails swaying slightly in the evening breeze. Idiot Jiraiya, stop worrying. With my father and second grandfather around, they will definitely protect Shiro. Shiro is so clever. He won't get hurt. Her crisp voice was filled with absolute trust in her loved ones, unaware of the cruelty of war and her father's miraculous escape from death. Whoosh! A faint sound of wind broke the tranquility at the rocky peak. An Umbu ninja, wearing an animal mask and slightly out of breath, appeared like a ghost not far from the three, turning the cold metal mask towards Jiraiya. You are Jiraiya? The tone was concise and direct. Wow, enemy attack. Jiraiya was startled, almost reflexively jumping up and instantly assuming a defensive stance. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, silently sliding to the side, hands already forming a defensive seal. Tsunade quickly got up, her small fists clenched tightly, vigilantly staring at the unexpected guest. The Umbu seemed momentarily taken aback by their overly aggressive reaction, the corner of his mouth possibly twitching beneath the mask, and he calmly explained, on the orders of Lord Hokage, delivering a message. Lord Hokage has a letter for you. To avoid further provoking these overly alert kids, he did not approach, but instead took a sealed scroll from his bosom and placed it steadily on the rocky ground between the two. The letter is here. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders slumping down. He cautiously walked over, picked up the scroll from the ground, and examined it closely, confirming that the seal was intact and the wax was the familiar Hokage symbol. His taut nerves finally relaxed completely, and he plopped back down on the ground, letting out a long sigh. Quick, open it and see what Grandpa wrote. Tsunade eagerly leaned in, her eyes sparkling as she fixed her gaze on the scroll, her little head nearly bumping into Jiraiya's. Orochimaru silently returned to his spot, his pale golden snake eyes calmly watching the scroll, revealing unspoken concern. Jiraiya grinned at his two companions, his fingers clumsily but eagerly unsealing the scroll and unfurling it. The three pairs of eyes immediately focused on the text, greedily reading the latest news from the front lines. Just a few minutes later, ha ha ha, this is great. Jiraiya suddenly jumped up from the ground, excitedly waving his arms, the previous gloom swept away, his face blooming with immense surprise. Did you see that? Orochimaru, Tsunade, Shiro is coming back soon. It did a great job, a huge achievement. It's fine. It's really fine. It's coming back soon. He waved the scroll, his voice rising with excitement, echoing in the open space of Hokage Rock. Hee, I saw it. I saw it. Tsunade also excitedly waved her little fists, bouncing up and down, her golden hair flying. Shiro is amazing. It actually killed the semi-shadow powerhouse from the Cloud Village and took down hundreds of enemies. Incredible. Her little face flushed with excitement. Orochimaru's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, his eyes shimmering with genuine joy and pride for his friend, Jiraiya. Lord Hokage also mentioned that there would be a reward for you, a ninjutsu, plus a significant sum of money. You should think carefully about which ninjutsu is the most suitable. He gently reminded the joy-stricken Jiraiya. Jiraiya placed his hands on his hips, standing at the edge of Hokage Rock, facing the sunset, full of spirit, as if he could already see himself performing his signature technique. I've thought about it long ago. I want to learn Lord Hokage's coolest signature ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. He said confidently, the special affinity from crossing over and the reflexes enhanced by the system. Flying Thunder God. Tsunade gasped, covering her mouth, her big eyes wide open. Jiraiya, that's a forbidden technique of the highest level. The difficulty is terrifying. She couldn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also frowned slightly, calmly analyzing, are you sure about the difficulty and risk of that technique? He knew about Tobirama's failed attempts to teach it. Bang! Stop being so smug. Idiot Jiraiya. A dull thud accompanied Tsunade's delicate reprimand, her surprisingly strong little fist accurately striking the top of Jiraiya's head. Chapter 46. Reunion Now. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Jiraiya's exaggerated cries instantly replaced his laughter, as he held his suddenly swollen head, squatting down with tears in his eyes. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh, the golden sunlight of the sunset softly illuminating his smiling face. 3 days later, in the square at the main gate of the Hidden Leaf Village, the sound of people was deafening. The streets were filled with crowds. Over the past 3 days, news of victory had spread like a spring breeze throughout every corner of Konoha. Today was the day the heroes returned home. Villagers of all ages gathered, and ninjas set aside their tasks, everyone spontaneously converging here, eagerly awaiting. Chère discussion. And the excited shouts of children intertwined to create a sea of joy. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru squeezed to the front of the welcoming crowd with their small and agile figures. Wow, so many people, Tsunade exclaimed as she was slightly jostled by the surging crowd behind her, unable to help wrinkling her delicate nose in astonishment. The air was thick with anticipation and excitement. Haha, of course. Jiraiya struggled to steady himself, a proud smile beaming on his face, his eager gaze fixed on the road leading out of the village. These are all here to welcome their loved ones, friends, and heroes back home. Today, all of Konoha is waiting for their triumphant return. They're coming. Orochimaru's cool voice carried a barely noticeable tremor as his pale, golden pupils locked onto the horizon. Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately held their breath, following Orochimaru's gaze. In the distance on the horizon, a silent and resolute army of ninjas appeared like a winding iron-gray dragon, slowly making their way towards Konoha. At the forefront of the line, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stood tall like a fixed anchor, his silver hair shining in the sunlight. Behind him were the serious-looking core members of the Shadow Guard and elite members of various clans from Konoha. Thousands of soldiers, carrying the dust and killing intent of the battlefield, marched steadily towards their homeland. As the group drew nearer, their outlines became clearer, and the atmosphere in the square was instantly ignited to its peak. Oh, long live Lord Hokage! Konoha has won! The heroes are home! Welcome back! The deafening cheers, applause, and excited shouts surged like a tsunami, reaching the skies. Waving arms, scattered petals, and tearful faces combined to form the most sincere and enthusiastic welcome ceremony. Senju Tobarama's dignified face also revealed a gratified and warm smile as he raised his hand gently to acknowledge the crowd. This vibrant homeland and heartfelt cheers were the very meaning of his fight. He stopped, turned to the weary but triumphant troops behind him, and commanded loudly, "Convey my orders to everyone, disband on the spot. Reunite with your loved ones." "Yes, Lord Hokage." A loud response echoed. The next moment, the originally orderly line instantly transformed into countless figures rushing towards their loved ones. The long-suppressed longing, the relief of survival, and the glory of returning victorious were all released at this moment. Cries, laughter, and embraces intertwined. In the crowd, East and West Maru carefully held the still-napping Shiro in their arms, tiptoeing anxiously searching for their son's figure in the sea of people. "Maru, look, over there, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and Tsunade." Mei's sharp eyes spotted the familiar figures first and excitedly pointed ahead. East and West Maru followed her direction and indeed saw the three small figures eagerly looking for them. "Let's go." A relieved smile appeared on his face as he held Shiro, and together with his wife, he pushed through the crowd. "I'm going to find Dad and Grandpa first." Tsunade also spotted Senju Tobarama and her father Senju, Kageyama, smiling at her from the front of the group, and she called out cheerfully like a golden little bird, eagerly weaving through the crowd towards her loved ones. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged smiles, their gazes continuing to search the crowd. Just then, a flash of white lightning sliced through the gaps in the crowd. With a whoosh, a soft, warm furball accurately crashed into Jiraiya's open arms. "Xiaobai!" Jiraiya shouted in delight, securely catching the little creature he had missed for so long. He immediately lifted Xiaobai to his face, carefully inspecting it from top to bottom, running his fingers through its soft fur, squeezing its little paws, confirming that it was indeed unharmed, not even a single hair missing. Only then did he let out a long, genuine sigh of relief, burying his face deep in the sunshine and grass-scented fur of Xiaobai. "Little guy, I miss you so much." "Hee master, I miss you a lot." Xiaobai rubbed its little head against Jiraiya's chin, purring contentedly, its ice-blue eyes crescent-shaped as it indulged in affection. Orochimaru, Dong Shuang, and Mei finally squeezed over, their faces glowing with the joy of reunion and deep gratitude. "Dad, Mom." The usually calm and composed Orochimaru's voice now carried a hint of choked emotion. He stepped forward and tightly hugged his parents. In that moment, all worries and longings transformed into real warmth. After a long while, the three reluctantly separated. Orochimaru's gaze fell on his father Dong Shuang's empty wrist, his expression suddenly tightening, revealing an uncontrollable heartache. "Dad, your hand." "Haha, it's fine, it's fine." Dong Shuang vigorously rubbed his son's hair with his remaining left hand, a broad and grateful smile on his face. "To be alive and to see you again, this little price is insignificant." He looked at Orochimaru and solemnly promised, "Orochimaru, from now on, your mom and I will never leave you again. Our family will always be together." Mei also had red-rimmed eyes, nodding vigorously and embracing her husband and son. Jiraiya held Xiaobai, quietly watching this warm and touching reunion, his heart filled with comfort and warmth. Fortunately, his decision back then was the right one. Xiaobai not only protected them, but also safeguarded this complete family bond. Jiraiya, Dong Shuang, and Mei turned to face Jiraiya, their expressions extremely serious. Ignoring the noisy crowd around them, they deeply bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, and thank you, Xiaobai, for saving our family." "Hey, Uncle Dong Shuang, Mei, what are you doing? Get up." Jiraiya was startled, flustered as he tried to help them up, still holding Xiaobai, appearing quite awkward. Chapter 47. Opening a shop. No, Jiraiya. Dong Shuang straightened up, his strong single arm pressing on Jiraiya's shoulder, his gaze sincere and serious. This gratitude, we will remember in our hearts. Without you sending Xiaobai with us, we would have long been dead on the battlefield. He glanced at his son, Orochimaru. His eyes filled with lingering fear and relief, realizing they would have truly been helpless. Yes, Jiraiya. Mei also wiped her eyes, her voice gentle yet firm. This gratitude, we cannot repay. You must come to our house tonight. Auntie will cook a good meal for you and Orochimaru to thank you properly. Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed by this sincere emotion, scratching his spiky hair and laughing heartily. All right, I won't be polite then. That night, the lights in Orochimaru's home were bright, the warm orange glow dispelling the darkness outside the window. The dining table was filled with the homely dishes carefully prepared by Mei, the aroma wafting in the air. The four of them and one tiger sat together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Xiaobai lay contentedly on Jiraiya's lap, its little belly round from eating. So Uncle Dong Shuang, Jiraiya put down his chopsticks, his tone filled with a hint of regret. You won't be able to use ninjutsu anymore because you can't form hand signs? Yes, Dong Shuang nodded calmly, taking a sip from his wine glass with his left hand, his face showing no resentment, only a sense of peace and satisfaction after surviving. But this may not be a bad thing. At least I survived, and I can stay in the village to watch Orochimaru grow up. Moreover, he looked at Xiaobai, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Xiaobai's timely intervention, my wife and I would have long been killed in that supply raid. How do we have the chance to sit here and eat and chat? Mei also smiled gently, tidying up the dishes. Yes, I also plan to apply to the village to resign from my ninja duties. From now on, I will find a stable job with your uncle and focus on taking care of Orochimaru, living a peaceful life. She looked at Orochimaru with eyes full of love and stability. Orochimaru listened quietly, and only at that moment did he fully understand from his parents the dangers of that supply raid and Xiaobai's crucial role in it. He put down his cup of water, stood up, walked in front of Jiraiya, deeply and solemnly bowed, his voice clear and sincere. Jiraiya, thank you. Thank you for saving my mom and dad, and thank you, Xiaobai. This gratitude weighs more than 1,000 pounds. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Jiraiya hurriedly put Xiaobai down, stood up to help his friend, patting his shoulder firmly. We're friends. Best friends. Helping each other is what friends do, right? Saying thank you is too formal. His hearty laughter dispelled the slight tension that had just arisen. Orochimaru looked up, gazing into Jiraiya's sincere and passionate eyes, and the sense of estrangement that had long surrounded him seemed to melt away, revealing a heartfelt smile filled with warmth. Yes, we are friends. This sentence carried more weight than ever before. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he suddenly thought of something, excitedly slapping the table. By the way, Uncle Dong Shivong, Mei Yi, since you don't plan to continue being ninjas and haven't found jobs yet, why not come help me? Help you? Dong Shuang and Mei Yi exchanged puzzled glances. Yes. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, gesturing animatedly. I've planned it out. I want to open a shop in Konoha, a very special, very delicious stir-fry restaurant, to showcase the cooking techniques I've developed over the years. You guys can help me run it. Mei Yi's cooking skills are so good. Why not help me take care of the shop? I'll teach you all the secret recipes and techniques. What do you think? We could be partners. Dong Shuang and Mei Yi were stunned, and their eyes once again became misty. They understood that this wasn't just about needing help. This was clearly Jiraiya finding a way to provide them with a stable livelihood and future security. This kindness. Dong Shuang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, looking at Jiraiya and solemnly saying each word. Jiraiya, what we owe you, we may never be able to repay in this lifetime. All right, we agree. From now on, we will definitely help you run the shop successfully. We will never let you down. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Then it's settled. I'll go find a location right away. Jiraiya laughed joyfully, as if he could already see his little shop bustling with customers. Xiaobai excitedly rolled on his lap, making purring sounds. The following days were filled with laughter and pleasant anticipation for the future. Under the warm lights, laughter and joy echoed endlessly, the shadows of war completely dispelled, leaving behind deep friendship, regained family bonds, and boundless hope for a new life. As night fell, Jiraiya stayed overnight at Orochimaru's home. The two boys and one tiger, peacefully sleeping under the same roof, while outside was a tranquil and harmonious night in Konoha. The morning light pierced through the mist, casting a faint golden hue on the towering Hokage building. Jiraiya, holding the still somewhat lazy Xiao Bai, with the calm Orochimaru beside him, headed toward the Hokage building. The celebrations from yesterday, which had filled the streets, still echoed in his ears. Today was the time to reap the rewards. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had sent someone to summon Jiraiya to receive his well-deserved reward. Orochimaru, wait for me downstairs, Jiraiya said, standing in front of the heavy door. Taking a deep breath as he spoke to his friend, Orochimaru nodded slightly and quietly retreated into the shadows of the corridor, like a silent shadow. The Umbu ninja at the reception confirmed Jiraiya's identity and gestured for him to enter. Jiraiya steadied himself and gently knocked on the door that symbolized the highest authority of Konoha. Knock, knock. Please come in. A steady and powerful voice came from within. Belonging to Senju Tobirama, Jiraiya pushed the door open and entered. In the spacious and bright Hokage office, the second Hokage was sitting behind a large desk, buried in a mountain of post-war documents. In the shadows behind him, core members of the Shadow Guard stood like silent statues, exuding an invisible aura of intimidation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Kamen, and Uzumaki, the future pillars of Konoha, were all gathered, their gazes fixed on the white-haired youth at the door. Ha! Little Jiraiya, just in time. Tobirama raised his head, a rare, gentle smile of an elder appearing on his dignified face as he temporarily set down his pen. Chapter 48, Flying Thunder God Technique Hokage-sama. Jiraiya quickly stepped forward, respectfully performing a standard ninja salute, while the small white creature in his arms curiously peeked out. Hee, no need for formalities. Tobirama waved his hand and then pointed behind him. These few, I believe you have heard their names. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Kamen, and Uzumaki Koharu. Little Jiraiya. Hiruzen was the first to laugh heartily, stepping forward to pat Jiraiya on the shoulder, appearing particularly friendly. Your name has been echoing all over lately. The achievements on the battlefield have reached even us, and we are quite surprised. Finally, we get to meet you in person. His tone was sincere, filled with unabashed admiration. You're too kind, Hiruzen. Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling quite excited as he looked at the future third Hokage. Hey, monkey, it's you. At that moment, the small white creature seemed to have just woken up, lazily raising a front paw and waving it dismissively, as if to say hello. Huh? Ha, hello there, little white. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by this unique nickname, awkwardly rubbing his nose, then burst into laughter again, clearly helpless against the nickname from the monkey. Danzo's lips twitched slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the small white creature. Kagami showed a gentle smile. Torafa nodded with a hearty laugh. Kamen and Koharu also nodded in greeting to Jiraiya. Jiraiya respectfully returned each gesture, firmly imprinting the faces of these future Konoha leaders in his mind. After Jiraiya and the others exchanged simple pleasantries, Tobirama gathered his smile and said seriously, Jiraiya, in this battle in the land of water, Little White has made outstanding contributions. It not only assisted in slaying the shadow-level stronghold of Kimobikure, but also decisively secured victory in the final battle. As its owner, this tremendous credit rightfully belongs to you. Yes, thank you for your recognition, Hokage-sama. A warm current surged in Jiraiya's heart as he bowed once more. Haha, this is what you deserve. Tobirama laughed heartily and then announced loudly, based on this achievement, I grant you 3 rewards. First, you may choose any ninjutsu from my ninjutsu library to practice, with no level restrictions. Second, considering Little White's battle achievements, it is equivalent to you completing 3 C rank missions, with a total reward of 4. 7 million Rio. Third, you are promoted to Chunin. Given that you are currently still in school, this promotion will take effect when you officially graduate. Even though Jiraiya had mentally prepared for this, he was still somewhat dazed by the generous rewards. The enormous sum of money was secondary. He indeed did not lack money. The 3C rank mission records and the early Chunin qualification were the truly weighty credentials and recognition. A massive surprise instantly overwhelmed Jiraiya, and he excitedly bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will definitely work twice as hard and live up to your expectations. Good. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving an ancient and heavy-sealing scroll from under the table, slowly unfolding it to reveal a densely packed catalog of ninjutsu. Jiraiya, tell me your choice. You may select any ninjutsu from here. Jiraiya's gaze swept over the dazzling names of techniques. Powerful forbidden techniques, exquisite secret arts, but he did not hesitate at all. With a determined gaze, he raised his head and said loudly, Hokage-sama, I have decided. I want to learn your famous technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique? As these 4 words left his mouth, the office fell silent for a moment. Even the elite members of the Shadow Guard showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, Danzo's gaze sharpened, and Kagami appeared contemplative. They all understood the weight and difficulty of this technique. Tobirama's deep gaze fixed on Jiraiya, and he did not immediately agree, but instead said solemnly, Little Jiraiya, the Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu I created belonging to the highest realm of body flicker techniques. Its principle lies in using a specially laid-out technique in advance for instantaneous movement, which has endless applications for offense, retreat, evasion, and strategic deployment, almost without the need for hand seals. However, he shifted his tone, becoming serious. This technique has extremely strict talent requirements for the user. The core is that one must possess an innate spatial perception talent. Countless talented ninjas have attempted to learn it, but all have returned empty-handed, including several of my students. He glanced meaningfully at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others behind him. A hint of helplessness and bitterness crossed the faces of Hiruzen and the others. Tobirama's words were both a warning to Jiraiya and an indication of the technique's difficulties. I understand, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya took a deep breath, straightened his chest, his eyes burning with fervent confidence and determination. I am aware of its difficulty and the talent required. But please believe me, I have long aspired to this technique and am confident that I possess the traits necessary to learn it. I have chosen, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. The slight spatial affinity brought by his crossing over, along with the system's comprehensive development of his physical potential over the past 2 years, gave him this confidence. Seeing the undeniable determination and almost arrogant confidence in the young man's eyes, Tobirama fell silent for a moment, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He slowly nodded, a smile returning to his face. Good. Ambitious. Young people should have this kind of sharpness. He said no more and took out 2 smaller special scrolls from below the larger one. These are the complete training methods for the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as my notes from years of research on this technique. Remember, Tobirama's voice became extremely serious. This is one of Konoha's highest forbidden techniques. Absolutely forbidden from being leaked. Its value and risk, I believe you already understand. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya will definitely abide by the ban and will never leak it. Jiraiya solemnly received the 2 heavy scrolls with both hands, as if holding a rare treasure, carefully storing them close to him. An indescribable excitement and sense of responsibility surged within him. Very good. Tobirama nodded slightly, and then took out a heavy cloth bag from under the table. This is your reward, for 7 million Rio. Although I know you have other means of livelihood, this is the honor you deserve. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya bowed once more, taking the bag of silver, the heavy weight symbolizing the glory he and Little White had on the battlefield. Then, Hokage-sama and all the seniors, I will take my leave now. Chapter 49. Store and Residence. Go ahead. I look forward to your achievements in the path of ninjutsu. Tobirama nodded and picked up his red brush again. Monkey goodbye. Little White lay on Jiraiya's shoulder and lazily waved its paw again. Bye-bye. Hiruzen, caught between laughter and tears, rubbed his nose again, realizing that this monkey's nickname was thoroughly cemented by this ninja beast. Stepping out of the solemn Hokage building, Orochimaru's figure stood quietly in the sunlight. How'd it go? Orochimaru stepped forward a couple of steps, his snake eyes filled with inquiry. Haha, it worked. Jiraiya patted his chest hard, where the flying Thunder God scroll was hidden, his face unable to conceal his excitement. The flying Thunder God was in hand. Lord Tobirama even gave him extra training insights. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride in his tone. Once I graduate, I'll be a CH-nin. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a trace of barely noticeable surprise and satisfaction, a genuine smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, Jiraiya. A forbidden technique. That's quite a big deal. He was sincerely happy for his friend. Let's go. Jiraiya was in a great mood, throwing an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. We're heading to the office building to get things done. The store and the house need to be settled today. My old house should retire to become a warehouse. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting and laughing as they arrived at the office of the commercial department in the neighboring building. Knocking on the door, they found a middle-aged ninja wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant and capable demeanor, bent over writing at his desk. Hearing the noise, he looked up, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. When he saw the iconic little white tiger in Jiraiya's arms, his eyes instantly sparkled with surprise and gratitude. Oh, it's little Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Haha, and little Bai. Kumin. The middle-aged ninja immediately stood up, enthusiastically walking around the desk to greet them, his face beaming with a sincere smile. What brings you two here? Huh? Uncle, you know me? Jiraiya was taken aback. Ha, not just know you. The middle-aged ninja laughed heartily, pointing at the little white tiger. This little guy saved my life on the battlefield in the land of soup. You probably don't know who I am, right? I am Senju Hikari. Senju Hikari? Jiraiya and Orochimaru both widened their eyes. Wasn't he Tsunade's father? Little Bai actually saved him? Hello. Little Bai seemed to remember, raising a paw to wave lightly. Hello, Little Bai. Life-saving tiger. Senju Hikari responded with a smile, his attitude as warm as if treating his own children. Come, don't stand there, sit down. He warmly invited the two to sit, personally pouring them 2 cups of warm water. Uncle Hikari, it's like this. Jiraiya collected himself and explained his purpose. I plan to open a stir-fry restaurant in the village and want to buy a store in a good location, preferably a 2-story one. Additionally, my current residence is quite remote and small, so I also want to change to a place with a training area for daily practice. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I have a budget of about 15 million ryo. Cough. Senju Hikari nearly spat out the mouthful of water he had just taken, forcing himself to swallow it, coughing repeatedly. He stared wide-eyed at the white-haired youth in front of him. Didn't Tsunade say he was an orphan? This is too extravagant. 15 million ryo for a store and a residence? This budget is astronomical for an ordinary ninja, even in the core area of Konoha. This amount is enough to shock anyone. He steadied himself, adjusted his glasses, and tried to hide the turmoil in his heart, keeping his tone as calm as possible. A 2-story shop? What are the location requirements? Well, I hope it could be in the center of Konoha's commercial street. In a 2-story structure, Jiraiya confirmed with a nod, mentally planning to turn the 2nd floor into private rooms. A 2-story storefront in the center commercial street is a scarce resource. Senju Hikari pondered, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. What about the residence? What specific requirements do you have? I hope it's a standalone 2-story building, and it needs to have a yard where I can train easily. Jiraiya's eyes revealed longing. The location doesn't have to be right next to the commercial street, but it should be within a reasonable distance for daily commuting. I understand. Senju Hikari nodded, quickly calculating in his mind. It was nearly a fantasy to buy a property in the precious Konoha Center that met all of Jiraiya's requirements with 15 million ryo. A slightly better 2-story storefront alone might exceed this price, not to mention adding a standalone residence with a yard. This kid clearly knew nothing about the real estate market in Konoha. However, Senju Hikari looked at little Bai, then at Jiraiya's youthful and promising face, and a decision formed in his heart. This child had incredible talent, with potential at the level of a Hokage, a powerful summoning beast, and was a close companion of his daughter. Both Lord Tobirama and his mother Uzumaki Mito, had shown favor towards him. Little Bai was also his savior. This favor, along with the potential value of investing in the future, was worth it. The Senju family's properties were spread throughout Konoha. A few properties were nothing. Haha, little Jiraiya. Senju Hikari beamed a gentle and determined smile. Leave this to Uncle. You can leave the money with me for now. Give me some time. I'll personally help you find and arrange it, and I'll definitely pick 2 places you'll be most satisfied with. When the time comes, I'll have someone deliver the property deed to you. He had already decided to use family resources to fulfill Jiraiya's wishes in a near half-gifted manner. Really? Thank you so much, Uncle Hikari. Jiraiya was overjoyed, immediately pulling out the prepared scroll from his pocket and respectfully placing it on the table. Then I'll trouble you with this. Orochimaru also stood up, solemnly bowing to Senju Hikari in gratitude. Haha, it's a small matter, no need to be polite. Just wait for the good news. Senju Hikari smiled, waving his hand as he watched the 2 boys leave the office with a little white tiger that had changed many destinies, filled with hope. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the scroll on the table, shedding light on Senju Hikari's beautiful expectations for Konoha's new star. Outside the window, the crescent moon cast a gentle light, filtering through the simple window frame and casting mottled shadows on the tatami. Jiraiya lay on his back in bed, holding Little Bai, who was curled up and breathing evenly. The room was quiet, only interrupted by the occasional soft purring from Little Bai. Sighing long and deeply, Jiraiya broke the silence, his voice echoing somewhat hollowly in the small room. How time flies. There's just over a week left in this holiday. He counted on his fingers, his brow furrowing into a knot. I need to renovate the store, help Uncle Otanishi and Aunt May settle down, and I need to hire people. There are so many things to do that I can't finish them all. Chapter 50. Task completed. Beside him, Orochimaru, who was also still awake, responded softly, the moonlight outlining the contours of his profile, a rare and genuine smile of relaxation on his lips. Yeah, happy times are always short. But at least we have a direction now, Jiraiya. Thinking of their parents returning safely and a stable life on the horizon. He felt a deep sense of peaceful satisfaction in his heart. The 2 chatted about the trivial matters of the day until late at night, when they returned home. Jiraiya continued his unwavering training, sweat soaking his clothes until he was exhausted. After washing up, he lay back in bed, stroking Little Bai's fur. But his mind was racing. The layout design of the store, menu development, staff training, and the arrangement of the new home. Countless thoughts and plans whirled in the darkness, keeping him wide awake. Just as he was lost in thought, a cold and familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main task, changing Orochimaru's fate. The reward has been generated. Please collect it in a timely manner. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering and completing the hidden task, changing Senju Hikari's fate. The reward has been generated. Please collect it in a timely manner. Jiraiya's eyes flew open, and in the moonlight, his pupils constricted slightly. Completed? Orochimaru's task was actually completed just like that? And Uncle Hikari? Hidden task? Confusion filled his heart, and he immediately asked in his mind, System, what is the hidden task? I didn't see a task for Uncle Hikari before. Ding. Host permissions insufficient. Unable to query core rules. Hidden tasks are usually related events of key characters in the main task, and their completion status varies based on circumstances. Fine. You're the boss. You say what you want, Jiraiya thought helplessly, but deeper confusion surged in his heart. Wait, system. Orochimaru's task. Is saving his parents considered completely finished? What about the follow-up? What about his forbidden research? And his defection from Konoha? Every key point leading Orochimaru into the dark abyss is clearly etched in my mind. Ding! A fundamental shift has been detected at the current world line's critical node. The survival of Orochimaru's parents has completely reversed the core driving force of his personality development, which stemmed from an extreme fear of life's fragility and the absence of important bonds. The host, being his most important and trusted bond, friendship, combined with the host's clearly expressed values, has formed a powerful constraint. Simulations indicate that under the premise of the host maintaining his current stance and not actively deviating from Konoha, the probability of Orochimaru deviating from the original storyline and betraying Konoha is less than 0. Therefore, the task of changing Orochimaru's fate is deemed successful. The system's cold explanation was like a sudden enlightenment to Jiraiya. He instantly understood. In the original story, the tragic deaths of Orochimaru's parents and the sacrifice of his friend, Tsunade, were the last straws that crushed Orochimaru's reverence for life, combined with Danzo's manipulations and Hiruzen Sarutobi's inaction, which pushed him deeper into the abyss. Now, with his parents alive and the Tsunade incident yet to occur, more importantly, he occupies the position of his most important partner in Orochimaru's heart. This bond has become the rope that anchors him to the side of light. No wonder he felt that the subtle gloom around Orochimaru had dissipated significantly recently, and his gaze had brightened considerably. It turned out that the gears of fate had truly been pried by himself. A huge surprise surged through Jiraiya's entire body like an electric current. Regardless of the principle, the rewards were real. Claiming the hidden task reward from Uncle Senju. He couldn't wait to shout in his heart. Ding! Hidden task reward for changing Senju's glorious fate successfully claimed. 1. Premium dog food. 3 pieces a high-grade spirit beast nurturing product provided by the system. It contains pure life, energy, and enhancement factors, significantly increasing the innate potential and overall strength of summoning beasts. Consumption interval. 1 piece per year. The effect of the 3rd piece is the most significant. 2. Jonin-level close combat martial arts experience pack. Contains the essence of close combat techniques honed by a battle-hardened Jonin, including power techniques, battlefield intuition, extreme reflexes, and comprehension of martial arts secrets. Boom! A massive flood of information instantly surged into Jiraiya's mind. In an instant, countless battle scenes, muscle memories, perfected power techniques, and life-or-death evasion instincts were deeply imprinted like a brand. He felt as if his head would explode, stars flashing before his eyes, his temples pounding, unable to suppress a groan as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a long time, this intense feeling of impact gradually receded like a tide. Jiraiya gasped for breath, shook his still heavy head, and carefully experienced the precious wealth that had appeared in his mind. This feeling was too magical. He silently sensed as if the dormant battle instincts within him had been awakened, but he also clearly recognized that this was merely an experience pack. To completely transform it into his own strength would require arduous practice and real combat refinement. It was like obtaining a legendary sword manual. Understanding it did not mean being able to use it, and being able to use it did not mean mastery. When he noticed another reward, the premium dog food, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. System, you call this black, coal-like thing premium? And dog food? Xiaobai's a white tiger, you know? He felt utterly speechless. System products must be premium. Please do not judge by appearance. This is an energy crystal designed specifically for contracted spirit beasts. The system coldly emphasized. All right. Jiraiya reluctantly accepted this setting. It seemed beneficial for Xiaobai. He steadied his mind and suppressed his excitement. Claimed a reward for Orochimaru's task. Ding. Main task reward for changing Orochimaru's fate successfully claimed. 1. Complete guide to scientific principles and experimental methods, systematic theory. 2. Essentials of cell biology and genetics, advanced knowledge. 3. Cloning technology, theoretical and practical atlas, guide to forbidden fields. 4. 3 years of pure chakra infusion, no side effects. 5. Melting escape, bloodline limit cultivation method, detailed analysis. Wow. This time it was not just an information flow. A vast, pure, warm energy suddenly surged from deep within him, like scorching lava flowing through his veins. It instantly filled his limbs and bones. Every cell was cheering and greedily absorbing this sudden gift. Jiraiya felt as if he were soaking in the deepest part of a life spring, a warm and comfortable sensation spreading throughout his body, with a sense of power like never before. At the same time, insights into the mysteries of the melting escape, the combination of 2 chakra properties, manipulation techniques for form changes, and core ideas for ninjutsu development flowed into his consciousness as clear as a stream. Chapter 51. Senju family's gift this duel. Exhilarating feeling lasted for a while before slowly calming down. Jiraiya felt as if he had been reborn, not just from the explosive increase in chakra, but also from an elevated perception of power and body. He couldn't wait to pull up his attribute panel. Name, Jiraiya. Age, 6 years. Strength assessment. Elite Chunin bloodline limit. Melting escape, underdevelopment. Chakra amount, 220. Jonin level. Chakra attributes, fire, earth, wind, water, yin, yang ninjutsu. Body replacement technique, earth release. Earth flow wall, water release. Water barrier, wind release. Great breakthrough, lion's mane technique. Needle hell. Looking at the dazzling Jonin level chakra amount and the elite Chunin strength evaluation on the panel, Jiraiya grinned. He knew that the key to melting escape was already in his hands, and the foundation of chakra had been solidified. Digesting that close combat experience and breaking through to Jonin level was just around the corner. As for those 3 science books that resembled Pandora's box, he chuckled. Snake uncle. Brother has brought you some intellectual nourishment. Mischievous light flickered in his eyes, as if he could already see the fervent spark in Orochimaru's pale, golden snake eyes when he saw these books. As for the premium dog food, looking at the small white tiger sleeping soundly in his arms, Jiraiya decided to feed it tomorrow and not disturb the little guy's sweet dreams now. Under the same moonlight, deep within the Senju clan's residence, lights were bright. In the ancient and elegant tatami room, Senju Hiroshi respectfully reported to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, about Jiraiya's request during the day. Second uncle, the situation is as follows. That child Jiraiya plans to open a cooking shop in the village and wants to purchase a residence. The shop requires a good location, preferably 2 stories. He wants a house with a private courtyard that includes a training area. His budget is 15 million ryo. Senju Hiroshi paused, stating his plan. I was thinking of transferring the family's Idle Street shop number 36 and the house number 78 with a small training area to him at a very favorable price. What do you think? Senju Tobirama set down his teacup, the fragrant steam wafting in the air. He did not answer immediately, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through the night. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Hiroshi, your judgment is not wrong. This child Jiraiya possesses exceptional talent, a firm character, and, more importantly, values loyalty and friendship. His summoning beast, Xiao Bai, has immense potential, far beyond that of ordinary summoning beasts. On the battlefield, the power it displayed even caught my attention. Before his eyes flashed the terrifying scene of freezing everything and killing a half-shadow powerhouse. Senju Hiroshi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, Tsunade's future with him is also uncertain. Huh. Senju Tobirama's lips curled into a meaningful smile. If it can truly be so, it would be a blessing for our Senju clan. However, Hiroshi, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening like a knife. Your vision is still a bit too narrow. Too narrow? Senju Hiroshi was taken aback, looking at this wise elder, renowned for his incredible speed in the ninja world, with confusion. Please clarify, second uncle. Since it is an investment, since you have confidence in his future, and since you wish to establish a profound goodwill, Senju Tobirama leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying an undeniable force. Why be stingy with those lifeless objects? If you want to give, then give a gift that reflects the grandeur of our Senju clan, something that he will remember. Let every achievement he makes in the future be closely related to the generosity of our Senju clan today. The heart of Senju Hiroshi suddenly jumped, and a sense of foreboding surged up, causing him to hold his breath. What does uncle mean? Senju Tobirama looked directly into his nephew's eyes and said clearly, word by word, gift the number 6 gold shop along with the number 12 Qingzhou courtyard mansion to Jiraiya. What? Senju Hiroshi exclaimed in disbelief, nearly standing up from his cushion, his face filled with incredulity. The number 6 shop, that is one of the most central and high-traffic gold shops in the entire Konoha commercial street, worth a fortune, and the number 12 Qingzhou courtyard. That is a serene mansion carefully built by our clan, meant for core clan members to cultivate, complete with several training grounds, a true gem of our clan's assets. Uncle, this is too valuable. This is not just a favor. It's an extravagant gift. Oomph. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, a powerful aura subtly emanating from him. Valuable? Compared to a genius who might reach the heights of my brother Hashirama in the future, what are these dead assets worth? Without strength to support it, even the best industry is just a piece of meat in the eyes of others. He recalled the burning fire in the eyes of that white-haired boy during the day, a determination to master the flying thunder god technique that was not arrogance, but an absolute confidence rooted in some terrifying talent. And Little Bai's unfathomable potential made him see the value beyond the investment itself. Seeing him today, his brilliance has already shown. As for Little Bai, we have all underestimated it. What it has displayed on the front lines is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Senju Hiroshi was shocked by the grand vision depicted in his uncle's words. He took a deep breath to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart, and his gaze gradually became firm. I understand, Uncle. As you said, I will gift the number 6 shop and the number 12 Qingzhou courtyard to Jiraiya. But he immediately thought of the resistance. Those elders in the clan would probably have objections. Oomph. A bunch of old fools who only know how to hold onto ancestral tablets, with a short-sighted vision. A cold glint flashed in Senju Tobarama's eyes as he spoke with an icy tone. As the clan leader, if you don't have this bit of courage and decisiveness, how can you lead the Senju clan to continue its glory? Remember, although the name Senju may be hidden, the spirit of Senju must never be lost. If you remain stagnant, you will eventually be crushed by the tide of the times. His dissatisfaction with the conservatives had long been brewing. Senju Hiroshi felt the determination in his uncle's words and the support for his authority, and his heart settled instantly. He solemnly promised, "Yes, I will handle this matter. Tomorrow, I will personally deliver the property deed to Jiraiya." "No," Senju Tobarama suddenly revealed a shrewd smile. "This matter is best handled by Tsunade." Senju Hiroshi was taken aback at first, then suddenly enlightened, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Yes. Let little Tsunade deliver this heavy gift. It couldn't be more appropriate. Wonderful. Uncle's plan is brilliant. Letting Jiraiya's best friend deliver this generous gift creates bonds, connections, and familiarity. And who knows? It might even lead to further development. The uncle and nephew exchanged smiles, and the light in the room seemed to brighten a bit, reflecting their far-reaching strategic move for the future of Konoha. Chapter 52. Dog Food Night quietly passed as Jiraiya finally sorted out his thoughts and fell into a deep sleep. Meow, chirp, gurgle. The next morning, Jiraiya was awakened by strange sounds and little snoring on his head. He groggily opened his eyes, and in his blurred vision, a fluffy white ball was perched on his messy white hair, with 2 little paws occasionally pawing at his hair, trying to style it into a tiger-like hairdo. Little Bai? Good morning, Jiraiya mumbled sleepily, struggling to lift his hand to rub his eyes. Little Bai stopped its hairstyle design, lowered its head, and its pair of ice-blue big eyes, moist and sparkling, moved close to Jiraiya's face, its little nose twitching gently, looking adorably eager. "Good morning, master. Little Bai is hungry." The voice was soft and sticky, filled with the laziness of just waking up and unabashed desire. All right, I'll get you something to eat." Jiraiya struggled to sit up, and Little Bai slid onto his lap. He reached over to grab the ninja tool pouch at the bedside, pulled out the familiar space scroll. Uncle Dongsher had long since returned it, and skillfully formed hand seals. Release. A small pile of fragrant beef jerky and a few boxes of milk appeared on the floor. Jiraiya got up and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 bowls, filled one with breakfast for Little Bai, placed it in front of it, and resealed the remaining supplies. "Woof, munch, munch." Little Bai immediately joyfully pounced on the bowl, eating with gusto. Rubbing his still somewhat dazed head, Jiraiya finally woke up completely. The scenes from last night replayed in his mind, especially the reward the system had given dog food. His mind shifted, and 3 shiny black, dragon-eye-sized, high-quality dog food pellets appeared in his palm. Little Bai, who was devouring its meal, suddenly froze. It quickly raised its head its little nose accurately locking onto the direction of Jiraiya's palm like a radar. Those ice-blue big eyes instantly erupted with unprecedented, almost tangible desire. Drool uncontrollably trickled down the corner of its mouth. Woof! Woof woof! Master, that! Little Bai wants to eat that. It smells so good. I really want to eat. It eagerly pawed at Jiraiya's pants, tilting its little head, pleading pitifully, its tail wagging like a fan. Looking at Little Bai's unprecedented, fervent demeanor, Jiraiya's last bit of disdain for the dog food completely vanished. Ha ha, little greedy cat. It was prepared for you all along. He laughed and rubbed Little Bai's head, bringing one of the dog food pellets to its mouth. Little Bai almost struck like lightning. Awa! In one bite, it accurately swallowed that black, high-quality dog food. It smacked its lips, licking its paws as if wanting more, then squinted its eyes in satisfaction. Master is so warm and cozy. Before its words were finished, its little body swayed, eyelids drooping, and it curled up directly on Jiraiya's lap, falling into a deep sleep, its breathing long and steady. Little Bai, Jiraiya was startled and quickly shook it gently, but there was no response. His heart tightened, and he immediately called out to the system. System, what's wrong with Little Bai? Is it okay? Beep. Host, please do not panic. Little Bai is efficiently absorbing the energy contained in the high-quality dog food, entering a deep sleep state to complete its initial physical transformation and potential activation. It is expected that upon awakening, it will be in an extreme state of hunger and will need to be supplemented with a large amount of high-energy food. Extreme hunger? Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt anxious again. He looked at Little Bai's peaceful sleeping face, feeling a warm flow seemingly coursing beneath its fur. Not daring to delay, he carefully carried Little Bai to the soft sofa in the living room and covered it with a small thin blanket. He needed to hurry and prepare food. Jiraiya hastily threw on some clothes and dashed into the kitchen. A flurry of busy sounds immediately filled the air. Before long, a rich and enticing aroma of meat wafted through the gaps in the kitchen window, permeating the entire small house. Jiraiya had stewed a large pot full of carefully selected, thick and fragrant pork rib soup. The broth bubbled, presenting an enticing milky white color, with green onions sprinkled on top. He ladled out a large bowl of steaming, tender pork rib soup, placed it on the coffee table in the living room to cool, and served himself a bowl too, sitting on a small stool beside it. He carefully blew on it to taste his own cooking, just the right amount of salt, and the meat is tender, while keeping his eyes fixed on the little figure on the sofa, wrapped in a strange, evolutionary energy. After finishing a bowl of soup, the daylight outside had brightened, marking the beginning of a new day filled with infinite possibilities. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light on the living room floor. On the sofa, the curled-up white ball of fur stirred slightly, its eyes moving under its eyelids, and its delicate little nose twitched. The next moment, Little Bai's long eyelashes fluttered, its ice-blue eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of drowsiness and evident weakness. The voice of the main character, Xiao Bai, was as thin as a mosquito's, soft and filled with endless grievances. Xiao Bai was so hungry and wanted to eat something. It struggled to lift its head and looked at Jiraiya. Ha! I prepared it for you a long time ago. You little glutton! Jiraiya chuckled, both amused and sympathetic, quickly pushing the bowl of warm, aromatic braised pork rib soup that had been sitting on the coffee table to the edge of the sofa. Here, eat up. It's all ready for you. Ow! The smell of food acted like a stimulant, and Xiao Bai instantly burst with incredible energy, skillfully flipping over and pouncing to the bowl's edge, burying its little head in it and starting to devour the food. The ribs were tender and fell off the bone, the rich soup enveloping the meat pieces. Xiao Bai ate with gusto, its little tail excitedly thumping against the sofa cushion. Pigman, Xiao Bai loves you so much. As Xiao Bai gobbled down the food, it expressed its gratitude in a muffled manner, splattering soup onto its nose. Ha ha! Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Jiraiya laughed heartily at the sight of Xiao Bai devouring the food like a hungry tiger, gently wiping the soup off its nose with his finger and ruffling its fluffy little head, his eyes full of affection. While Xiao Bai was focused on eating, Jiraiya had a thought and called up its system panel. Name, Xiaobai age, growth phase strength assessment, Jonin huge potential bloodline limit, ice release chakra amount, 310 elite Jonin chakra attributes, earth, wind, water in ninjutsu mastered, water wave bullet, earth spirit sacred shield, fury of the hurricane, ice ceiling, ice claw, profound ice roar, white tiger protection, ice and snow, chapter 53. House deed. The most notable improvement on the panel was the skyrocketing chakra amount that had reached the elite Jonin level. Although the strength assessment still remained at Jonin, this immense energy reserve undoubtedly laid a solid foundation for Xiaobai's future explosive growth. Jiraiya understood that the effects of the premium dog food from yesterday were likely far more than this, and the subsequent potential activation had only just begun. Watching Xiaobai eat so deliciously filled Jiraiya with a great sense of satisfaction. Dingling. Just then, the crisp sound of the doorbell broke the warm atmosphere in the room. Who could be so early? Orochimaru? Jiraiya stood up with some doubts. Click. The door was pulled open, and a brilliant golden light instantly illuminated the somewhat dim entrance. Tsunade stood outside with her hands on her hips, sunlight giving her a golden halo and a bright smile on her face. Tsunade, what brings you here? Jiraiya's eyes lit up, somewhat surprised. Why? Can I come to check on Xiaobai? I heard it seemed unwell yesterday. Tsunade wrinkled her nose, deliberately appearing dissatisfied. But her lively eyes were full of concern, immediately scanning over Jiraiya's shoulder in search of the white figure. How could that be? Tsunade has graced us with her presence. Please come in. Jiraiya quickly stepped aside, as he didn't want to receive another one of her powerful punches for saying something unnecessary. That's more like it. Tsunade proudly wrinkled her nose and rushed in like a little whirlwind, heading straight for Xiaobai on the sofa. Xiaobai, I'm here to see you. Huh? You're eating ribs? Tsunade ran to the edge of the sofa, observing the little guy who's engrossed in eating, and immediately softened her movements, carefully stroking Xiaobai's warm and soft back. Tsunade, it's you. Xiaobai lifted its head, with a ring of shiny soup around its mouth, its ice blue eyes crescent-shaped with a grin. Hee, the rib soup my master made is so delicious. Hee, eat slowly, Xiaobai. Tsunade watched it wolfing down the food, and her maternal instincts instantly surged. She simply picked up the bowl from the ground, used chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat with more meat than bone, blew on it gently, and offered it to Xiaobai's mouth. Come on, I'll feed you, don't choke. 20 minutes later, another bowl of rib soup was completely devoured by Xiaobai. Tsunade took out a clean handkerchief she always carried with her, gently wiping Xiaobai's mouth and the damp fur, her meticulous expression as if she were caring for a rare treasure. After doing all this, she finally contentedly held Xiaobai in her arms and sat down on the soft sofa, only then remembering the important matter. Hey, Jiraiya. Tsunade, holding Xiaobai like a little princess, commanded, I'm here for a serious matter. Here, this is for you. She pulled out 2 scrolls and a thick stack of papers from her arms, proudly shaking them. Your house deed. This lady personally brought it to you. Oh my. Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade. It's truly my honor that you made a trip yourself. Jiraiya exaggeratedly performed a gentleman's bow, cheerfully accepting the heavy scrolls and documents. Since your attitude is so sincere, I'll graciously accept it. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, raising her chin slightly with a bit of pride. I won't keep a secret. This is a good location that my father and second grandfather specifically instructed to give you. Ordinary people can't get it. Store number 6, mansion no. 12. Jiraiya looked at the prominent numbers on the documents, somewhat confused. Tsunade, what does this number mean? It sounds impressive. This. Tsunade tilted her head, revealing a hint of surprise at his ignorance. This is the internal core asset numbering of our Senju clan. The smaller the number, the better the location, the higher the value, and the larger the specifications. Basically, only direct descendants or clan members who have made significant contributions can hold these. She paused, emphasizing positions like no. 6 and number 12 are top-notch in the entire Konoha village. Saying they are core industries owned by the ninja clan is no exaggeration. This, Jiraiya gasped, instantly understanding the weight of it. Tsunade's father, Senju Hiroshi, must have contributed significantly, but for him to relinquish such a core industry. There must have been the approval of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Why? Because of his little potential? No, that's clearly not enough now. The only explanation is Xiaobai. Its performance on the battlefield made these two men at the pinnacle of Konoha see its immeasurable value. Perhaps adding a bit of his relationship with Tsunade? Jiraiya unconsciously glanced at the golden-haired girl holding Xiaobai, smiling brightly, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat, quickly averting his gaze. Jiraiya. Tsunade keenly caught his momentary dodge, narrowing her eyes in suspicion, her little fist instinctively tightening. What was that look in your eyes just now? Were you thinking something inappropriate again? No, absolutely not. Jiraiya was startled, quickly waving his hands, his forehead nearly breaking out in a cold sweat. I was just too shocked. Shocked by the generosity of the Senju family. Yes, shocked. You better not. Tsunade huffed, finally relaxing her fist, her face breaking into a smile again. All right, stop standing there foolishly. Let us go. I'll take you and, let's call Orochimaru too, to check out your new industry. I guarantee it'll shock you. Okay, let us go. Jiraiya immediately responded. Escaping this dangerous topic, let's go call Orochimaru. Tsunade held Xiaobai. With Jiraiya closely following, the two quickly walked through the morning streets of Konoha, soon arriving at the familiar door of Orochimaru's house. Jiraiya stepped forward and knocked on the door. I'm coming. The door was opened by Aunt May, who immediately revealed a warm smile upon seeing Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Xiaobai outside. Oh, it's Jiraiya and Tsunade. And Xiaobai. Come in, sit down, and have some tea. Her gaze fell on Xiaobai, filled with gratitude. Aunt May. Hello. We want tea to disturb you. Jiraiya smiled and explained, the house deed has been processed, and I'm here to call Orochimaru to check out the new store and new home. Aunt May. Hello. Tsunade sweetly greeted as well. Mew. Xiaobai lazily waved its paw. Oh, congratulations, Jiraiya. Aunt May was genuinely happy for the boy who had helped their family. Just as her words fell, footsteps were heard behind her. Both Kabuto and Orochimaru walked over, clearly having heard the commotion at the door. Chapter 54. Luxurious Mansion Jiraiya. Tsunade. Dongsawang greeted them with a bright smile, his gaze sweeping over the scrolls and property deed in Jiraiya's hands, his eyes flashing with anticipation that this meant they would soon be able to make their mark in the new store. Hello, Uncle Dongsawang. Orochimaru. We came to find you to check out the new place. Jiraiya waved the contract in his hand. Hello, Uncle Dongshivong, Aunt May. Hello, Orochimaru. Tsunade, holding Shiro, beamed with joy. Father, mother. Orochimaru nodded to his parents, then turned to Jiraiya and Tsunade, his gaze calm and gentle. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shiro. Upon seeing the contract in Jiraiya's hand, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. It was evident that such an important industrial transfer had been completed in just one day. The energy behind it was undeniable. All right, you young people go ahead. Aunt May urged with a smile. Mom and Dad, I'm off, Orochimaru said as he bid farewell to his parents. Goodbye, Uncle Dongsawang. Goodbye, Aunt May. Jiraiya and Tsunade also politely said their goodbyes. The three walked side by side out of the small courtyard, the warm sunlight shining down on them. Have you confirmed the location? Orochimaru casually asked Jiraiya as they walked side by side. We submitted the application just yesterday, and today we received the contract. The efficiency is truly astonishing. Yeah, it's right on the central commercial street. Tsunade personally brought it over, Jiraiya replied, his tone tinged with a mix of sentiment and excitement that he had yet to fully digest. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru cast a deep glance at the scroll in Jiraiya's hand, simply nodding without further questioning. He already had an inkling of the Senju clan's influence. Soon, they arrived at the heart of Konoha Village, the central commercial street. Shops lined the streets, with pedestrians bustling about, merchants and ninjas in various attire weaving through the crowds. The air filled with the aroma of food, the vibrancy of goods, and the faint sounds of metal clashing, showcasing Konoha's vitality and prosperity. Tsunade, holding Shiro, skillfully led the two to a grand building and stopped. Here it is. Shop number 6, Golden Store, Tsunade announced proudly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked in the direction she pointed, and in an instant, both were as if hit by a petrifying spell, their pupils dilating, mouths slightly agape, and even their breathing paused for a moment. "This," Jiraiya stammered, pointing at the magnificent building shining in the sunlight. "Tsunade, are you sure this is a shop? This is too much." Orochimaru swallowed hard, his throat moving as he struggled to find words. The sight before him exceeded all of his childhood imaginings of a shop as a commoner. What do you think? Impressive, right?" Tsunade, seeing their shocked expressions, proudly lifted her chin like a peacock. "This is the largest restaurant our Senju family ever operated. Come on in. I guarantee you'll be even more amazed." The imposing structure before them was a 4-story building, with flying eaves, ornate beams, and a grand red door, even without a sign. It was hard to hide its former glory and depth, compared to the 2- and 3-story shops around it. It stood out like a crane among chickens. With a near-pilgrimage mentality, Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed Tsunade into the bright entrance. "This used to be our family's drunken immortal tower," Tsunade introduced as they walked, her clear voice echoing in the spacious hall. "The first and second floors are both large halls, which used to accommodate hundreds of people at once. The third and fourth floors had private booths, only for VIPs, not open to the public. The backyard is huge, with its own winery and warehouse." Tsunade spoke lightly. But for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, stepping inside felt like being surrounded by profound shock with every step. The high ceiling, heavy wooden structure, intricately carved stair railings. Even in its empty state, it was hard to conceal its former luxurious layout. This was far from the 2-story small shop he had imagined. This was clearly a commercial giant. The backyard was astonishingly large, with bluestone paving, winding corridors, and Jiraiya had no doubt that several large carriages could fit here. After a quick tour, Jiraiya and Orochimaru felt dazzled, their heads buzzing. Stepping out of the grand golden storefront, both looked somewhat dazed. "Let's go. Let's check out your new home." Number 12, Qingzhou Courtyard. Not far from here, Tsunade excitedly led the way. They passed through several bustling streets and turned into a tree-lined, quieter yet still grand road. In front of an ancient, weighty, black lacquered door that exuded a sense of history, Tsunade stopped again. "Here it is, the number 12 residence." She skillfully took out an antique-style brass key and inserted it into the equally antiquated lock. With a crisp click, the door opened, revealing a sight that left Jiraiya and Orochimaru once again frozen in place, crossing the shadow wall at the entrance. What lay before them was far from a 2-story small building with a courtyard. It was clearly a vast, intricately designed ninja clan residence. Exquisite and beautiful gardens were laid out harmoniously, with pavilions and towers hidden among green trees and bamboo. A clear, artificial stream meandered through, sparkling under the sunlight. In the distance, they could see several spacious training grounds paved with special materials. The towering walls isolated this peaceful retreat from the outside noise. Even more astonishing was that the main residence was not a solitary building, but a group of uniformly styled, staggered buildings. The main building was elegant and grand, and the auxiliary buildings on either side were no less impressive, connected by corridors. This scale was more than enough to accommodate an entire small family. Shiro seemed to be invigorated by the new environment, jumping down from Tsunade's arms and happily frolicking along the path and lawn, leaving behind a trail of white shadows and excited meows. Tsunade led her 2 days' companions through the main hall, study, guest rooms, an independent multifunctional training area, and even a small library and hot spring pool, before finally sitting down in a delicate riverside pavilion. A gentle breeze brought the fragrance of bamboo leaves and the moisture from the lotus pond. Jiraiya and Orochimaru sat on the cool stone benches, their astonishment lingering for a long time. Shiro, exhausted from playing, lay by Jiraiya's feet, contentedly licking its paws. Jiraiya looked at the 2 lightweight yet heavy contracts in his hand, his voice dry. "Is this really for me? My 15 million Rio can't even buy a toilet in a place like this, right?" A huge sense of unreality enveloped him. This favor felt as heavy as a mountain. He could almost feel the weighty pressure on his shoulders for the future. Chapter 55. Moving house Orochimaru silently surveyed this serene and luxurious world, akin to a paradise. His eyes flickering with complex emotions, shock, contemplation, and a hint of an unnoticeable consideration for his friend's future. This gift was both an opportunity and an invisible bond. Tsunade's clear laughter broke the silence in the pavilion. As she looked at Jiraiya's overawed expression and found it amusing, "My father asked me to tell you, don't overthink things. These inanimate objects are just lying around. Just accept them with peace of mind, focus on training, and work hard to become stronger. That's what matters most." She mimicked her father's tone, carrying a hint of natural boldness. Jiraiya looked at the bright, smiling girl before him, then glanced at the contract in his hand. Taking a deep breath, this gift he could not refuse, nor could he turn it down. He understood the intentions of Senju Tobarama and Senju KH. This was a weighty investment and an expectation for the future. Since that was the case, he raised his head. A trademark smile that was slightly cunning yet incredibly resolute appeared on his face, and he solemnly said, "Understood. Please convey my heartfelt thanks to Uncle KH and Lord Hokage. Jiraiya truly appreciates this generous gift. Rest assured, I, Jiraiya, will never let this expectation down." The sunlight poured into the pavilion, shining on the young boys and girls, illuminating this brand new residence that symbolized infinite possibilities. The future canvas is slowly unfolding. A gentle breeze caresses the meticulously trimmed lawn of the new home, bringing the fragrance of grass and earth. Little Bite dances like a fleeting shadow of snow, chasing invisible butterflies under the sun, joyfully running across the wide grassland, leaving behind a series of delicate sounds and pure white tracks. Jiraiya leans against the intricately carved stone pillar of the pavilion, watching Little Bai's carefree figure, sunlight illuminating his young, yet already resolute face. Filled with boundless aspirations for the future and a sharp, emerging spirit. Orochimaru, Tsunade, he turns his head, his tone firm, his eyes shining with brilliance. "Let's apply for early graduation." "Really?" Tsunade almost jumped up from the stone bench, her golden ponytail tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Her little face bursting with immense surprise. "I've had enough of those repetitive body techniques at school. It's completely boring." She waved her small fists, then pouted in frustration. "Humph. But my father always thinks I'm too young and absolutely refuses." Orochimaru beside her quietly nodded, a hint of agreement flashing in his light golden snake eyes. The school curriculum indeed has little value left. His voice was steady, carrying a calmness beyond his age. The probability of passing the assessment together is higher, and he paused. Looking at Jiraiya with a barely perceptible expectation in his eyes, it's very likely we'll be in the same class. "Great. It's settled." Jiraiya clapped his hands suddenly, his smile radiant. "On the first day of school after the holidays, we'll go find the homeroom teacher to submit the application." He surveyed the estate garden, which unfolded like a painting, his gaze sweeping over several elegantly styled independent buildings hidden behind the green trees in the distance. And suddenly an idea struck him. He turned to Orochimaru, speaking sincerely yet casually. "Orochimaru, your current house is rented, right? It feels too spacious for me to live alone here. It even echoes when I speak. How about you and Uncle Danshuan and Aunt May move over? There's plenty of space. I can set aside a separate area for you to build a dedicated research lab, soundproofed and secure, so you can research whatever you like easily." He pointed towards the distant buildings. Orochimaru's breath caught slightly, his light golden eyes suddenly shining with incredible light. A research lab? This term held an irresistible magic for him. But the light was soon replaced by a hint of hesitation as he lowered his head slightly. "I need my parents' consent for that. When it comes to family decisions, he has always respected his parents' opinions. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Jiraiya grinned widely, casually wrapping his arm around Orochimaru's somewhat thin shoulder and giving a hearty pat. "I'll talk to Uncle Danshuan and Aunt May. I guarantee it'll be fine." Tsunade, sitting on the nearby stone bench with her knees hugged, watched them shoulder to shoulder, her lips curving into a sweet arc, cheerfully saying, Then when I have time, I want to come live here too. This place is really nice." "Haha, always welcome, Tsunade." Jiraiya laughed heartily. "My door will always be open for you." The sunset cast a warm orange glow over Konoha, and the three lingered in the Qingju garden for quite a while before leaving as dusk fell. Jiraiya and Orochimaru escorted Tsunade to the entrance of the Senju clan, which was only separated by a quiet stone path. Watching her skip away and disappear behind the estate gate before they shoulder-to-shoulder walked towards the familiar two-story building of Orochimaru's home. "It's Jiraiya. Come in. Dinner is just about to be ready. You can eat here tonight." Uncle Danshuan's warm voice came from inside, clearly having heard their footsteps. He opened the door with a simple smile on his face. "Then I'll impose on you, Uncle Danshuan," Jiraiya replied with a smile, carrying the slightly lazy little boy who had been playing around into the house. Orochimaru's home was simply and neatly arranged, exuding a warm atmosphere of life. Although it was far from the luxury of a dream home, it was much more comfortable than Jiraiya's previous dilapidated courtyard. Aunt May poked her head out from the kitchen, and upon seeing Jiraiya and Little Bai, her smile became even softer. "Jiraiya-kun and Little Bai are here? Just in time. I've made you a rich bone soup. Little Bai loves to drink it." She specially prepared a fragrant meat soup for Little Bai. The pleasant dinner flowed under the lights, with the aroma of food and cheerful conversations filling the small dining room. Aunt May's cooking was as warm and homely as ever, and Little Bai, holding his own special small bowl, slurped the soup noisily, soon having a round little belly. After the meal, they moved to the slightly worn sofa in the living room. Little Bai curled up in Aunt May's warm embrace, comfortably snoring. Jiraiya cleared his throat, looking sincerely at Uncle Danshuan and Aunt May. "Uncle Aunt, I've secured my shop and the dream home. The renovations will start at the shop tomorrow, and it should be opening soon. As for the estate, we can move in directly. We just need to add some daily necessities." He paused, his tone carrying an irresistible, sincere invitation. "I'd like to invite your family to move over and live with me." Chapter 56. Renovation, the estate, moving to the dream home? Uncle Danshuan was clearly taken aback, his hand holding the teacup frozen in midair. He certainly knew what the term estate meant in Konoha. It was not something an ordinary ninja could easily own. He looked at Jiraiya in surprise, his expression complicated. "Jiraiya, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's too much of a bother for you." Although Jiraiya urged the invitation, such a heavy gift made him instinctively feel uneasy. Aunt May remained silent, gently stroking Little Bai's soft fur, her gaze soft as it fell on Jiraiya, quietly listening. "Uncle, Aunt, please don't say that." Jiraiya waved his hands repeatedly. "The dream home is so big. It's really too spacious for me to live alone. It even echoes, and at night it feels a bit eerie." He purposely made an exaggerated expression, causing Aunt May to smile subtly. Plus, he looked towards Orochimaru, who was quietly sitting beside him, his eyes carrying a hint of longing for the research lab. Orochimaru loves to research, and I prepared a quiet place for him to build a lab, so he can focus on what he enjoys. Orochimaru and I, along with Tsunade, have decided to apply for early graduation, and once we're in a team, we'll definitely be going on missions often. If there's no one at home, it feels uneasy to leave such a large place empty. Furthermore, Jiraiya shifted his tone, carrying a bit of a small boss's demeanor. "The Ipinju will still rely on Uncle Danshuan and Aunt May to manage and take care of it. If you move over, it will be convenient for you to manage everything." His words provided both sufficient and heartfelt reasons for the invitation, balancing personal feelings and practical needs. Uncle Danshuan was silent for a moment, looking at his wife, then at his son Orochimaru. Orochimaru met his father's gaze and gently nodded, the longing for the research lab clear in his eyes. Aunt May also slightly nodded at her husband, her eyes conveying gentle consent. Uncle Danshuan took a deep breath, as if making a resolution, and a bright, slightly grateful smile reappeared on his face. "Jiraiya, since you've said it this far, if we don't agree, it would be pretentious. From now on, our family of three will trouble you, the landlord and little boss, to take care of us." "Huh, that's great. Uncle, Aunt, welcome to be the first residents of the dream home." Jiraiya was so happy he nearly jumped up, his smile incredibly radiant. "It'll be even livelier here from now on." The following evening, the living room was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Everyone discussed plans for the new shop, arrangements for the dream home, and the upcoming graduation assessment. Time flew by in the warm conversations. As night deepened, Jiraiya stayed overnight at Orochimaru's home. The two boys squeezed into Orochimaru's not-so-wide bed, quietly discussing the future until they fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Jiraiya hurriedly finished the breakfast Aunt May had prepared, entrusted the still lazy little boy to Orochimaru's care, and rushed out. Today, he would finalize the renovation plan for the soon-to-open Yupinju and start recruiting staff. Before moving, he said to Uncle Juan outside, "Here, that's the key to the yard. Please help me, and Aunt May move my and Xiao Bai's belongings over." There wasn't much valuable stuff left in his original little broken yard. Jiraiya had a clear goal and went straight to the largest and best-reviewed furniture and decoration store in Konoha, Decoration Workshop. The store was spacious and bright, filled with the fragrance of quality wood and the unique smell of paint and varnish. Various furniture samples were displayed, ranging from classical elegance to modern novelty. Everything one could imagine. "Welcome, young man. Is there any furniture you would like to see?" A well-dressed, kind-looking middle-aged man approached with a warm but not overly flattering attitude. Having run the shop in Konoha for many years, he understood that one shouldn't judge by appearances. "Hello, uncle. I would like to customize a batch of tables and chairs. And more importantly, I need you to undertake a renovation project for a shop," Jiraiya said straightforwardly, showing a sense of competence at such a young age. "Oh, renovation?" The middle-aged man, Hinan's eyes brightened, and his smile became even more sincere. "That's great. Our decoration workshop has the best quality and reputation in Konoha. I guarantee your satisfaction. I'm the owner, Hinan. If it's convenient, we should first visit your shop to understand the specific situation and your needs. Then we can provide a detailed design plan and quote. How does that sound?" His attitude was professional and considerate. "No problem, Uncle Hinan," Jiraiya said, satisfied with the process. "My name is Jiraiya. Let's go now." The two soon arrived at the impressive four-story building that used to be the location of the Zue Xianlu in the prime commercial area of the Central Street. When Hinan saw the scale of the building, even he, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but gasp in surprise, thinking, "My goodness, this was the Zue Xianlu of the Senju clan back in the day. What kind of background does this little ancestor have?" The way he looked at Jiraiya instantly became very serious. After carefully inspecting the entire building's structure, ceiling height, lighting, and the situation in the backyard, they returned to the spacious first-floor hall. Hinan took out his notebook and charcoal pencil and asked earnestly, "Young boss Jiraiya, do you have any specific ideas or requirements regarding the renovation style and functional zoning?" Jiraiya was already well prepared. "Uncle Hinan, I plan to primarily create an open dining area on the first and second floors, but we need to separate some relatively independent, comfortable booths. The third and fourth floors will all be set up as private independent rooms, which I call boxes." "Boxes?" Hinan felt a bit confused by this novel term. "They are elegant seats set in independent rooms, used for guests who need private space or higher-end service," Jiraiya explained. "The third floor will have small boxes accommodating 4 to 6 people, while the fourth floor will have large luxurious boxes that can accommodate more than 10 people or even host banquets. As for the backyard, we will focus on transforming it into a fully functional large kitchen and a sufficiently large storage area." "Wonderful." Hinan's eyes lit up, unable to resist slapping his thigh. "Elegant seats in independent rooms? Boxes? This concept is truly ingenious. It can meet the needs of different guests while also elevating the level. Young boss, your idea is absolutely 10 years ahead of Konoha." He unconsciously added honorifics when addressing Jiraiya. "As for the renovation style, we have several mature plans here. Would you like to take a look?" Hinan quickly took out a beautifully bound catalog from his bag. Chapter 57, Dream Home. Jiraiya flipped through the pages, various styles flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, a scheme dominated by deep ocean blue and elegant jade white caught his attention. The lines were simple and smooth, combining the charm of the East with a sense of openness and grandeur, perfectly aligning with his vision for the high-end positioning of Yupinju. This blue and white Chinese elegant style." Jiraiya pointed at the catalog, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Great taste. This style is both grand and elegant, definitely befitting our status." Hinan immediately agreed. "Next, The two delved into detailed discussions about specifics. The choice of the main light in the hall, the design of the front desk, the style of the booths, the door decorations for the boxes, and the layout of the back kitchen, covering everything meticulously. After more than an hour, all details were finally finalized. The total quote was set at 3 million Rio, and, astonishingly, the construction period would only take 3 days. The efficiency of construction in the Hokage world was indeed extraordinary. Finally, Jiraiya entrusted Hinan to customize 2 plaques. One was a black plaque with gold lettering for Yapinju, and the other was a white plaque with black characters, elegantly inscribed with Dream Home. With the renovation issues resolved, the next challenge was to build a team. Jiraiya hurried to the Talent Service Center in Konoha. This was an official organization, similar to a large job market, connecting businesses needing to hire with civilians or retired ninjas seeking work. The service center's hall was bustling with people, various accents and job introductions mixed together, filled with the vibrancy and anxiety of the marketplace. Jiraiya wove through the crowd and arrived at a relatively vacant window. "Hello, young man. What can I do for you?" Behind the window, a young female staff member with a ponytail, looking quite capable, smiled and asked kindly, "Hello, sister. I would like to post a job advertisement." Jiraiya tried to make his voice sound mature and reliable. "Posting a job?" The female staff member was slightly taken aback, carefully assessing the ordinary-looking but particularly bright and calm white-haired boy in front of her. Her professionalism quickly restored her smile. "Okay, no problem. May I ask what positions you need to recruit for? How many people for each position?" Jiraiya had already prepared. "I need to recruit 1 head chef, gender unspecified, 1 cashier, 10 waitstaff, and 2 hostesses." Hostesses? The title puzzled the staff member. "Oh," Jiraiya explained, "they're the employees standing at the entrance of the restaurant, mainly responsible for receiving and guiding guests inside. They should have a good appearance and demeanor, and be friendly and approachable." He paused and added, "except for the chef position, which is gender unspecified. The cashier, waitstaff, and hostesses all require young female employees with good looks and demeanor." "All female, and they must be young and pretty?" The staff member was genuinely surprised. In Konoha, it was already relatively difficult for women to find jobs, and most industries were male-dominated. But immediately after, what Jiraiya proposed astonished her even more. "Additionally, I am in a bit of a hurry, and I hope to have all the positions filled by tomorrow, so they can come to my shop for interviews." Tomorrow. The staff member almost thought she misheard. Such a large-scale and high-demand recruitment usually required several days or even longer to match candidates. She took a deep breath and quickly pulled out a form. "Okay, I understand your needs. Our center offers expedited service. You just need to provide the exact shop address and pay a 30,000 Rio expedited service fee. We will preliminarily screen and recommend 30 candidates who meet your basic requirements to your designated location by 4 p.m. tomorrow. And you can decide who to hire in the final interview." "No problem," Jiraiya responded without hesitation. Time is money. The 30,000 Rio expedited fee was not significant. He quickly filled out the form, especially noting in the generous benefits section, 1. Head chef, monthly salary of 20,000 Rio, monthly performance bonus, annual performance bonus. Meals and accommodation provided. 2. Cashier, monthly salary of 8,000 Rio, annual bonus, meals and accommodation provided. 3. Hostess, monthly salary of 8,000 Rio, annual service bonus, meals and accommodation provided. 4. Waitstaff, monthly salary of 5,000 Rio, annual service bonus, meals and accommodation provided. Then he neatly counted out a thick stack of 30,000 Rio in cash and handed it over. This salary and benefits package, which far exceeds the average standard in Konoha and even includes accommodation and meals, left the staff, who were used to seeing recruitment information, dumbfounded. Watching Jiraiya's small figure disappear into the crowd, she murmured, "Which noble family opened this new store? With such treatment, there will probably be a rush tomorrow." When Jiraiya returned to the dream house under the golden glow of the setting sun, a brand new sign for the dream house was already hanging above the heavy, ancient door of the mansion. The blackwood background and silver gold calligraphy looked particularly solemn and vibrant in the twilight. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of home rising in his heart. He walked through the meticulously maintained garden and around the shimmering small lake to the villa area. From a distance, he saw Uncle Dongshi, Aunt May, Orochimaru, and even Tsunade still there. They were resting in wicker chairs on a water-facing terrace, with some packed furniture, books, and scattered items piled beside them, clearly just moved from their old residence. Jiraiya, you're back. Tsunade was the first to notice him, standing up while holding Shiro and waving vigorously. Then she scrunched her small nose, pouting a bit while playfully complaining, "We helped you move a lot today. I am exhausted." Shiro lazily yawned in her arms. "Aha! Thank you to our most beautiful and kind princess, Tsunade." Jiraiya walked over with a big grin, deliberately exaggerating his tone. "I will remember this favor." "Oomph, that's more like it." A blush crossed Tsunade's face, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift, clearly enjoying the title of princess. She proudly raised her chin. "Then I guess I'll reluctantly accept your gratitude." "Jiraiya, is everything settled?" Uncle Dongshi stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants, and asked with a smile. "Yes, it's all taken care of." Jiraiya replied with a beaming smile. "The design and renovation of the restaurant have been entrusted to the renovation shop, and it will be completely refreshed in 3 days. The recruitment of staff has also been handed over to the talent center, and 30 candidates will come for interviews tomorrow." He pointed to the items piled nearby. "What are these?" "Oh, we're just waiting for you to come back," Aunt May explained with a gentle smile. "There are so many rooms in this mansion. We need you, the owner, to arrange which building we will stay in before we can move in and settle our things." She completely handed the decision over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling touched. Aunt May, Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. This is all family." His gaze swept over the few exquisite 2-story small buildings that had similar styles but slight differences. Without much hesitation, he pointed to 2 adjacent buildings, separated by a small patch of bamboo, and said, "Let's take these 2. Orochimaru and I will stay in the left one and the right one." He looked at Orochimaru with a smile in his eyes. "I'll find a way to quickly turn it into your exclusive research lab. That way, when you're tired from research, you can just walk a few steps to rest at home. How convenient." Hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth uncontrollably curved into a clear smile, his joy almost overflowing. Uncle Dongshi looked at his son's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. "Good. This arrangement is great. Then we'll stay in the building next door." He pointed to another independent small building not far away, which had a good orientation and a small terrace. "Good." Jiraiya's gaze swept across the remaining 10 or so vacant small buildings, already planning in his heart. Some of the remaining buildings could be arranged for future staff recruited by the store to live in. After all, there was plenty of space, and living nearby would make work convenient. The last bit of sunlight was swallowed by the twilight, and Jiraiya's small courtyard finally returned to peace. It took several people an entire hour to finally move all the luggage piled into a small mountain into the new residence. By the time everyone had tidied up the rooms, the clock on the wall pointed to 7 in the evening. The rumbling of stomachs was the best signal to start cooking. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves and dove into the kitchen. Seeing this, Aunt May immediately followed him in, skillfully assisting while keeping a close eye on every move Jiraiya made. "Aunt May, look at Jiraiya's wrist movements as he skillfully flips the spatula, drawing smooth arcs in the iron pot licked by flames. Cooking looks simple, but the timing and seasoning are the soul. If the oil is too hot, the food will burn and taste bitter. If there's too little salt, it will be bland, and too much will make it overly salty. A slight difference can lead to a vastly different taste." I'll remember." Aunt May nodded vigorously, her expression focused as if she were listening to a ninjutsu lecture, silently noting each key point of when to add ingredients, when to stir, and when to drizzle in the sauce. To allow Aunt May to observe and learn about various dishes more comprehensively, Jiraiya was determined and ended up cooking nearly 20 dishes in one go. The kitchen was filled with steam, the clattering of pots and pans echoed, and the rich aroma made those waiting outside even hungrier. This cooking session lasted a full hour and a half. Fortunately, with Aunt May's seamless cooperation, washing, cutting, and passing were all orderly, so it didn't take too long. By the time the last steaming dish was served on the table, The clock on the wall had already pointed to 8:30 in the evening. I'm starting. The crowd, already starving, cheered with a sense of liberation and immediately dove into the food like a whirlwind. The happiness brought by the food filled the small dining room. Shiro was especially hungry, burying his little face in a bowl bigger than his head, leaving only a furry backside wiggling outside, which made everyone burst into laughter. After the meal, Jiraiya carefully took the little guy, who was covered in soup, to take a bath, and then, together with Orochimaru, escorted Tsunade back to her residence. In the night, the three figures stretched long on the streets of Konoha. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Jiraiya energetically dragged Orochimaru to Yapinju. Uncle Dongshi and Aunt Mei went their separate ways, heading straight to the market to find suppliers for long-term procurement of the freshest ingredients. Inside Yapinju, the craftsmen were busy working energetically. Hinan personally supervised, and upon seeing Jiraiya and Orochimaru enter, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Boss Jiraiya, you're here. Come and see the progress. The first floor is basically completed. Are you satisfied with what you see?" Jiraiya looked around. The previously somewhat outdated space had been completely refreshed, with a main color scheme of bright, refreshing azure paired with simple wooden decorations, making it appear both spacious and vibrant. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Fresh and bright. Just the feeling I wanted. I'm glad you're satisfied." Hinan smiled even more broadly, patting his chest to assure them. The finishing touches on the second and third floors will be completed today, and the renovation of the fourth floor and backyard will definitely be delivered on time the day after tomorrow. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Jiraiya patted Hinan's shoulder. You go ahead and busy yourself. Orochimaru and I will wait for the interviews on the first floor. Got it, Hinan replied and turned to head upstairs. Not long after Jiraiya and Orochimaru sat down in the temporarily arranged interview area, a few tables and chairs. A cheerful voice rang out at the door. Hee, Jiraiya. Orochimaru. I'm here. Tsunade burst in like a gust of wind, her golden ponytail bouncing playfully behind her. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, his face beaming. Tsunade. You're here to help with the interviews too? How's it going? Have you found anyone yet? Tsunade leaned forward at the table, curiously asking, while picking up Shiro, who had jumped to her feet. Not so fast, Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. We'll probably have to spend the whole day here. Wherever it is, it's all the same, Orochimaru said flatly, seemingly unconcerned. He casually pulled out an old-fashioned book from his pocket and began to flip through it, his focused expression suggesting that the surrounding commotion was of no concern to him. Jiraiya looked at him and helplessly shook his head with a smile. This Orochimaru can really enter his world of exploration anytime and anywhere. Wait, books? Jiraiya suddenly remembered the few precious scientific research books awarded by the system still lying here with him. Next month is Orochimaru's birthday. Those books should be his favorite birthday gift, right? Thinking about the surprised look of curiosity that Orochimaru might show when he receives them, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. The following time formed a rather interesting scene. Orochimaru was immersed in the world of pages, occasionally showing a happy smile. Tsunade was playing with Shiro in the newly decorated hall, which still had a faint smell of paint, while Shiro chased after the doll Tsunade threw, making excited howling sounds. Jiraiya sat behind the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, occasionally glancing towards the door. Before long, the first interviewee appeared. A young girl in a simple dress, probably in her early 20s, walked in gracefully. When she saw the three young children, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her polite smile. Hello, may I ask where the boss is? I'm here for an interview. Jiraiya stopped teasing Shiro, stood up with a warm smile, and said, I'm the boss, Jiraiya. Welcome, please have a seat. He pointed to the chair opposite him. Oh, you are the boss? The girl was clearly a bit surprised, but still sat down gracefully. Almost as soon as she sat down, two figures timidly peeked in at the door. It was a pair of sisters dressed in faded, patched clothes, around 17 or 18 years old. Although their clothes were shabby, both of their faces were clean and tidy, with delicate features that were almost identical, indicating they were twins. They held each other's hands tightly, looking a bit nervous. Two sisters. Are you here for an interview as well? Tsunade, holding Shiro, greeted them enthusiastically, her bright smile significantly easing the sisters' tension. Yes, we are here for an interview. The slightly taller girl, who looked like the older sister, quickly replied, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Please sit over here. Tsunade immediately pulled them over, then plopped down in the chair next to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, these two sisters are here for an interview too. Welcome, welcome. Jiraiya smiled and gestured for them to sit down. The sisters Miyako and Mariko exchanged a glance and cautiously sat down in the chairs next to the girl. Hello, this is our resume. The older sister, Miyako, handed over two neatly folded papers with a gentle voice. This is my resume. The girl also handed over her documents at the right moment. Jiraiya took the three resumes and quickly skimmed through them. Yui, applying for the cashier position, had 3 years of experience in the same role. Her resume was clear. The twin sisters, Miyako and Mariko, had just arrived in Konoha, were commoners, and hoped to apply for positions as hosts or waitresses. Looking at the pair of beautiful and clean twins in front of him, Jiraiya suddenly had a brilliant idea. If they were dressed in specially designed host outfits that slightly revealed their body curves like off-shoulder styles or showing a bit of waist or leg standing at the door, they would definitely be a highlight that attracts attention. Especially for those customers, the effect would be outstanding. However, he also knew that most people in this era held conservative views. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, organized his words, and decided to be honest. I've looked at your resumes, and your qualifications fit our needs quite well. Do you have any questions about the job details? Boss. Yui was the first to speak, her tone carrying a hint of barely concealed urgency and disbelief. I just want to confirm, the salary for the cashier really is 8,000 Rio a month? Coming from an ordinary family, her parents worked hard and barely made over 4,000 Rio a month combined. This almost doubled salary felt like a dream to her. Of course, Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, his smile carrying a reassuring power. Once you pass the interview and are officially hired, your monthly salary will indeed be 8,000 Rio, no doubt about that. That's great, Yui murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with hope. At this moment, the older sister, Miyako, gathered her courage to ask, Little boss, we just arrived in Konoha and currently have no place to stay. Do you provide accommodation? Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Yes. Accommodation is no problem, Jiraiya nodded, then turned serious as he spoke to the sisters. Miyako, Mariko, given your temperament and looks, I personally suggest you try the host position. Of course, if you have concerns about the host job content, you can also choose the waitress position. He paused deliberately, deciding to be straightforward. However, I must inform you in advance that the host's outfit here may be a bit different. Different? Miyako was taken aback. Her understanding of a host was simply standing at the door to greet guests, and usually the salary was far lower than that of a waitress. The 8,000 Rio here was already unusually high. Little boss, what exactly does the host position entail? A hint of unease rose in her heart. As for the host, Jiraiya carefully chose his words. The core work is indeed to warmly greet customers at the door and guide them to their seats. However, to enhance our shop's characteristics and attractiveness, I will have some special requirements for the host's attire. He steeled himself, trying to phrase it politely. For example, the outfits might be designed to be a bit cooler. They might expose shoulders, arms, or parts of the waist and legs. Oh, sitting next to them, Tsunade, who had been playing with Shiro, immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes upon hearing this, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, her knuckles cracking slightly. Jiraiya, you seem to know quite a bit. Huh? Her voice was low but felt like a honey-coated ice pick, instantly sending a chill down Jiraiya's back. Wait, Tsunade, let me explain. Jiraiya almost jumped from his chair, his survival instincts kicking in. This was entirely for business. Think about it. A unique host image can attract more customers. Increase revenue. This is purely for commercial considerations. I swear to heaven, there are absolutely no personal thoughts involved. His exaggerated tone and flustered demeanor made the Miyako sisters and Yui unable to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking slightly. Really? Tsunade elongated her tone, her big eyes fixed on Jiraiya, the unspoken pressure making the air feel a bit heavier. Of course it's true, more true than the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya patted his chest, speaking confidently, almost ready to swear an oath. Watching this amusing scene, Miyako's unease dissipated significantly. She tugged at her sister Mariko's hand, and the two exchanged quick glances. Miyako took a deep breath and smiled again. Boss, if that's the case, we sisters are willing to try the host position. But she quickly thought of a practical issue and cautiously asked, however, if we encounter unruly customers who want to touch us, what should we do? This was what the sisters were most worried about. Who dares? Tsunade exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her small fists clenched tightly. An invisible wave of energy seemed to spread from her, causing even the papers on the table to flutter slightly. She exuded a highly dangerous aura and said decisively, if anyone dares to lay a hand on you, I'll personally take their claws off. The fierce momentum made everyone present immediately understand the worth of this Princess Tsunade. Jiraiya quickly followed Tsunade's words, smiling as he added, that's right. Our principle is to only admire, no touching allowed. Anyone who doesn't know their place will have Tsunade here, our security chief, teach them a lesson. He used a half-joking title, cleverly easing the tense atmosphere and giving the sisters great reassurance. Miyako and Mariko visibly sighed in relief, their tense bodies relaxing. The two exchanged glances and saw determination in each other's eyes. Miyako spoke on behalf of them, her voice much more resolute than before. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, and thank you, boss. As long as safety is guaranteed, we sisters are willing to work as greeters. That's great. Jiraiya happily clapped his hands. Yui, do you have any questions on your end? Yui shook her head, her eyes filled with anticipation for the new job. No, boss. Good. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Congratulations to the three of you. You've passed the interview. He took out the prepared employment contracts and handed them to the three. Here, as the contract. Take a good look at the terms. If everything is fine, we can sign. The three huddled together, carefully reading through the terms. The contract was clear and reasonable, with salary, working hours, and benefits including accommodation all clearly stated. Once confirmed, the three solemnly signed their names on the contract. Jiraiya put the contracts away with a beaming smile. Then, welcome to Yapinju. We officially open in 3 days. I will prepare the uniforms, and you can come to change them then. He looked at the Miyako sisters. As for you two, you can move into the employee dormitory tomorrow. I'll give you the address shortly. The sisters were visibly delighted and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Not long after sending off the excited trio, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction as candidates came in for interviews one after another. Jiraiya perked up, carefully selecting and hiring several waitstaff who appeared quick-witted and cheerful. Of course, a few applicants were regrettably declined due to lack of experience or mismatched temperament. Phew! After the last interviewee left, Jiraiya finally relaxed, stretching his back with a satisfying crack. He took a big gulp from the cup on the table, feeling his dry throat ease a little. We've already hired 6 people, Tsunade said while grooming Shiro. Jiraiya, how many staff do you need? Well, at least 10. Jiraiya spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. And the key is the chef. We can't put all the kitchen burdens on Mei. She can't handle it. Orochimaru, who had been quietly reading, looked up, squinting his eyes. The golden snake pupils behind his glasses held a hint of gentle amusement. If it's really busy on opening day, both Tsunade and I can help out. Running errands, serving dishes, or assisting. He glanced at Tsunade, who raised her fist in agreement. Huh, with you two here, I can relax a lot. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his confidence boosted with reliable companions around. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. It was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, dressed simply, even a bit outdated. She wore a pair of heavily worn glasses, and her eyes reflected deep fatigue, with a few glaring white hairs creeping up at her temples. She looked much older than her actual age, but her back was straight. The woman scanned the 3 young people in the room without showing any disdain or surprise, and walked directly to Jiraiya, revealing a gentle but weary smile. Hello, sorry to disturb you. I would like to apply for the chef position here. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but very steady. Yes, please have a seat. Jiraiya immediately sat up straight, politely pointing to the chair across from him. What should I call you? Do you have a resume? The woman sat down as instructed, carefully taking out a neatly folded paper from faded cloth bag and handed it over. My name is Yakushi Mitarashi, and this is my resume. Yakushi Mitarashi? Jiraiya's heart stirred slightly upon hearing the name, but he kept a neutral expression as he took the resume. After a quick glance, he understood. Indeed, she was the respected director of the Konoha orphanage. He looked at the simple description on the resume and gently asked, Ms. Yakushi, do you have experience working as a chef in a professional restaurant? Yakushi Mitarashi smiled apologetically. I'm embarrassed. I've only been cooking in the orphanage kitchen for nearly 20 years. My skills are just passable. The priority has always been to ensure the children are fed and clothed. Jiraiya nodded. He had no doubts about the taste of the orphanage's food, which was usually filled with the warmth of home. He was more concerned about her motivation. So, what made you think of leaving the orphanage to apply for the chef position? Yakushi Mitarashi's hands, resting on her lap, subtly tightened around the fabric of her clothes, and her smile turned a bit bitter as her voice lowered. The expenses of the orphanage have been increasing year by year. There are fewer kind-hearted people willing to donate. The children's meals, clothes, medicines, and books all require money. As the director, I truly feel overwhelmed. Her words were filled with helplessness and a deep sense of responsibility, making the air feel heavier. Tsunade and Orochimaru also paused their actions, looking at her with respect. Jiraiya's heart stirred, and an idea formed instantly. This was not only about the chef position at hand, but also related to the future of the children named T and Naniu, as well as the potential for the system's tasks. Chapter 61. Interview conclude. Jiraiya took a deep breath and broke into a sincere and serious smile. Director Yakushi, you have passed the interview. Welcome to our team. Really? Yakushi Mitarashi suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and joy. A monthly salary of 20,000 ryo? This would almost cover the orphanage's most urgent basic expenses. She felt a long-pressed boulder on her heart shift slightly. Of course. It's true, Jiraiya affirmed, then shifted his tone to a more serious one. However, I have another matter I'd like to discuss with you. Please go ahead. Yakushi Mitarashi sat up straight, her expression focused. It's like this. Jiraiya looked directly into her weary yet resilient eyes. I plan to allocate a sum of money each year to donate specifically to the Konoha orphanage. Additionally, I have significant future plans for this establishment and will need more reliable staff to help manage it. Therefore, I will consider selecting some well-behaved children from the orphanage to nurture from a young age, allowing them to help me manage the store in the future. This will also provide them with a pathway to find their place in the world and realize their value. He combined sponsorship and talent cultivation, providing immediate assistance while also offering a long-term commitment. Yakushi Mitarashi was stunned. A wave of immense joy washed over her, breaking down the strong dam she had been trying to maintain. Annual sponsorship, plus the opportunity for the children to grow and secure their future. The overwhelming joy and sudden hope made her eyes well up. Her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate complete words. This. She took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart. Her voice choked, but incredibly firm. I agree. Thank you so much. As long as the children are willing, and as long as you see fit, you can take them from the orphanage anytime. I believe you will treat them well. The heavy burden that had pressed on her heart for years seemed to lift. All right, then it's settled. Jiraiya smiled brightly, then took out a thick stack of cash from a sealing scroll, smoothly sliding it across the table to Yakushi Mitarashi. The crisp bills emitted the unique smell of fresh ink, and the thickness of 500,000 ryo created a small hill on the table, quite visually impactful. This. So much. Yakushi Mitarashi was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, staring incredulously at the pile of money. She had thought it would be at most an advance on her salary, never expecting such a massive donation. 500,000 ryo. This was almost the operating cost for the orphanage for several years. Please accept it. Jiraiya's smile was sincere and warm, carrying an irresistible gentle power. I also want to do something tangible for the children. Seeing them suffer makes me feel bad too. Jiraiya was right. Tsunade nodded vigorously beside him, keenly catching the instinctive tenderness that flowed from Yakushi Mitarai's weary eyes every time she mentioned the children. Aunt Mitarai, you're sincere, we all see it. Spending this money on the children is worth it. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, a slight smile at the corner of his lips forming a silent arc of approval. a hint of gentleness flickering in his golden, snake-like eyes. A huge wave of warmth mixed with an indescribable bitterness surged up in Yakushi Mitarai's heart, and her eyes instantly turned red. She looked at the three young, yet exceptionally reliable figures in front of her, her lips trembling slightly. 1,000 words stuck in her throat, ultimately transforming into a choked "Thank you, boss. On behalf of the children at the orphanage, thank you for your great kindness." She stood up and deeply, solemnly bowed to Jiraiya, bending her waist low as if to pour out the heavy pressure accumulated over the years as gratitude. It's a small matter, no need for such formalities." Jiraiya quickly waved his hand, then took out the prepared employment contract. "Here, let us sign the contract first. For now on we'll be family." Yakushi Mitarai's hands trembled slightly as she accepted the contract, taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions. She read through the clear terms and generous treatment word by word, far exceeding her expectations. Without any hesitation, she signed her name in the designated area, each stroke carrying a heavy sense of commitment. "Then, welcome to Yapinju." Jiraiya put away the contract with a bright smile. "You'll officially start in 3 days. However, you need to come over tomorrow and the day after. I need to hurry and give you an Aunt May cooking training." "Okay, boss. No problem. I'm free anytime." Yakushi Mitai nodded vigorously, her face finally blossoming into a relaxed and hopeful smile after shedding the heavy burden. Even the few striking white hairs at her temples seemed to soften a bit. In the next half-day, the threshold of Yapinju was almost flattened by the endless stream of applicants. Jiraiya was fully energized, conducting interviews, screening, and finalizing, ultimately selecting 10 young girls with nimble hands and sweet smiles as waitstaff, greatly exceeding his initial quota. Looking at the vibrant new employees before him, Jiraiya felt a surge of confidence. With sufficient manpower and high morale, how could Yapinju not make money? By evening, he officially removed the recruitment notice for Yapinju, marking the successful conclusion of personnel recruitment. As the lights lit up the Konoha commercial street, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru strolled leisurely. The little white dog in Tsunade's arms was comfortably snoring, its pink nose twitching slightly, seemingly enjoying this rare leisure time. "Shall we head straight home?" Tsunade asked lazily, unconsciously grooming the soft fur of the little white dog with her fingertips. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Let us stop by the clothing store first. I almost forgot the most important thing. Employee uniforms haven't been customized yet." He slapped his forehead, revealing a frustrated expression. "Huh? Customized clothes?" Tsunade instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling. "Let us hurry." Her enthusiasm for clothing was no less than her desire for food. Orochimaru, let out an ambiguous chuckle, clearly uninterested in the shopping trip, but still followed along. The golden-lettered sign of the boutique shone brightly in the night. The three pushed the door open, and even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had seen a lot, could not help but be slightly shocked by the scene before them. The store was brightly lit, the soft light reflecting off the smooth, mirror-like marble floor, casting dazzling reflections of the crystal chandeliers. "Good evening, dear guests." A well-dressed, exquisitely made-up young saleswoman immediately approached them, wearing a trained, sweet smile. Her gaze discreetly scanned the three, noting their youthful yet extraordinary demeanor. "How can I assist you?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant. "Hello." Jiraiya collected his surprise and got straight to the point. "We would like to customize a batch of employee uniforms." Customized uniforms? A spark of excitement flashed in the saleswoman's eyes. This was a big order. The commission would definitely be considerable. Her smile became even more enthusiastic as she slightly bowed and guided them. "Sure, no problem. We have a dedicated area for customization services. Please follow me." In a room with an elegant environment and good privacy, the saleswoman invited the three to sit on a soft sofa, quickly serving fragrant hot tea, and then presented a thick, beautifully crafted design catalog, carefully opening it on the low table in the middle. "This is our designer's latest collection and classic styles. You can take a look at the styles first, and if you have any ideas, feel free to bring them up. We have professional designers who can communicate and make modifications." Jiraiya gestured for everyone to take a look together. Tsunade could no longer hold back and eagerly flipped through the catalog, browsing through each page carefully. Orochimaru also cooperated, looking through it with a calm expression. The first few pages mostly featured standard suits or kimonos, which didn't spark much interest. Suddenly, Jiraiya's gaze landed on a set of elegantly designed light purple men-esque clothing that exuded a chilly nobility. Oh, this one. He lightly nudged Orochimaru with his elbow, a sly smile on his face. I feel like it suits your temperament perfectly. You'd look like an elegant young gentleman in it. Tsunade followed his gaze, admiring the elegant and cool purple fabric, the neat cut, and imagining how it would look on Orochimaru's pale skin and golden snake-like eyes. She immediately nodded in agreement. It really suits you. Much better than the loose training clothes you wear all day. Orochimaru glanced at the catalog, his gaze lingering on the purple clothing for 2 seconds. He didn't refute, merely curling the corner of his mouth into an almost imperceptible arc, softly humming in acknowledgement. Haha, then it's this one. Get him set. Jiraiya waved his hand decisively. The saleswoman quickly took out her notebook to record it, her smile growing even brighter. Soon, Tsunade also picked a set of lively and well-fitted light blue girl-esque clothing, while Jiraiya chose a flashy gold trench coat. However, they had yet to find a particularly satisfying outfit for the restaurant staff. What about this one? Tsunade pointed at a complexly designed dress adorned with lace, her eyes sparkling. I think it's beautiful. It should attract a lot of attention in the store. Jiraiya leaned in to take a closer look, frowning and shaking his head. No. It's too complicated. It's inconvenient for serving tea and moving around the dining area, and it doesn't seem to match our store style. What? You don't like something so pretty? Tsunade pouted in dissatisfaction, but continued flipping through the pages. When she turned to a certain page, Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had discovered treasure. It was a bold and vibrant outfit, a crop top that showed the midriff paired with extremely short pleated hot pants, revealing large areas of fair skin and long leg lines, full of youthful energy. Wait, this one. He excitedly pointed at the outfit. It's perfect, definitely tailor-made for our reception. Imagining the scene of the Miyako sisters wearing this outfit at the entrance, he couldn't help but break into a knowing smile. Tsunade looked at the outfit that was off the charts cool and then at Jiraiya's unmistakably lewd smile, narrowing her eyes suspiciously and speaking in a dangerous tone. Hey Jiraiya, you're not planning anything inappropriate again, are you? You're practically drooling. What? That is not true, Tsunade. Jiraiya instantly regained his composure, quickly suppressing his expression and putting on a serious face. This is purely for business considerations. Just think about it. Such vibrant and eye-catching clothing. Doesn't it better reflect our positioning of Yapinju as young, fashionable, and energetic? Doesn't it instantly grab the attention of passersby? This is called visual marketing. Absolutely. He worked hard to make his gaze appear incredibly sincere. Tsunade let out a skeptical hum, but didn't say anything further. Jiraiya felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly told the sales assistant. Just this set. I want 4 sets. The sizes should be as I specified. He secretly thought, 2 sets for the Miyako sisters, and 2 sets as backups for changing. Good, sir. The sales assistant's voice became a bit more lively, as she quickly took notes. However, when it came to the server's outfit, Jiraiya still couldn't find a style that completely matched what he had in mind after flipping through the catalog. He furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Do you have paper and pen? I'll draw a sketch. Yes, just a moment. The sales assistant quickly presented a fine sketchbook and pen. Jiraiya took the pen, focused for a moment, and the elegant and sexy silhouette of an Oriental-style Cheongsam from his past life flashed in his mind. A confident smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as the pen swiftly glided across the paper, smoothly outlining the classic shape of a high-slit Cheongsam, a standing collar with knotted buttons, fitted at the waist, with a slit at the hem perfectly showcasing the leg lines. Both dignified and elegant, yet subtly exuding a hint of charm. Orochimaru was attracted by his actions and curiously turned to watch. Tsunade's eyes widened in interest as she leaned in. What is this clothing? The style is so strange. Can it really look good? She had never seen a design like this before. Haha, leave it to me. Jiraiya patted his chest in assurance. Full of confidence, This is the exclusive uniform of Yupinju. Absolutely unique, and the effect will be top-notch when worn. He pointed to a sample of elegant indigo, cloud-patterned fabric in the catalog. Let us use this color. Also, he tapped the position on the chest of the Cheongsam. Here, use golden thread to embroider the words Yupinju as a logo. I want 25 sets. Chapter 63. Luxurious Dormitory What? 25 sets. The sales assistant was completely stunned, her mouth slightly agape. You have to know that customizing a single outfit at a boutique clothing store is already quite expensive. And 25 custom sets would definitely be one of the largest orders she has ever handled in her career. The huge surprise made her momentarily lose her composure. What? Is there a problem? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked. No, absolutely no problem. The sales assistant instantly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her voice trembling slightly. We can definitely do it. Our designers will perfectly fulfill your requirements. I've noted down all the sizes and requirements in detail. She could almost see a hefty commission waving at her. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and eagerly picked out matching comfortable soft-soled high heels, simple and elegant hairpins, and so on. Finally, he didn't forget to reward his two companions and himself, selecting a delicate silver bracelet for Tsunade and a wallet embroidered with cute patterns for her. A simple design leather wallet made of special material for Orochimaru, and he also picked a sturdy and durable dark brown wallet for himself. The sales assistant was calculating rapidly, her heartbeat quickening with the rising numbers. In the end, she took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, and reported the total in as steady a tone as possible. Hello, sir. The total price for all custom clothing and accessories is $263,600. I'll waive the cents for you. So the total is $263,200. She nervously looked at Jiraiya, fearing that this young patron would suddenly change his mind. Jiraiya remained calm and once again smoothly took out a stack of cash of the appropriate thickness from the sealing scroll and handed it over fluidly. The sales assistant respectfully accepted the heavy stack of cash with both hands. Her fingertips could even feel the unique texture of the banknotes, trembling with excitement. Her face breaking into an incredibly bright smile. Thank you very much for your patronage. We will definitely deliver on time. We welcome you to visit us again. The sales assistant enthusiastically escorted the three of them to the store entrance, bowing at a 90-degree angle as if about to bend to the ground. Her voice sweet enough to drip honey. Under the watchful gaze of the sales assistant, the three left the boutique filled with the aura of luxury clothing. Soon, they arrived at the grand mansion of the Senju clan. In the night, the towering entrance and the extending walls appeared even more solemn and majestic. Here, Xiaobai. I'm returning you. Tsunade carefully handed the peacefully sleeping Xiaobai back to Jiraiya, stretched her body contentedly, her curvaceous figure fully revealed under the moonlight. I'm really tired from shopping today, but so happy. By the way, she suddenly remembered something and playfully winked. Remember to call me when you pick up the clothes in 2 days. She wanted to be the first to see those new clothes. Okay, no problem. Jiraiya steadily took Xiaobai, smiling in agreement. After saying goodbye to Tsunade with Orochimaru, the two turned and walked towards the direction of their dream home. When they returned home, Uncle Maru and Aunt May also brought good news. They had been busy today running between various markets and suppliers, not only finalizing all the fresh ingredients needed for the opening, but also successfully negotiating with several reputable and stable suppliers for long-term cooperation. Everything is ready, just waiting for Jiraiya to impart his cooking secrets to Aunt May and the newly joined pharmacist, Mitong. And once the renovations are completed, Yupinju will be grandly opened. The next morning, just as dawn broke, pharmacist Mitong followed the address Jiraiya had provided yesterday and made her way to the dream home. When she stood in front of the magnificent mansion with its grand architecture, gazing up at the powerful sign of Dream Home hanging above, she felt as if she had turned to stone, frozen in place. The massive vermilion doors were tightly closed, and the area in front was empty and desolate, with no servants or guards in sight. Mitong's heart raced. Her gaze swept back and forth over the almost endless walls and towering gate, the huge contrast giving her a strong sense of unreality. Is this the boss's home? She murmured, doubting whether she had gone to the wrong place. Who am I? Where am I? The shock from last night, as large sum of money had not completely faded, and the sight of this deep, secluded courtyard gave her a new wave of shock. She was just the head of an orphanage, here to apply for the position of chef. And standing before such a prominent mansion, her heart was filled with awe and a hint of indescribable awkwardness. Her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes as she hesitated outside, unsure whether to knock on the door. At that moment, the Miyako sisters, each carrying simple bags, also found their way here, following the address. When they saw the towering and magnificent mansion before them, their reactions mirrored that of pharmacist Mitong. The sisters gaped, gasped in shock, and stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. My God, Miyako was the first to snap back to reality, rubbing her eyes vigorously and taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart before noticing the equally dazed pharmacist Mitong beside her. She barely suppressed her shock and offered a friendly smile. Hello, are you also here as a staff member? Pharmacist Mitong finally came to her senses and quickly waved her hand to explain. Aw, no. I'm here to find the boss for chef training. Her voice still carried a hint of disbelief. Chef training? Miyako nodded in understanding, her smile becoming more genuine. Hello, my name is Miyako. Mailing. Nice to meet you, sister. The younger sister timidly followed up with a greeting, curiously observing this seemingly gentle but weary and resilient woman before them. Hello. Pharmacist Mitong. Pharmacist Mitong also returned a warm smile. And as fellow workers in this vast mansion, the distance between the three seemed to instantly close. Just as the three stood outside, feeling a bit at a loss in front of the closed door, with a creak, a small door on the side was pushed open. Jiraiya appeared at the door, looking energetic. Upon seeing them, a bright smile immediately spread across his face. Hey, you're here? Why not come in? What are you doing standing at the door? Good morning, boss. Pharmacist Maidong was startled and quickly bowed to greet him, her face showing embarrassment. We saw the gate closed and didn't TC anyone, so we were afraid it would be impolite to just walk in. She was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Jiraiya. Chapter 64, Stir-Frying Series. My bad. Jiraiya slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. His tone light and casual. This courtyard is too big. It's just me, Uncle Dongwon, Aunt May, and Orochimaru living here. It's quite a hassle to manage. I can't pay attention to guarding the door. Come on in, don't just stand there. He waved them in enthusiastically, stepping aside to clear the way. Pharmacist Maitong and her sister Mayako finally breathed a sigh of relief, filled with awe and curiosity as they cautiously followed Jiraiya into this huge dream home. As soon as they stepped through the door, it felt like entering another world. A broad, tidy bluestone path led deeper into the yard, with meticulously trimmed flower beds and lush trees on either side, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, with pavilions and towers peeking through. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, along with an indescribable tranquility and elegance. The sisters were dazzled by the sights along the way, their eyes brimming with wonder and uncontainable joy at the thought of living in such a residence. Pharmacist Maitong followed behind, her gaze taking in all the elegance and grandeur, and her heart was filled with admiration and reflection. If only the children at the orphanage could live in such a safe and beautiful environment. However, thinking about the heavy 500,000 tails in her arms and Jiraiya's promise, the weight pressing down on her heart dissipated significantly, and a warm hope began to quietly grow. Soon, Jiraiya led them to a relatively independent courtyard area, pointing to a delicate two-story white villa with a small garden, saying, Mayako, my Lingzi, you two will live here from now on. The rooms have been cleaned. See if anything is missing, just let me know anytime. Boss, this is already great. It's perfect. Nothing is missing. Mayako looked at the villa that resembled a paradise, excited to the point of being incoherent, waving her hands repeatedly. Beside her, my Lingzi nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice, and the sisters surveyed the spacious and bright interior of the villa, their eyes full of amazement and satisfaction. All right, you two settled down comfortably, Jiraiya said with a hearty smile, waving his hand. Go unpack your luggage and rest for a bit. The kitchen in the villa is stocked with some basic ingredients, just cook whatever you want." He pointed in the direction of the kitchen, explaining that this was standard in every villa to make it convenient for residents to cook. After settling the sisters, Jiraiya turned and led pharmacist Meitong toward his own villa. The golden glow of the setting sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor, where Aunt May was waiting in the living room, holding a little white cat, while Orochimaru had already dived into the laboratory next door, nowhere to be seen. Meow, meow. The little white cat's bright blue eyes caught sight of Jiraiya, and it immediately leaped gracefully from Aunt May's warm embrace, like a white flash of lightning, jumping into its owner's arms, affectionately rubbing against his clothes. "This cat is so cute." Pharmacist Meitong was instantly charmed, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the little white cat. She had noticed this beautiful little creature during the interview yesterday, but the atmosphere had been serious, so she hadn't dared to look closely. Now, observing it up close, its snow-white fluffy fur and lazy yet proud demeanor made her unable to help but feel fond. "Huh, it's called Xiaobai." Jiraiya affectionately rubbed Xiaobai's head. The little creature found a comfortable spot in his arms, curling up, and lazily raised its eyelids to glance at pharmacist Meitong's eager gaze, then ignored her, exuding an air of nobility as if to say, "I am very distinguished. Do not disturb me." Looking at the two who had settled, Jiraiya said, "Just in time, you're both here. Let us learn the stir-frying series together." He hugged Xiaobai and led them into the spacious, tidy kitchen. There were 3 cooking stations, shiny stainless steel utensils, and a complete array of seasonings. Stir-frying is full of variations and requires mastery of control over heat, the rising aroma from the pan, and precise seasoning. Jiraiya's tone grew serious as he carefully tucked Xiaobai into his chest pocket, leaving only its curious little head exposed. He pointed to several brand-new cookbooks on the counter. "These are the core recipes of our Yupinju, covering various techniques. I'll first demonstrate the key processes. You both watch carefully, then try it yourself." He handed the books to the two. Pharmacist Meitong and Mai Lingzi opened them, and what caught their eyes were names of dishes they had never heard of: fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, steamed bass, braised pork. Every word was unfamiliar and novel. Jiraiya tied on an apron, lit the stove, and the kitchen was instantly filled with the enticing aroma of oil and the sounds of ingredients being tossed. As he skillfully stir-fried, flipped the wok, and thickened the sauce, he meticulously explained the essentials of each step. The oil temperature should be at 7/10 before adding the shredded meat. Quickly stir to separate and change color. The key is to let the minced garlic, ginger, and scallions release their fragrance. The heat must be sufficient. Drizzle vinegar along the edge of the pan to release the aroma. From high-heat stir-frying to low-heat steaming, from simmering rich broth to precise frying, over 3 hours. He demonstrated the representative dishes from the recipes one by one. Xiaobai, who was already hungry, had endured skipping breakfast just to wait for this meal. And now it was twisting and turning in Jiraiya's pocket, its icy blue eyes fixed on the dishes coming out of the pan. When the last dish, golden and crispy sweet and sour pork, was placed on the plate, Xiaobai could no longer hold back and swiftly jumped to its own bowl. Burying its little face in the fragrant food, eating greedily and quickly, its snow-white fur getting smeared with sauce, looking messy and greasy. Jiraiya watched its greedy appearance, shaking his head helplessly yet affectionately. He turned to his 2 apprentices. "So, how is it? Is there anything you don't understand?" Aunt May had received Jiraiya's guidance a few days ago and had been practicing diligently in private, showing considerable confidence at the moment. "No problem, boss. I'll try this green pepper shredded pork." She rolled up her sleeves, lit the fire at the nearby stove, poured the oil, and added the ingredients. Though her movements weren't as fluid as Jiraiya's, they were steady and orderly. Pharmacist Meitong, on the other hand, was still immersed in the shock of the previous culinary feast. Jiraiya's skill in transforming ordinary ingredients into exquisite flavors, the color, fragrance, and taste of each dish overwhelmed her, making her confident in Yupinju's future popularity. So impressive. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, her eyes becoming more determined. "Boss, I also understand the general idea now. Let me try this garlic sauteed vegetable." Although the world of Hokage wasn't devoid of stir-frying, Such a systematic and refined stir-frying series was still a new realm for her. Fortunately, she had a solid foundation and strong comprehension. All that was left was countless repetitions and honing. Chapter 65 shares. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. There are plenty of ingredients, so practice freely. He was well aware of the culinary backgrounds of the two and believed that, given time, they would grasp the essence, and their speed and proficiency would naturally follow. For the next half-day, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of spatulas clashing, oil sputtering, and tempting aromas. Jiraiya moved between the two, occasionally calling out to guide them. Meidong, turn up the heat a bit. Stir-frying vegetables must be quick to keep them crisp and tender. May, thicken the sauce a bit less. Let the broth be clear. Through repeated attempts and adjustments, the dishes they presented gradually took shape. Though they lacked the effortless perfection of Jiraiya's dishes, the taste was already quite good. Once the kitchen settled down, Jiraiya stepped away. He needed to start preparing for the grand opening of Ipinju and inviting guests. Orochimaru and Tsunade were definite invitations. No matter how busy the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was with official duties, a formal invitation had to be delivered. He also needed to invite the illustrious clan leader of the Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and that teacher, Sarutobi Yamato, who always made him stand in punishment but sincerely taught him. Jiraiya felt no resentment in his heart. On the contrary, he was filled with gratitude. After thinking it over, he realized that he didn't have many acquaintances and even fewer close friends, so the list was quickly drafted. As for the delivery, Jiraiya's mouth curled into a sly smile. This task is best left to Princess Tsunade. It saves me the trouble of running around and avoids the awkwardness of barging into the Hokage building. He pulled out a thick stack of golden embossed invitations that shimmered under the light, showcasing the grandeur and formality of the Ipinju. The supply of drinks was also crucial for the opening. Fortunately, the Tsunade family already operated a winery. Jiraiya planned to negotiate a cooperation deal the next day to ensure that Ipinju's dining tables would have fine wines. The next morning, Jiraiya gathered with Tsunade and Orochimaru at a boutique clothing store. The air inside was filled with the faint fragrance of new clothes. Dear esteemed guests, your customized outfits are all ready for inspection, the young salesperson said with a beaming smile as she led the three into a private room. The clothes were neatly hung on racks, beautifully packaged. Tsunade, being the most impatient, quickly stepped forward, picked up a golden outfit embroidered with exquisite patterns and tailored to fit perfectly, and couldn't help but admire it, her smile radiant. Hee, it's really beautiful. Even better than I expected. Jiraiya and Orochimaru checked their custom outfits, a purple one and a sleek black suit, respectively. The materials were excellent, and the craftsmanship was meticulous, completely meeting their requirements. Very good, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction and pointed to a pile of clothes. Please send these to Ipinju at the commercial center. No problem, sir. The salesperson responded appropriately. The three then briefly stopped at the commercial street before heading straight to the Senju family's winery. With Tsunade's introduction, Jiraiya successfully met with the person in charge. After a detailed discussion, a contract for the long-term supply of specialty wines was officially signed, resolving the beverage issue satisfactorily. Busy until noon, the three finally had a moment to breathe. Jiraiya waved his hand and invited his two friends to feast at their favorite barbecue restaurant. And after a short break, they returned to Dream House. In the villa's living room, Tsunade, hands on her hips, looked at the stack of golden invitations laid out on the table and confidently patted her chest. Don't worry, Jiraiya, I've got this. Jiraiya nodded with a smile. Then thank you for your hard work, Tsunade. He then took out two prepared documents from his pocket and solemnly handed them to Tsunade and Orochimaru. This is for you. Each of you gets 10% of Ipinju's shares. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils scanned the documents, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone carrying the usual coolness along with a hint of helplessness. Foolish Jiraiya, you just give this kind of thing away? Do you know what this means? What do I need this for? Tsunade casually flipped through the documents, her rosy lips slightly pouting, clearly not taking the 10% seriously. At this moment, she was unaware that this seemingly insignificant 1% stake would represent an astonishing wealth in the future business landscape. Of course, that's a story for later. Jiraiya scratched his iconic white hair, his smile open and sincere. Huh, you are my most important friends. Yupinju wouldn't have opened without your support. This is just my little token of appreciation. Please accept it. Hee. Since the fool said so, Tsunade smiled broadly and graciously tucked the documents into her arms. Then I won't be polite. Orochimaru looked at the undeniable sincerity in Jiraiya's eyes, his thin lips pressed together, and finally reached out to take the documents, carefully putting them away. Thank you, Jiraiya. In that brief statement lay profound friendship. Well, we're all partners. No need to be polite. Jiraiya waved his hand and then said seriously, Yupinju opens tomorrow, and I'll need your help to make it a success. No problem. I'll go deliver it right now. Tsunade said decisively, and before her voice faded, she had already rushed out like a whirlwind. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged a glance, both seeing the same helpless smile in each other's eyes. In the afternoon, Jiraiya gathered all the newly hired staff and Uncle Donksuin in the lobby of Yupinju. He personally conducted a brief pre-job training, from wearing neat and uniform clothing to standard service etiquette and initial reception processes and business philosophy. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yakushi Kabuto and Aunt May were engaged in the final practice before the opening. After constant adjustments, their cooking skills had improved significantly. The dishes they prepared, though slightly less than perfect compared to Jiraiya's, were still delicious and visually appealing, making one's mouth water. Time flew by amidst the busy preparations. The next morning, the group from Dream House gathered energetically. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Aunt May, Yakushi Kabuto, Uncle Donksuin, and the Miyako sisters were all dressed in brand new custom outfits, exuding a vibrant energy as they headed to Yupinju in the center of Konoha's commercial street. On the most prosperous street in Konoha, the newly refurbished sign of Yupinju shone brightly in the morning light. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by a refreshing and elegant light blue decor. The first floor lobby featured cleverly designed booths arranged in an orderly manner. As they ascended the exquisite staircase, there were small, delicate reception desks at the stair entrances on the second, third, and fourth floors. The luxurious private rooms on the third and fourth floors were comfortably and tastefully decorated, awaiting the arrival of esteemed guests. In the kitchen, Yakushi Kabuto and Aunt May were already busy, their knife skills sharp and the ingredients well prepared. Uncle Donksuin was in the front hall, calmly directing the waitstaff in the final cleaning before the opening, wiping every table, arranging the tableware, ensuring everything was impeccable. As noon approached, everything was ready. The Miyako sisters, dressed in matching uniforms, stood on either side of the entrance to Yupinju, their sweet yet slightly nervous smiles signaling the start of the grand event. Yupinju officially opened. A huge sign stood prominently at the entrance, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the onlookers with its message, Grand Opening. All meals and drinks today are free. This was Jiraiya's strategy to boldly announce Yupinju's name. As for losses, Jiraiya smiled confidently. Reputation and customer flow are the real treasures for the future. Inside the Senju family's residence. Grandma, you should go. Little Tsunade tugged at the wide sleeve of Uzumaki Mido, employing her best pleading tactics, her round face puffed up and her big eyes full of expectation. I have shares in Yupinju too. You should come support me. Uzumaki Mido had no plans to go out for lunch, but seeing her granddaughter's adorable and persistent demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting Tsunade's head. All right, this old bone of mine will accompany you to support our little Tsunade's new venture today. Beside them, Senju Hiroshi watched the interaction between the grandmother and granddaughter, also smiling warmly. Then let's go together. Tsunade held her noble and elegant grandmother with one hand and linked arms with her steady father, bouncing happily out of the Senju residence. In the Hokage building, in the office, Senju Tobirama was bent over, reviewing a mountain of documents, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mido Gate, and Nara Shikaku standing solemnly behind him. After a long while, Senju Tobirama finally put down his pen, stretched his slightly stiff body, stood up, and for once, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Monkey, Danzo, Kagami, Torafu, Mido, Shikaku, I'll take you all out for lunch. Lunch? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others exchanged puzzled glances, looking bewildered. The Hokage was a workaholic and often hastily dealt with lunch in the office. Oh, right. Senju Tobarama seemed to remember something and leisurely pulled out a golden invitation from his drawer, handing it over with an even deeper smile in his eyes. You all have a share too. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it with confusion, looking down, his eyes instantly widening like saucers. What is this? Danzo, Uchiha Kagami. And the others also curiously leaned in. The next moment, their expressions turned utterly captivating. Danzo's face grew even more sullen. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu struggled to maintain their composure, but their lips twitched. Mito Gate pushed up his glasses helplessly, while Narashikaku's brows furrowed in anger, clearly very displeased. Ha ha ha! Senju Tobarama looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the luxurious invitation, a line of crooked handwriting stood out. Monkey, Inyong face, red eyes, four-eyed kid, fatso, smelly woman. Yapinju is now open. Come and support us, meow. Signed, Xiaobai with a paw print. Sarutobi Hizashi was fine. He was used to the nickname Monkey from Xiaobai. Shimura Danzo's face was as dark as could be. Inyong face. The gentle Uchiha Kagami, red eyes, and Akimichi Torafu, fatso, chose to remain silent. Mito Kamen, four-eyed kid, could only helplessly adjust his glasses again. Suji Karu, smelly woman, was trembling with anger, but she had no way to deal with the disrespect from a ninja beast, and Jiraiya was completely unaware, as this masterpiece was entirely Xiaobai's prank. All right. Senju Tobarama restrained his laughter, but the joy in his eyes had yet to fade. Stop dawdling. Let's go support our chef. Yes, Lord Hokage. The six of them replied in unison, each with different expressions. In front of Yapinju, the place was already bustling with people. Welcome. The sweet, slightly nervous voices of Miyako and Myling greeted every customer who stepped in with a bow. The enticing aroma wafting from inside was like an invisible hook, attracting more and more people to stop and watch. Uncle Dongsuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, stepped out of the store, and deeply bowed to the eager crowd outside, his voice booming with apology. Dear neighbors, I'm very sorry. Thanks to everyone's support, our store is fully booked today, and there are currently no available seats. We kindly ask everyone to wait a moment. Once a customer finishes their meal and vacates a seat, we will arrange it immediately. As he said, looking through the bright glass windows, the dining area was already filled with customers. Laughter, the clinking of cups and plates, and the figures of waiters moving about formed a bustling scene. The elegant rooms and reserved private booths on the second and third floors were almost fully booked as well, and the grand opening of Yapinju exceeded expectations. Hee, Uncle Dongsuan, we're here. A cheerful shout broke the noise at the entrance. Little Tsunade, holding the elegant Mito Kamen with one hand and the composed Senju Hiruzen with the other, bounced into the front of Yapinju, her little face glowing with excitement. Hearing the voice, Uncle Dongsuan immediately welcomed them with a beaming smile. Little Tsunade, welcome, welcome. You've given Uncle face. He then turned to the two important figures beside Tsunade, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Lord Mito, Lord Hiruzen. Mito Kamen waved her hand with a kind smile. Hee, no need to be polite. Today, we're just here to support this little girl and her new venture. Senju Hiruzen also nodded with a smile. Please, three of you come in. Uncle Dongsuan stepped aside to lead them, personally taking the esteemed guests to the most elegant private room on the fourth floor. Lord Mito, Lord Hiruzen, little Tsunade, please have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. Just as he finished escorting the Senju family, there was another small commotion at the entrance. It's Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage is here. Hello, Lord Hokage. Greetings rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Dongsuan looked up, his eyes brightening, and quickly jogged forward, bowing deeply. Your Excellency. Lord Hokage, your presence graces our humble establishment. Senju Tobarama, dressed in his usual attire, looked unusually relaxed and smiled as he lightly assisted. Haha, Dongsuan. No need for so many formalities. I'm here to try something new today. Please, this way. Dongsuan did not dare to be slow. Quickly leading Senju Tobarama and his six shadow guard with their subtle expressions, Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Kamen, and Suji Koharu, toward the private room. Chapter 67. Application for early graduation soon after. Narashiko, Yamanaka and Oichi, Sarutobi Asuma, and other prominent families from Konoha also came in succession to show their support. Dongsawin was busy moving around, but fortunately, he had reserved enough private booths to cope with this overwhelming wave of guests. The kitchen of Ipinju was like a high-speed machine at this moment, with steam rising, spatulas flying, and the sounds of ingredients sizzling and oil blending together. Jiraiya, standing on a small stool, moved exceptionally nimbly, tossing the stir-fry in his pan, the flames licking at his sleeves without him caring. Aunt May and Yakushi Kabuto were busy at the stove beside him, one focused on stir-frying vegetables, while the other quickly prepared ingredients. Even Orochimaru, who usually stayed away from the kitchen, had rolled up his sleeves to help with cutting and preparing, his movements precise and efficient, though his golden slit pupils held a hint of reluctance from being dragged in by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Dongsawin, dripping with sweat, squeezed into the steamy kitchen, his voice urgent. Lord Hokage and Lord Mito have already arrived at the private room. Got it. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Dongsawin. Jiraiya didn't look back, his hands moving even faster. I'll personally take care of the dishes for the private room. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the private room was harmonious. Senju Tobirama and Senjuruzen were speaking softly. Mito Kamen was smiling at the chattering little Tsunade beside her, while Sarutobi Hizashi and others sat upright, secretly assessing the luxurious and unique environment of the private room. The door of the private room was gently pushed open. 5 waitresses dressed and well-tailored, perfectly slit kippeos entered like 5 fluttering butterflies, each carrying exquisite dishes. Their movements were smooth and elegant as they gently placed the aromatic dishes on the large round table. Sarutobi Hizashi's attention was instantly captured, especially by the long, beautiful legs that were subtly visible beneath the qipao, making him unable to stop himself from swallowing. The twin sisters he had just received at the door, dressed in cool outfits, had already caught his eye for a long time. Once the dishes were placed, the 5 waitresses stepped back in unison, hands crossed in front of them, bowing gracefully, their voices clear and pleasant. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. They then turned neatly and silently exited the private room, leaving behind a fragrant atmosphere. This unprecedented, well-trained sense of ceremony left everyone in the room feeling curious and impressed. Next, Jiraiya personally entered, carrying a large, steaming pot of beef bone soup that exuded a rich meaty aroma, and placed it steadily in the center of the round table. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he beamed with enthusiasm. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Lord Mito, and Lord Hiruzen for taking the time to support us. And to Brother Hizashi, Brother Danzo, Brother Kagami, Brother Torafu, Sister Koharu of course, and my partner, Little Tsunade. Make sure to eat and drink well today. Haha, Little Jiraiya. I've heard Little Tsunade praise your cooking to the skies. Today, I must taste it. Senju Tobirama laughed heartily, picking up his chopsticks first and grabbing a piece of shiny, red, juicy braised pork to put in his mouth. As he gently closed his teeth, the tender meat instantly melted in his mouth, the salty sweet flavor and rich texture making his eyes light up. He couldn't help but grab another piece, praising good. Truly lives up to its name. Tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy. Haha, Little Jiraiya. I see this little shop of yours will surely be a hit in the future. I told you so. Tsunade's cheeks were stuffed like a little hamster, waving her small fist indistinctly, proudly looking at her grandma and granduncle. Now you believe in Jiraiya's talent, right? Her adorable appearance drew laughter from everyone. Senju Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hizashi, and others also picked up their chopsticks to taste, and soon the private room was filled with the sounds of chewing and exclamations of delicious. This is amazing. What is this dish? It's incredible. The sounds of admiration filled the air, and several thumbs were raised in approval, just as the atmosphere was lively. A white figure darted in and accurately jumped into Sarutobi Hiruzen's arms. Monkey, I want to eat too. Xiaobai tilted her little face, which had some oil stains, her ice blue eyes eagerly staring at the delicious food on the table, reaching out her pink paw to paw Sarutobi's fingers. Oh, haha, the little one is craving too? All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen was amused by her antics and lovingly picked up a small piece of tender meat without bones, saying, "Here, try this." Jiraiya smiled at the scene, noticing that there was still a pile of dishes waiting for him in the kitchen. So he excused himself and quietly exited the private room. In the first 3 days of opening, Yapinju was like a giant rock thrown into the calm waters of Konoha, creating huge ripples. With excellent taste, affordable prices, a plate of vegetarian dishes with rice only costs 400 ryo, while ordinary meat dishes are just 850 ryo. And there are also higher-end sets like shrimp and beef bone stew, and the super high popularity accumulated from free tastings at the opening. Yapinju firmly established its footing in Konoha. The restaurant was bustling with people every day, with no empty seats from the time it opened at noon until it closed late at night. Apart from the first day being free, in just 2 short days, the net profit exceeded 500,000 ryo. A small stir-fry business displayed an astonishing money-making ability. During these 3 days, Jiraiya did not interfere much with the kitchen affairs. Aunt May and Yakushi Mitarashi had quickly grown after the chaos of the opening and were working together more harmoniously, already capable of independently managing the entire kitchen operation. Jiraiya, on the other hand, devoted all his energy to his own training. The experience of a future J-nin was like a treasure, requiring time to familiarize, digest, and integrate. For 3 whole days, he immersed himself in the honing of physical techniques, sweating profusely, and the speed and power of his steps, dodges, and punches were quietly undergoing a transformation. On the morning of the 3rd day, at the entrance of the dream house, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade stood side by side, their expressions carrying a seriousness different from usual. Today was the day the ninja school opened, but their purpose for returning to campus was to apply for early graduation. Chapter 68. Sarutobi Hiruzen entering the classroom after 2 months. The familiar desks and chairs greeted them, carrying a hint of dust. Looking at the still youthful faces in the classroom, the 3 felt a twinge of sentiment. This was no longer their stage. They did not go to their respective seats, but instead walked firmly towards the head teacher, Sarutobi Umitaka's office. "What? You 3 want to apply for early graduation?" Sarutobi Umitaka's exclamation nearly blew the roof off the office as he abruptly stood up, staring incredulously at the 3 students before him, who looked determined. "Yes, Umitaka-sensei. This is a decision we have thought through carefully." Jiraiya met the teacher's gaze, his tone steady and powerful, with no hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Please approve it quickly, Umitaka-sensei." Tsunade shook Sarutobi Umitaka's arm with a hint of pout, but her small face was undeniably serious. Orochimaru calmly stated the reason. "Umitaka-sensei, the knowledge and basic training provided by the school can no longer bring us substantial improvement. We need a broader field to hone ourselves." Sarutobi Umitaka fell silent, his gaze wandering over the 3 students' faces. Tsunade and Orochimaru were indeed limited in what the school could teach them, given their talent and early maturity. As for Jiraiya, although his academic performance was a mess, nicknamed the bottom of the class, he had already surpassed his peers in practical ninjutsu and strength. Considering this, Sarutobi Umitaka felt a clash between his sense of responsibility as a teacher and his desire to protect his students, along with the pride of witnessing the growth of a genius. Finally, he sighed deeply, his eyes filled with complex emotions: worry, comfort, and more than anything, reluctance. "All right, I understand." He picked up the heavy application document on the table, his voice lowering. "I will immediately submit your application to Hokage-sama." "Thank you, sensei," the 3 said in unison, deeply bowing to Sarutobi Umitaka, their respect genuine. "Now, you can return to the classroom and wait for the notification." Sarutobi Umitaka waved his hand, his voice a bit hoarse. Watching the 3 young yet upright figures disappear at the end of the corridor, Sarutobi Umitaka stroked the document in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. As a teacher, he understood all too well what early graduation meant. It meant that their young shoulders would carry the responsibilities of a ninja earlier, facing the blood and cruelty of the battlefield. This reluctance and worry weighed heavily on his heart. But at the same time, a strong sense of pride surged within him. This was early graduation. Looking at the entire history of Konoha Ninja School, those eligible to apply for early graduation were all renowned geniuses of their time. His students had done it, Shaking his head vigorously, Sarutobi Umitaka collected his scattered thoughts, took a deep breath, picked up the document, and walked out of the office with firm steps, heading towards the Hokage building. He was going to fight for his students, striving for this recognition and future pass for geniuses. At the Hokage building, in the top floor office, Sarutobi Umitaka respectfully placed the document on Senju Tobarama's desk. Hokage-sama. The students of the ninja school, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, are jointly applying for early graduation. This is the formal application document for your review. Oh, applying for early graduation? Senju Tobarama raised an eyebrow in slight surprise as he set down the scroll in his hand and began to carefully read the document. The document clearly recorded the 3 students' performances during their time at school and their reasons for applying. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, 6 years old, enrolled for 2 years, Senju Tobarama murmured, his deep gaze scanning every word on the document. As for their strength, he naturally had an idea. These 3 little ones had indeed surpassed the average level of ninja school students. After pondering for a moment, his gaze swept over the shadow guard standing behind him, finally landing on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, Senju Tobarama called out. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure flashed, kneeling on one knee in front of the desk. Senju Tobarama smiled slightly, his tone becoming much gentler. Get up, monkey. You can still call me teacher in private. Yes, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, looking intently at his teacher. Well, Senju Tobarama lightly tapped the table with his fingers, making a decision. I plan to let Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru be your disciples, and you will personally teach them. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly taken aback, immediately recalling Jiraiya's mischievous smile, Xiao Bai's proud figure, and Tsunade and Orochimaru's talents and minds far beyond their peers. Without hesitation, a smile crept onto his lips as he bowed and replied, Teacher, it is my honor to teach such outstanding juniors. I have no objections. Good. Then it's settled. Senju Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. Then, as if remembering something, a sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he added, By the way, monkey, 3 days later, their graduation exam will be held at the first training ground, with you as the examiner. Remember, during the exam, Jiraiya is not allowed to borrow Xiao Bai's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood his teacher's intention, to test Jiraiya's own strength and to see his true level without Xiao Bai's assistance. Yes, teacher, I understand, he replied without hesitation. Sarutobi Umitaka returned to the school with the Hokage's approval. When he walked into the familiar classroom holding textbooks, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. His gaze swept across the classroom, pausing for a moment on Jiraiya, who seemed somewhat distracted while holding Xiao Bai, Tsunade, who was eager with anticipation, and Orochimaru, who was calm as water. He did not immediately start the lesson but cleared his throat and announced loudly, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Hokage-sama has approved your application for early graduation. Wow, like cold water splashing in a hot oil, the entire classroom erupted. What? Graduation exam? But they just enrolled for 2 years, right? They're graduating already. God, this is amazing. Hey, did I hear that right? Even Jiraiya, that underachiever, dares to apply for early graduation? Sarutobi Udum's brow furrowed as he looked at the noisy students below, suddenly slamming his hand on the podium. Quiet. Sit down. Now let's start class. The sun was blazing, and the air around Konoha's first training ground seemed to solidify with tension. At the edge of the training ground, led by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, 6 elite members of the Shadow Guard, including Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Mito Gaidon, and Uzumaki Koharu, wore different expressions, their gazes intensely focused on the center of the field. Chapter 69, Graduation Examination. There stood 3 6-year-old ninja school students, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Their eyes were sharp and determined. Little Bai lazily lay on a branch of a big tree at the edge of the training ground, his ice blue eyes half open, seemingly dissatisfied with not being able to participate. Senju Tobarama scanned the field, confirming everything was ready, and his deep voice broke the silence. Monkey, it's your turn. Yes, teacher. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath and steadily stepped into the center of the training ground. He retracted his usual gentle smile and replaced it with the serious expression of an examiner, his gaze sweeping over the three young challengers. Graduation examination. Prepare now. You have 10 minutes to formulate your tactics. Begin. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru quickly gathered together. Listen, Jiraiya lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. Sarutobi Hisashi is a half-shadow level ninja, with proficiency in all 5 chakra natures. There's no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. We need to stick to the plan, using teamwork and surprise. Agreed. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils flickered with calm light as he nodded slightly. Haha, no problem. Let's beat him up. Tsunade excitedly clenched her small fists. Her eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. Sarutobi Hisashi's voice rang out, breaking the brief silence. His gaze sharpened, and without warning, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. A huge fireball, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, roared towards the three. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Jiraiya reacted the fastest, slamming his hands on the ground. A solid earthen wall rose up, barely blocking the impact of the flames, and the hot air created a cloud of dust. At the moment the grand fireball exploded, Orochimaru and Tsunade charged in from both sides like arrows released from a bow. Orochimaru flicked his wrist, and several shurikens, with a sharp whoosh, accurately shot towards Sarutobi Hisashi's landing point. Swish, swish, swish. Facing the incoming shurikens, Sarutobi Hisashi's figure swayed, easily leaping up to evade, his movements fluid and graceful. Huh, take this. Seizing the moment he was airborne, Tsunade's petite figure erupted with astonishing speed, her chakra-infused fist. Although not yet true super strength, was already taking shape, and she smashed it towards Sarutobi Hisashi's ribs. Bang! With a light sound, the struck Sarutobi Hisashi transformed into a wooden substitute, falling helplessly to the ground. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The real Sarutobi Hisashi had already appeared several meters away, his hand seals moving so quickly they were almost invisible, and a powerful whirlwind howled towards Tsunade and Orochimaru. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly crouched and rolled to avoid. Amidst the swirling dust, Jiraiya seized the moment the wind release dissipated and threw 3 shurikens. Orochimaru, in perfect sync, almost simultaneously formed hand seals. Wind release. Great wind. A small whirlwind propelled the 3 shurikens, increasing their speed dramatically, shooting like 3 black streaks towards the just-landed Sarutobi Hisashi. Heh, good teamwork. A hint of approval flashed in Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes as he pressed his hands against the ground again. Earth release. Earth flow wall. An earthen wall instantly rose, blocking in front of him. Clang! The shurikens embedded themselves in the earth wall. However, just when Sarutobi Hisashi thought he had blocked the attack, the shurikens suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke, and Tsunade's figure charged out. Break it! Her chakra-infused fist, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slammed hard against the earth wall. Boom! The earth wall shattered, stones flying everywhere. Tsunade charged at Sarutobi Hisashi, who was behind the wall. Huh! Sarutobi Hisashi was slightly startled. He had been keeping an eye on Jiraiya, who had not appeared. He quickly sidestepped to avoid Tsunade's fist wind while swinging his arm to block the other 2 shurikens that followed closely. Just as he grabbed Tsunade's wrist, preparing to throw her, an unexpected change occurred. That seemingly harmless second shuriken suddenly transformed into Jiraiya's figure in midair. He had been hiding within it all along. What? Sarutobi Hisashi was slightly taken aback. As he caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, Jiraiya had already used the momentum of his spin to forcibly twist his body in midair and delivered a powerful whip kick towards his side waist. Sarutobi Hisashi's alarm bells rang in his mind, and in a hurry he had no choice but to let go of Tsunade, raising his left arm to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed. However, Jiraiya's silver long hair seemed to come alive, exploding at the moment of contact and wrapping around Sarutobi Hisashi's forearm like a snake. At the same time, Orochimaru's wind release, great breakthrough, howled from behind. The fierce wind accurately swept towards the two. Puff, puff. Two white smoke clouds exploded simultaneously. The struck Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hizashi were not their real bodies. Sarutobi Hizashi's true form had already quietly burrowed underground. Décapitation technique. A cold voice came from beneath Orochimaru's feet. A hand covered in dirt shot out suddenly, grabbing Orochimaru's ankle, and with immense force, it dragged him underground, leaving only his head exposed. Sarutobi Hizashi broke through the ground. Standing in front of the bound Orochimaru, slightly panting, a smile appearing on his face. You little ones have good teamwork, but before he could finish, the Orochimaru buried in the ground transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Another clone, Sarutobi Hizashi rubbed his forehead helplessly, chuckling bitterly. I really can't let my guard down at all. Take this. Tsunade regrouped and charged in again, her chakra-infused fist creating a gust of wind. Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze sharpened. This time he did not evade, but instead opened his fingers and accurately met Tsunade's fist. Smack! With a crisp sound, he managed to catch her punch, which contained the budding form of super strength, with just one hand. Tsunade's eyes flashed with disbelief. Before she could change tactics, Sarutobi Hizashi flicked his wrist, using a clever move to deflect her strength, while his right leg shot out like a whip, striking Tsunade at her side. Thud! Tsunade let out a muffled groan, kicked away by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily unable to get up. Sarutobi Hizashi half-squatted on the ground, his hands pressing against the surface, his sharp gaze rapidly scanning the entire area. Jiraiya's true form was still nowhere to be seen, which forced him to divide most of his attention, wary of a potential sneak attack at any moment. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Catching the moment Sarutobi Hizashi's attention was distracted, a hint of cunning flickered in their eyes. The two shouted in unison, charging towards Sarutobi Hizashi from the left and right, as if launching one last desperate attack. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, ready to increase the challenge for the two and see where their limits were. He gathered strength in his legs, preparing to rise and unleash more power. Chapter 70. Special kick to the butt. However, just as he was about to rise, he completely failed to notice a seemingly inconspicuous shuriken lying quietly on the ground not far behind him, which was the third of the 3 shurikens Jiraiya had initially thrown. It had been quietly lying there, as if forgotten. Puff! Smoke exploded. The shuriken instantly transformed into Jiraiya's true form. He appeared almost hugging the ground, moving as swiftly as a cheetah, not hesitating at all. Using the momentum of his body, he suddenly exerted force with his right leg, fiercely kicking upwards. Bang! A muffled sound, accompanied by Sarutobi Hizashi's startled and altered cry. Ah! That kick landed squarely and precisely on Sarutobi Hizashi's rear end. The immense force caused Sarutobi Hizashi to stumble forward, instinctively jumping up while clutching the injured area. The next moment, swish! He did not hesitate to activate the body flicker technique, instantly appearing more than 10 meters away, at the edge of the training ground. Those who witnessed this astonishing kick fell into an eerie silence. Immediately after, a muffled laugh escaped from the usually dignified Senju Tobirama, who was the first to lose his composure. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched violently, desperately trying to suppress the smirk on his face, resulting in an extremely bizarre expression. Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, and Mito Gate Flame all coughed strategically, turning their heads, adjusting their glasses, but their shoulders could not help but tremble slightly. T-Rune Koharu bit her lip tightly, her face flushed, but the unmistakable laughter in her eyes betrayed her. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his back to the others, his body stiff, and his usually gentle face turned bright red, almost as if it could drip blood. He could clearly feel several gazes behind him focusing on his painfully embarrassed area, especially the muffled laugh from Tobirama, which made him want to dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. The immense shame and anger instantly overwhelmed everything. He suddenly turned around, his originally gentle gaze becoming dangerous, glaring fiercely at the white-haired kid in the distance who was covering his mouth and shaking his shoulders, clearly trying to hold back laughter. you little brats. You successfully angered me. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals, his speed leaving after images. A massive chakra burst forth, far surpassing before. Fire release, fireball technique. A huge fireball, more condensed and hotter than the previous great fireball, smashed toward the area where the three were located with the terrifying might to incinerate everything. Such strong chakra. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade's pupils dilated, sensing the deadly threat. Water release, water barrier. Orochimaru reacted the fastest, a wall of water rising from the ground. Water release, water barrier. Tsunade quickly followed with another wall of water. Earth release, earth wall. Jiraiya followed closely, adding an earth wall behind the water wall. Water and fire clashed, steam billowing. The earth wall shook violently. Boom! The trio's defenses barely held against the violent strike, but they were also knocked back by the explosive shockwave, blood surging in their chests. Before the dust settled, a figure like a ghost dashed through the steam. Watch out! Orochimaru barely had time to warn, when an irresistible force struck his side. Ugh! Orochimaru flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, struggling a couple of times before completely losing his combat ability. And this was still a result of Sarutobi Hiruzen controlling his strength. Bastard! Tsunade's eyes were about to burst with rage as she charged forward, fists swinging recklessly. Jiraiya also gritted his teeth, resisting discomfort, and kicked out a leg. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already serious. His left hand, like a steel clamp, firmly blocked Tsunade's punch, while his right hand, like a rock, intercepted Jiraiya's kicking leg. Immediately after, his right leg swept low like lightning. Bang! Tsunade felt a sharp pain in her waist, and her whole body was swept away, falling to the distance and losing her ability to fight. In the next second, all the pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly shifted to Jiraiya. Fists, palms, elbows, and knees turned into a storm, each blow precise, swift, and powerful. This was the baptism of pure taijutsu, the suppression of Nin-level speed and skill. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, maximizing the results of 3 days of hard training, dodging and counterattacking, and actually managed to withstand this torrential assault for a short time. Though his movements seemed immature, they exuded a resilience and indescribable fighting instinct. Good kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt increasingly surprised and also had the desire to test him. Let me see where your limits are. His eyes sharpened, and the rhythm of his attacks suddenly increased again. Fists and feet became afterimages, the air torn apart with sharp whistles. The pressure increased sharply. Jiraiya's breathing became heavy. His blocking arms began to numb, and his steps started to falter. He knew he had reached his limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen seized on a flaw. A precise straight punch penetrating Jiraiya's defense. Bang! The fist slammed hard against Jiraiya's cheek. The tremendous force made his vision go black, and his body involuntarily fell backward. Before he hit the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure appeared behind him like a shadow. You enjoyed that kick earlier, didn't you? A whisper with a hint of amusement rang in Jiraiya's ear. Immediately after, a foot, full of vengeful momentum, slammed hard into Jiraiya's backside. Thud! Accompanied by a long, mournful scream, Jiraiya fell to the ground in an extremely awkward position, face down, kicking up a cloud of dust. He. Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, looking at Jiraiya sprawled on the ground, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Jiraiya struggled to lift his head, one side of his cheek swollen high and covered in dirt, rubbing his stinging backside, glaring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a mix of anger and sorrow. You damn monkey. You're settling personal scores. It was just a kick to your backside. Is it necessary to go this hard? Tsunade and Orochimaru helped each other up, looking at Jiraiya's miserable state with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Little White gracefully jumped down from a tree branch, trotting over with elegant cat-like steps, and leaped into Jiraiya's dirty arms, extending her tiny pink tongue to tenderly lick his swollen cheek. Meow. Bad monkey. How dare you hurt my master? Just wait. Little White's icy blue cat eyes glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but her voice was a soft threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly scratched his head, feeling both amused and helpless. Little White, it was clearly your master who kicked me first. Little White turned her head proudly, burying her face in Jiraiya's neck. I'm not listening. The master is always right. Her protective demeanor once again elicited a round of friendly laughter from the spectators who had just recovered. Chapter 71. Nin Jiraiya Senju Tobarama collected his smile, stepped forward, and cast a solemn gaze over the three injured yet bright-eyed little ones, saying loudly, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, in the face of the Nin examiners. You have demonstrated strength beyond your peers, a resilient will, and excellent teamwork skills. The assessment is passed. From this moment on, the three of you officially become ninjas of Konohagakure. He paused, his gaze landing on Jiraiya, who was covering his face. Jiraiya, according to our previous promise, considering your demonstrated strength and contributions have met the requirements for Nin, you are hereby granted Nin status. After the registration is completed, you can receive your Nin vest. He. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya, with his swollen face, grinned, which made his wounds hurt and caused him to grimace. Jiraiya, you actually became a Nin directly. Damn it, I will definitely catch up to you. Tsunade declared defiantly with her hands on her hips, her small face full of determination. Orochimaru's mouth also curled into a barely noticeable arc, his eyes glimmering with a thirst for power. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three of them brimming with vitality, his face once again filled with a gentle smile, but his gaze was incredibly sincere. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. He solemnly called out their names. Do you wish to take me as your teacher? The three exchanged glances, and without needing words, they saw recognition and expectation in each other's eyes. They stepped forward together, deeply bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, their voices synchronized and loud. We greet our teacher. Ha ha ha. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, his joy evident. From today on, I will teach you well and not let down your talents. Senju Tobarama nodded with satisfaction, making it official. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's class is officially established today. Monkey, the affairs of the Shadow Guard will be temporarily handled by Danzo, and for the next while, your core task will be to lead them on missions and help them grow quickly. Yes, I will obey the Hokage's orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly accepted the task, his eyes filled with hope for the future. Senju Tobarama said no more, turning to leave with the Shadow Guard members, each with different expressions. The noisy training ground gradually quieted down, the sun still blazing, and a gentle breeze stirred up the dust. Only the newly formed Sarutobi Hizashi team of 4 remained, along with the little white tiger nestled in Jiraiya's arms, gently touching its owner's swollen face with its small paws. The 3 ninjas of Konoha were about to set off. Jiraiya rubbed his still slightly aching backside, his eyes darting around, and a sly smile spread across his face. Teacher, our team was just established today. Isn't this a day worth celebrating? Shouldn't you treat us to a meal to celebrate? Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged glances, instantly understanding Jiraiya's devious intentions. This guy wanted to get back at the teacher for the kick to his butt and the punch to his face. The two silently closed their mouths, but their lips couldn't help but curl up in amusement, their eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hizashi. Hizashi was taken aback by the 3 little ones' gazes. He really had never led a team before and didn't have much experience, but thinking about accepting these 3 exceptionally talented disciples was indeed a matter worth celebrating. It was just a meal. How much could it cost? He smiled heartily. You're right. It's time to celebrate. So, what do you want to eat? Barbecue. The 3 chimed in unison, their voices loud and synchronized, as if they had rehearsed it. Great. Let us go eat barbecue. Sarutobi Hizashi was in a good mood, waving his hand, completely unaware of the disaster that was about to come. 3 hours later, inside Konoha's famous barbecue restaurant, Sarutobi Hizashi held the bill that felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, his fingers trembling slightly. The smile on his face had long since frozen, replaced by a mix of shock, heartache, and disbelief. 98,000 ryo. For one meal. He shakily pulled out his wallet, feeling his heart bleed. He had been careless. Really careless. How could he have overlooked that seemingly harmless, but actually insatiable little ninja beast, the little white tiger? This meal had left little White's belly round and full. Lying comfortably on Tsunade's lap, consuming meat in quantities that were no less than the 3 growing young ninjas. Over 90,000 ryo was not a huge amount for him as a jonin, but this extravagant experience, where a single meal consumed several months' salary of an ordinary ninja, still made him feel the pinch. All right, let us settle the bill. Sarutobi Hizashi almost gritted his teeth while uttering these words, handing the silver note to the waiter who was struggling to hold back laughter. He quickly tucked away his wallet, as if looking at the money for another second would make it disappear, then straightened his face, trying to maintain the dignity of a teacher. Ahem, we've eaten enough. In 3 days, at 7 in the morning, we'll gather in front of the Hokage building. No tardines. After saying that, without waiting for his disciples to react, he almost fled the scene, his back showing a hint of embarrassment. It wasn't until Sarutobi Hizashi's figure disappeared around the corner that Jiraiya finally couldn't hold back any longer and chuckled mischievously. Little White, are you full? The little white tiger lazily turned in Tsunade's arms, licked its pink lips, and contentedly squinted its ice-blue eyes. Meow. I'm full, master. TCH, did you see the look on Sensei's face? Tsunade laughed so hard that her arms around the little white tiger shook. His face turned the color of an eggplant when he was paying. Haha, don't worry. Jiraiya patted the little white tiger's head, shrugging nonchalantly. Sensei is an elite jonin. This little money is nothing. Besides, little White hasn't eaten enough. Otherwise, how could it have consumed 90,000 ryo? Burp Orochimaru, unusually, let out a satisfied burp, rubbed his slightly bulging stomach, and said expressionlessly, I'm stuffed. Let's find a place to walk around and digest. That sounds perfect. Tsunade immediately agreed, as she indeed needed to stretch a bit. Burp, let us go. Jiraiya patted his round belly and staggered ahead toward the commercial street. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru seemed to be wound up like springs, pouring all their energy into high-intensity training. Even Orochimaru, who was usually absorbed in research, rarely stopped his experiments. They had officially received their forehead protectors and ninja certificates, solemnly wearing the forehead protectors on their foreheads, especially Jiraiya. The brand new light green vest symbolizing his Chunin status made him appear more mature and steady, looking particularly spirited under the sunlight. On the morning of the 4th day, as the sun rose, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru appeared on time at the assembly point in front of the Hokage building. They were dressed in neat attire, their forehead protectors reflecting metallic light in the morning sun, their expressions solemn, and their eyes filled with anticipation for their first official mission. Chapter 72. The first mission. Good morning, teacher. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hizashi's figure appear, the 3 immediately straightened their backs and respectfully greeted in unison. Good morning. Little ones. The pain from the other day was nowhere to be seen on Sarutobi Hizashi's face. He had returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. He smiled and waved his hand. Let us go to the mission hall to receive our tasks. Ordinary task postings and receptions took place at the mission center in the village. Sarutobi Hizashi led the 3 newly promoted ninjas into the bustling hall. Many ninja teams were already gathered, either choosing tasks or submitting them, with the sounds of conversations and footsteps intertwining, filled with vitality. The walls around the hall were plastered with dense task scrolls and description boards, clearly marking the task levels D, C, B, A, S, and brief descriptions. To take a task, one only needed to take down the corresponding task board and register at the service window. Jiraiya and the others curiously examined the task board on the wall. Most of the tasks posted were basic tasks: D-rank escort missions, C-rank eradication of small bandit groups, reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, and a few B-rank long-term border patrol tasks. At this time, the ninja task system had not yet refined to the D-rank, such as weeding, finding lost cats, etc., with the lowest being tasks that posed a certain level of danger, starting from C-rank. As for higher-end A-rank core missions or S-rank classified tasks, They were usually directly assigned by the Hokage to specific teams. Sarutobi Hizashi scanned the wall for a moment and quickly locked onto a C-rank task to eradicate a bandit group operating in the eastern mountains of the Land of Fire coordinates. He reached out to take down the wooden board and walked straight to the service window. After a simple registration, he returned with a task document stamped with a mission seal. Task objective: eradicate the bandit group entrenched in the specified area of the eastern Land of Fire, ensuring that no fish slips through the net. Sarutobi Hizashi announced succinctly, glancing over his 3 disciples. Remember, this is real combat, not a drill. Yes, teacher. The 3 responded in unison, their voices strong and powerful. Let us go. Sarutobi Hizashi said no more, waving his hand, leading the way toward the towering, imposing gates of Konoha. After showing the guard ninja the mission document, the 4 officially stepped outside the boundaries of Konoha village. For the first time leaving the village to carry out a mission, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru could hardly contain their excitement and curiosity, unable to resist looking around. However, the scene outside the village was starkly different from the peace within. What met their eyes was a dense, primeval forest, with thick trunks twisted and intertwined, and dense foliage blocking out most of the sunlight, making the forest look somewhat dark and deep, with only sporadic light spots casting onto the humus layer on the ground. As Sarutobi Hizashi led the way, he issued further instructions. Listen, for this bandit eradication mission, Little White and I will not take action. The entire process will be independently planned and executed by you 3. Jiraiya, you are the captain, responsible for command. Not a problem, teacher, Jiraiya confidently replied. Leave it to us. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Understood. Orochimaru's voice remained calm, but his gaze was sharp. Little White, come here. Sarutobi Hizashi called out. Little White swiftly jumped down from Jiraiya's shoulder, nimbly darting into Sarutobi Hizashi's arms, lying obediently and mewing at the 3, as if saying, Good luck. Action begins. As soon as Sarutobi Hizashi's words fell, his figure swayed and, as if melting into the shadows, completely vanished from sight. Proceed as planned. Jiraiya immediately took on the role of captain. Lowering his voice, the target bandit camp can be attacked from 3 sides, with a cliff behind. We'll split up to scout the front, left flank, and right flank. Half an hour later, regardless of whether the reconnaissance was complete, we must return to this place to regroup. The front will be left to me, Tsunade asserted. The left flank will be handled by Orochimaru, who briefly chose a direction. All right, the right flank is mine. Jiraiya nodded. Let's move. Stay alert. The 3 figures, like agile leopards, instantly melded into the dense forest, racing towards their respective directions. Jiraiya's silhouette silently leaped between the branches, akin to a leopard in the woods. He quickly reached the right flank area near the mountaintop, crouching behind a massive rock, holding his breath and observing the bandit camp not far above. The wooden stockade appeared somewhat rough, with a dozen scruffy bandits lazily patrolling around the gate and the lookout towers, their weapons casually slung at their waists or hoisted on their shoulders. No signs of chakra fluctuations or ninja headbands were detected. Jiraiya patiently observed their patrol routes and shift changes, silently noting the number of guards and weak points. Half an hour later, at the assembly point at the foot of the mountain, a total of 8 fixed sentries were discovered at the front, with 3 groups of 3 patrolling, totaling about 27 men, all ordinary bandits, with no signs of ninjas. Tsunade reported first, her speech clear. The left flank had 6 sentries, 2 groups of mobile patrols, totaling around 18 men, with no ninjas. The shift change interval was about half an hour. Orochimaru supplemented immediately, his voice calm. The situation on the right flank was similar, with 7 sentries, 1 group of mobile patrols, about 19 men, no ninjas, and a shift change time also of half an hour. Jiraiya summarized the information, looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. We will rest in place for an hour to replenish our strength and act after dark. The 3 nodded in tacit agreement, each finding a concealed spot to sit down, taking out simple rations and water, silently chewing, adjusting their breathing, and conserving the energy needed for battle. Nightfall quietly enveloped the mountains and forests. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Action. Jiraiya's voice rang out in the darkness, filled with determination. Tsunade is responsible for the frontal breakthrough, creating chaos. Orochimaru will clear the left flank. I will deal with the right flank. Eliminate the outer sentries as quickly as possible. And finally regroup in front of the largest wooden house in the center of the camp. Stay safe, strike to kill, leave no survivors. Understood. Tsunade and Orochimaru replied in unison, their figures instantly disappearing into the night. Jiraiya, like a ghost, made his way back to the top of the right flank. In the darkness, the sentries were indeed much more relaxed, with only 4 bandits huddled in a corner, surrounding a small fire, whispering complaints. Jiraiya silently drew a kunai, the cold metallic touch invigorating him. He secretly decided that upon returning to the village, he must retrieve the custom-made, trident chakra-conducting weapon he had, as it would surely be much easier to use than a kunai. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. A scruffy bandit, shrinking his neck, felt a chill at his throat, a sharp pain surged, and just as he was about to scream, his throat was already cut, only able to emit a hissing sound as he clutched at his wound, eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 73. Completion. The other 3 were startled and turned back, but only saw flashes of cold light in the darkness. Uft, uft. The bandits didn't even have time to let out a scream before they fell one after another. The sound of blades cutting through flesh and bone echoing clearly in the quiet night. Jiraiya eliminated all the sentries in less than 20 seconds. He didn't even have time to look at the fallen bodies, suppressing the first wave of nausea in his stomach, quickly sneaking towards the central area along the shadow of the stockade. The perimeter was unusually quiet, and he encountered no obstacles along the way. It wasn't until he neared the open space in the center of the camp that a tremendous wave of noise suddenly struck his eardrums. In the open space, the wooden house that stood out was brightly lit, with sounds of rock, paper, scissors, wild laughter, and the clinking of wine bowls incessantly ringing, indicating that most of the bandits were celebrating inside. The figures of Orochimaru and Tsunade appeared like bats merging into the night, silently emerging at Jiraiya's sides. The 3 exchanged a glance, no words needed, and simultaneously began forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jiraiya spat out a scorching fireball. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A roaring water dragon coalesced beside Orochimaru. Wind style, great breakthrough. Tsunade thrust her hands forward, a powerful whirlwind howling towards them. The wind aided the flames. The fireball swelled dramatically under the force of the gale. The wind wrapped around the water dragon. The water dragon, propelled by the wind, gained tremendous power. The flames and water dragon briefly intersected in the air, resulting in a violent steam explosion, then violently smashed through the walls and windows of the wooden house. Boom! Help! What's going on? The raucous noise inside was instantly replaced by heart-wrenching screams and the crashing sound of the house collapsing. Flames, water, broken wooden beams, and rolling bandits created a scene of chaos. Just then, the door of an inconspicuous small house was suddenly burst open. A ragged, disheveled woman stumbled out, her face full of fear and tears, her voice shrill. Help! Help! I was captured by them. Please, save me, she cried out, seemingly tripping over something, and fell heavily to the ground, right in front of Tsunade. Tsunade's heart tightened instantly. The instinct to protect and her sympathy for the weak made her rush forward without hesitation, squatting down to help. Sister, are you all right? Don't be afraid. We are, Tsunade. Jiraiya's roar thundered like lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the material and neatness of the undergarments the woman revealed when she fell, something that a village woman who had been imprisoned for a long time could never possess. A wave of intense unease gripped him instantly. He instinctively charged towards Tsunade. Hearing the shout, Tsunade's body reacted instinctively, just as she was about to retreat. Puffed. A cold gleam flashed from the woman's sleeve, aimed at Tsunade's chest. In a critical moment, Tsunade, relying on her excellent combat instincts, twisted her body, raising her left arm to block in front of her chest. The sharp short blade stabbed fiercely into her forearm. The intense pain made Tsunade let out a muffled groan. "You beast!" Jiraiya's eyes were bloodshot, his anger nearly burning through his reason. He raised his left hand, channeling all his strength and chakra into the kunai, transforming it into a deadly black light shooting out. The ninja, disguised as a woman, with a hint of cruel pride in her eyes, was precisely pierced through the throat by the kunai. She stared in disbelief, her body convulsing as she fell. Wind style, gale palm. A violent roar erupted from the shadows of the ruins. A burly bald man, his face covered with flesh, charged out like a raging bear, his calloused palm gathering a highly compressed whirlwind, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, slamming toward Tsunade, who was clutching her wound. The timing was viciously precise. Earth style, earth flow wall. Orochimaru's cold voice carried an unprecedented chill. He had been on guard for a long time, his hand seals moving as fast as lightning. A thick earthen wall instantly rose from the ground, narrowly blocking the path of the gale palm. Boom! The gale palm smashed into the earthen wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oof! The kid is seeking death. The bald man, furious at being thwarted, locked his gaze onto Orochimaru, drawing out the kunai at his waist and charging forward like a tank. "Orochimaru, be careful!" Tsunade shouted through her pain. "Tsunade, how are you?" Jiraiya had rushed to Tsunade's side, supporting her, his anxious gaze falling on her injured arm. Blood had already stained her sleeve, but fortunately, the wound was not deep, merely a flesh wound, not injuring her muscles or bones. Jiraiya's tense heartstrings relaxed a little, but his anger remained undiminished. He believed Orochimaru could handle the bald man, who was only a lower ninja level. "Ie me fine, Jiraiya." Tsunade gritted her teeth, her face slightly pale, but her eyes were resolute. "It's just a minor injury." On the other side, the battle ended extremely quickly. The bald man's lower ninja strength was like that of a child in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's figure flashed past the opponent's slash like a ghost, his kunai precisely slicing through the tendons of the big man's wrist. Amidst the painful groan of the opponent, a swift elbow strike landed heavily on the back of his neck. The bald man's massive body crashed to the ground, curling up in pain, coughing up blood, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at this child with a gaze as cold as a snake. Cough! How is this possible? The killing intent in Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils was chilling. Tsunade's injury had completely ignited the cold flame deep within him. He uttered not a single word, not even giving the opponent a chance to beg for mercy. The kunai in his hand glinted with a cold light, ending the life of his adversary cleanly and decisively. He would show no mercy to enemies who harmed his comrades. Jiraiya took a deep breath, suppressing the surging killing intent and nausea, forcing himself to calm down. "Tsunade, you handle the wounds here and stay alert. Orochimaru, we will carry out the final cleanup. Remember, leave no one behind." "Understood," Orochimaru replied, shaking off the blood from his kunai, his voice cold. The two moved like efficient killing machines, swiftly splitting up to carefully search every corner of the hideout, dealing with the remaining scattered resistance and the hiding bandits. The air was thick with the stench of blood and char. With a last scream, faded into silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi's figure appeared like a ghost before the three. There was no smile on his face, and his stern gaze swept over his disciples, especially Tsunade, whose arms were stained with blood, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru, whose faces were slightly pale. "I am very disappointed in your performance." Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low and cold, filled with unprecedented disappointment. Chapter 74. Heartbroken Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya's heart tightened, and he stepped forward, straightening his back, his voice filled with guilt and determination. "Teacher, this time it was my fault. As the captain, I did not conduct a thorough reconnaissance, and there were significant tactical flaws. I take full responsibility." "No, teacher," Tsunade hurriedly called out, her eyes reddening. "Don't blame Jiraiya. It was my own stupidity. I impulsively rushed in when I saw someone calling for help, completely lacking vigilance. It was my trust in the enemy that almost got me killed and put my teammates at risk." Orochimaru also spoke solemnly. "Teacher, it was my error in reconnaissance that failed to detect the hidden ninja and the middle-aged woman. which led to Tsunade's danger. As a member of the team, I also bear an undeniable responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was serious, his gaze like a blade slowly sweeping across the three faces. Silence hung heavily over them, like a massive stone pressing down on their hearts. Just when they thought they were about to face severe punishment, the frost on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face suddenly melted, and a hint of a wry yet comforting smile appeared. Haha, the three were taken aback. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi's laughter gradually subsided as he looked at the three, who were protecting each other and bravely taking responsibility with genuine approval in his eyes. Considering your cooperation, your calmness at a critical moment, and especially the trust and willingness to take responsibility among each other, I will not punish you this time. He reined in his smile, his expression becoming extremely serious. His voice clearly reached the ears of the three. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. You must remember this. This is a lesson you earned with your blood. Whether on a mission or in the life-and-death battlefield, facing any stranger, any person calling for help, or any seemingly harmless target, you must maintain the highest level of vigilance. Compassion is the light of humanity, but rampant mercy is a dagger that pierces your own heart and even that of your comrades. It will cost you and your companions their lives. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. The three replied firmly, their eyes unprecedentedly resolute. This moment's experience deepened their understanding of the cruel world of ninjas. However, once the tense nerves relaxed, the intense physiological and psychological shock of their first kill could no longer be suppressed. Ugh! Jiraiya was the first to bend over, his stomach churning. The food and water he had just consumed mixed with stomach acid, spilling onto the ground, the strong, acrid smell quickly spreading. He supported himself on his knees, his body shaking violently, the physiological reaction of vomiting intertwined with the bloody memories he had tried to suppress, almost making it hard for him to breathe. As if a switch had been pressed, ugh, ugh, ugh. Tsunade and Orochimaru could no longer contain their intense nausea, bending over and dry heaving. Tsunade held her stomach, her face pale as paper, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Orochimaru, although trying hard to maintain his composure, felt his body's instinctive reaction betray him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The spasms from vomiting making him feel as if his insides were twisted together. Hiruzen Sarutobi quietly watched this scene before him, the serious expression on his face long gone, replaced by a gentle and understanding smile. This was the normal reaction. No matter how much their strength had improved, they were still young people who had taken a life for the first time. Seeing them in such pain, yet so real, a warm current surged in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. This was the hope for Konoha's future, vibrant, resilient, and still an unrefined gem. He did not rush them, just patiently waited, until the sounds of their vomiting gradually subsided, leaving only their rapid breathing and slightly trembling bodies. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, his voice gentle yet firm. Mission accomplished. We will rest here tonight and head back to Konoha early tomorrow morning. The next day at noon, sunlight poured over the solemn mission hall in the village of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi and his team of 4, exhausted and still carrying the lingering scent of blood, walked into the hall. Hiruzen Sarutobi submitted the mission document and a brief report on the extermination of bandits, including the encounter with disguised ninjas, to the ninja at the window. After a round of verification and registration, bandit extermination mission, grade, confirmed completed. Reward, 60,000 Rio. The responsible ninja pushed a stack of banknotes towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi skillfully counted out 30,000 Rio for himself, which was a share he deserved as the leading jonin. He handed the remaining 30,000 Rio to Jiraiya, the team leader. Jiraiya took the money without hesitation, directly pulling out 10,000 Rio and handing it to Tsunade, whose complexion was still somewhat pale, then stuffing another 10,000 Rio into Orochimaru's hands, who looked slightly tired. Here, this is the reward for our first mission. It means something different. Tsunade held the banknote. Feeling the texture of the paper and the heaviness in her heart seemed to lighten a bit. Orochimaru silently accepted the money, a subtle fluctuation passing through his golden pupils. Jiraiya weighed the remaining 10,000 Rio in his hand, along with his share, and with a glint in his eye, he turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi with that characteristic mischievous smile. Teacher, since our team has successfully completed our first mission, shouldn't we find a place to celebrate properly? He deliberately stretched out the last word. Huh? Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind instantly flashed to the painful bill from the barbecue and Shiro's bottomless appetite, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. He quickly waved his hand, clearing his throat, cough, cough. That reminds me, Hokage-sama has important matters to discuss, and I can't get away. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will meet at Training Ground 9. Remember, don't be late. Before the words were finished, there was a light sound of poof, and a cloud of white smoke dispersed, leaving no trace of Hiruzen Sarutobi. What a stingy teacher. Jiraiya pouted, making a face at the spot where Hiruzen Sarutobi had disappeared. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, lowering her head to rub Shiro's head in her arms. The teacher must have been scared off by Shiro's appetite. All right then, Jiraiya shrugged, putting the banknotes into his ninja tool pouch. Shall we go explore ourselves? Sure. Tsunade immediately responded, temporarily casting aside the gloom of last night. Whatever. Orochimaru replied succinctly, but his footsteps had already caught up with the two. Jiraiya led Tsunade and Orochimaru to the boutique ninja tool store with ease. As soon as they pushed open the door with the bell, a vibrant voice came over. Jiraiya, you finally came. I thought you forgot about your treasure. Xiao Xiao peeked out from behind the counter, her face beaming with a warm smile, and her gaze was quickly drawn to the little white creature in Jiraiya's arms. Little White is here too. Let me see if you've gotten chubby. Chapter 75. Ninja Technique Instruction. Little White lazily mewed in response. Haha, Xiao Xiao, how could I forget? I just got back from mission, Jiraiya greeted with a smile. The items you ordered are ready. Just wait a moment. Xiao Xiao said, turning around to lift the curtain and enter the back warehouse. Jiraiya, what mysterious weapon did you order? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in to inquire. Orochimaru also cast an inquisitive glance. Jiraiya winked mysteriously. You'll find out shortly. I guarantee it's cool. Before long, Xiao Xiao emerged holding a dark, elongated wooden box carefully and placing it on the counter. Here, open it and see if you like it. Jiraiya took a deep breath, filled with anticipation as he lifted the lid. A chilling gleam instantly caught his eye. Nestled on the red velvet lining of the box lay a uniquely designed weapon. It was about 30 centimeters long, shimmering with a cold metallic luster, featuring sharp edges formed by 3 ridges that converged into deep grooves, exuding a pure aesthetic of slaughter. It also came with a finely crafted leather sheath. This was exactly the chakra-conducting 3-edged military stabber that Jiraiya had been dreaming of. Wow! Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim. Even though she wasn't well-versed in weaponry, she could sense the unique and dangerous aura of the military stabber. It looks really impressive. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils suddenly constricted as he stared intently at the unique 3-edged structure and groove design. Countless analyses of wound morphology, blood loss efficiency, and armor-piercing capabilities flashed through his mind, as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes sparkling with fervent research enthusiasm. Awesome. It completely matches my imagination. Thank you so much, Xiao Xiao, Jiraiya said, unable to put down the military stabber, feeling its heavy weight and cold touch. He then focused his chakra, making it flow perfectly along the weapon, nodding in satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. Xiao Xiao replied happily, pointing to the sheath. This leather case is a gift. Convenient for you to carry. If you need maintenance or want to customize anything else in the future, feel free to come to me. She couldn't help but reach out to gently scratch Little White's fluffy chin, causing Little White to comfortably squint its eyes and emit a purring sound. Jiraiya skillfully fixed the sheath to his right side at the back of his waist, securely inserting the 3-edged military stabber into the sheath. The cold metal pressed against his body, providing a solid sense of security. Tsunade, Orochimaru, how about we go grab something to eat? He asked, patting his waist. Tsunade's excitement faded as she rubbed her stomach, her little face scrunching up. Forget it. I feel like my stomach is empty after throwing up yesterday. I'm still not feeling too well. and want to go home. I miss Grandma. By the end, there was a hint of subtle fatigue and longing in her tone. Having executed a mission for the first time and experiencing such bloodshed and injury, home had become the most desired harbor at this moment. I understand, Jiraiya nodded, empathizing with her feelings. Then let's take you home first. After safely escorting the downcast Tsunade back to the grand estate of the Senju clan, Jiraiya held Little White and returned to their small courtyard filled with life and experimental atmosphere alongside Orochimaru. As soon as they entered, Orochimaru immediately dove into his newly renovated basic research room that Jiraiya had arranged, slamming the door shut. He couldn't wait to study the small blood sample that Little White had generously provided. Jiraiya looked at the closed research room door and smiled helplessly. He walked into his own room, heavily flopping down onto the soft bed with Little White. Little White yawned, curling up in the crook of his neck, quickly starting to emit soft purring sounds. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Jiraiya closed his eyes, sinking into a deep consciousness. Open the panel, he silently commanded in his mind. Name, Little White age, growth phase strength, Jonin bloodline. Ice release chakra, 340 points, elite Jonin level, chakra attributes. Earth, wind, water. In ninjutsu mastered. Water wave bounce, earth spirit sacred shield, fury of the hurricane, ice ceiling, ice claw, profound ice roar, white tiger protection shield. Ice and snow name. Jiraiya age, 6 years old strength. Elite Chunin bloodline. Lava release, awakened but not trained, chakra, 240 points, Jonin level, chakra attributes. Fire, earth, wind, water. In Yang ninjutsu mastered. Body replacement technique, earth release. Earth flow wall, water release. Water formation wall, wind release. Great breakthrough, Lion's main technique. Needle Jizo. The data on the panel hadn't changed much, mainly seeing a slight increase in chakra due to recent continuous training and combat stimulation. Jiraiya silently calculated in his mind. My strength is still too weak. The lack of decisive high-level ninjutsu is a hard flaw. I must master the Lion's main technique and Needle Jizo as soon as possible. These are ninjutsu that enhance combat power and defense. There's also the development of lava release and that unpredictable flying thunder god technique. There's so much to learn. As he pondered, the heavy sense of fatigue ultimately overcame his thoughts. He fell into a deep sleep, holding Little White, waking only when the golden rays of the setting sun dyed the room. He hastily prepared a simple dinner, called out to Orochimaru, who was immersed in the microscopic world, and together with Little White, they managed a few bites before Jiraiya plunged into the courtyard. Under the moonlight, he began to tirelessly practice the lion's mane technique, his silver hair sometimes flaring wildly like a lion's mane, sometimes standing upright like steel needles, forming a defensive barrier, the prototype of Needle Jizo. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, after hastily finishing his meal, clutched the test tube containing the extracted blood from Little White, which emitted a faint blue glow, and dove back into his research lab. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and a somewhat revitalized Tsunade gathered at training ground number 9 on time. It wasn't long before a soft thud sounded, and the figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared in the morning light. Good morning, little ones. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled widely, looking in good spirits, seemingly having completely forgotten about yesterday's hasty retreat. Good morning, teacher Sarutobi. The three responded in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation for today's training. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile faded as he spoke seriously. Very good, you all seem spirited. Today, I will teach you 3 crucial ninjutsu: shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, and an attack-type ninjutsu that fits your respective chakra attributes. This will greatly enhance your squad's overall combat power and tactical flexibility. Shadow clone technique, body flicker technique. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and his heartbeat quickened. These were precisely the shortcomings that he and his partners urgently needed to address. With them, the squad's mobility, reconnaissance capabilities, and tactical deception would experience a qualitative leap. He could already envision countless new possibilities for collaboration. Chapter 76. Shadow Clone. A glimmer of satisfaction and anticipation also flashed across Orochimaru's golden slit pupils. He had heard his parents mention the principles of the shadow clone technique, but due to his age and chakra control, he had never been able to learn it. As for the body flicker technique, it was an essential skill for survival and surprise attacks in battle. Although Tsunade preferred direct combat techniques, she understood the importance of mastering these practical ninjutsu and nodded seriously. Hee, it seems everyone is looking forward to it. Hiruzen and Sarutobi observed their reactions with a slight smile. Then let's start with the shadow clone technique. It is fundamentally different from the ordinary clone technique you have learned. Shadow clones are physical clones that can not only confuse the enemy, but also think independently and launch attacks. The principle is to evenly distribute the user's chakra to each clone. Important note, the total amount of chakra in the user's control are key. Excessive cloning can lead to chakra exhaustion and even threaten life. Its value lies not only in combat, but also in reconnaissance, information transmission, and even assisting in training. He clearly pronounced the sequence of hand signs. The hand signs are rat, dog, dragon, mouse, dog, boar, tiger. Watch my movements closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately slowed down his speed, his hands flowing smoothly and precisely as he changed each hand seal, chakra surging as the hand signs were completed. Shadow clone technique. Boom! A puff of white smoke exploded, and another lively Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared beside him, sporting the same cheerful smile as his original self, even waving at Tsunade. Hello, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Although they had heard about it, seeing a tangible, freely moving clone in person made the three of them widen their eyes in amazement. Dispel, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, and the shadow clone transformed back into white smoke and disappeared. Next was the body flicker technique. He continued, the body flicker technique is the foundation of a ninja's high-speed movement and the core ability to seize the initiative in battle and evade deadly attacks. Its essence lies in concentrating chakra instantaneously in the feet to achieve extreme acceleration over short distances. The hand seals are very simple. It can be activated with just the initial seal. Note that this is just the most basic body flicker technique. In the future, you can even combine your chakra attributes to develop more unique lightning body flicker, water body flicker, and so on. Watch closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly performed the initial seal with his hands and said, body flicker technique. Whoosh! His figure vanished like a ghost, and the next moment, he appeared steadily by a wooden post 10 meters away. The whole process so fast that it only left an afterimage on the retina. This is the basic application of the body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from beside the wooden post. Finally, it was time for offensive ninjutsu. In order for the three of you to better form complementary firepower, I will teach you different techniques based on your respective chakra attributes. Before that, we need to accurately test your chakra attributes, he said, taking out 3 neatly cut, slightly white chakra test papers from his ninja tool pouch and handing them to the three. Just inject your chakra steadily into this paper. I'll go first. Tsunade, always action-oriented, took the test paper, focused her mind, and slowly injected a pure chakra into the paper she held in her palm. The thin test paper underwent a wonderful transformation. Half of its edges quickly became wet and wrinkled as if soaked in water, while the other half unexpectedly crumbled into tiny paper scraps that fluttered down. Water and earth dual attribute chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. Next was Orochimaru. He focused intently, and a flicker of chakra appeared at his fingertips. The reaction of the test paper was even more varied. The center suddenly crumpled inward and split in half, followed by part of the edges becoming wet while another part turned black and burned, and finally, the remaining section instantly crumbled away. 5 attribute changes almost appeared simultaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fire, earth, wind, lightning, water. Orochimaru, you possess an extremely rare combination of all 5 attributes. You are a natural genius for learning ninjutsu. This talent is incredibly rare, even among the geniuses of Konoha. Finally, it was Jiraiya's turn. Although he already knew the result, he still seriously injected chakra into the test paper. The test paper first developed a straight crack in the center, wind, followed by the surrounding area becoming wet, water. while the edge on the other side turned black and burned fire, and finally, the remaining part crumbled away, earth. Fire, earth, wind, and water, 4 attribute chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. The attributes are very comprehensive, with strong adaptability. Jiraiya, this means you have broader development space and the possibility of combining ninjutsu. Very good. All right, the chakra tests are complete, and the essentials of ninjutsu have been analyzed. Sarutobi Hiruzen clapped his hands, concluding his straightforward explanation, a hint of satisfaction as a teacher on his face. Next, it will be your own training time. Remember, understanding is the foundation, but proficiency is the key. Yes, teacher. The 3 responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for new knowledge and eagerness to try. Soon, the 3 dispersed, looking for suitable practice areas at the edge of the training ground. Jiraiya, holding Shiro, walked to a relatively open area at the edge of the woods and gently patted the little cat in his arms. Shiro, I'm going to start practicing now. Why don't you go rest on a tree for a bit? Sure thing, master. Shiro obediently replied, lightly jumping out of Jiraiya's arms, its small body drawing a graceful arc in the air before quickly climbing up a lush tree. It found a comfortable branch and lazily lay down, its ice blue eyes curiously looking down below. Jiraiya took a deep breath, fully concentrating. The first target he chose was the shadow clone technique. The strategic value of this ninjutsu is incredibly high, whether for tactical deception, intelligence gathering, or the most critical assistance in training. It is a shortcut. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya quickly formed the hand seals, Inoshishi Tatsu Ushitori. However, apart from a few crisp bird calls, there was no other sound in the air. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. Shadow clone technique. He tried again, putting more force into the hand seals. Still, there was no response. TSK, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown, quickly replaying Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation in his mind. The core is the even distribution of chakra. I distributed it evenly, he muttered, mobilizing his chakra again. Shadow, clone technique. Chapter 77, Body Flicker Technique. Poof. This time, there was finally some reaction. A small puff of white smoke rose and quickly dissipated, still resulting in nothing. Again, Jiraiya's stubbornness was ignited. Shadow clone technique. Poof. Another useless puff of white smoke. Not far away, under the shade of the tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen found a comfortable large rock to lean against, seemingly closing his eyes to rest. But his sharp gaze was always watching the progress of his 3 disciples through the gaps in his eyelids. The 3 of them coincidentally chose the shadow clone technique as their breakthrough point, which made him feel quite pleased. With his experience and insight, he quickly judged that Orochimaru's chakra control was the most delicate and precise, making the fastest progress, with chakra flowing at his fingertips nearing success. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was in a predicament. He stared at his hands, his brows furrowed. The chakra distribution route is correct, and the hand seal order is also right. Where's the problem? He simulated the flow of chakra in his meridians over and over. Wait, the hand seals are not just gestures. They're the key to guiding and mobilizing chakra. The speed and rhythm of chakra delivery must perfectly match the changes in the hand seals. This thought flashed like lightning through the fog, and a light of realization burst forth in Jiraiya's eyes. So that's how it is. Watch me this time. Shadow clone technique. This time, his hand seal movements were still standard, but the internal chakra operation achieved an unprecedented synchronization with the hand seals. The chakra flowed smoothly with the changes of the hand seals. Boom! A thick cloud of white smoke exploded. As the smoke dissipated, another identical Jiraiya, hands on hips and wearing Jiraiya's signature smile, appeared next to the original. Hi, Shiro, how are you? The shadow clone Jiraiya looked up and waved at Shiro on the branch, his voice and tone strikingly similar. Shiro stared wide-eyed in surprise, its ice blue eyes round, and its little paws instinctively lifted to wave. Meow? Is that the master? Under the shade of the tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly opened his eyes, looking in surprise at Jiraiya's direction. He actually succeeded first. This result was somewhat unexpected for him. Almost simultaneously, There was a loud bang near Orochimaru, as another slightly indifferent-looking Orochimaru stood quietly. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he nodded to himself. It seems my assessment of Jiraiya's ninjutsu talent may have been conservative. It wasn't long before a success sound came from Tsunade's side as well, and a vibrant Tsunade appeared beside her. Watching the three disciples successfully master the shadow clone technique, a strong sense of pride surged in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. But along with it came a bit of overwhelming pressure. These three little brats' talents are truly monstrous. The future is promising, and as their teacher, I must work even harder. Jiraiya looked at his shadow clone with satisfaction, feeling his thoughts were incredibly clear. Good. Main body, let's start practicing the body flicker technique. Understood. The shadow clone of Jiraiya nodded immediately, and the two of them, with their minds connected, began to practice in sync. The hand seals for the body flicker technique, unsealed, were indeed much simpler than those for the shadow clone technique. The key lay in the control of chakra for instantaneous bursts. After trying 5 or 6 times, Jiraiya's body suddenly transformed into a blurred afterimage, zipping to a spot 5 meters away. Success. Although the distance was short and the movement still felt somewhat awkward, he had already mastered the basics of the body flicker technique. This technique has a low lower limit but a very high upper limit, requiring countless practical applications and development in the future. The final highlight was the Earth Release, Hell Swamp, a high-level technique that could instantly alter the terrain and trap enemies. Jiraiya couldn't help but reflect. In the world of Naruto, without a teacher or a prominent background, it was a dream for ordinary ninjas to learn such high-level ninjutsu. If it weren't for being under Sarutobi Hiruzen, this path would have been many times more difficult. The process of practicing Hell Swamp was exceptionally arduous. The complexity and chakra consumption of high-level ninjutsu far exceeded what he had practiced before. Jiraiya devoted himself wholeheartedly when his chakra was exhausted. He would drag his tired body to practice taijutsu, and after recovering a bit, he would immediately return to ninjutsu practice. Sweat soaked his training clothes, leaving dark marks on the muddy ground. After 2 hours, his efforts were not in vain. He successfully softened a small patch of solid ground, less than 1 square meter, into a swamp swirling with tiny whirlpools. Although the range and effect were still pitifully small, he had already taken the most critical first step. The rest was just consistent practice and increased chakra. Tsunade was focused on the water release, water break wave, striving to refine that highly compressed high-pressure water line even sharper. Orochimaru was immersed in the practice of wind release, vacuum bullets, repeatedly adjusting the compression and ejection angles of his chakra, trying to shoot further and more concentrated air projectiles. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sky. The setting sun painted the training ground in warm golden hues. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. That's enough for today. The 3 sweaty and panting young ninjas gathered around at his call. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at their sweat-soaked clothes and the focus in their eyes that had not yet faded, and a feeling of satisfaction arose in him. Talent is certainly important, but this effort and focus are even rarer. That's all for today. For the next 3 days, practice on your own. 3 days later, at 7 in the morning, gather at the Hokage Building's entrance. I will take you to receive new missions. Yes, Sensei. The 3 replied in unison, their voices filled with fatigue, yet full of spirit. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his face and suggested, Tsunade, Orochimaru, we've worked hard. How about we go to Ichiraka Ramen to treat ourselves? My treat. Sound good. Tsunade immediately clapped her hands and cheered. My stomach just growled. After practicing all afternoon, I feel like I can eat 5 bowls of rice. I have no objections. Orochimaru nodded slightly. The long period of meticulous chakra control had also drained him significantly. Then it settled. Jiraiya looked up at the tree. Shiro, time to eat. Shiro, who had been sleeping soundly on a branch, was startled awake by the call. Drowsily raising its head, shaking its fluffy tail, its ice-blue eyes still somewhat bleary. Meow? Come eat. Once it realized it was Jiraiya calling, it immediately perked up, coming. Master. It leaped gracefully from the tree and landed precisely in Jiraiya's open arms. Shiro really is closest to you. Tsunade said. watching the small white cat comfortably nuzzling against Jiraiya, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Well, it clearly loves your hugs too. Jiraiya smiled. Try to smooth things over. Of course. Tsunade immediately became proud again, reaching out to poke Shiro's nose. I'm the chief masseur recognized by Shiro. Haha, you're right. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The three, along with the cat, quickly arrived at the familiar Ichiraka ramen. It was mealtime, and the hall was bustling with people, nearly packed to capacity, with a delicious aroma of food mingling with the sounds of chatter. As soon as they stepped inside, the sharp-eyed Miyazi warmly welcomed them. Boss. Sister Tsunade, Orochimaru-kun, you've worked hard in training. Please come in. Before she finished speaking, Uncle Dongsawin, having received the news, beamed as he quickly walked out from the back. Uncle Dongsawin. Tsunade greeted him energetically, waving her hand. Father. Orochimaru nodded respectfully. Uncle, business is booming today. Jiraiya smiled as he looked at the full house. Ha, business has been great these days. The tables have been turning over since lunch, and Haven Tea stopped. Uncle Dongsawin said, his face full of satisfaction and gratitude. Since the couple settled here, their life has not only become prosperous and stable, but they have also regained long-lost dignity and hope. Please, go upstairs. We reserve a private room for you. Just as he was about to lead the way personally, a group of familiar customers came in through the door. Uncle, you're busy. We'll go up ourselves. Just order a few signature dishes as usual. Jiraiya waved his hand understandingly. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Uncle Dongsawin responded and turned to warmly greet the new customers. In the elegantly decorated private room on the third floor, steaming dishes were quickly placed on the table. Jiraiya opened a special fruit-flavored sparkling drink and poured it for Orochimaru and Tsunade. Cheers! Jiraiya raised his glass with a sincere smile to our friendship and to the hard work we put in during this time. Cheers! Tsunade excitedly clinked her glass. Cheers! Orochimaru also raised his glass, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly for once. A few bites of hot dishes alleviated the fatigue from training. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, his expression becoming more serious. Tsunade, have you considered developing in the direction of a medical ninja? Medical ninja? Tsunade put down her chopsticks, deep in thought. She had indeed often seen her grandmother perform miraculous medical ninjutsu. Exactly, Jiraiya affirmed. Your chakra control is very strong. This is the foundation of medical ninjutsu. Moreover, think about it. When you use your superb medical ninjutsu to save lives, the enemy thinks you're easy to bully and gets close. He paused for effect, a sly smile in his eyes, and then you send them away with a powerful punch. That's the true fighting style of a medical ninja. Offense and defense combined. It's definitely very promising. Plus, it suits your style. Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly. This vivid description hit her excitement point perfectly. She nodded vigorously. You're right. I'll find my grandmother to learn when I get back. She is a very powerful medical ninja. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the quietly eating Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you absolutely cannot give up your research. This is your path. The materials needed for research, animal corpses, special plants, etc., I will find a way to help you with. But the prerequisite is that your basic training must also keep up. Strength is the foundation of everything. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flashed with a sharp light. He put down his chopsticks, his voice steady and filled with research passion. I understand. Recently, I've made new breakthroughs in the catalytic growth of several special plants and the analysis of meat lumps. However, he frowned slightly for once. The analysis of Shiro's blood and fur samples has encountered a significant bottleneck. Its cell structure and the form of energy contained in its chakra exceed my current understanding. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. The help he could provide, apart from necessary equipment funding and macro suggestions on research direction, such as concepts like cloning, snake ninjutsu, etc., would have to rely on Orochimaru himself for specific technical breakthroughs. He had long prepared a comprehensive collection of research books provided by the system, planning to give it to Orochimaru as a birthday gift soon. The profound knowledge in those books would surely become the key for Orochimaru to break through bottlenecks and even touch upon cloning and cellular technology ahead of time. As for Tsunade's medical research, once she got started, he could also provide advice on some macro directions like cell activation, principles of the 100 healings technique, etc. Time flowed like sand through fingers, and in the blink of an eye, a month and a half had swiftly passed. The towering gate of Konoha village, engraved with the giant swirl symbol, finally reappeared in their sight. Finally back alive. Tsunade let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if all her bones were about to fall apart. If it weren't for the last bit of restraint holding her back, she would have jumped up and cheered. This 1.5 months of mission life had been more exhausting than all her previous training combined. Orochimaru remained silent as usual, but the tension in his shoulders had clearly relaxed, and there was a hint of fatigue in his golden eyes. The continuous high-intensity missions had taken a toll on his mental state as well. Jiraiya, holding Shiro, looked at the relaxed figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen ahead, as if he had just gone out for a leisurely stroll, and couldn't help but secretly grumble. "Teacher, your training is a bit harsh, isn't it?" The difficulty of this assigned mission far exceeded expectations. They had encountered 2 small teams of Awabikira ninjas, 2 experienced elite CH Nin leading 4 well-coordinated CH Nin and Genin. The worst part was that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been watching from the sidelines, not only stood by, but also tightly held Shiro in his arms, forbidding it from assisting, under the pretext of extreme honing. Fortunately, the high-intensity missions and training over the past month and a half had not been in vain. The trio's strength, teamwork, and application of new ninjutsu had all seen a qualitative leap. In the end, they fought with all their might and managed to slay all 3 IWA ninjas. The price was that Jiraiya was injured internally by a desperate strike from an elite IWA CH Nin, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru's left arm also sustained a deep cut down to the bone from the opponent's final blow. In a critical moment, Tsunade focused intently, her hands glowing with vibrant green light, pressing down accurately on the wounds of the 2. The healing technique. A basic medical ninjutsu, she had displayed an astonishing talent for mastering over the past month, played a crucial role. The pure life energy quickly healed their injuries, repairing the damaged internal organs and torn muscles. Although they could not recover quickly, at least their injuries were stabilized, alleviating their pain and preventing further deterioration. Chapter 79. Ichiraka Ramen. For this 1.5 months, they had been non-stop on missions, completing 6 missions of varying difficulty: subjugation, escort, reconnaissance, plus this life-threatening encounter. Totaling 7 missions, each one pushed them to their limits. After the strict inspection and registration by the guarding ninjas at the village entrance, the Sarutobi team finally stepped onto the familiar streets of Konoha. Rushing to the mission hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen skillfully handed over the mission scroll and a detailed action report, which prominently described the battle against the IWA ninjas. Soon, a thick stack of silver bills was pushed in front of him. The border material escort mission with enemy engagement was confirmed completed. The reward was 180,000 Rio. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his fingers deftly counting out 90,000 Rio to put into his ninja tool pouch, as was the custom for the leading J-Nin. He handed the remaining 90,000 Rio to Jiraiya, the team captain. Jiraiya took the heavy bills, his movements already incredibly practiced. Without hesitation, he pulled out 3 10,000 Rio bills and handed them to Tsunade, then stuffed another 3 into Orochimaru's hands. He kept 30,000 Rio for himself. Although his body was exhausted and his injuries not yet healed, holding this reward earned through blood and sweat brought a strong sense of accomplishment and team bond. To celebrate the successful completion of this mission, I'll treat you all to ramen. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his sore wallet, his smile bright, yet with a hint of cunning. Barbecue? Absolutely not. With these little ones plus that bottomless Shiro, he would surely go bankrupt. Ramen, on the other hand, is filling and more manageable, right? Really? Jiraiya's eyes, which always sparkled with mischief, instantly lit up as if he had discovered a rare treasure. As long as there was a chance to treat the teacher, even if it was ramen, he and Shiro would definitely make it unforgettable for him. Just ramen? Hee. The teacher is completely unaware of Shiro's appetite. It would be a miracle if he didn't end up spending the 90,000 Rio he just earned. Ha, of course it's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple's sparkling eyes, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat, but he still smiled and reached out, giving Jiraiya's messy white hair a good ruffle. The sensation as prickly as always. As dusk fell, the commercial street on the edge of Konoha village began to light up, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the three disciples through winding paths, finally stopping in front of a seemingly simple ramen shop with a sign that only said Ichiraku. The shop was small, radiating a warm glow and the rich aroma of bone broth. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the familiar sign style. ISNT, the Ichiraku ramen that would become famous in Konoha in the future. How could it be so inconspicuous? Ichiraku, the usual seafood ramen. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly knew the way, walked straight into the shop, and took a seat inside, his movements natural and fluid. The interior had the typical counter style, with only 8 seats, and at this moment it was empty, making it particularly quiet. He turned to the 3 boys still peeking at the door and said, "Come in, order whatever you want, today I'm treating." "Haha, Hiruzen, you're here. A few little guests, please take a seat." The kind-faced owner of Ichiraku, wearing an apron, greeted them warmly while deftly tidying up the counter. Jiraiya curiously looked around this future legendary little shop, which was not much different from his memory of its prototype. He secretly glanced at the price list hanging on the wall. Ordinary ramen 50 ryo, miso 60 ryo, chashu 90 ryo, seafood 120 ryo, pork chashu 150 ryo, special ramen 300 ryo. In the early days of Konoha, with much to be done, the prices were indeed impressively affordable. With these prices, it'll definitely make the teacher spend a bit. Jiraiya chuckled to himself, and Shiro in his arms seemed to sense his thoughts, letting out a soft purr. He guessed that this Ichiraku owner was probably the father of the future hand-pulled noodles. "I want miso ramen." Orochimaru's voice was calm and steady, his gaze quickly scanning the price list before making his decision, as decisive as ever. "I want chashu ramen, with an extra serving of chashu," Tsunade stated, her voice crisp and carrying a hint of pride, clearly satisfied with the prospect of a good meal. Jiraiya's mouth curled into a sly smile. He quickly summoned a supersized ceramic bowl comparable to a basin, adorned with cute puppy patterns specifically made for Shiro, with a loud bang. Given Shiro's current appetite, if not for high value, it would be quite a burden. "Owner." Jiraiya placed Shiro's giant bowl on the counter with a thud and boldly shouted, "First, 100 bowls of special ramen, plus 100 servings of chashu." His voice echoed in the small shop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just lifted his teacup, suddenly jerked, nearly spilling the tea. His eyes twitched violently. 100 bowls of special ramen, 30,000 ryo, and an extra 100 servings of chashu. He felt his wallet let out a silent wail. 100 bowls? Even the experienced Ichiraku owner was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the exaggerated large bowl on the table and then at the cute white cat in Jiraiya's arms. "Little friend, can your little kitty finish 100 bowls? We can't waste food." His tone was filled with surprise and concern. "Haha, don't worry, Uncle Ichiraku." Jiraiya confidently patted Shiro's soft fur and pointed to the large bowl. "Don't let Shiro's size fool you. It has an astonishing appetite. I guarantee it will clean every last drop, not leaving a single bit of soup." Ichiraku looked at Shiro's strikingly bright blue eyes, half convinced, and nodded. "All right. Please wait a moment." He called towards the kitchen. "Coming." A gentle-faced young woman, also wearing an apron, quickly walked out, her movements brisk as she began to prepare, presumably Ichiraku's wife. Soon, steaming hot ramen was served in a continuous flow. The secret ramen broth is rich and thick, with a deep brown sauce that is tempting. Thick slices of char siu glisten with an oily sheen, topped with fresh shrimp, squid rings, and other seafood. The garnishes are vibrant green and generous in portion, justifying the price of 300 taels. Without a word, Jiraiya poured a whole 10 bowls of noodles and broth into the super large bowl in front of Xiao Bai, nearly filling it to the brim. "Xiao Bai, eat slowly, don't burn yourself. You can eat as much as you want today," Jiraiya reminded, his mind calculating excitedly. "Okay, master," Xiao Bai responded cheerfully, its body subtly expanding, just enough to bury its big head in the bowl. It carefully blew on the hot noodles before slurping a large mouthful, its eyes instantly squinting into crescent moons. Master, this is so delicious. The next second, it fully entered a frenzied eating mode, devouring the noodles with gusto, the bowl filled with delightful slurping sounds and satisfying gurgles. Seeing Xiaobai so eager to eat that it looked like it would swallow the bowl, Jiraiya relaxed considerably. If even this picky eater thought it was delicious, the taste must be top-notch. He picked up the noodles from his own bowl and took a bite. Wow, this is really good. The fragrant, steaming broth enveloping the chewy noodles instantly conquered his taste buds, 100 times more delicious than he had imagined. No wonder the future Naruto would become a die-hard fan of this place. I must eat back the 90,000 taels I owe my teacher. Jiraiya's eyes ignited with determination, and he immediately joined the frenzied eating. For a time, the small ramen shop was filled only with the rhythmic sounds of slurping and Xiaobai's satisfied chewing. Half an hour later, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Tsunade slumped in their chairs, contentedly stroking their bulging bellies, their faces flushed with satisfaction. Xiaobai curled up on Jiraiya's lap, its belly round and contentedly snoring. This time, under Jiraiya's suggestion, it really ate to the brim. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene before him, which resembled a battlefield swept by a storm. Especially the mountain of empty bowls in front of Jiraiya that had been stacked 3 times high, almost blocking him completely, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt his heart bleeding. Hey, 123, 390 taels. The owner of Ichiraka Ramen approached with a smile, skillfully erasing the decimal. Just 120,000 taels for you. His voice was filled with joy. This single order was enough for him to finish work 3 days early. 120,000 taels? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled, as if his tongue were frozen in the cold wind. He shakily pulled out a bulging wallet, clearly prepared for this, and slowly counted out a thick stack of bills. Each one he handed over felt like cutting flesh. A meal of ramen. A full 120,000 taels. He had originally budgeted only 20,000 to 30,000 at most. Who knew ramen would be more expensive than barbecue? My capital. Sarutobi wailed inwardly, tears streaming down his face as he resolved, never again. I will never treat these 3 people again, especially that white-haired kid and the bottomless white tiger in his arms. Time to eat. Orochimaru elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression resembled the end of the world. A hint of a barely noticeable smile tugging at his lips. Tsunade, on the other hand, covered her mouth and burst out laughing, her shoulders shaking. Jiraiya let out a long and loud, satisfied belch, feeling every pore in his body relax. He quickly calculated in his mind. Orochimaru ate 18 bowls of miso, 80 taels. Tsunade ate 7 bowls of char siu, 630 taels. Teacher Sarutobi only ate 4 bowls of seafood, 480 taels, probably stuffed by Xiaobai. He himself ate 21 bowls of the secret recipe, 300 taels, and the main contributor, Xiaobai, devoured a whopping 373 bowls of secret ramen, worth 117,900 taels. In total, they just managed to eat back the 120,000 taels from their teacher. They had completely broken even and made a huge profit. Jiraiya smiled like a sly fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth as he paid the stack of bills that broke his heart, almost fleeing as he quickly left the Ichiraka Ramen shop that saddened him. Once they reached the street corner, he suddenly remembered the important matter, took a deep breath to suppress the pain in his wallet, and turned serious, looking at his 3 disciples. In the coming time, you will train and practice on your own. Tomorrow, I will accompany Lord Hokage to the Land of Water to participate in the alliance ceremony with the Cloud Village. When I return, we will undertake the next mission. Before he finished speaking, not waiting for the 3 to react, with a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure vanished, as if even staying for 1 more second would make his wallet protest. Great! Tsunade immediately jumped up, her eyes sparkling. Once Grandpa finishes signing the alliance document, the war will be completely over, and true peace will come. She was filled with beautiful visions for the future. Orochimaru also rarely revealed a faint yet genuine smile. Softly agreeing, yes, finally, we can live in peace. He looked towards the rising sun in Konoha, his gaze filled with complex expectations. Only Jiraiya fell silent, the smile on his face slightly stiffening. He watched the excited Tsunade, a wave of bitter ripples rising in his heart. Tsunade still didn't know that her grandfather, the legendary fastest in the ninja world, Senju Tobirama, was going to the land of water this time. No matter how strong he and Xiao Bai were, they couldn't change the destined trajectory. Senju Tobirama was not without hope. He chose to stay behind actively, using his life to pave a path for his disciples and the core of Konoha. This choice was heavy and helpless, and no one could change it. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Tsunade keenly sensed her companion's unusualness, stopped, and looked at him with confusion. Aren't you happy? We have peace. Huh? No. Jiraiya suddenly came to his senses, quickly pulling out a big, slightly exaggerated smile to mask the complexity in his eyes. I'm happy. Of course I'm happy. I was just thinking that the ramen from earlier was really good, and I was wondering if I could trick the teacher again. He hastily brushed it off, burying that heavy sense of foreboding deep in his heart. The next morning, the front gate of Konoha village was crowded with people, the morning light shining on everyone's faces. Enthusiastic villagers and standing ninjas gathered here to send off their leader. Today was the important day when the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, personally led a delegation to the Land of Water to sign a peace treaty with the Hidden Cloud Village. The air was filled with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru squeezed into the crowd. Tsunade waved vigorously, her face filled with pride. Orochimaru quietly observed the procession, his gaze deep. Jiraiya, however, locked his complex gaze on the tall figure in white robes, silver hair, and red eyes at the front of the line, Senju Tobirama. He sensed more clearly than anyone else the determination and responsibility beneath that calm exterior. Chapter 81. Alliance Ceremony. The procession set off, Tobirama walking at the front with steady steps. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the monkey, Shimura Danzo, Tanshin Kamachi, Mito Gate, and Uchiha Kagami, among other elites, followed closely behind, with more than 30 Umbu or elite Jonin from Konoha trailing behind them. Nara Shikaku, acting as the strategist, also walked alongside Tobirama. The procession gradually moved away under the eager gazes and blessings of the villagers, disappearing at the end of the road leading to the national border. It was until they could no longer see the figures that Jiraiya and the others turned to leave, silently heading toward the training ground. Tsunade was still chattering about her visions for peace, Orochimaru occasionally chiming in, while Jiraiya looked up at the sky, silently calculating the time. The team led by Senju Tobirama traversed the dense forest at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Their pace was neither fast nor slow, maintaining a state of vigilance. According to the plan, they would reach the border in 5 days and then spend another 3 days crossing the Land of Water to the negotiation site, with plenty of time to spare. 7 days later, the team delved deep into the heart of the Land of Water, stopping in a relatively open glade among the trees. The towering branches and leaves blocked out the sun, casting dappled shadows. The surroundings were silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. Senju Tobirama raised his hand to signal the team to stop. His sharp gaze swept over the deep forest path ahead. How far is the deer call from the negotiation site? His voice was low and clear. Nara Riku immediately unfolded the detailed map he carried, carefully comparing it in the dim light of the forest. Lord Hokage, there is still about 100 kilometers to this location. Our current pace, we will definitely arrive within a day. He raised his head, his tone confident. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, a flash of brilliance in his red eyes. If I remember correctly, there are still 7 days until the scheduled formal negotiation time? Exactly, Lord Hokage. We have 7 days to spare, Riku confirmed. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, examining the complex terrain markings on the map, a hint of caution appearing on his stern face. Delving into enemy territory leaves no room for oversight. Set up a temporary camp here, establish defensive fortifications, and rest on-site while on standby. He ordered decisively. He then pointed to several key strategic locations on the map. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Sarutobi. You lead the 1st Umbu team to the high ground outpost 50 miles southeast to set up defenses and scout. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded solemnly. Danzo, you take the 2nd team and dive 40 miles west to scout the river valley for any unusual movements. Understood. Danzo's eyes were sharp. Koharu, Hamura. Tobarama looked at the other 2 disciples. You are responsible for the forest line 10 miles behind us, ensuring a safe and smooth retreat. Understood, Sensei. The 2 responded in unison. Finally, he looked at the steady Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, you take the 3rd team, responsible for patrolling and establishing watch posts within a 10-mile radius of the camp. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Kagami replied in a deep voice, his 3-tomo Sharingan flickering in the shadows. The 4 took their orders without delay, quickly assembling their respective team members, and like shadows blending into the forest. They silently sped towards their target areas. Meanwhile, in the Land of Lightning's hidden cloud village, in the Rakich's office, the heavy door was closed, but could not block the fierce argument inside. Rakich, are you really determined to sign that shameful alliance with Konoha? Kinkaku slammed the table, his voice distorted with anger, his facial muscles twitching, veins bulging on his forehead. He resembled a furious beast, exuding a violent aura. My decision is made, Kinkaku. You just need to carry out orders. The 2nd Raikage sat behind a massive desk, his expression as calm as iron, not even looking at the furious Kinkaku, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He no longer wanted to waste breath explaining this issue. Bang! Kinkaku's massive palm slammed down on the hard Raikage black stone table, leaving a clear handprint. Coward! He gritted his teeth, forcing these 2 words out of his throat, suddenly turning around, and, with a gust of wind-like momentum, threw open the heavy door and stormed out. Sitting silently beside him, Ginkaku shot a cold glance at the Raikage, then got up without a word and silently followed his brother's footsteps. Father, Kinkaku and Ginkaku are too presumptuous. You are the Raikage. The Raikage's son, Getsuya, was furious. His fists clenched, his golden hair nearly standing on end, wishing he could rush out immediately to teach those 2 madmen a lesson. The 2nd Raikage looked at his son's angry face, wearily rubbed his temples, letting out a heavy sigh. They weren't like this before. What on earth happened to make them change? A flicker of pain and confusion flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by determination. He gazed out at the gradually darkening sky, his voice regaining its unquestionable authority. Prepare. At dawn tomorrow, we will set off for the Land of Water to sign the agreement. Yes, Father. The young Getsuya replied in a deep voice, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He was also dissatisfied with his father's decision. In his view, resources should be plundered. But still, he understood that his father was the Raikage. On the other side, in the exclusive residence of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the atmosphere was oppressive and heated. Ginkaku paced the room like a beast trapped in a cage, each step heavy. He suddenly stopped in front of his elder brother, his crimson eyes burning with madness. Brother, that cowardly heart of the Raikage has been scared out of him by Konoha. He is no longer fit to lead the hidden cloud. Let's rebel against him. Kinkaku sat in the shadows, unconsciously rubbing the handle of a blood-stained fan at his waist. He remained silent, his face under his golden hair shifting between expressions, his eyes flickering with a mix of calculation and ferocity. After a long time, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by cold resolve. You are right, Ginkaku. The Raikage has indeed changed. He has forgotten the pride of the hidden cloud and the bloodline of the 6 paths flowing through us. He is no longer our Raikage. Hee. Ginkaku's face instantly blossomed with a savage and ecstatic smile, revealing his white teeth. Brother, let's just unleash that monster, the 8 Tails. Let it wreak havoc in the village. Let's see who dares to oppose us. He licked his lips, as if already envisioning the pleasure brought by chaos. Idiot. Kinkaku suddenly raised his head and glared at his brother, his gaze sharp as a knife. Once the 8 Tails goes out of control, the first to suffer will be the hidden cloud village. If the village is destroyed, what will we use to compete for dominance in the ninja world? He stood up, walked to the window, looking at the steep buildings of the hidden cloud village built against the mountains. His voice lowered, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. Immediately secretly gather all the squad leaders of the Kinkaku force. 7 days later, at that damned alliance meeting in the Land of Water. Chapter 82. Sudden attack. Kinkaku suddenly turned around, his scarlet eyes resembling a beast in the dim light, launching a surprise attack. Send the Raikage and that Hokage from Konoha to hell together. From now on, the hidden cloud village will be the domain of our brothers. Ha ha ha. Great brother. Ginkaku erupted into a suppressed yet wild laugh, eagerly opening the door, his burly figure quickly merging into the shadows of the corridor to execute his brother's bloody plan. Kinkaku remained in the room, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Outside the window, the lights of the hidden cloud village flickered uncertainly in the darkness. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The second Raikage, leading the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers along with the elite Umbu, set out for the Land of Water. The turmoil in the Raikage's office seemed to have temporarily calmed, but beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were surging. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp set up deep in the forest of the Land of Water, the atmosphere was solemn and vigilant. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mito Gate Flame, Akimichi Torif, and T-Rune Koharu knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to Senju Tobarama that no abnormal enemy traces have been found within a 20-mile radius of the Alliance site in the Land of Water. The high-intensity reconnaissance over the past few days had left a hint of fatigue on their faces, but their gazes remained sharp as eagles. Inside the tent, the flickering firelight illuminated Senju Tobarama's focused face as he reviewed documents. He raised his head, his red eyes sweeping over several capable subordinates, nodding steadily. Well, you've worked hard. Prepare to break camp at dawn tomorrow and head to the Alliance site. The dawn of peace was clearly visible, but the caution that belonged to a ninja in his heart had not relaxed in the slightest. Understood, Lord Hokage. The six responded in unison, their voices echoing in the quiet forest camp. The next day, in the morning, on the vast plains of the Land of Water, the wind stirred up fine grass clippings. Swirling in the open sky, two murderous ninja teams converged in the center of the plain. One side was the elite of the Hidden Cloud, led by the second Raikage, about 30 to 40 people, with an imposing presence like towering mountains. The other side was the elite of Konoha, commanded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, with a comparable number, exuding an air of profound depth. Two invisible forces collided subtly in the air. Ha ha ha! The second Raikage's booming laughter broke the silence of the plain. As he strode forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace the hard-won peace. Hokage, long time no see. You are even more impressive than before. His tone was bold, his eyes sparkling with hope for peace. Senju Tobarama's lips curled slightly as he replied. The Raikage's might remains undiminished. His gaze swept over the opposing team, momentarily lingering on Kinkaku and Ginkaku before returning to normal. Once this alliance is signed, the protracted flames of war can truly be extinguished. Two Umbu swiftly stepped forward and set up a simple square table between the two men, the surface reflecting a faint light under the sun. Nara Shikaku respectfully presented the treaty document to Senju Tobarama. Tobarama took it without hesitation and handed it directly to the Raikage. Raikage, the contents of the treaty have already been confirmed by both parties. If there are no objections, please sign. His voice was clear and powerful, carrying the determination to end the war. The second Raikage, took the document and ran his thick fingers over the pages. There were indeed no harsh compensation clauses, only promises of equality, friendship, and deep cooperation between the two nations. A sincere smile appeared on his face, and a heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Good, very good, he exclaimed loudly, his voice full of anticipation. From this moment on, Kyomogakure and Kanehagakure will be allies, supporting each other. Peace has finally come. He carefully laid the document on the table, gripping the pen tightly, the tip hovering over the signature line. At that moment, the entire plain seemed to hold its breath, and the sunlight appeared to shine even brighter. However, in this historic moment, a roar filled with resentment and madness shattered the peaceful air. "You coward! How dare you be the Raikage?" D. With a sickening sound, a hand wrapped in violent lightning chakra pierced through the unguarded chest of the unsuspecting second Raikage. Like the sharpest spear, blood instantly splattered onto the pristine treaty document, blooming into a glaring crimson flower. The assailant was Kinkaku. The moment Raikage let his guard down completely, he launched the most despicable and lethal sneak attack. Almost simultaneously as Kinkaku struck, a snarling shout followed. "Hokage, prepare to be buried with him." Ginkaku's voice was filled with fury. His body crackled with lightning, resembling a humanoid lightning cannon, crashing with devastating force toward Senju Tobarama, who was close at hand. This sudden change caught the majority of the ninjas present in a moment of shock and blankness. However, Senju Tobarama was a seasoned ninja from the Warring States period, experienced in countless battles. In the instant Ginkaku launched his attack, he relied on his almost instinctual combat intuition to draw the Raijin sword and barely sidestep to block. Boom! The violent lightning impact sent him flying several meters, pain shooting through his arm and chest, blood instantly staining his Hokage robe. But he did not pause for even a moment, barely having time to assess his injuries. "Shikaku!" Senju Tobarama shouted, grabbing the stunned Narashikaku beside him with all his might and issuing a thunderous command to all Konoha ninja. "Konoha soldiers, retreat, full-speed retreat." He could clearly sense a massive and hostile chakra surge rapidly approaching on the distant horizon. That was the ambushing forces of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. "Kinkaku, how dare you betray me? Why?" The second Raikage, struggled as Kinkaku's arm pierced through him, his body convulsing violently from the searing lightning. He turned his head with great difficulty, locking eyes with the betrayer, who had once been as close as a brother, his gaze filled with disbelief, shock, and pain. "Betrayal?" Kinkaku yanked his bloodied arm out, allowing the Raikage's body to slump down. He flicked the blood off his hand, his tone cold and filled with contempt. "You betrayed the pride of Kumogakure. You have sullied the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. Kumogakure does not need a coward begging for mercy from Konoha." Without even glancing at the dying Raikage, his crimson eyes fixed on Senju Tobarama's retreating direction as he shouted to Ginkaku, "Brother, follow me. We cannot let the Hokage escape. He must be buried here on this plain." Before his words fell, he transformed into a streak of light and charged out, followed closely by the elite ninjas of Kinkaku's reinforcements, who, like wolves catching the scent of blood, raised a cloud of dust and madly pounced on the retreating Konoha team. Chapter 83. Senju Tobarama's Resolve. The second Raikage, lay in a pool of blood. Large amounts of blood surging from his mouth as he futilely gazed at Kinkaku's disappearing back, his eyes filled with endless sorrow and despair. The piece that had been within reach was completely torn apart before his eyes. Father! Lord Raikage!" The young Yatsuki Raijin, the future third Raikage, and the reacting Shadow Guard let out heart-wrenching cries as they frantically rushed to the Raikage side. "Don't cry." The second Raikage used his last bit of strength to tightly grasp his son's arm, his eyes filled with the last hope and entrustment. "From this moment on, you're the third Raikage." As the last word fell, his hand, still gripping tightly, heavily smashed onto the bloodstained grass, losing all signs of life. "Father, no!" Yatsuki Raijin held his father's still warm body, his eyes reddening like blood as he let out a beast-like wail. Ginkaku, I will never forgive you." "Lord calm down." An older Umbu ninja, suppressing his own sorrow, urgently reminded him. "We must immediately return to Kumogakure and quell the rebellion. Otherwise, the village is in grave danger." Yatsuki Raijin, trembled violently, his teeth clenching as he suppressed the surging rage and desire for revenge. With bloodshot eyes, he took one last look in the direction where Kinkaku's forces had disappeared and squeezed out the order through gritted teeth. "Bring my father's body immediately. Return to Kumogakure." On the other side, Senju Tobarama was leading the battered Konoha team, desperately fleeing across the plain. The wind howled in his ears, and behind him, The two violent chakra presences, growing closer like tailed beasts, brought a heavy pressure of death. The speed of Kinkaku and Ginkaku far exceeded his expectations. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Torafu, T-san Karu, Mito Kamen, Uchiha Kagami, and those exhausted but determined Umbu and elite Jonin of Konoha. These were the backbone of Konoha, the future hopes he had meticulously nurtured. If they were all lost here, Konoha would suffer severe damage and fall into a state of disarray. A resolute will surged in his heart. Senju Tobirama suddenly halted, leaving a deep mark in the ground. Swoosh! As he abruptly stopped, the entire team came to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at his teacher's pale but exceptionally determined profile and urgently asked, "Hokage-sama, why have we stopped?" Senju Tobirama clutched his bleeding chest, his voice calm to the point of being cold. "The enemy's speed is faster than ours. At this rate, we will be caught within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Wasting stamina will lead to certain death. What are your plans?" He threw the question to his most trusted disciples and advisors. Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, T-san Koharu, Mito Kamen, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami exchanged quick glances, their eyes conveying panic and determination. "Hokage-sama." Uchiha Kagami's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, scanning the surrounding terrain. "Why don't we set an ambush here, lay traps, and catch them off guard? Perhaps we can tear a hole to break through." His suggestion carried a hint of gamble. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, quickly pondering, his expression grave. The enemy's numbers are unknown, and their elite level exceeds expectations. Especially Kinkaku and Ginkaku's abilities are unpredictable. Setting up an ambush hastily is akin to walking into a trap. As an advisor, he instinctively opposed this high-risk plan. The sense of helplessness brought on by insufficient information made him anxious. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, seemingly having made a certain decision. He stepped forward, his voice carrying an undeniable sense of responsibility. "Teacher, the only option now is to leave one person behind to buy time for the main force to retreat." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone understood what being left behind meant. A fleeting look of unnoticeable relief flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes, but his tone remained unperturbed. "Then, who will stay behind?" A heavy silence descended. As if the air had solidified, everyone felt the weighty responsibility and the cold breath of death. Danzo's lips moved, his fists clenched tightly, his nails almost embedding into his palms. A strong desire to perform and a moment of hesitation fiercely clashed in his heart. Why didn't he have the courage to be the first to step forward? Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a somewhat bitter yet calm smile, stepping forward once more, his voice resolute. "Teacher, the suggestion was mine, so the responsibility naturally falls on me." He resolutely turned around, ready to face the torrent of pursuing enemies alone. "Monkey!" Senju Tobirama suddenly reached out his bloodstained hand, firmly grasping Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm with such force that Hiruzen could not break free. He looked at his most valued disciple, his face showing an extremely rare smile filled with satisfaction and relief. "You make me very proud, truly. This sense of responsibility is worthy of my expectations for you." But his tone suddenly turned into an undeniable authority. "As for covering the rear, it's not your turn to step up." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back in shock. "Teacher, who else?" Senju Tobirama chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping across every young face present, filled with a fatherly affection and a leader's resolution. "Naturally, I will cover the rear myself." "What? Hokage-sama?" "Absolutely not. Teacher, this is absolutely unacceptable. Hokage-sama, you are the pillar of the leaf. The village cannot be without you." The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Anxious, shocked, and pained cries intertwined. "Oomph! Everyone, shut up." Senju Tobirama's cold shout instantly quelled all the noise. He straightened his bloodied spine, his gaze fierce, his voice clearly resonating in the sky above the plain, carrying the supreme authority of the Hokage. "Now, as the second Hokage of Konohagakure, I issue the final order." His gaze finally locked on a Sarutobi Hiruzen, every word heavy as a mountain. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once you return safely to the leaf, you will immediately take over the position of the third Hokage, lead the troops, and bring everyone back to the leaf safely. What? Shimura Danzo was struck as if by lightning. His body trembled violently. A wave of immense disappointment mixed with jealousy engulfed him. That brief moment of hesitation had cost him this opportunity. He gritted his teeth, his lowered eyes swirling with complex emotions. Teacher, no, absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly in tears, kneeling on the ground with a choked voice. It should be me covering the rear. Please lead everyone back. The leaf needs you. Chapter 84. The Grief of Tobirama Senju. Senju Tobirama looked at his kneeling and weeping disciple, his eyes filled with warmth and anticipation, as if he were watching the continuation of his own life. He sighed lightly, then his tone turned unyieldingly stern. This is my order as the second Hokage. It cannot be questioned. It must not be disobeyed. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried uncontrollably, understanding that this was his teacher's final will. He bowed deeply, then suddenly stood up, using all his strength to shout, "Teacher, please take care. We're leaving." He steeled himself, not daring to look back at that solitary figure, leading a similarly tearful group, desperately fleeing towards the land of fire. Senju Tobirama watched as the figures of his disciples quickly shrank in the dust, a trace of relief finally appearing on his lips. He slowly turned around, facing the direction from which the pursuers were coming, his eyes instantly becoming as cold as ice. On the horizon, the violent figures of Kin and Jin rapidly magnified like demons. The thick, evil, and destructive chakra emanating from them caused even the well-informed Senju Tobirama to tremble, unable to help but whisper in shock. This is the Nine Tails chakra? How is that possible? In an instant, Kin and Jin led nearly 20 of the fastest and most ferocious elite cloud ninja right in front of him. Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama, what's wrong? Can't run anymore? Have you picked out your grave? Kin sneered, his madness evident, as his troops quickly spread out, vaguely forming an encirclement. Oomph. You think you can take me down with just you little punks? Senju Tobirama coldly responded, standing proud and defiant, his Hokage-s authority undiminished despite his injuries. Kin's eyes flashed with a fierce light, quickly issuing orders. For team stay behind, surround and kill the Hokage with my brother. Hachiko, you lead the rest to continue chasing Sarutobi Hiruzen and that pack of stray dogs. Leave none alive. Yes. A fierce cloud ninja stepped forward, leading most of the pursuing forces, bypassing Senju Tobirama, raising more dust as they charged towards the direction Sarutobi Hiruzen had retreated. Surrounding Senju Tobirama were Kin, Jin, and more than 20 battle-hardened, bloodthirsty elite ninjas. Kin cracked his neck, the sound echoing, and looked at Senju Tobirama with cruel mockery. He, Senju Tobirama, known as the fastest in the ninja world? Today, let me show you what real power is. He and Jin both let out inhuman roars, the dark red-tailed beast chakra erupting like a volcanic explosion, coiling into 6 wildly thrashing chakra tails behind them, a terrifying aura instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, in the distant Leaf Village, on the bustling commercial street, the sun shone brightly, and the sounds of people filled the air, creating a peaceful scene. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were gathered around a colorful, giant lottery machine, as tall as a person. Tsunade excitedly operated the lever, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru quietly watched. Give me a win. Win. I want a big prize. Tsunade clenched her small fist, nervously staring at the rapidly spinning lottery lights, dropping a coin into the machine. The lights on the machine's panel flew past various prizes, gradually slowing down until it finally stopped, just barely landing in the flashing grand prize area. Wow! Tsunade instantly erupted with a scream of extreme surprise, jumping up and waving her hands. I won. I won. The grand prize. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Did you see that? I won the grand prize. Her small face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Orochimaru rarely smiled sincerely, nodding, "Congratulations, Tsunade. This rare stroke of luck is indeed worth celebrating." However, Jiraiya's smile instantly froze. He took a deep breath, his brows furrowing, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. How could Tsunade's gambling luck hit at this moment? He suddenly thought of the events happening in the land of soup, and a cold premonition instantly engulfed him. Could it be that the second Hokage? He weakly closed his eyes, heavily sighing in his heart. Given the circumstances, this little butterfly of his ultimately failed to flap its wings and change the course of history. He forcibly suppressed the heaviness in his heart, forcing out a very strained smile, and echoed, "Congratulations, congratulations, Tsunade." Yet his voice carried a barely noticeable dryness. On the battlefield of the plains in the land of soup, whoosh, 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 Senju Tobirama knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, each breath pulling at all his wounds, bringing tearing pain. His Hokage robe was already tattered, soaked in blood and dirt. He had just narrowly used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade a lethal strike from Kin and Jin, appearing dozens of meters away. After half an hour of intense life and death combat, constantly pushing his chakra to the limit to execute the Flying Thunder God's instantaneous movement, even he was on the brink of exhaustion. Both his physical strength and chakra were depleted. Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama, where's your Flying Thunder God? Use it already. Kin also panted heavily, but his condition was obviously much better, his eyes glinting with bloodthirsty madness. You're finished. Today is your death day. D. Around them lay more than 20 elite cloud ninja corpses, each one cleanly and neatly slain, a stunning feat created by Senju Tobirama in the midst of extreme maneuvering. However, the enemy still had two of the strongest monsters and a few severely injured survivors who could hardly move. Senju Tobirama squinted, feeling a chill in his heart. He had underestimated the strength of these brothers, which far exceeded their performance on the battlefield. They had been hiding it all along. The terrifying speed and power exhibited by the golden and silver horns at this moment, combined with the violent chakra of the tailed beasts, made it extremely difficult for him to cope, especially since he was already heavily injured and exhausted. If it weren't for the miraculous Flying Thunder God technique, he would have long since met his end. Yet, it was enough for Senju Tobirama to feel his body nearly burning out and his chakra pathways completely empty. A slow, serene smile appeared on his fatigued face. His gaze seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, looking toward the direction of the land of fire's border. You monkeys should have arrived safely by now, right? Just then, the golden and silver horns let out another deafening roar, their 6 chakra tails wildly thrashing, resembling 2 crimson death hurricanes, tearing through the air at a speed far greater than before, lunging toward him. The speed was so fast that it nearly deprived even the Flying Thunder God of reaction time. Chapter 85. Funeral. Senju Tobirama looked at the golden and silver horn brothers, who were like 2 blood-red chakra storms, once again tearing through the air towards him, and a nearly mocking calm smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace, like a ripple on the surface of the water. Only the faint smell of blood and the subtle sound of spatial fluctuations remained in the air. Silverhorn's decisive strike missed, and his furious fist smashed into ground, instantly creating a deep pit, sending dust and debris flying. He was enraged and let out a beast-like roar. Damn Senju Tobirama. If you have guts, don't run. Coward. Defeated. Golden Horn also abruptly halted, his crimson pupils fixated on the spot where Tobirama had disappeared, his brow furrowed, his face revealing unabashed anger and a hint of barely perceptible dread. Damn Flying Thunder God. Let him escape. He growled sinisterly, realizing that his meticulously crafted trap had ultimately allowed this most dangerous fish to slip away. That instantaneous movement technique was simply too tricky. On the other side, at the border of the Land of Fire, after a bloody battle, the Leaf Village's people, in a disheveled state, finally stumbled across the invisible boundary that symbolized safety. Thud! Sarutobi Hiruzen almost collapsed as he gently placed the already cold body of Uchiha Kagami on the soft grass. Unable to support himself, he sat heavily down, gasping for breath. Sweat mixed with blood and dirt sliding down his forehead. His chest heaved violently, each breath pulling at all his wounds, bringing tearing pain. Following closely were Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, Akimichi Torafu, Tenzin Kohu, and the surviving Umbu and elite Jonin of the Leaf, all of whom fell or leaned against trees to catch their breath. Everyone injured and looking haggard. A heavy sense of exhaustion and the feeling of having survived the catastrophe instantly engulfed them. Silence, a dead silence enveloped the air. Only the sound of heavy breathing and distant forest birdsong could be heard. This silence was filled with the pain of losing comrades and the lingering terror of their narrow escape. Uchiha Kagami, this young Uchiha elite, had fought valiantly and died while breaking through enemy lines to protect his companions during the desperate pursuit by the Cloud Ninja, led by 3 near-Kage-level Cloud Ninja and over 100 elite Jonin. That battle was incredibly brutal. The Leaf had lost 6 Umbu and 8 elite Jonin, only to defeat the majority of the pursuing Cloud Ninja elite. The blood and fire forged the names of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others to resonate with iron blood in the shinobi world. In this dead silence, a faint spatial fluctuation appeared in the center of the crowd without warning. Then, with a muffled thud, a figure covered in blood, almost unrecognizable, suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Who? Everyone was instantly jolted awake, their tired bodies erupting with the last bit of alertness, and they quickly looked up when they saw the tattered and blood-soaked Hokage cloak. All their pupils contracted to the extreme. "Old teacher, Hokage-sama!" Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled and crawled over, his trembling hand reaching for the barely perceptible pulse in Tobarama's neck. The color drained from his face in an instant, and despair and sorrow washed over him like a cold tide. 3 days later, in the Leaf Village, the bright sunlight still shone down, but the hustle and bustle of the commercial street seemed to be separated by an invisible membrane. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had not seen Tsunade for 3 days. Heavy news loomed over the entire village like dark clouds. Everyone knew, everyone was aware. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was ambushed by the Cloud Ninja during an alliance ceremony in the land of hot water, returning to the Leaf severely injured, and passed away in the early morning the next day at the Senju residence. An announcement spread to every corner of the village. The second Hokage's funeral would be held 3 days later, and the third Hokage's inauguration ceremony would take place 5 days later. A suffocating sadness permeated the air. Soon, 3 days passed in a heavy atmosphere. Early in the morning, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were already dressed in solemn black suits. Uncle Tisai and Aunt May were similarly dressed with solemn expressions. Each carefully held a white chrysanthemum. Today was the day to bid farewell to the second Hokage of the Leaf, known for his incredible speed in the shinobi world. In the Leaf Cemetery, the cemetery, usually slightly empty, was now a sea of people. In the innermost circle stood the Leaf ninjas in neat rows. All who could move, regardless of their injuries, had arrived. The outer circle was filled with villagers who had come spontaneously, all wearing mournful expressions and standing in silence. The prestige and contributions of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, were evident. Jiraiya and his group stood silently at the back of the ninja ranks. At the front, the newly appointed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore ceremonial robes, his expression solemn and fatigued. Mito Umaki, dressed in plain clothing, appeared calm, but could not hide her sorrow. Tsunade, tightly embraced by Mito, had a pale face and red, swollen eyes, seeming to have lost all her strength, fragile like a kite in the wind. The heads of various clans also stood in the front row with grave expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep and powerful, penetrating the quiet cemetery as he slowly recounted the life of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, from the glory of the Senju clan, to the immortal achievements in founding the Hidden Leaf Village, to the far-reaching impact of perfecting the ninja system and establishing the Ninja Academy, as well as the blood he shed in this war to protect the Leaf, all vividly remembered. An hour passed in this heavy and respectful reminiscence. As the ceremony began, the ninjas lined up in a long queue, solemnly taking turns to pay their respects. Another hour passed, and it was finally Jiraiya's turn. Jiraiya stepped forward slowly, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. He walked to the cold, black marble tombstone, which read Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He deeply bent down, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and did not rise for a long time. He silently placed the white chrysanthemum he held gently among the mountain of flowers at the base of the tombstone. When he lifted his head, his gaze involuntarily drifted to the front, where Tsunade, cradled in Mito's arms, seemed to have exhausted her last bit of strength and had fainted. Her pale little face piercing Jiraiya's heart. He took a deep, forceful breath, as if trying to draw in all the heavy sorrow into his lungs, his clenched fists turning white from the effort. He did not linger any longer, turned, and walked away from the crowd with determined steps. After the ceremony, the crowd at the cemetery gradually dispersed in silence. Tsunade was carefully carried back to the Senju residence by Mito Uzumaki. But Jiraiya did not go home. Chapter 86. The meaning of life. He walked alone along a familiar yet strange path, step by step ascending to the highest point of Hokage Rock. The massive statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The panoramic view of Konoha village unfolded beneath him, with houses lined up in neat rows and the distant forest serving as a green barrier. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the scent of summer foliage. Yet it could not disperse the gloom in Jiraiya's heart. He let out a long sigh, as if releasing all the pent-up frustration and unwillingness within him. The feeling of defeat wrapped around him like a cold vine. He was still too weak enough that he felt powerless to change the things he wanted to alter. The outcome involving Senju Tobarama made him acutely aware of his own insignificance. Jiraiya, a deep, calm voice suddenly sounded beside him. Orochimaru had quietly appeared on the rock summit, his black hair gently swaying in the wind. He gazed into the distance, his snake-like eyes reflecting the scene of Konoha, yet seemingly penetrating into a deeper void. What do you think is the meaning of life? Jiraiya was slightly taken aback and turned to look at Orochimaru. He did not answer immediately, his gaze becoming distant. In his mind, fragments of memories from his past lives surged and intertwined. The warmth and coldness of modern society, the time spent with Tsunade and Orochimaru in Konoha, the sweat on the training ground, the laughter during missions, and the stark contrast between the warmth of the past and Tsunade's pale face at this moment. After a long while, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth slowly curled into a complex yet resilient smile. He met Orochimaru's probing gaze directly, and his voice rang clear. The meaning of life lies in doing what you want to do. It lies in giving your all to protect those you wish to protect. The meaning of life is simply in its existence. Living, breathing, feeling is a meaning in itself. It lies in experiencing the warmth and coldness of this world, in tasting joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Furthermore, his voice suddenly rose, carrying a resolute defiance. It lies in wanting to change the fates you believe should be changed. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes suddenly glinted with sharp light. Jiraiya's answer completely caught him off guard. This was precisely the ultimate question he had pondered alone after Lord Tobarama's passing. Jiraiya's words acted like a key, instantly unlocking some heavy shackles in his heart. He softly repeated each word with exceptional clarity. Protect those you want to protect. Do what you want to do. Experience the world. Change fate. A faint yet extremely real understanding emerged as a smile, for the first time so clearly. At the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, Jiraiya felt the pressure. An unprecedented belief burned fiercely in his heart. He must grow stronger. At all costs, he must grow stronger. What he wanted to change was not only his own path, but also Orochimaru's future, and Tsunade's fate that had been repeatedly tormented by sadness. He wanted to change everything he cherished. Regarding Senju Tobarama's sacrifice, Jiraiya understood all too clearly. This was by no means an accident or incompetence. Tobarama's strength was beyond doubt. Having come from the Warring States era and the ninja world's speed was not a title earned in vain. But what terrifying opponents the Gold and Silver brothers were. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the battlefield where this pair was located had almost no other reincarnated figures aside from the White Zetsu army. This itself was the ultimate proof of their strength. Monsters that could consume the Nine-Tails' flesh and blood and survive, while controlling its chakra, were unique in the ninja world. They possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, and the terrifying synergy forged between the brothers through over 20 years of life and death together was no mere accumulation of power. Coupled with those exceptional Six Paths tools and the unreasonable speed of the Nine-Tails Chakra mode, their speed, strength, defense, and destructive power were all top-notch. They were legends of the Cloud Village and the most notorious thugs in its history. Tobirama, caught in an ambush, was injured and rushed to confront these two peak state monsters, who worked seamlessly together with bizarre tactics. At nearly 50 years of age, Tobirama's demise, while regretful, was by no means unjust. Such combat prowess, even a later Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, could potentially meet his end if he did not handle it carefully. Moreover, the unique horns on the heads of the Gold and Silver brothers indicated their inhuman traits. Who among normal people has horns on their heads? Throughout the history of the ninja world, only the most bizarre and powerful outsiders of the later era, the Boruto era, would possess such traits. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh, filled with endless desolation and awakening, suddenly erupted from Jiraiya, echoing across the vastness of the Hokage Rock and startling several birds. As the laughter subsided, he straightened his back against the howling mountain wind, his gaze piercing toward the distant horizon. He recited loudly, each word resonating with conviction, even in the depths of despair. I do not abandon myself. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. No one supports my ambition to soar. I tread through snow to reach the mountain peak. If this is not my fate, I can still climb Kunlun alone. The mortal realm offers me a 3-foot sword with wine. I exchange my lean horse for a lifetime on the street. The world sees the road as a bottomless ravine. Only I see all beings halted before me. When a sea reaches its end, the sky becomes the shore. When a mountain reaches its peak, I am the summit. If I can rise again from the East Mountain, the big rock spreads its wings for 90,000 miles. Once I enter the mortal realm, dreams easily become reality. Once I comprehend the heart's realm, I find my true self. Once I understand the way, I see my true self. All past shackles are but smoke. The heavenly gate is near, all fortunes open. I lightly brush the dust and ask the immortal to come. Why must I rely on others for my ambition? I rise to the mountain peak on my own. This poem was like a brand imprinted on his soul from a previous life, a pillar of belief that supported him during his lowest moments before his reincarnation. At this moment, reciting it, every word was filled with indomitable fighting spirit and a determination to change his fate. Beside him, Orochimaru's golden snake eyes burst forth with an unprecedented brightness. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. No one supports my ambition. I tread through snow to reach the mountain peak. These lines resonated like thunder in his heart, fiercely echoing with the budding belief within him. He looked at his companion, who seemed to have undergone a transformation, invigorated with spirit, and the smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth deepened and became more resolute. He believed that his path to seeking answers would also lead to success. The mountain wind howled, fluttering the clothes of the two youths. Below Hokage Rock, Konoha village lay silent in the twilight glow, as if listening to this vow that transcended time and space. A new era, accompanied by sorrow and awakening, was quietly unfolding. Time flowed, and another 7 days passed. Jiraiya once again saw Tsunade under the sunlight. She looked worn out, her once bright brows and eyes drooping, clearly exhausted and having difficulty resting during this time. Chapter 87. Taking on a mission alone, but it was reassuring that in her clear green eyes, there was finally no longer a dead silence of sorrow. The dormant vitality was slowly returning. She had finally managed to endure the darkest phase under the protection of the whirlpool water, beginning to recover. An astonishing piece of news also arrived. The Gold and Silver brothers, who had caused such a bloody storm, had been defeated. It was said that Silver was caught off guard by the furious Third Raikage, who struck with lightning speed, while Gold, exhausted under the siege of the elite army led by the Third Raikage, perished. The legendary Six Paths artifacts. The Cloud Village had only managed to retrieve the amber purification bottle. The other 5 items disappeared from the world with the fall of the Gold and Silver brothers. Let's go, we have a mission to do. Tsunade walked up to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, though her voice was still a bit hoarse. Her tone carried a sense of urgency that needed to be expressed. She did not look at the two much. Her gaze directed toward the bustling mission hall in the distance. "All right, no problem at all." Jiraiya immediately responded loudly. He understood Tsunade's state too well. She urgently needed an outlet to immerse herself and redirect her attention, and taking on a mission was undoubtedly the best choice. Orochimaru remained silent, merely nodding slightly, a hint of understanding flashing in his golden snake eyes. In the Hokage's office, the air was thick with the weight of documents and the lingering smell of gunpowder. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy at his desk, fatigue etched on his young face. In the brief time since becoming the third Hokage, he had already been overwhelmed by a mountain of affairs. The aftermath of the war, pensions, reconstruction, diplomacy, was all exceedingly difficult. What was even more difficult for him was that he realized he did not yet possess the absolute prestige to intimidate the major ninja clans of Konoha, especially the unruly Uchiha clan. Even the Hyuga clan did not stand by his side. Fortunately, with Lord Mito Uzumaki in charge, the Senju clan providing full support, and the strong assistance from allied clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, his position as the third Hokage might have already been precarious otherwise. In a moment of desperation, he quickly appointed Mito Minyin, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade as Hokage advisors. As for Akimichi Choza, he personally declined the position of elder, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to assign him to other important posts. Looking at his three disciples, especially Tsunade, who was trying to straighten her back but could not hide her exhaustion, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. "Do you want to take on missions?" His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible worry. "Yes, sensei." Jiraiya stepped forward, his tone firm. Tsunade and Orochimaru also looked at him resolutely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, lost in brief hesitation. The ninja world had initially settled into a period of peace, and, as the newly appointed Hokage, he indeed lacked the time to personally lead them on missions. However, assessing the strength of the three, Jiraiya's keen intellect, Orochimaru's calm demeanor, and Tsunade's monstrous strength, along with Jiraiya's pet ninja beast, Shiro, which was indeed capable of handling most challenges, he finally nodded, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious expression. "All right, I approve. You can take on missions freely, with Jiraiya as the captain." He looked at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with expectation and caution. "In between missions, I will find time to guide your training." "Thank you, sensei." The three replied in unison, their eyes ignited with fighting spirit. The mission hall was bustling with noise, filled with various commissioned scrolls and signs from all directions. Jiraiya's gaze passed over trivial rank D and C tasks, finally stopping at a rank B escort mission in a corner of the bulletin board, escorting a medicinal merchant to the land of birds. The journey was long, expected to take over a month round trip, passing through the borders of the land of grass and the land of rain. Such a long journey was exactly what they needed to accumulate experience and build teamwork. The three needed little preparation, as their ninja tool packs were always fully stocked. Soon, they found the task's client, a man named Gray, in the commercial district of Konoha. He was a middle-aged medicinal merchant with dark skin and a sturdy build. "What the hell?" Gray scrutinized the three obviously youthful boys and girls before him, his brow furrowing in disbelief. "Konoha sent you 3 kids to execute my rank B task?" His tone was filled with skepticism and distrust. "Hey, don't underestimate us." Jiraiya grinned, patting his brand new Chunin vest. "We are registered, tested ninjas of Konoha. Our strength is absolutely reliable." Gray's gaze swept over Jiraiya's vest, then to Tsunade, who stood with her arms crossed and an intimidating expression, and finally to the cold and calm Orochimaru. His doubts lessened slightly. A Chunin leading the team did fit the usual configuration for a rank B task. He forced a smile. "All right, kids, ninja masters. I'm Gray, the leader of this merchant convoy. Nice to meet you. I'm the captain, Jiraiya. This is Tsunade, and this is Orochimaru," Jiraiya introduced succinctly. Gray nodded. "The convoy still needs to do a final inventory. We'll meet outside the main gate of Konoha in an hour to depart." "No problem." An hour later, In front of Konoha's massive main gate, after strict identity checks and registrations, for carts loaded with medicinal supplies slowly rolled out. Jiraiya and the others began their first independent escort mission. Leaving the shaded area of Konoha, their vision opened up. But the dense primitive forest on both sides immediately brought an invisible pressure. Orochimaru, you're in charge of scouting ahead. Tsunade, you're at the rear on guard. I'll be in the middle, ready to support at any time. Jiraiya quickly assigned positions. Orochimaru slithered forward like a shadow, silently blending into the trees ahead. Tsunade snorted, crossing her arms and firmly taking the rear position. Jiraiya, holding Shiro, walked between the four carts. The long and monotonous feeling of the escort mission soon set in, accompanied only by the monotonous sound of wheels rolling over the ground and the clopping of hooves. Yet this monotony was an indispensable training on their path to growth. 3 days passed in tranquility. During a brief rest, the three sat under the shade of a tree by the roadside. Ugh, this escort mission is so boring, Tsunade grumbled, vigorously ruffling Shiro's snowy fur, making it a mess as she vented her frustrations. Shiro let out a pitiful whine. Jiraiya smiled helplessly, changing the subject. By the way, Tsunade, how's your learning of the healing jutsu going? Ever since Senju Tobarama passed away, Tsunade had developed an astonishing passion for medical ninjutsu, and Mito Uzumaki had generously taught her, allowing her to start touching on the profound healing jutsu in just a few days. How could it be that fast? Tsunade waved her hand, her small face growing even more sullen. I've only been learning for 3 days. Hey, Jiraiya, why haven't we encountered a decent enemy on this mission? It's so boring. Some ninja robbing the convoy would be exciting. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, both seeing the helpless humor in each other's eyes. Who would hope to encounter enemies while on a mission? In the world of Hokage, it was high risk with low defense, no matter how strong you were. One careless mistake, one thrown kunai could be fatal, which is why nearly all ninjas carried kunai as standard equipment. After the break, the convoy continued onward. However, the calm was shattered just 10 minutes later. Brothers, a fat sheep has come. Kill them. Steal all their goods. A rough roar suddenly exploded from the dense forest on the right. Immediately after, a chaotic wave of footsteps and shouts surged forth. As dozens of ragged bandits armed with crude weapons charged out, brandishing machetes and hoes, their faces twisted with ferocity. Dust flew, creating an intimidating scene. Finally, they come. Tsunade's eyes brightened, and she excitedly appeared next to Jiraiya in an instant. But when she saw that the ones charging were just a disorganized mob of commoners, her excitement instantly crumbled into deep disappointment. What the heck? Why are they all just ordinary people? What a waste of feelings. Bang! Jiraiya was both amused and exasperated, unable to resist, giving her a playful knock on her smooth forehead. You idiot Tsunade! Did you think a rank B mission was to attack the Cloud Ninja Village? There aren't that many ninjas to fight. That hurts. Jiraiya, how dare you hit me? Tsunade exploded, covering her forehead, her golden eyes wide open, her fists cracking from clenching. Looking at the bandits rushing towards them, Jiraiya quickly shifted his focus. Hey, Tsunade, the enemy is here. It's your turn to perform. He very wisely used honorifics. Tsunade snorted heavily, her anger finding an outlet. Watch me. Before her voice fell, her petite figure shot out like a cannonball, directly crashing into the group of bandits. Her fists swung wildly, lacking any technique but bursting with overwhelming strength, sending unfortunate bandits flying like they had been hit by a battering ram, screaming as they crashed into their comrades. Jiraiya and Orochimaru tacitly refrained from intervening, simply guarding the front of the merchant convoy, their eyes vigilantly scanning the battlefield for potential threats. The battle was without suspense. In less than 2 minutes, the bandits were terrified to realize that they were not facing ordinary guards, but rather a terrifying human weapon. Ninja! They are ninjas! Run! The panic screams spread like a plague, and the bandits who had just been so fierce instantly dropped their weapons and fled, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 more legs as they scrambled into the depths of the forest. Hey, don't run. You're not allowed to run. I haven't had enough fun yet. Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, shouting angrily. Her shouting only made the bandits run faster, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye, leaving only a scene of chaos and moaning injured. Oof, a bunch of useless trash. Tsunade shook her fist and walked back to the merchant caravan with a face full of disappointment. At that moment, Gray timidly poked his head out from behind the cart, running over with a look of fear and bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much, 3 ninja masters. I really appreciate it. If it weren't for you, we would have. It's just a small matter, part of our duty. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling him not to be so polite. The caravan finished packing and continued on its journey. The next 10 days passed peacefully. The group successfully crossed the border of the land of rain and entered the territory of the land of grass. In 3 more days, they would reach their destination, the land of birds. As the sun set, the caravan set up camp by a clear river. Smoke rose into the air as the caravan workers hurriedly erected tents and prepared dinner. The fatigue from days of travel seemed to ease at that moment. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, 2 sharp sounds tore through the evening tranquility. 2 kunai, glimmering with a ghostly light, shot out like the fangs of a venomous snake from the dense forest across the river, aimed directly at Orochimaru, who was washing his hands by the riverbank. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes suddenly constricted, and his instincts kicked in, prompting an immediate reaction. Without moving his body, his right hand swiftly reached into his ninja tool pouch, pulled out 2 shuriken, and flicked his wrist to throw them with pinpoint accuracy. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed. Orochimaru's shuriken accurately struck the flying kunai, knocking them to the ground and sparking tiny flames. An enemy attack. Jiraiya and Tsunade instantly appeared beside Orochimaru, the 3 of them back to back, their gazes sharp as hawks, firmly locking onto the direction from which the kunai had come. A cold, murderous intent spread, dispelling the warmth of the campfire. The true enemy had finally appeared. Jiraiya quickly pressed down the curious little white creature peeking out from his arms and whispered urgently, "Little White, hide well. Wait for my command to strike." "Okay, master." Little White's voice held a hint of excitement, its little head quickly retreating deep into Jiraiya's warm clothing. An ambush? This was its specialty. Hee hee hee. The little brats from Konoha, accompanied by a raspy, arrogant laugh. A burly one-eyed man, wearing a black eye patch, stepped out from the shadows on the opposite bank. Behind him were 4 figures, some wielding big swords, others holding scythes, and one clutching explosive tags, all with fierce expressions, exuding the aura of desperate rogues. "Hand over the caravan, and I'll let you keep your lives." Jiraiya's gaze flickered like lightning, quickly scanning the 5 opponents. Undoubtedly, the strongest was the one-eyed leader, whose chakra was condensed and fierce, exuding an intimidating presence, at least at the peak of J-Nin, if not approaching elite J-Nin level. The 4 behind him, 2 with steady auras, were likely elite Chunin, while the other 2 were ordinary Chunin. None wore the headbands of any ninja village, clearly a gang of rogue ninjas. At this moment, Gray and his companions were already terrified, huddled behind the cart, not daring to make a sound. "I'll deal with that one-eyed man. I'll take him down quickly. The other 4 are up to you. Be careful of their weapons and teamwork." Jiraiya spoke rapidly but remained calm. "No problem. You take care." Orochimaru licked his lips, his pupils flashing with cold, fighting spirit. "Hee hee. Finally, something decent." Tsunade's fists collided, making a dull sound, chakra flickering slightly around her fists. Her lips curling into an excited yet slightly fierce arc. Chapter 89. Crisis Humph. Unappreciative little brats. The one-eyed man saw that the 3 did not back down, but instead took fighting stances, his remaining eye filled with fierce light. "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant it to you." Before he could finish his threatening words, "Attack." Jiraiya shouted fiercely, interrupting him, while his hands flew through seals, completing a technique almost simultaneously with Orochimaru. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive fireball, seething with heat, intertwined with a violent gust of wind, instantly transforming into a roaring wave of flames, sweeping toward the 5 opponents with devastating temperatures. The air by the river was instantly distorted by the heat. Oomph. Trivial technique. The one-eyed man sneered, making no move. One of the dark-hearted Chunin behind him quickly stepped forward, pressing his hands to the ground. Earth-style. Earth-flowing wall. Boom! 3 thick earthen walls rose up, barely blocking the surging wave of fire. The flames collided with the walls, producing a deafening roar, with dirt and stone flying, momentarily obscuring their vision. "Ha! You've exhausted my limited patience." Even before the smoke cleared, the one-eyed man's cold voice rang out. His burly figure burst through the smoke like a cannonball, the short knife in his hand glinting with cold light, letting out a piercing scream as it aimed for Jiraiya's throat. The speed was astonishing. "Die for me." Wind slash. The blade gleamed like lightning. Jiraiya felt a sharp, murderous intent envelop him in an instant. He didn't even have time to see the opponent's movements. At the critical moment, relying on instincts honed from countless training sessions, he activated the body replacement technique. Puff! The blade flashed past, and Jiraiya was sliced in two by the sharp blade. However, what landed was just a regular wooden stump. Jiraiya's real body appeared several meters away, his back drenched in cold sweat, his brows tightly knitted. The sharpness and speed of that last knife were not something an ordinary Nin could achieve. This one-eyed man's strength was likely very close to that of an elite Nin. How could a rogue ninja possess such strength? He was definitely no match for him. He had to be extremely cautious. A slight mistake could lead to a disastrous outcome. Kid, you used the body replacement technique pretty well. The one-eyed man slowly turned around, his remaining eye locking onto Jiraiya, a cruel smile spreading across his face, the cold light on the short knife reflecting his visage, making it look particularly ferocious. "I'll see how many more times you can play that little trick." Before his words fell, he suddenly exerted strength under his feet, causing the hard riverbank ground to crack instantly. His entire body once again transformed into an indistinguishable afterimage, charging toward Jiraiya with even more ferocious killing intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! The one-eyed man's blade light was like a parasite, constantly attacking with a piercing scream. Jiraiya could only push the body flicker technique to the limit, desperately dodging and weaving on the narrow riverbank, each movement a struggle, and when he absolutely could not avoid it, he gritted his teeth and forced his trident to block. Clang! Clang! The heavy impact transmitted through the trident to his arm, making his grip numb, almost unable to hold the weapon. Each block was accompanied by immense force, causing him to stagger back. In just a few breaths of intense combat, Jiraiya was already panting heavily, sweat mixed with dirt running down from his forehead, leaving streaks of mud on his face. The high-speed movements and blocks were an extremely heavy burden for his still-developing body. His movements grew slower, and the openings in his defense increased, making him appear increasingly clumsy. On the other side, Orochimaru and Tsunade were equally in a precarious situation. The strength of the two elite Chunin far exceeded expectations. Their chakra was condensed, and their combat experience was rich, definitely among the stronger elite Chunin. They coordinated perfectly, one attacking while the other restrained, their assault relentless like a tide. The remaining two ordinary Chunin were no slouches either, their strength already close to the elite Chunin threshold. Like cunning hyenas, constantly circling on the periphery, looking for opportunities to ambush, launching shuriken or kunai to interfere. Though Tsunade's brute strength was fierce, it was difficult for her to unleash her full power under the opponent's exquisite coordination and long-range harassment. Orochimaru barely held on with his intelligence and strength. The two forced to defend back-to-back, already sporting several shallow cuts on their bodies. Although they were not deep, they indicated that they had completely fallen into a disadvantage, with the initiative firmly in the hands of the enemy. A deep sense of powerlessness began to erode their spirits like the cold river water, as the four's teamwork was incredibly synchronized, and their practical combat experience far surpassed that of the two. Jiraiya's peripheral vision swept over the battle between Orochimaru and Tsunade, and his heart sank suddenly. The situation was worse than he had anticipated, but he himself was already at the end of his strength, his energy greatly depleted, and his chest ached faintly from the residual shock of the previous whirlwind. He forcibly suppressed the surging blood in his body, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. The only hope for a turnaround now was Xiao Bai, as long as it could seize that fleeting moment, severely injure or even kill the one-eyed dragon before him. The battle could be reversed. He subtly tapped his fingers lightly on his chest twice. The next moment, a weak yet clear response came through his clothing as Xiao Bai gently nudged his chest, indicating it was already primed for action. No words were needed. A tacit understanding beyond words had been established. Little brat, it's time to end this. A hint of impatience and brutality flashed in the one-eyed dragon's remaining eye. He suddenly stopped his pursuit, and the short knife in his hand burst forth with a blinding blue light. On the blade, chakra was crazily compressed and condensed, forming a rapidly spinning, miniature white whirlwind at the tip, exuding a sharp, cutting aura. The air was torn apart, emitting a hissing shriek. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted. Chakra nature transformation. This term flashed through his mind in an instant. It was a profound technique that combined both the form and nature transformation of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed mentioned the theory, but had yet to teach them how to cultivate it. Looking at the terrifying power condensed in the miniature whirlwind, a chill rose from his spine. Secret technique, whirlwind percé. The one-eyed dragon let out a sinister laugh, and his figure once again transformed into a blurred blue afterimage. This time, the speed was even faster than before. It seemed to break through the limits of space, instantly crossing several meters. With the tip of the knife aimed directly at Jiraiya's forehead, carrying the breath of death. The compressed whirlwind even distorted the air in front of it. Quick, too fast. Jiraiya screamed in his heart. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Chapter 90. After the battle, Jiraiya could only rely on his honed instincts to vigorously lift the heavy trident upward, positioning it above his head. The opponent's target was always his head. Puffed. Before the blade even arrived, the terrifying air pressure from the condensed whirlwind collided with the trident. Puffed. A tremendous force accompanied by violent shockwaves slammed down hard. Jiraiya felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His throat sweetened, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The trident almost slipped from his grasp. It's over. A bloodthirsty light flickered in the one-eyed dragon's eye, showing no sign of stopping. He exerted force with his feet again, following Jiraiya as he flew backward, mercilessly stabbing the short knife, which contained the deadly whirlwind, toward Jiraiya's exposed head. He was determined to kill him with one strike. Jiraiya. On the other side, Tsunade, who was tightly entangled by the enemy, caught a glimpse of this horrifying scene from the corner of her eye. Her heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, instantly stopping its beat. A tremendous fear and anger made her eyes widen, and she rushed over to rescue him without a second thought. The moment she moved, the previously tightly defended formation instantly showed a huge flaw. Tsunade, don't be impulsive. Orochimaru was filled with anger and panic. A cold light surged in his snake-like eyes. He knew Jiraiya's trump card too well and was aware that he would not be in immediate danger, but Tsunade's reckless action could cost her life. At the critical moment, Orochimaru suddenly burst forth with a speed far beyond normal, forcefully blocking a deadly sneak attack aimed at Tsunade's back while simultaneously performing hand seals to release ninjutsu, temporarily pushing back the enemy in front of him. This action almost put him in danger as well. Just as the one-eyed dragon's knife tip was less than a foot away from Jiraiya's forehead, and the rapidly spinning miniature whirlwind had even touched Jiraiya's disheveled hair. Xiao Bai. Jiraiya, covered in blood, let out a hoarse roar. Roar! A tiger's roar that shook the riverbank erupted along with a bone-chilling cold. From the moment Jiraiya was injured and sent flying, Xiao Bai had already been anxious to come out, and its vast chakra was fully charged. Hearing the call now, it didn't hesitate for a moment. A flash of white light. Xiao Bai's petite figure instantly shot out from Jiraiya's arms, expanding against the wind. In the blink of an eye, a majestic and agile giant white tiger stood between Jiraiya and the one-eyed dragon. Xiao Bai's icy blue eyes burned with a furious crimson, filled with violent killing intent. A layer of pure and solid white light shield instantly enveloped its entire body, forming a protective barrier. Clang! The one-eyed dragon's whirlwind piercer, which had condensed his lifelong skills, crashed violently against this seemingly thin yet incredibly resilient white light shield. The piercing sound of metal grinding accompanied by sparks from the intense energy collision wildly erupted. That whirlwind, which could easily tear through rock, was unexpectedly kept outside the light shield. Roar! Xiaobai let out an even angrier roar, its blood-red eyes locked onto the one-eyed dragon, who was close at hand. It opened its massive mouth wide, and the icy energy that had accumulated to its peak found its outlet. Ice roar. A beam of pale white energy, condensed to perfection and radiating the aura of absolute zero, pierced through the thin light shield without obstruction, carrying the intent to freeze souls, and struck directly at the one-eyed dragon's chest at point-blank range. The speed was so fast that there was no way to evade. What? The cruel and sinister smile in the one-eyed dragon's eyes was instantly replaced by boundless shock and disbelief. He didn't even have time to make any defensive or evasive moves. The pale white beam pierced through the one-eyed dragon's chest like a heated iron rod through thin paper, instantly creating a hollow the size of a bowl, with edges covered in thick ice crystals. The terrifying chill even froze the blood and internal organs around his wound instantly. The one-eyed dragon's body suddenly stiffened. He instinctively looked down at his empty heart area, his eyes filled with immense confusion and unwillingness, seemingly unable to comprehend where this fatal attack had come from. Immediately, his burly body fell backward like a tower that had lost its support, raising a cloud of dust. Jiraiya, Tsunade, like a streak of golden lightning, finally broke free from her enemy's entanglement and rushed to Jiraiya's side, trembling as she supported him to sit up. Looking at his blood-stained clothes and pale face, tears sparkled in her eyes. Ignoring her own chakra depletion, she immediately activated a healing technique, her hands glowing with a soft green light. Although the level was not high, the vibrant chakra continuously surged into Jiraiya's chest, alleviating his pain. On the other side, the battlefield situation reversed in an instant. After Xiaobai killed the one-eyed dragon with one strike, its icy blue beast eyes flickered with a cold light, and without pausing, it transformed into a white afterimage, rushing straight toward Orochimaru's battlefield. Roar! Amidst the soul-shaking tiger roar, a giant paw covered in chilling ice tore through the air with a sharp scream as it swung out a claw of ice. Uft, uft, uft. The sharp claws sliced through the air like cutting through vegetables. The elite Nin wielding a sickle and the two still-dazed genin didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly killed under the extreme cold and great force. The last Nin was so frightened by this sudden, terrifying attack that he lost his composure, his actions faltering. Orochimaru seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and a kunai shot out from his hand like lightning, accurately stabbing into the opponent's throat. The Nin could only let out a short, muffled groan before collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck. The battle finally came to an end. Orochimaru was slightly panting, his body covered in small wounds, but his spirit was exceptionally high. He walked quickly to Jiraiya's side, holding the now shrunken Xiaobai, who was affectionately rubbing against his arm. Seeing that under Tsunade's healing, Jiraiya, though pale, was gradually stabilizing his breathing and could barely sit up. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Idiot Jiraiya! Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who had regained some spirit. The anxiety that had been hanging over her heart was finally eased by more than half, followed by a surge of indescribable fear and anger. She could no longer hold back and slammed her fist hard on Jiraiya's head, producing a muffled thud. The force was so great that Jiraiya saw stars in front of his eyes. Why didn't you let Shiro out earlier? You almost died, do you know that? Tsunade's voice was filled with tears and anger, her golden eyes glaring fiercely at Jiraiya, as if she wanted to pierce through him. Chapter 91. Abundant spoils. Orochimaru and Shiro also cast puzzle glances. Indeed, with Shiro's strength, even facing head-on, those 5 rogue ninjas were no match for Shiro. It was truly baffling to have delayed until such a dangerous situation. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Jiraiya held his head, gritting his teeth in pain, tears almost welling up. After rubbing his head for a while, he finally calmed down and looked at his concerned companions, revealing a somewhat pale but exceptionally serious smile. Because I can't rely on Shiro's power for everything. His gaze swept over Tsunade and Orochimaru. A true strong person is forged on the edge of life and death. Without experiencing the battlefield soaked in blood, without feeling the threat of death, how can we see our own limits? How can we unleash our potential in desperate situations? How can we truly grow? His words clearly reached Tsunade and Orochimaru's ears, plunging the two into silence. Jiraiya took a deep breath, feeling the chakra within him subtly loosening and becoming more active after the life and death struggle, his eyes brightening. Moreover, although this battle was dangerous, it also made me see my shortcomings. My taijutsu, reaction speed, and precise control of chakra all have too many areas that need improvement. He clenched his fists, his tone filled with determination. I have already touched that threshold in less than a year. I will definitely break through to become a true Genin. A glimmer of understanding and excitement flashed in Orochimaru's golden snake eyes. He licked his cracked lips as if savoring something delicious. Perhaps you're right, Jiraiya. Desperation is indeed the best catalyst. He felt the same stirring power within him. Seeking a breakthrough, I too have touched that boundary. A year is enough. Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked at the confident Jiraiya and the deeply convinced Orochimaru. A competitive spirit ignited within her. You both have touched it. Then am I the weakest one? No way. After we return, my training will double. No, triple. She clenched her small fists, silently vowing. At that moment, the head of the merchant caravan, Gray, timidly peeked out from behind the cart, his legs still trembling slightly. He cautiously approached the three, looking at the mess and the dissipating remnants of battle, his face filled with the relief of having survived and deep respect. He deeply bowed to the three, especially to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who looked harmless holding Shiro at this moment, almost bending to the ground. Thank you. Thank you very much. 3 ninja lords. Those robbers were truly terrifying. If it weren't for you, our entire caravan would have definitely been doomed. His voice was still trembling. Once we reach the land of birds, beyond the mission reward, I will definitely have further gratitude. Please accept it. He secretly glanced at Shiro, his eyes filled with shock at the little white beast that could instantly kill that terrifying one-eyed dragon. Definitely a legendary powerful summoning beast. Haha, Uncle Gray. There's no need to be so polite. It's our duty to protect our clients. Jiraiya smiled and waved his hand, signaling him not to be so formal. Please go and reassure the crew first. Organize the caravan and supplies. We'll camp here for the night. Yes. You can rest assured, Ninja Lord. I will arrange it right away. I will have someone bring over hot meals shortly. Gray quickly responded, bowing again before leaving with unsteady steps. The sky had completely darkened, and the campfire crackled on the riverbank, the flickering flames illuminating the faces of the 3 young people who had already undergone the test of life and death. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya worked together to drag the 7 rogue ninjas' bodies to a distant place for proper disposal, burning and burying with fire release. Back by the campfire, Shiro comfortably snuggled in Tsunade's warm embrace, dozing off. The 3 sat around the fire, with 7 slightly worn-out scrolls placed on the ground in the middle, spoils they had scavenged from the rogue ninjas. In addition, there was a stack of silver bills totaling about 600,000 ryo, all earned through their strength, not needing to be turned over to the village. Jiraiya picked up a scroll, carefully examining the labels one by one in the firelight. D-rank Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flowing Wall. Forbidden Technique, Whirlwind Stab. D-rank Ninjutsu, Wind Release, Gale Palm. Forbidden Technique, Shadow Body Flique Technique. D-rank Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. D-rank Ninjutsu, Water Release, Water Bullet. D-rank Ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fire Bullets. After reading the names, an uncontrollable, joyful smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. Wow. Tsunade, Orochimaru, we really hit the jackpot this time. The preciousness of this haul was well understood by the 3. In Konoha and even the entire ninja world, high-level ninjutsu was an extremely scarce resource. Many J-nin might only master one or two rank ninjutsu throughout their lives. Those who could possess more than two rank ninjutsu were definitely the elite backbone of the village. As for C-rank ninjutsu or forbidden techniques, they were even rarer treasures. For ninjas from common backgrounds, acquiring these ninjutsu was incredibly difficult. Even ninjas from small clans often had to rely on limited family heritage. The vast majority had to rely on risking their lives on the battlefield to accumulate merits or complete extremely difficult tasks to exchange for them. And this path was often accompanied by countless corpses. Even as the disciples of the Hokage, what Sarutobi Hiruzen taught them was mainly the basics, experience, taijutsu, and the use of chakra. The truly high-level, strategically valuable, powerful ninjutsu were not taught by Sarutobi, as they involve family heritage, and more often than not, they needed to find and develop them themselves through missions or trials. In the original story, the later signature techniques of the three legendary ninjas were mostly obtained through their own opportunities or research. Orochimaru's gaze was like the most precise probe, quickly scanning each scroll's name, his snake-like eyes flashing with deep interest and a thirst for research, but he valued the overall practicality more. This is a very comprehensive haul. Earth release for defense, wind release for strong offense, fire release for suppression, water release, and earth release for basic applications, plus 2 extremely practical forbidden techniques. Enough to make up for many shortcomings in our current tactical system. The level configuration is also quite impressive. 1 D rank, 2 C ranks, 2 forbidden techniques, and 2 D ranks as supplements. Exactly, especially this D rank wind release and the 2 forbidden techniques. They are worth their weight in gold and can completely serve as the foundation for future family inheritance. Tsunade also appeared very happy. She picked up the scroll containing the shadow body flicker technique and looked at it, then picked up the whirlwind stab to examine. Chapter 92, Orochimaru's birthday. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then pushed them toward Jiraiya and Orochimaru. These 2 forbidden techniques lean towards combat skills. You two can divide them up. I won't be able to use them. Her route of super strength taijutsu indeed didn't quite align with this type of skill-oriented forbidden technique. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, and both couldn't help but laugh. Silly Tsunade. Jiraiya picked up the 2 scrolls and unceremoniously shoved them back into her hands. Who said we should divide them? We are teammates. We are partners. These scrolls are the spoils we obtain together through life and death. So naturally, we should learn them together. Huh? Learn together? Tsunade was initially stunned, then suddenly realized. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with 2 red clouds. She had indeed asked a silly question, but in the next second, her embarrassment quickly turned into anger. Thud! Once again, a merciless heavy punch accurately landed on Jiraiya's head. Silly Jiraiya. How dare you call me silly? Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, angrily glaring at Jiraiya, who was teary-eyed. I was wrong. Please spare me, Lady Tsunade. Jiraiya cried out in agony, holding his head by the jumping bonfire. Orochimaru quietly watched the 2 people bickering and laughing, listening to Jiraiya's exaggerated screams and Tsunade's fierce questions. The corners of his usually calm and indifferent mouth curved slightly upward, sketching an extremely rare, warm smile. The ease of surviving a disaster and the unreserved friendship among comrades felt particularly precious on this tranquil riverside night. The next 5 days of travel were smooth and uneventful. The merchant convoy successfully arrived at its destination in the Land of Birds, a small trade town nestled in a lush green valley. The air was filled with the unique floral scent and the smell of moist earth characteristic of the Land of Birds. Jiraiya represented the team and completed the final task document signing with Uncle Gray. The moment the seal was stamped marked the official end of this long journey. The 3 young ninja adults, with sincere smiles on Uncle Gray's face, carefully took out a bulging envelope and drew out a thick stack of brand new banknotes. This is 200,000 Rio, a small token of appreciation from me and the entire merchant convoy for your life-saving help during the crisis. Please be sure to accept it. Jiraiya looked at Uncle Gray's grateful eyes, did not decline too much, and laughed heartily as he accepted it. Thank you, Uncle Gray. I wish you prosperous business and safe travels in the future. He knew that this was not just money. It was a heavy acknowledgement. After leaving the merchant convoy's base, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru comfortably rested for 2 days in the land of birds. Jiraiya decided that the three would each spend 60,000 Rio to reward themselves, while the remaining 20,000 Rio would be used to fully experience the exotic local culture. They tasted local delicacies, bought unique souvenirs, and Tsunade even gathered many novel items. 2 days later, with relaxed spirits and full bags, the three set off on their way back to Konoha. 7 days later, at the Hokage building, sunshine streamed through the large windows, illuminating the somewhat empty office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the large desk, carefully reviewing the detailed mission report submitted by Jiraiya's team. His gaze lingered on phrases about encountering a rogue ninja ambush, the enemy leader's strength being close to that of an elite Genin, and the crucial combat power of the summoning beast, Shiro, who turned the tide, noting that all members were injured but successfully killed all enemies. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, a look of satisfaction on his face, his gaze sweeping over his 3 disciples, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who had noticeably shed much of their childishness and stood tall. Unknowingly, you have grown to this extent. You can even slay enemies close to elite Genin, he said with a tone of admiration, which then turned serious as he cautioned. However, the dangers of this mission must have made you deeply aware of your own shortcomings. Next, take a good rest for a while, and thoroughly digest the experiences and insights gained from this life and death battle. He picked up the mission documents and stamped a prominent character in the evaluation section, in light of the mission's danger level far exceeding expectations. In your successful completion of the commission and the defeat of a powerful enemy, the mission level is upgraded to A. Of course, the basic reward remains unchanged, still 180,000 Rio. Yes, Sensei. The three smiled. The amount of the reward was not the main point for them. Adding a beautiful A-rank mission record to their ninja resumes was the real capital. Plus, with Uncle Gray's additional thank you money and the rich spoils collected from the rogue ninja, this mission was truly a bountiful harvest. After submitting the mission, the three walked side by side out of the imposing Hokage building, basking in the warm sunlight of Konoha. Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, turned to look at his increasingly calm and cold silver-haired companion, and raised a mischievous smile. Tomorrow is your birthday, right? Orochimaru paused slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, before he remembered. Ah, yes, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Time had flown by in research and missions, and he had indeed neglected the passing of days. What else is there to say? Jiraiya patted his shoulder, a look of leave it to me, tomorrow at noon. At Ichiraku, in the private room number 1, we're celebrating your birthday. Tsunade will come too. Yay! Tsunade immediately jumped up in excitement, her face radiating pure happiness. Then I will order several signature dishes. Orochimaru looked at his 2 companions, a warmth rising in his heart, and for once, a clear arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, this time I'll treat you. Hee. Then we won tea stand on ceremony. Jiraiya laughed heartily in response. Back at his familiar home, Jiraiya immediately took out a beautifully wrapped square gift box that he had prepared long ago. Then, he carefully retrieved 3 books from the deepest part of his most secret system, each bound uniquely with thick, sturdy pages. The covers were inscribed with mysterious and rigorous titles: Complete Scientific Textbook, Complete Cell Textbook, Complete Cloning Textbook. These 3 tomes of wisdom from another world, each over 300 pages thick, contained knowledge that could overturn the ninja world's understanding of scientific research. He believed that this key, filled with infinite possibilities, was the birthday gift that Orochimaru most desired, and that would bring him immense joy. The next day, at Konoha's most famous Ichiraku, in private room number 1. The room was elegantly decorated, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes. Chapter 93. Jiraiya's gift at the large round table. Over 20 dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, were laid out. In the center of the room, a 2-tiered cake adorned with fresh fruits and delicate white cream caught the eye. with several burning colored candles inserted atop it. Orochimaru wore a somewhat comical colorful birthday hat, surrounded by everyone. He clasped his hands together, rarely closing his inquisitive snake-like eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as if he were seriously making a wish. After a moment, he opened his eyes, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out all the flickering candle flames in one go. Haha, congratulations on growing another year older, Orochimaru. Uncle Orochimaru laughed heartily, taking out a gift box carefully crafted from fine wood and metal, and upon opening it revealed a long knife gleaming with a cold light and beautiful curves. Give it a try and see if it suits you. This was made by the best craftsman. Aunt May gently stroked Orochimaru's silky black hair. Her eyes filled with affection as she handed him a beautifully wrapped clothing gift box. The weather is getting cooler. This outfit is made from special material that is warm yet breathable. See if you like it? Orochimaru accepted his parents' gifts, and a rare blush appeared on his usually calm face as he nodded solemnly. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. This ordinary warmth was equally precious to him. It's my turn now. Tsunade playfully winked and handed Orochimaru a deep blue scroll exuding an ancient aura. Happy birthday, Orochimaru. Curious, Orochimaru untied the ties and opened a corner of the scroll. When he saw the name of the jutsu recorded on it, his golden pupils suddenly shrank. Water style, great water explosion wave. Tsunade, this is an A-rank water style secret technique. It's too precious. Even though he knew the Senju clan's background, he was still taken aback by this generous gift. Oh, we're teammates. Besides, you can definitely unleash its power. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, her smile bright. I won't use it much, so it's perfect for you. Nearby, Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth after seeing the contents of the scroll. One could only say that the young lady of the Senju clan was just as generous with her gifts. All right, Jiraiya, seeing that the atmosphere was almost built up, mysteriously took out the exquisitely wrapped square gift box, his smile carrying a hint of pride. Orochimaru, my gift is the grand finale. I can guarantee that there isn't a second item like it in the entire ninja world, and I assure you, you will absolutely love it. His teasing words instantly captured everyone's attention. The light of expectation in Orochimaru's eyes was almost spilling over. Knowing Jiraiya so well, his heartbeat quickened slightly, sensing that this gift was extraordinary. Tsunade, May, and Uncle Dongshire also curiously stretched their necks, wanting to know what treasure could bear the unique reputation of the ninja world. Jiraiya solemnly placed the gift box in front of Orochimaru, retracting his smile and adopting an unusually serious expression. Orochimaru, the contents of this gift may overturn many of your perceptions of this world, but I can assure you, they're all real knowledge, in fields that the entire ninja world has yet to touch. So he emphasized, you must promise me that the contents inside absolutely cannot be leaked. You can only study them yourself. Orochimaru's heart raced faster. Jiraiya's hint was so obvious that he had already guessed 7 or 8 parts of it. This must be related to his obsession with scientific exploration. A huge joy and thirst for knowledge instantly overwhelmed him, and he suppressed the impulse to open it immediately. Nodding earnestly, I understand. Jiraiya, thank you. Rest assured, I swear on my honor as a ninja that I will not leak a single bit. He almost couldn't wait to reach out his hand. Here, take it. Jiraiya smiled and pushed the gift box forward. Orochimaru carefully unwrapped the elaborate and exquisite packaging ribbon and opened the box. The first thing that caught his eye was the thick and peculiar cover of the book Comprehensive Scientific Texts. Just skimming over the title and the unfamiliar terms and theories on the title page made Orochimaru's breath hitch, and his face was instantly covered with immense surprise. He couldn't wait to flip open the second book, Comprehensive Cell Texts, about the mysteries of the smallest units of life. The third book, Comprehensive Cloning Texts, which contained the power to manipulate the blueprint of life. These 3 books thundered in his mind like a storm. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru's lips could no longer suppress their upward curve, eventually transforming into an ecstatic smile, his golden eyes sparkling with a pure and fervent light, like a child who had found their most beloved toy. This gift was simply a treasure tailor-made for him. If it weren't for the occasion, he would have dove right in and researched it day and night. Hee, Jiraiya. Orochimaru lifted his head, his voice trembling slightly with excitement as he held the 3 books tightly in his arms. Thank you. I love this gift so much. I will cherish them and never betray your trust. His gaze was incredibly serious. Haha, I'm glad you like it. I knew you would love them. Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru's genuine joy, felt sincerely happy and scratched his head, laughing heartily. What the heck? Tsunade peeked at the book titles, her small face immediately drooping, pouting with disinterest. Another book, and such thick, hard-to-understand books. Don't you two find studying these strange things boring? She completely couldn't understand the excitement of these two. Uncle Dongsher and May exchanged glances, their eyes filled with affectionate smiles. They knew their son too well. He had been obsessed with various knowledge that ordinary people found tedious since childhood. Jiraiya's gift was simply delivered to the tip of Orochimaru's heart. All right. We've finished with the gifts. Let's eat. Jiraiya was the first to pick up his chopsticks, pointing to the delicious dishes on the table. If we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Laughter and joy immediately filled the elegant private room, and the warm birthday party continued amidst the delicious food and friendship. In the 22nd year of Konoha, time flew by. It had quietly been 3 whole springs and autumns since Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru graduated from a ninja school. These 3 years were almost a frenzied period of growth for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Jiraiya's life had turned into a monotonous yet efficient routine, taking on missions, completing missions, and training like crazy. Every time he returned from a mission, the brief rest lasted only 3 days. During these 3 days, while his body rested, his mind was still savoring every detail of the mission, thinking about how to become stronger. Once the 3 days were up, he would dive back into intense training, with physical techniques roaring and ninjutsu shining brightly, sweat soaking his clothes, yet no one ever complained of fatigue. For 3 whole years, their strength grew like seedlings breaking through the soil, flourishing from the daily grind. Orochimaru always held onto those 3 books, as if they were his entire world. The corners of the pages had started to curl slightly, but Orochimaru still treated them like treasures. His eyes were fixed on the pages, his fingers lightly brushing over the text. He had read all the content, but he still didn't fully understand most of it. Yet that thirst for knowledge burned like a blazing flame, never extinguished. In these 3 years, he had flipped through the 3 books countless times. Although he still hadn't grasped most of the content, the knowledge had been etched in his mind, waiting to be verified. Now, he began to shift his research focus towards scientific texts. During missions, whenever he had free time, he would pull out the book from his pocket and read it with an insatiable hunger. His gaze was focused and dedicated, completely lost in a frenzy. However, Orochimaru's efforts did not go to waste. 2 years ago, he had already attained the strength of a Jonin. Although he was still registered as a Chunin in the ninja registry, his abilities had long surpassed those of an average Jonin. His scientific research had progressed from plants to gradually delving into animals and cells. In a laboratory, he often spent entire days surrounded by various bottles, jars, and experimental equipment. The pungent scent of chemical agents permeating the air, but he was completely oblivious, focusing solely on the experiments at hand. Tsunade, on the other hand, had plunged into the ocean of medical ninjutsu. Her room was filled with various medical books, the shelves crammed, and each one had been perused countless times by her. She often sat by the window, taking advantage of the soft light to carefully study the medical texts, sometimes frowning in thought, and sometimes writing feverishly, recording her insights. A year ago, she successfully broke through and reached Jonin level, also becoming a Chunin in the Konoha Ninja Registry. Throughout these 3 years, her medical ninjutsu had become increasingly skilled, and she had learned all the medical ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Now, no one could continue to teach her medical ninjutsu. The remaining path could only rely on her own exploration and innovative research. She often spent time in the medical room, experimenting with various herbs and medical instruments, testing new treatment methods repeatedly, her gaze revealing determination and dedication. As for Jiraiya, he was the legendary figure of these 3 years. 2 years ago, he and Orochimaru both broke through to Jonin level, and a year ago, with the approval of his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he officially became a Jonin of Konoha. At just 9 years old, this news hit Konoha like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar as he became the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history. Jiraiya also lived up to the title of Jonin. In 3 years, he led a total of 138 missions, all of which were completed without a single failure. He undertook 78 C-rank missions, during which they either had to escort merchant caravans across dangerous borders or fight against mountain bandits. 32 B-rank missions, each filled with challenges. Whether it was infiltrating enemy camps to steal intelligence or engaging with ninjas from other countries, each was a new experience. 36 A-rank missions, facing powerful enemies, they never flinched, relying on their tenacious will and superb ninjutsu to turn danger into safety, and 2 S-rank missions, which were life and death tests. Each could potentially bring them face-to-face with death. Most importantly, after 3 years, Jiraiya's lava release had begun to take shape. The molten magma, under his control, moved like a lively fire serpent, emitting terrifying heat. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique, a high-level ninjutsu rewarded to him by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was also developed and initially learned by him a year ago. When he excitedly shared with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi that he had developed lava release and initially learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he could still vividly recall the surprised expressions on their faces. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, while Tsunade's mouth dropped open, unable to close for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked shocked, but then a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. After repeated verification by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, they confirmed that Jiraiya had indeed developed the lava release and learned the signature jutsu of the second Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, Jiraiya had only researched part of the lava release and the Flying Thunder God technique. He could only use a portion of it. In 3 years, Jiraiya also developed the high-level jutsu, the Rasengan. That spinning chakra ball contained immense power, and each time it was released, it caused vibrations in the surrounding air. Now, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Jiraiya was clearly a genius in developing jutsu. His system panel had also been significantly updated. Name, Jiraiya. Age, 9 years. Strength, Jonin bloodline. Lava release chakra, 360. Elite Jonin, chakra attributes, fire, earth, wind, water, yin, yang jutsu. Body replacement technique. Earth release, earth flow wall, water release, water barrier, wind release. Great breakthrough, lion's mane technique, needle jizo, Rasengan, Flying Thunder God technique, earth release, earth connection wall. Secret technique, whirlwind pierce, wind release, violent storm, shadow instantaneous technique, earth release, earth spear, water release, water bullet, fire release, fire connection bullet, earth release, yellow spring swamp. Wind release, vacuum sphere, water release, water severing wave, lava release, lava fireball, lava release, explosive flame surge. In these 3 years, the progress of Xiaobai and Jiraiya's team was undoubtedly the most significant. Xiaobai had already reached half-shadow level strength, breaking through a year ago. The most important factor in Xiaobai's strength improvement was the high-quality dog food rewarded by the system. When Xiaobai consumed the second piece of high-quality dog food in the second year, his strength reached elite Jonin, and in the third year, he directly broke through to half-shadow level. The rapid increase in Xiaobai's strength left Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were unaware, dumbfounded. At half-shadow level, Xiaobai's restored form was over 40 meters long and 30 meters high, his massive body resembling a small mountain, exuding a powerful aura. Xiaobai's panel also saw significant improvements, adding the Jutsu Extreme Ice Freeze, while the rest remained unchanged. Name, Xiaobai. Age, growth period. Strength, half-shadow bloodline. Ice release chakra, 672. Half-shadow, chakra attributes, earth, wind, water. Injutsu, water wave bullet, earth spirit's sacred shield, fury of the hurricane, ice ceiling, ice claw, profound ice roar, white tiger protective shield, ice and snow world. Extreme Ice Freeze. Chapter 95. Summoning Technique. It is worth mentioning that the reputation of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had been established many years in advance. The three of them had already gained a small reputation in the ninja world, thanks to Jiraiya's efforts. In the original work, the title of the three ninjas was sealed by Hanzo, and Jiraiya had always been bothered by this. So he directly established the title of the three ninjas ahead of time. Every time they executed a mission, Jiraiya would loudly declare, in front of a bewildered Orochimaru and Tsunade, "We are the three ninjas of Konoha, the crazy demon Jiraiya, the cold lord Orochimaru, and Princess Tsunade." The full-blown Shinibu vibe made Orochimaru and Tsunade's foreheads filled with black lines. Jiraiya had also received quite a few beatings from Tsunade, and over time, the two accepted this fact. In 3 years, the fame of the Konoha Three Ninjas was thus established by Jiraiya. Additionally, in 3 years, Jiraiya's Ichiraku Ramen opened a branch in the capital of the Fire Country. On the bustling streets, the sign of Ichiraku Ramen was particularly eye-catching, the interior elegantly decorated, with tables and chairs neatly arranged and customers coming and going in great numbers, creating a lively atmosphere. The delicious food from Ichiraku Ramen wafted with enticing aromas, making people's mouths water. It became extremely popular in the capital of the Fire Country. In over 3 years, Jiraiya earned over 400 million ryo. Ichiraku Ramen was highly sought after in the Fire Country, but no one dared to touch Jiraiya, as he had given 10% of the shares to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the biggest backing for Ichiraku Ramen. Additionally, with the presence of the Fire Country's princess, Tsunade, no one dared to have ideas about Ichiraku Ramen. Finally, during these 3 years, Jiraiya did not give up writing. He produced many high-quality works, and the news of him writing special books shocked everyone. How could a 9-year-old Jiraiya write such books? Moreover, he had started writing at the age of 4. From his published works, Jiraiya made over 100 million ryo. Now, Jiraiya was truly a wealthy man in Konoha. In these 3 years, there were no major events in Konoha. During the First Shinobi World War, the 5 great nations were quietly licking their wounds, waiting for the next opportunity for war. The First Shinobi World War was too tragic, with 4 Kage-level ninjas directly dying. Of course, during the First Shinobi World War, all major nations were feeling their way through, lacking much experience, but by the time of the Second Shinobi World War, their experience would be much richer, and at least it wouldn't be so tragic, with high-ranking leaders not all dying in battle. The biggest change in Konoha was that 2 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through to Kage-level strength, and his position as Hokage became even more legitimate, though still not entirely stable, as not all clans in Konoha fully supported Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the approval of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage's advisory group established the Umbu, making Konoha's dark side officially operational. Danzo had approached Sarutobi Hiruzen several times, wanting to transfer Jiraiya and Orochimaru to the Umbu, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had not agreed after much consideration. In Training Ground 18 of Konoha, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were sitting on the ground chatting. Today was the day their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, managed to find time to teach them. Over the past 3 years, the relationship between the three and their teacher had become much closer. I'm so bored. Why hasn't the teacher come yet?" Tsunade said, swinging her legs in boredom as she sat on a tree branch. "He should be here soon. After all, he is the Hokage and has a lot to do," Orochimaru said, holding a scientific encyclopedia, his eyes glued to the pages, speaking in a deep and calm voice. Jiraiya glanced helplessly at Orochimaru. Whenever he had free time, Orochimaru would either read or become a research fanatic, although he didn't neglect his training. Leaning against a nearby tree, Jiraiya chewed on a blade of grass, looking off into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the three. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hey, you little guys are here quite early," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, his face warm and friendly, the Hokage robe fluttering in the wind. "Hey, you bastard teacher, it's you who are late." Tsunade jumped down from the branch, standing up with hands on her hips, looking quite adorable in her pouting anger. "Ha, There were too many things to do, I forgot. I will pay attention next time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, ruffling Tsunade's hair with a smile, his eyes full of affection. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also stood up, and Jiraiya looked at his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, helplessly. Teacher, is this another shadow clone? It was understandable for Jiraiya to be suspicious, as over the past 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen had mostly come to teach them as a shadow clone. Many times, during the lesson, he suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. Jiraiya. You know that the teacher is really busy, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, slightly awkward, his eyes darting away. Well, I understand, Jiraiya waved his hand nonchalantly, a faint smile of indifference appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, all right, today I will teach you a very simple jutsu, the summoning technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his expression becoming serious. Summoning technique? Jiraiya was taken aback. Was that what they were learning today? In Naruto, learning the summoning technique gave Jiraiya the greatest opportunity to train in Mount Myaboku. When Jiraiya practiced the summoning technique, he had not signed a contract with any summoning beast beforehand. He rashly performed the hand seals to use the summoning technique, only to be unexpectedly sent to Mount Myaboku via reverse summoning, gaining the qualification to practice sage techniques and signing a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three and said, the summoning technique belongs to space-time ninjutsu and requires a blood contract to establish a connection with a specific object. By forming the hand seals of the pig, dog, rooster, monkey, and horse, you can consume chakra to summon. When you have the opportunity to obtain a summoning beast in the future, you can sign a contract to summon it for battle. His voice was clear and resonant. Each word seemed to carry power. All right, next, I will demonstrate. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his thumb in his mouth and gently bit it. Blood instantly flowed out, the bright red color particularly dazzling in the sunlight. He quickly formed hand seals, his fingers fluttering like a nimble butterfly. Then, he slammed his palm down on the ground. Summoning technique. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, and a robust monkey, about the same height as Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared in front of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. The monkey's fur was shiny, its muscles bulging, exuding a powerful aura. The monkey looked around and, not seeing any battle, asked, Hiruzen, is there no battle? Its voice was deep and heavy, as if it came from ancient times. Monkey King, I'm teaching my students about summoning beasts, so I just demonstrated it. Sorry for the trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an embarrassed smile, a hint of apology in his eyes. Chapter 96. Is the 10,000 snakes the base? Well then, I'll head back first. Call me when there's a battle. The Monkey King glanced at the three, then transformed into white smoke and returned to the waterfall cave. The summoning technique is very simple, mainly requiring the summoning medium and a blood contract. You can practice forming the hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the three. Jiraiya prepared to follow the original story, determined not to miss the opportunity at Mount Myaboku. Senjutsu and summoning techniques would significantly enhance his strength at this stage. Taking advantage of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inattention, he quickly bit his thumb, drew blood across his left palm, and began to form the hand seals. Pig, dog, rooster, monkey, horse. His fingers moved rapidly, each motion precise and skilled. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally preparing to lean against something, but suddenly saw Jiraiya's actions, which were exactly the same as his just now. Normally, doing so for summoning techniques would be fine, as this is indeed a way to summon a beast, but Jiraiya had not signed a contract with a summoning beast. Doing so could lead to uncontrollable situations. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. Idiot, Jiraiya, you can't form the seals like that without a summoning beast contract. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen's loud shout made Tsunade and Orochimaru turn their heads sharply. Summoning technique. Jiraiya slammed his left hand onto the ground. With a puff, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Jiraiya's figure vanished. The white smoke lingered in the air, refusing to disperse. Jiraiya? Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen used a body flicker technique to appear at the spot where Jiraiya disappeared, his brow furrowed, a hint of worry in his eyes. Spatial fluctuations? He could feel that the surrounding space seemed a bit unusual. Orochimaru quickly came to Suratobi Hiruzen's side, glancing at the empty ground. "Teacher, Jiraiya won't get into trouble, right?" There was a trace of urgency in his voice. "Teacher, where did Jiraiya go?" Tsunade also ran over anxiously, her eyes filled with concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Without a summoning beast, using the summoning technique will lead to reverse summoning to another place. He may gain an opportunity or end up with nothing. Jiraiya should return after a while. Is that so? Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of reassurance in his eyes. "I hope Jiraiya finds an opportunity." Tsunade also relaxed, patting her chest, her face regaining a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two. His words were not entirely finished, as Jiraiya might encounter danger. That worried expression flashed in his eyes, but was caught by the observant Orochimaru and Tsunade. They knew that Jiraiya's departure was filled with uncertainty and could only silently pray for his safe return and for him to gain his own opportunity. In a tranquil valley, where one could hear the wind rustling through the leaves, a faint mist carrying a hint of mystery enveloped the area. The mist shimmered in the sunlight, sparkling like a dreamlike realm. In the valley, a massive purple snake was wrestling with an equally large toad, the scene chaotic yet fiercely intense, reminiscent of street thugs. The purple snake's scales glimmered with a cold sheen, each one like finely crafted amethyst, yet exuding a chilling aura. Its body was incredibly stout, shaking the ground as it twisted. The toad, with rough skin covered in bumps, carried a large pipe on its back, from which wisps of blue smoke were slowly dissipating in the mist. It was none other than Fukasaku from Mount Mayaboku, and that purple snake was the 10,000 snakes from the Dragon's Cave. At that moment, the 10,000 snakes swung its thick tail towards Fukasaku, creating a whooshing wind, as if it could slice through the air around it. Fukasaku nimbly dodged, the tail smashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Fukasaku reached out with its front paw, aiming for the 10,000 snakes' head, but the 10,000 snakes quickly twisted its body to evade the attack. Before long, Fukasaku began to fall behind. Its movements slowed, and its breathing grew labored. "Ha ha, dead toad, it's been years since we last met, and you still haven't improved." The 10,000 snakes glared with its enormous eyes, a mocking glint flickering within, as it opened its massive mouth to reveal sharp teeth and laughed loudly at Fukasaku. Its voice echoed throughout the valley, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Slippery snake, just wait. One day, I will turn you into a snakeskin wallet." Fukasaku retorted defiantly, puffing up its cheeks, its eyes bulging with anger. The pipe in its mouth swayed with its movements, ash falling in clumps. Just then, a crisp yet slightly terrified cry broke the valley's commotion. A small boy with white hair fell from the sky, his clothes flapping in the wind, and his hair tousled. It was Jiraiya, who had been reverse summoned here after performing the summoning technique. The little white creature, confused, crawled out from Jiraiya's arms, shaking its little head and curiously looking around with its round eyes. Everything around it was so new, and its small nose sniffed the air filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. Upon seeing Jiraiya, a glimmer of greed flashed in the 10,000 snakes' eyes as it prepared to devour this seemingly weak human. However, when it spotted the little white creature, its enormous eyes instantly lit up with fervor, as if it had discovered a rare treasure. "Kid, who are you? How'd you get here?" Fukasaku, holding the large pipe, which was still slightly smoldering, looked down at the little one and spoke gruffly. I don't really know how I got here. Big snake toad. Who are you guys?" Jiraiya scratched his head, a look of confusion and nervousness on his face as his eyes kept surveying the two massive creatures around him. He had already confirmed that these two summoning beasts were the 10,000 snakes from the Dragon's Cave and Fukasaku from Mount Mayaboku. "I'm called 10,000 Snakes, and this beautiful lady, you are truly lovely. How about being my girlfriend?" The 10,000 snakes leaned its head down, its eyes fixed on the little white creature, filled with affection. Its voice was deep and gentle, completely different from the ferocity it had shown while fighting Fukasaku. Jiraiya widened his eyes, staring at the 10,000 snakes above him, scratching his head in confusion, thinking, beautiful lady? Girlfriend? I'm not a lady. Damn, this 10,000 snakes can't be gay. Right? How disgusting. His brows furrowed tightly, a look of disdain on his face. Chapter 97. Ugly Rejection. I'm called Fukasaku. Fukasaku, equally perplexed, introduced itself and then resumed smoking, slowly exhaling smoke rings that gradually dissipated in the mist. It thought to itself, is this kid the guy my dad mentioned? My future partner? A glimmer of contemplation flashed in its eyes. What do you think, beautiful lady? Look at me. I'm handsome and majestic. Being my girlfriend would definitely be impressive. One snake moved closer, almost pressing its body against Xiaobai, speaking hurriedly. Its breath, carrying a fishy odor, sprayed on a Xiaobai. Jiraiya realized that one snake was not referring to him, but to Xiaobai in his arms. He felt embarrassed and thought, a dignified snake doesn't like snakes, but wants to date a cat. Ugh, a tiger. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a helpless expression. Xiaobai also realized that the giant snake was talking about her, shaking her little head like a rattle drum, saying, no, you're too ugly. I reject you. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of pride. One snake was instantly stunned, its eyes filled with disbelief. Too ugly? Rejected? I'm so imposing. Its body trembled slightly, clearly hurt by Xiaobai's words. Ha ha, stinky snake. I think what you said is right. You are too ugly. Toad Wuntai retorted without holding back, seeking revenge for earlier. He laughed so hard that he nearly dropped his pipe. Dead toad, do you want a beating? One snake glared fiercely at Wuntai, its eyes burning with anger. It thought to itself, if I beat this dead toad, wouldn't that show off my might? Wouldn't the beautiful white tiger fall for me? Yes, that's it. Dead toad, watch me rub you into the ground. With that, one snake charged at Toad Wuntai, its body creating a gust of wind that blew away the surrounding mist. Sneaky snake, who's afraid of who? Toad Wuntai shouted, drawing a short blade. He silently cursed. Damn sneaky snake, are you serious? He could only brace himself and stand his ground. His front claws drew out a massive short blade and swung at one snake. Jiraiya held Xiaobai tightly, watching intently, his eyes fixed on the battle between one snake and Toad Wuntai, sparkling with excitement. Both Wuntai and one snake were summoning beasts at the early stage of the shadow level, with one snake being slightly stronger. Wuntai